A frigid apocalypse descends, enveloping the world in ice. The end times have arrived. Do we need to hoard supplies? No. My provisions are dispensed daily. In these desolate times, do we need to hoard goddesses? No. The goddess will come knocking at my door. As order collapses, humanity and primal instincts intertwine. For the sake of bread, even the proud neighbor's wife may bow her head. For the sake of fresh water, a female streamer readily showcases her talents. Orphaned, Lin Dong faces betrayal from his girlfriend, and just as despair sets in, the apocalypse strikes. Since everyone has bullied me, do not blame me for taking them all down. Chapter 1. The Countdown to the Apocalypse. An unexpected encounter with the neighbor's wife. Dear fathers, keep your wits about you. The pace is swift. This is a special vehicle headed to kindergarten, having passed through the dark room and been edited, so cherish it well. In the sweltering summer, even the air seems distorted. Longhua, Jiangcheng. Even though it is already 7 p.m., the heat remains unsettling. Lin Dong, I'm pregnant. In the community, a woman clad in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, her complexion sallow and skin rough, appears to be around 30 years old as she suddenly addresses the man before her. The man is tall, with a slightly dark complexion and well-defined features, dressed in a black delivery uniform. Upon hearing the woman's words, he momentarily freezes in shock. Oh, then congratulations. Lin Dong responds, somewhat bewildered, yet chooses to extend his congratulations. The woman becomes visibly agitated. Are you not going to take responsibility? Lin Dong, taken aback, exclaims, what responsibility? I merely deliver your packages every day. Your pregnancy has nothing to do with me. The woman's eyes brim with tears. You scoundrel. Last month you delivered a bottle of shampoo, and after using it, my period stopped. I just found out I'm pregnant today, and you say it has nothing to do with you. Lin Dong, could you be any more outrageous? Fool. After cursing, Lin Dong turns and flees, awkwardly riding his electric scooter out of the community. The woman chases after him, shouting, Lin Dong, don't think you can evade responsibility. According to customs from my hometown, you owe me 300,000 yuan in bride price, or I will accuse you of rape. The residents of the community look on, intrigued. Lin Dong manages to escape a considerable distance before finally breathing a sigh of relief. He is a delivery man responsible for the distribution of packages in that very community, and due to the volume of her deliveries, he had come to know the woman to some extent. He never anticipated being thrust into this situation today, as it truly shattered his worldview. Lin Dong is reluctant to engage with the woman further, for he feels a twinge of sorrow. Today marks the day when his ex-girlfriend Zhao Yufei, receives her graduate school results, and instead of joyful news, he only awaits a string of cold, disheartening text messages. Lin Dong, I have successfully made it. There are some things we need to clarify. Let's break up. You should know we are no longer from the same world. You are merely a delivery man earning a meager 5,000 yuan a month, while I am now a graduate student with a promising future ahead. I know this is somewhat cruel to you, especially since you have supported me throughout my years of study, but I have also sacrificed years of youth. We are even now. From now on, let's not contact each other again, and that is that. Heaven knows how deeply Lin Dong felt when he received this message. Even more painful was the fact that she posted on social media. Ultimately, someone has to bear it all pitiful, seeking a hug.png. Once, he and Zhao Yufei were the envy of their university peers, a couple that embodied beauty and talent, admired by countless individuals. Yet, their good fortune was short-lived. Lin Dong's parents tragically passed away in an accident, forcing him to drop out of school and sustain himself through delivery work. Moreover, he had to support a girlfriend who was determined to pursue further studies. After painstakingly saving to help her achieve her dreams, he never anticipated that she would discard him the very next moment. Lin Dong instinctively wanted to salvage the situation, but after contemplating, he ultimately deleted the message he was about to send. You bear nothing. It is all on me. Forget it, let her be. Riding his scooter to the riverbank, he gazes at the city's nightscape, silently smoking a cigarette, feeling the weight of melancholy. Truly, this life is unbearable. In this city, the Lin family has no relatives. After the demise of his parents, his girlfriend became his sole emotional refuge. Now, having cruelly cast him aside, he finds himself at a loss as to how to navigate life. Ding ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the apocalypse sign-in system. In 5 hours, heavy snow will blanket the globe, temperatures will plummet, and the human living environment will deteriorate, leading to a gradual collapse of order and rules. To ensure the host's survival needs, this system will provide various sign-in rewards at midnight daily. Options include living supplies, weaponry, energy materials, physical enhancement, and more, for which the host may select one reward per day. All selected rewards will be stored in the system space and can be retrieved at the host's will. Lin Dong stood frozen in place, gazing up at the myriad stars in the sky. It is the height of summer now. I have been sweating incessantly. You tell me it will snow tonight? Ding ding. Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. Unlimited food and drink. 2. A medical first aid kit containing all kinds of medical supplies available on the market. 3. A Desert Eagle with an infinite magazine. 4. A can of hairspray that will elevate one's charm to celestial heights. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, questioning the authenticity of this experience. If that is the case, the first step in surviving the apocalypse is to prioritize. No, it must be food. In an apocalypse, food scarcity is the most pressing issue. I never expected the first day's reward to include food, and unlimited at that. I choose option 1. In an instant, the scene before him vanished, replaced by an enigmatic sensation as if his consciousness had connected to another realm. Is this the system space? I would like a cold Americano with less ice. Snap! In the next moment, a cup of ice-cold coffee appeared in Lin Dong's hand. Wow, this is real. At that moment, Lin Dong fully believed in the system and the impending apocalypse it foretold. As he drank the iced coffee, soothing his overheated body and mind, his expression began to shift. Very well, since the rules of survival have changed, I shall no longer hold back. I have truly endured enough of these damn days. It is time to embrace a different way of living. From this day forth, I shall not eat beef. System, give me a few beef skewers. Lin Dong hurriedly hopped onto his electric scooter, one hand on the throttle and the other clutching the skewers, racing homeward. Jiyuan Community, a mid-range residential area in Jiangqing, is where Lin Dong owns a property, the last asset left to him by his parents. In Building 5, Lin Dong pondered how to survive in the apocalypse while waiting for the elevator, a lingering odor of sweat from a day of toil clinging to him. What is that smell? A voice of disdain echoed from behind. He turned to see a tall, curvaceous woman in a bank uniform, her legs clad in stockings, pinching her nose in disgust. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Dong instinctively took 2 steps back. Shen Wanyue, Lin Dong's neighbor, resides in apartment 302 with her newlywed husband, Wang Sheng. They married a month ago, and Lin Dong had caught a fleeting glimpse of Shen Wanyue in her white wedding dress, leaving him utterly captivated. This woman, both in beauty and figure, easily surpasses the 80-point mark, far beyond the ex-girlfriend who had so callously discarded him. She embodies the kind of allure that inevitably stirs envy. Upon seeing Shen Wanyue, a smile of inexplicable delight crept across Lin Dong's face. What are you laughing at? Shen Wanyue could not hide her contempt. Working at a bank, she and her husband considered themselves elite members of society, looking down on Lin Dong, a mere delivery worker. However, they still had to maintain a facade of politeness. Just then, the elevator arrived. Lin Dong stepped inside, while Shen Wanyue clearly intended to wait for the next one. With a cool smile, Lin Dong suddenly remarked before the doors closed, "If you get hungry, remember to come find me." As the elevator doors shut, Shen Wanyue paused in surprise, quickly replaced by a surge of anger. Who does he think he is? A gigolo? A lecher? To seek him out for food? How utterly humiliating. You delivery boy, what did you say? Get back here. Shen Wanyue yelled, banging on the elevator doors as the sweltering heat ignited her temper. However, Lin Dong has already ascended. Chapter 2. The terrifying snow. The end of the world has arrived upon returning home. Lin Dong flung himself onto the sofa, clutching 2 cans of ice-cold cola. One was being consumed, while the other was inverted and playfully handled. Given the onset of an apocalyptic winter, he would soon need to retrieve his down jacket and thick blankets. Suddenly, a series of urgent and forceful knocks reverberated through the door, accompanied by the furious shouts of Shen Wanyue. You delivery person, explain yourself. What did you mean by that remark just now? Come out. Don't hide in there. I know you're home. Get out here. Lin Dong's brows furrowed slowly. The situation was becoming tiresome. Lin Dong, you are nothing but a waste, a piece of garbage. How can someone like you exist in society? I am going to lodge a complaint with the property management. No, I will report you. If you don't come out and apologize, I will ensure you can't show your face in this neighborhood. With a loud thud, the door swung open, not by Lin Dong but by his own front door. Wang Sheng, a seemingly cultured man with glasses and an intellectual demeanor, had opened the door upon hearing his wife's voice. What is the matter, Xiaoyu? Why are you knocking on Lin Dong's door? Seeing her husband had emerged, Shun Wanyue angrily recounted Lin Dong's earlier words. Darling, that insufferable delivery person dared to harass me. I will make sure he cannot stay here. Wang Sheng, upon hearing of his wife's harassment, was equally incensed. How dare he? Xiaoyu, rest assured, I will. Before he could finish, Lin Dong opened the door. Wang Sheng's fury dissipated somewhat as he was met with Lin Dong's icy, wrathful gaze. Standing at nearly 9 meters tall, Lin Dong's imposing stature made any confrontation a foregone conclusion. Unfazed, Shun Wanyue pointed accusingly at Lin Dong. You pathetic loser. Explain what you meant by that remark. Otherwise, I shall not let this go. Lin Dong revealed a cold smirk, stepping forward silently. Sensing the robust aura emanating from him, Shun Wanyue instinctively retreated a step and glanced anxiously at her husband. Wang Sheng, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly smiled. Lin Dong is back. You must be exhausted after a long day at work. You should rest early. He hurriedly pulled his bewildered wife back inside, shutting the door. Coward! Lin Dong scoffed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Once home, Shun Wanyue glared at her husband. Why did you run away? Did you not see how he acted? He made a mistake and still dare to threaten us. Are you afraid? Wang Sheng shook his head earnestly. My dear, you misunderstand. It is not fear, but rather concern for our safety. We are societal elites living a happy life. That trash, Lin Dong, is undoubtedly envious of us. If you provoke him, what if he retaliates? Shun Wanyue shivered at the thought. What should we do, darling? Should we call the police to have him arrested? Impossible. Wang Sheng replied with a wry smile. In reality, Lin Dong merely spoke out of turn. It hardly qualifies as harassment. The authorities would not act on such a trivial matter. Your actions could provoke him further, leading to unfavorable consequences. I believe Lin Dong is inherently timid. If we do not push him too hard, he will not dare to act. We must remember the principle of retreat for the happy. We are fortunate individuals, and it is best to step back when confronted with such scum. Shun Wanyue gazed at him with uncertainty. Is that truly the case? Of course. Wang Sheng affirmed with sincerity, though internally he felt a pang of fear, relieved that Lin Dong was not a thug, for he would not stand chance. After retrieving all the thick blankets and comforters, Lin Dong took a shower, ensuring to lock all doors and windows, awaiting the arrival of the impending apocalypse. That night, a sudden chill swept through the sweltering air, and snowflakes began to fall gently from the sky. Soon, the snowfall intensified wildly. Within half an hour, the temperature plummeted from 38 degrees to 0 degrees, and it continued to drop. As midnight struck, an alert chimed. Daily sign-in rewards, options as follows. 1. 000 sets of thermal underwear made from special materials, capable of withstanding minus 100 degrees Celsius. 2. Unlimited battery packs, compatible with all electronic devices. 3. 10. 1000T USB drives, containing all films and dramas from Blue Star, including adult films. 4. A box of gum that is simply irresistible. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before selecting option 1. The temperature drop was far too severe. Warmth was of utmost importance. He mused whether the system was jesting, as the fourth option had been rather absurd for 2 consecutive days. With a thought, a set of black thermal underwear appeared in his hand. Upon touching it, he found the fabric to be remarkably unique, combining the comfort of pure cotton with the softness of cashmere. After donning the thermal underwear, Lin Dong's eyes widened in surprise. Not only did it provide warmth, but it also generated heat actively. Even his exposed face and extremities felt no chill, akin to the sensation of spring. With his warmth assured, Lin Dong settled comfortably by the window, watching as the city transformed into a snowy wonderland. In June, snow fell, and many curious residents from the southern regions rushed outside, marveling at the unexpected snowfall, building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights. After all, Jiangcheng, a southern city of a long kingdom, experienced snow far too infrequently. Excitement surged as people donned their down jackets and ventured out to play. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from below. "Oh, what is this?" Lin Dong swiftly turned to look, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. Beneath the glow of the community streetlights, a young man's face was suddenly covered in large, egg-sized green pustules. Not only his face, but also his hands and arms. Every exposed inch of skin was beset by these grotesque growths, creating a truly horrifying sight. Surrounding individuals recoiled in terror, their eyes wide with fear. "What is this? Help me! Help me!" The man cried out desperately for assistance, but within half a minute, the pustules burst, releasing a repulsive pus. With the discharge, his body became rigid, and he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open. "Ah, there's a dead person!" Panic ensued as people scattered in horror, the scene overwhelming them. Yet, he was not alone. Soon, many others discovered similar pustules emerging on their own bodies, plunging the community into chaos. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, observing closely. All those afflicted had been playing in the snow moments before, indicating the snow was toxic with an extremely potent venom. Less than 5 minutes after contact with the snow, pustules would form, and once they appeared, death was imminent within half a minute. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the snow's deadly toxin was contagious. Lin Dong couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. In just a short span, more than a dozen bodies had already fallen in the community, accompanied by a cacophony of wails. As the cries grew more intense, the lights in the homes of those who had been sleeping flickered on, and people rushed to their balconies, pointing and commenting on the unfolding horror. Some, already irate, shouted into the night, "What lunacy is this? Why can't anyone sleep at night? Why the noise?" Upon witnessing the bodies on the ground, they were rendered speechless. Moments later, one man, having peered out, realized he too had come into contact with the snowflakes, and his body began to sprout pustules as well. With a thud, Lin Dong turned to notice that the lights in 302 had been turned on. Shen Wanyue, wrapped in a blanket, approached the balcony to assess the situation. Just as she was about to open the window, she spotted Lin Dong on the adjacent balcony. It must be noted, her barefaced appearance was quite striking, with proud eyes that could incite envy. "Oomph, you pathetic loser," Shen Wanyue scoffed, noticing Lin Dong's gaze upon her. She haughtily switched off the light and returned indoors, unaware that this very act had saved her life. Chapter 3. The Material Exchange Meeting. Encountering a gem, Lin Dong withdrew his gaze after watching for a while and opened a short video on his phone, discovering that the world had descended into chaos. Toxic snow and related information had surged to the top of trending topics, with countless individuals seeking help and lamenting their plight. Numerous vehicles had already begun to exit the community, but soon their tires slipped, resulting in a pileup. The drivers desperately honked their horns, creating a cacophony. The homeowners group was similarly in turmoil. "Help! My daughter just came into contact with the snow. Does anyone have medicine? Please save my child. What in the world is happening? Is this the apocalypse?" The Safety Bureau is busy, and 120 is also unreachable. What are we to do? Who will save me? My biological father has started developing festering sores. I locked him in the house, but I don't know if it will be contagious. Could someone with an 8-pack come to my rescue? Neighbors, do not be afraid. Natural disasters are only temporary. Trust the relevant authorities, and we will be rescued. Rescued? In this chaotic world, who will save a fool like you? Does anyone have bottled water and snacks? I am willing to pay a hefty price. The astute among them sensed that this would be a calamity not easily overcome. It had only been an hour since the snowfall began, yet the snow had already accumulated to nearly half a meter deep, with no sign of abating. Thus, stockpiling food and water became a pressing necessity. At this moment, no one was certain whether the toxic snow could permeate through clothing to the skin. No one dared to risk their lives to find out. So the supplies in each household became the last glimmer of hope. Lin Dong checked the doors and windows once more. ensuring that no snow would drift inside before finally falling into a peaceful slumber. The next morning at 8 a.m., Lin Dong awoke on time and approached the window to peer outside, unable to suppress his astonishment. The bodies from yesterday had been entirely buried beneath the snow, which had risen past the first floor and was approaching the second-floor windows. The temperature had plummeted to minus 30 degrees Celsius. The only silver lining was that the snow had temporarily ceased. The sky remained overcast, leaving uncertainty as to when the next snowfall would commence. Upon inspecting the household facilities, he found, as expected, that water, electricity, and natural gas had all failed. The toxic snow was already terrifying enough. Now, with no electricity in such a frightful low temperature, he could only rely on his own integrity and the warmth of his down jacket. But how many could withstand such conditions? It was feared that many would succumb to the cold today. Lin Dong remained unperturbed, continuing to stay indoors, enjoying hot pot and sipping tea while keeping an eye on the homeowners group messages. After a night of torment, many in the group had fallen silent, whether for being poisoned by the snow or freezing to death. Only a few desperate cries for help remained, and it was evident that no one was responding. Lin Dong did not venture outside all day. By noon, a new reward arrived. Ding! Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. A desert eagle in gold, equipped with an infinite magazine to increase in power level by 5. 3. End of the world sled can glide over snow and ice, unobstructed travel. 4. A can of carbonated drink that causes infinite burping. What a jumble. Lin Dong longed for the golden desert eagle, but ultimately chose option 2. Based on this sign-in, it appeared that rewards could potentially repeat, so there was no need to fret. He could select again when it appeared next time. As for the power enhancement, it indeed possessed a sci-fi flair, so he opted to see what it entailed. Upon receiving the reward, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. Simultaneously, a line of information appeared in the upper left corner of the system. Power level, level 6. After gauging his newfound strength, Lin Dong delivered a punch to the solid wooden dining table, creating a fist-sized hole with ease, which brought him immense satisfaction. His abilities seemed to encompass an all-around enhancement of offense, defense, agility, and more. Remarkably, he did not feel any pain from that strike. For the next 3 days, Lin Dong continued to remain indoors, as the relentless snow periodically ceased and rose nearly to the height of his windows. At last, he encountered the coveted golden desert eagle, along with a talent skill that guaranteed perfect accuracy. For his third reward, Lin Dong selected the thermostat cooker. This device, resembling a small stove yet only the size of a palm, emitted a gentle blue light, requiring no charging or fuel as it contained an ample energy supply. Thermostat cooker effect. When placed indoors, it can maintain a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius within a radius of 3 meters. The drawback is that it cannot penetrate walls. However, with 10,000 units available, placing several around the house would ensure everyone stays warm. Lin Dong found himself speechless. Did this gadget not render my thermal underwear utterly redundant? Nevertheless, with this item, he could take a shower at home. The first day's unlimited food supply included hot water, eliminating concerns about food cooling down before he could finish it. On this day, with a dwindling amount of power remaining, Lin Dong noticed that members of the homeowners group were advocating for a resource exchange in the underground garage. This was indeed a wise choice. Although the garage connected to the outside world, the entrances had been blocked by heavy snow, making it safe to approach, as each building had secure passageways leading down. Staying cooped up in the house, eating and drinking aimlessly, was not ideal, so Lin Dong decided to venture down. After donning a thick down jacket, covering all but his face, he stepped outside. Although he no longer felt cold, he still needed to maintain appearances. At that moment, the underground garage was bustling with people. Lin Dong quickly estimated that the entire community, comprising 14 buildings and over 700 residents, had only around 600 individuals present. Had so many perished in just 5 days? However, it was plausible. The snow had fallen during the night, and most people had not come into contact with it, likely because many households were well stocked and did not yet require an exchange of resources. The atmosphere in the community was steeped in sorrow and helplessness. Yet what could be done? As long as they were alive, there remained hope, and one by one, they shouted with fervor. Someone shattered furniture to ignite a bonfire, providing both light and warmth, while others cleverly extracted fuel from vehicle tanks to prepare hot meals. I have a 30,000 mAh power bank, and there's still half a charge left. I want to trade for a bottle of mineral water. I have a pack of Huazi cigarettes to exchange for instant noodles or bread. I have a sausage. I want to trade for fever medicine. Most transactions centered around food and water, although a few sought medicinal supplies to treat their ailing family members. After all, the rapid temperature drop had led to numerous cases of colds. Although most bottled water had frozen, thawing out some boiled homework assignments was still feasible. As Lin Dong walked, he happened to spot Wang Sheng and Shen Wanyue, both bundled up tightly, revealing only their frail, pale faces. Before them lay a collection of gold and silver jewelry, indicating that Shen Wanyue had resorted to offering her dowry for survival. However, given that the end of the world had persisted for several days, everyone understood that gold, silver, and money were now worthless. Hardly anyone paid them any heed. Shen Wanyue looked up, and, upon seeing Lin Dong's smiling face, couldn't he help but recall his words from that day. If you get hungry, remember to come find me. Could it be that Lin Dong had foreseen the heavy snowfall? Yet Lin Dong did not approach them. He preferred not to take the initiative. As he strolled about, he unexpectedly glimpsed another stunning individual, equally as captivating as Shen Wanyue, causing his eyes to light up. Though the woman was bundled up tightly, her exquisite features were unmistakable. Her bright eyes sparkled like gemstones, her brows were elegantly defined, and her lips, though slightly pale, formed a beguiling petal shape. Moreover, even in her thick down jacket, her figure was subtly accentuated, resembling a perfect embodiment of allure. Standing at approximately 1.75 meters, she would likely be nearly as tall as Lin Dong if she wore high heels. When had such a gem appeared in the community? Chapter 4. The chaos begins. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, ensconced alone in a corner. Before her lay an array of luxury handbags and cosmetics, much like those of Shen Wanyue and her partner, utterly ignored by all. One might as well display cash, for these items were nothing but useless debris. As Lin Dong observed, he discreetly eavesdropped on the conversations of others, piecing together several valuable pieces of information. The first revelation was that the toxins in the snow could only be transmitted through skin contact, lacking the ability to spread through the air. This was indeed a piece of good news. Who would dare to open a door for fresh air? Even if one didn't starve, they might suffocate instead. The second piece of good news was that some individuals, unable to withstand hunger, had conducted bold experiments. By protecting their skin with waterproof materials, such as layering plastic bags under their clothing and using umbrellas to shield against the snow, they could traverse areas with shallow snow. The only predicament was that the snow in the community was currently over 6 meters deep, rendering it impossible for anyone to venture out in search of supplies. Naturally, many were discussing the idea of modifying household tools to create vehicles, eager to test the feasibility of escaping. Lin Dong dismissed these notions as nonsense. Given the thickness of the snow, even an excavator would struggle to move through it, let alone a car. This underscored the dire extent of people's resource scarcity. The third piece of news filled Lin Dong with trepidation. The bodies of those poisoned by the snow had all turned pale, their pupils completely white, and each corpse lay frozen in grotesque postures, an unsettling sight. He couldn't help but wonder if these bodies would eventually transform into zombies. The more he pondered, the more plausible it became. Once the weather warmed, these corpses could very well thaw and revive. It seemed that whenever he encountered opportunities to enhance his strength, he should choose without hesitation. The stronger he became, the greater his chances of survival. "Handsome, do you have any bread or instant noodles?" Lin Dong heard the soft voice of the woman, Ling Shui, as she approached him, her tone tinged with desperation. "These luxury handbags cost me tens of thousands. Could I possibly trade them for something to eat?" Lin Dong snapped back to reality, raising an eyebrow. Her voice was melodious, laced with a hint of allure. "Quite captivating indeed. These items are of no practical use. Can you offer something of substance?" he remarked, unabashedly assessing Ling Shue's delicate features. Ling Shue bit her lip, fully aware that in this dire situation, luxury handbags were but a fleeting illusion. Everyone was bundled up like dumplings, starving, with no thought for appearances. It was merely a reluctance to accept their grim reality. Living alone without a man to rely on, her body had become her only asset in these harsh times. Yet, she was not ready to relinquish herself so easily. How about this? Ling Shue pondered for a moment, pulling a black plastic bag from her pocket, completely oblivious to her identification card that had fallen to the ground. Lin Dong observed as she introduced herself. Upon inspecting the contents of the bag, he was met with a comical sight, a collection of various tights, thigh-highs, mid-calf, body stockings, suspenders, fishnet, all sorts. Seriously? You call me handsome while offering this? He thought with exasperation. Ling Shue lowered her voice. These are all worn and unwashed. Lin Dong tossed the bag back at her, retrieving a piece of bread from his pocket. I reside in Building 5, Apartment 301. If you seek food, come my place. We are both adults. You should grasp my intent. With that, he shot her a meaningful glance, pocketed the bread, and turned to leave. Ling Shue's pale lips nearly bled from biting them in frustration. Had it been before the apocalypse, she would not have even glanced at someone like him. Yet now, in this dire situation, she found herself contemplating an exchange with a man she would have previously dismissed. Though irate, what choice did she have? He possessed food. Lin Dong continued to meander for a few minutes when suddenly, 3 burly men burst forth from the emergency exit of Building 7. The leader, with a brutish countenance, exuded a menacing aura. All 3 wielded kitchen knives. Go, rob them, Liang Ming bellowed, charging towards the nearest stall, which was manned by an elderly woman. He swiftly snatched a can of milk powder from her. Hey, what are you doing? Stop. Someone's robbing me. The elderly woman cried out, desperately clutching his arm to reclaim her only hope for food. Get lost, you old hag. Liang Ming's eyes glinted coldly as he raised the knife, bringing it down with brutal force. With a sickening thud, blood splattered as the knife embedded itself in the woman's skull, causing her to collapse lifelessly. Murder! Someone screamed, and chaos erupted as everyone began to flee in panic. Lin Dong observed with a detached gaze, slowly making his way towards Building 5. After enduring so many days, order had finally begun to unravel. In the face of survival, notions of kindness and humanity would utterly dissipate. This murder would mark the onset of chaos. Why are you standing there? Go, rob. Liang Ming, though a first-time killer, maintained his composure, yelling at his 2 accomplices to attack the nearest person without regard for whether they had food. The 2 lackeys, emboldened by their leader's ferocity, began their rampage. Ling Shue, witnessing the murder, hurriedly fled towards her home, abandoning her fallen luxury handbags and identification. Wang Sheng, grasping Shen Wanyu's hand, ran frantically. But in the chaos, the pampered couple was quickly knocked down. Hubby! Hubby! Shen Wanyu cried out in terror, her legs trembling and unable to rise. Dear, get up! Wang Sheng struggled to pull her up, but he, too, was weak from hunger. As Liang Ming charged towards them, Wang Sheng gritted his teeth. Wait here. I will find help. He released her hand and ran without looking back. Hubby, save me. Shen Wanyu was shocked, never imagining her newlywed husband would abandon her. As the assailant advanced, she burst into tears. Lin Dong rushed over, supporting her. This was his prey. He could not let her perish so easily. Come with me. Upon feeling his strong arms, Shen Wanyu realized it was Lin Dong who had saved her, and her heart swelled with gratitude. Liang Ming's indiscriminate attacks continued until the underground parking lot was devoid of people. The 3 brothers paused, gazing at the 8 fallen bodies and the wails of those clutching severed limbs. Blood-soaked, Liang Ming grinned sinisterly as he delivered the final blows. Bruta. This tactic is indeed effective. His 2 lackeys quickly scavenged the parking lot, acquiring an ample supply of food. Their plan was simple: descend, kill, and seize goods. Others would inevitably flee in fear, leaving their wares behind, thus falling prey to them. Liang Ming calculated that the food they had acquired would suffice for the 3 of them for 2 days. However, future thefts would prove challenging. as the frightened populace would likely barricade themselves indoors, forcing them to consider breaking down doors for sustenance. Let's head back. At that moment, another lackey approached, grinning widely as he held up an identification card. Boss, look what I found. Chapter 5, work for me. And I'll provide 3 meals a day. Liang Ming took the card, his eyes lighting up. What a beautiful woman. This was a photo ID, revealing the true appearance of a woman who relied on beauty filters and makeup to present herself. Yet on this ID, the woman named Ling Shui possessed an oval face and captivating, bright eyes, a veritable beauty. The only regret is that the address on the identification card does not belong to Jia Yuan Xiao Chu, but rather to the tenant residing here. It is uncertain which building or unit she occupies. The young man who discovered the ID, named Zhang Peng, winked and cheerfully remarked, Boss, I haven't been with a woman for several days. We must not let this exquisite opportunity slip away. Liang Ming chuckled, no rush. Let's first bring back some food and then create a tool capable of breaking down doors. Eventually, we will find her. Besides, there are plenty of women in this neighborhood. With wicked smiles, the 3 returned home. After Lin Dong took Shen Wanyu away, he blocked the door to the emergency exit before returning to the 3rd floor of Building 5. Only when they reached the door did Shen Wanyu finally muster enough strength to stand firm, immediately breaking free from Lin Dong's grasp to pound on the door. Wang Sheng, open the door, she shouted furiously. You coward! How could you leave your wife behind and run home? Open the door. Her voice was loud and frantic. Lin Dong, with a grin, opened his door, crossing his arms as he leaned against the frame to watch the spectacle. Wang Sheng, trembling inside, could only muster the courage to peek through the peephole upon hearing his wife's voice. Seeing only Lin Dong and his wife, he finally summoned the bravery to open the door. Xiaoyu, you're all right. Come in quickly, or that group will come back. Wang Sheng, as if he had not just abandoned his wife, hurriedly tried to pull her inside. Shen Wanyu, displeased, shook off his arm and scolded him. Wang Sheng, are you even a man? What happened to the vows you made before we married? Huh? You run away in danger, leaving me behind. I must have been blind to marry you. As she spoke, tears began to flow. Seeing Lin Dong observing the scene, Wang Sheng's expression darkened. Forcing a smile, he explained, You see, Xiaoyu, it's not that I was afraid. I was looking for help, but no one was willing to assist me. I had no choice but to return for tools to rescue you. You must believe me. Then why did you close the door? Shen Wanyu's question was devastating. Wang Sheng was left utterly speechless. Shen Wanyu continued her lament. We've consumed everything edible and drinkable at home, and I even lost my gold bracelet earlier. What am I to do? I'm still young. I don't want to starve alongside you. At that moment, Shen Wanyu felt utterly helpless. Wang Sheng was equally powerless. Despite considering himself a societal elite with a salary in the hundreds of thousands, he found himself at a loss in this predicament. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's gaze shifted toward Lin Dong, who was stifling laughter while enjoying the drama. He then realized something was amiss. This guy looked remarkably well. His complexion was rosy, showing no signs of hunger. Lin Dong, do you have food at home? Wang Sheng inquired cautiously. Lin Dong confirmed, indeed, and quite a lot of it. At this, even Shen Wanyu ceased her crying, her eyes sparkling with hope. That's wonderful, Lin Dong. Could you share some food with us? Lin Dong flashed a radiant smile. That is simply out of the question. You. Lin Dong pulled a can of cola from his pocket, took a swig, and let out a satisfied burp. Drinking icy cola in winter is quite refreshing. Wang Sheng and his wife stared in disbelief, their parched mouths watering at the sight. This was a luxury they had taken for granted before the apocalypse, but now seemed unattainable. This also indirectly confirmed the abundance of resources in Lin Dong's home. After all, who would casually flaunt cola if they weren't well stocked? Lin Dong, look, we are neighbors, Wang Sheng said with a sycophantic smile. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. If you're willing to share some, once this calamity passes, I can arrange for you to join my company. How about a salary of 6,000, no, 8,000 a month? Lin Dong scoffed. What a fool. This was clearly a person who had not grasped the reality of the situation. Noticing that the cola in his hand had already turned icy again, Lin Dong reluctantly tossed it back inside his apartment and pulled out another can to continue drinking. Wang Sheng and his wife's eyes were now green with envy. Their conviction that Lin Dong had an abundance of supplies strengthening. Shen Wanyu bit her lip and proposed, "Lin Dong, how about this? We are willing to pay for food. 100 for a bottle of water, and we'll pay 10 times the price for anything edible. Is that acceptable?" Lin Dong continued to scoff. "You're quite the fool as well." Wang Sheng and his wife were left furious yet speechless. "What must we do for you to be willing to share just a little food with us?" Wang Sheng asked helplessly. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, smiling slightly as he turned to Shen Wanyu. "How about this? My home has been quite chaotic lately, and I need a woman to help tidy up. I can hire your sister-in-law as my maid, working from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, dedicated to attending to my needs. As for the salary, I'll provide her 3 meals a day and allow her to take home a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water. What do you think?" Shen Wanyu's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "Lin Dong, you are being exceedingly unreasonable. Why on earth should I clean your house? You must have a low opinion of me. Everyone is an adult. Such implications need not be explicitly stated." Wang Sheng was also furious, but managed to retain some rationality. He furrowed his brow and said, "Lin Dong, this is absolutely out of the question. How about this? My wife and I will help you clean your house, and we will ensure it's spotless." Lin Dong shrugged. "I do not welcome men in my home. If you're unwilling, then so be it." With that, he shut the door. After all, he had food and drink and was not cold. He had plenty of time to entertain himself. Wang Sheng and his wife exchanged glances, and then Shen Wanyu erupted once more. "Wang Sheng, we are far from finished regarding your cowardly escape." With that, she stormed home, leaving Wang Sheng to hurriedly comfort her. That night, Lin Dong awoke and decided to prepare a hot pot. Beef tripe, lamb, shrimp paste, and yellow throat were all available in abundance. Meanwhile, in room 302, the couple who had just argued fell into silence once more, as quarreling also drained energy. With all edible and drinkable supplies in their home exhausted, further disputes would yield no results. Suddenly, Shen Wanyu sniffed the air and exclaimed, "Strange. Why do I smell hot pot? Is it just my imagination?" Wang Sheng also caught a whiff, his heart racing. It was indeed the aroma of hot pot. They exchanged glances. Their stomachs were already empty, and now, spurred on by the scent, their hunger intensified. Wang Sheng quietly opened the door, ultimately confirming that the fragrance wafted from Lin Dong's home, igniting a spark of hope in his heart. "Wife, why not consider working for Lin Dong?" Chapter 6. The Maid's Code. Shen Wanyu stared wide-eyed in disbelief at her husband. "Wang Sheng, do you realize what you are suggesting? Today, you abandoned me to save yourself, and now you want me to work for Lin Dong? Isn't that tantamount to sleeping with him?" A wave of unutterable disappointment and coldness washed over her, leaving her too numb to feel anger. Wang Sheng understood that asking his wife to work for Lin Dong carried significant implications, but his hunger was overwhelming. For the first time in over 20 years, he felt hunger to the extreme, robbing him of the desire to argue. He had hoped to rely on resource exchanges today, but that hope had been utterly dashed. His only means of survival, now, depended on his wife earning them a piece of bread. "Don't be upset, shall you? You'll only be helping him clean the house. If Lin Dong dares to mistreat you, call for help loudly, and I will rush in to save you," he assured her. Shen Wanyu had lost the will to shout and argue. The coldness in her heart was far more profound than any physical chill. Was this what it meant to mourn more than to die inside? Reflecting on the past, her husband had held a respectable social standing, always polite and considerate, embodying the ideal husband in the eyes of friends and family. Yet, in the face of calamity, she finally saw Wang Sheng's true nature. Cowardly and ungrateful, he was willing to send his wife away for a mere meal. In this moment, he still wishes to don a facade of hypocrisy. Observing his wife's condition, Wang Sheng hastily explained, "Xiao Yu, I am not deceiving you. You must believe me. Do you remember the principle of retreat for the fortunate? We are the fortunate ones, and a slight concession will yield results. So, you expect me to relinquish my wife as well?" Shen Wanyu's tears flowed once more. Yet again, the principle of retreat for the fortunate appeared. Was this not merely Wang Sheng's feeble excuse? If he possessed the capability, he could easily confront Lin Dong, rather than both of them enduring hunger. No, why can't you comprehend? What I mean is, Wang Sheng attempted to clarify. Shen Wanyu had already struggled to her feet, her eyes icy as she regarded him. Fine, you shall go. With that, she strode towards the door. Wang Sheng reached out, intending to grasp his wife, but hesitated. As Shen Wanyu realized her husband made no attempt to stop her, her heart sank completely. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Dong, with meat in one hand and an ice-cold beer in the other, heard the door open and a faint, inexplicable smile crossed his lips as he hurried to answer. Lin Dong, I wish to be your maid, Shen Wanyu stated directly, overwhelmed by the fragrant aroma of hot pot wafting towards her, her once-dead heart slowly reviving. Perhaps following Lin Dong was a commendable choice. At the very least, it meant survival. However, she found it peculiar that Lin Dong was so lightly clad. Was he not cold? Lin Dong glanced at Shen Wanyu, then at Wang Sheng, who appeared conflicted, tossing a piece of bread and a bottle of water to the latter. Thank you, thank you. Wang Sheng exclaimed joyfully as he caught it, tearing open the packaging and devouring it hungrily. Come in, sister-in-law. Lin Dong gestured aside. Shen Wanyu, unable to resist the sight of the steaming hot pot in the living room, stepped inside. Shall you rest assured, if anything arises, just call, bang. The door slammed shut. Upon entering, Shen Wanyu was taken aback. So warm, despite wearing several layers for warmth. Stepping inside felt akin to transitioning from the Arctic to the equator. Why was his home so toasty? There was no electricity, after all. In my home, one need not wear such heavy clothing. Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly as he resumed his meal. Shen Wanyu pressed her lips together, removing her bulky clothing as she spoke. Lin Dong, I haven't eaten in 2 days. May I have something to eat? Lin Dong looked up with indifference, suddenly sneering. Have you forgotten your place? Address me as master. You. Shen Wanyu nearly exploded with rage, but her stomach growled painfully, reminding her of the bread her husband had devoured without offering her even a morsel, causing her eyes to well up once more. Here she was, a member of the elite, yet she was expected to address someone of the lower class as her master. What did she do? Her stomach would not cease its protests. Master. Lin Dong nodded, tossing her a sheet of paper filled with rules. This outlines the maid's code. Remember to adhere strictly. As Shen Wanyu picked it up, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Maid's code 1. No standing in the master's home. All actions must be performed kneeling. Violations result in a day without food. 2. Must bow upon the master's return. Violations result in a day without food. 3. When only the master is present, the maid must wear a specially designed outfit. Violations result in a day without food. 10. The master's word is law. Any retort will result in death. What manner of code was this? It was utterly devoid of human rights. Shen Wanyu tore the paper into shreds in fury, angrily donning her clothes once more. This is too much. You cannot humiliate me like this. I will return. With that, she turned to leave. Lin Dong's cold gaze followed her as he drew forth a golden eagle pistol, aiming it at her back. Should the maid disobey, there is no need to keep her. Yet, as Shen Wanyu reached the door, her hand halted. The biting cold outside, the temperature-regulated home, assaulted her once more. She had only just begun to tolerate the frigid climate of -40 degrees. Having experienced warmth moments ago, returning to the cold was a profound rejection, both mentally and physically. This resistance even surpassed her aversion to Lin Dong's maid's code. As the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness had I not seen the light. Lin Dong observed Shen Wanyu hesitating at the door, one hand gripping a gun while the other continued to indulge in hot pot. 5 minutes later, Shen Wanyu relented. She did not wish to return to that icy home, nor face her cowardly and hypocritical husband again. She longed to escape hunger. Plop! Shen Wanyu finally convinced herself, bowing her proud head low. Master, I was wrong. In that moment, she shed all her pride, willingly remaining in 301, solely to preserve her life. Well, since you choose to stay, abide by the rules. Given that this is your first offense, I shall forgive you this once. Lin Dong smiled, stowing away the gun and handing her a set of clothing. This was crafted from the system's thermal underwear, both warm and stylish. Tears fell onto the floor as Shen Wanyu resigned herself to her fate. Chapter 7. The Combat Maid? Maid Outfit? After Wang Sheng finished the bread, he could not resist eavesdropping at Lin Dong's door. Yet the soundproofing was impeccable. He could hear nothing, only enduring the tantalizing aroma of hot pot wafting from within. A single piece of bread was not enough to satiate him. Lin Dong, should I find an opportunity, I will make you pay. Wang Sheng's face contorted in rage as he returned home. Lin Dong, puffing on a cigarette, felt invigorated. The strength he obtained from the system had enhanced his physical prowess comprehensively. Indeed, he had become remarkably stronger in every aspect. By the time Shen Wanyu emerged after washing, Lin Dong had already retired to his room, leaving behind a heap of refuse in the living room and a nearly empty hot pot on the table. Recalling her earlier experiences, Shen Wanyu felt the urge to cry once more, yet she crawled towards the table, finishing the leftovers, even consuming the broth that previously seemed inedible, finally experiencing the long-forgotten sensation of fullness. After the meal, the resentment in her heart dissipated significantly as she strictly adhered to the maid's code, tidying up the space. Once everything was in order, she curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. She had come to a realization. Lin Dong's abode was filled with food and warmth. It was a veritable paradise. As for dignity and chastity, they paled in comparison to the prospect of a full belly. Survival was of utmost importance. The only oddity was that she had no idea where Lin Dong kept his food. The kitchen fridge was bare. Did he keep it in his bedroom? Yet, she dared not enter Lin Dong's room, and the comfort of her current surroundings was too enticing. A temperature of 26 degrees felt truly heavenly, rendering any reckless actions unnecessary. It could be said that Shen Wanyu was indeed fortunate. After returning to his room, Lin Dong rigged a simple zip mechanism that aimed the Golden Eagle pistol at the door. Should anyone intrude, the trigger would be pulled, resulting in their demise. At midnight, rewards are distributed once more. Ding ding. Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. Nuclear power generator, unlimited energy. 2. Combat made functionality activated. 3. RPG rocket launcher. Equipped with 1,000 rockets. 4. A pair of socks that will never stink once worn. Lin Dong sprang up in surprise, his eyes gleaming at the system panel. What? Akumba Med? What on earth is that? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Dong selected option 2. While the rockets were tempting, given the current situation, a single handgun sufficed. Rockets were akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. He would opt for those later when the need arose. After making his selection, the system panel suddenly glimmered with light, and a new branch tab appeared. Upon clicking it, Shen Wanyu's information was prominently displayed. Maid 1, Shen Wanyu. System rating, 82, current strength, level 1, maid outfit. None. Lin Dong stroked his chin, deep in thought. Everything else was understandable. But what precisely was this maid outfit? This is certainly not a matter of personal tailoring. It must be a system prop. At the top of the system interface, a small switch icon is displayed, accompanied by the phrase, "The host can control whether the maid can conceive." There is no need for further thought. It is undoubtedly switched off. He certainly does not wish to become a father. Lin Dong is quite pleased with this minor feature. Currently, Shen Wanyu's power level is merely that of an ordinary person at level 1, and her method of advancement differs from Lin Dong's reliance on system rewards. Instead, it is under Lin Dong's control. In essence, diligent effort can enhance the maid's experience, and once sufficient experience is amassed, she can level up. Why should that be the case? Why should the maid be able to advance effortlessly while he must rely on random system rewards? Lin Dong couldn't help but curse. However, the system thoughtfully provides reassurance. The maid's level cap is contingent upon the host's level cap, which is only half of Lin Dong's. This means that, as Lin Dong is currently at level 6, he can painstakingly elevate Shen Wanyue to a maximum level of 3. This is more acceptable. With that comfort, Lin Dong finally settled down to sleep. That night, Wang Sheng tossed and turned, utterly unable to find rest. At 8 in the morning, unable to contain himself any longer, he knocked on Lin Dong's door, sporting dark circles under his eyes. When the door swung open, Lin Dong greeted him with an impish grin. "Ah, Lin Dong, I wish to inquire about Xiaoyu's condition. She stayed here with you all night. Isn't it time for her to return?" As Wang Sheng spoke, he looked past Lin Dong and caught sight of his wife, already dressed in her down jacket, in the living room. Instantly, jealousy and anger surged within him, but he dared not express it. Lin Dong smacked his forehead in realization. Oh, how could I forget? Sister-in-law was incredibly helpful and tidied up my home quite well. I am thoroughly satisfied. He then turned to Shen Wanyue. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard throughout the night and must be exhausted. Please go back and rest. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Shen Wanyue felt a twinge of discomfort under her husband's gaze, unable to meet his eyes. No, I still have the kitchen and bathroom to clean properly. I won't be going back today. Darling, it's cold outside. You should hurry home. A smile graced Lin Dong's lips. This maid certainly knows how to be considerate. Wang Sheng was all too aware of the implications, his chest heaving with rage, his eyes glaring fiercely at his wife. He longed to explode, but in the next moment, Lin Dong tossed him a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Here today a supply. His fury was doused significantly, and he nodded eagerly. Thank you, thank you. Since the cleaning isn't finished, Xiao you can continue. I shall not disturb you. In that moment, Wang Sheng's focus was solely on the food and water. After closing the door, Shen Wanyue hurriedly adhered to the maid's code and knelt down. You see, your husband is here not for you, but solely for food, Lin Dong remarked with a chuckle. Shen Wanyue lowered her head further, feeling a pang of sadness, yet it was not as overwhelming as she had anticipated. It seemed she was gradually becoming accustomed to staying with Lin Dong. Upon returning home, Wang Sheng hastily consumed the bread, his expression fierce. He knew his wife well, and her demeanor just now was indicative that Lin Dong had once again ensnared her. This filled him with furious contempt. You wretched woman, after just one night, you are already so obedient? I suspect you have longed to be with Lin Dong. He thought to himself, this cannot continue. I must devise a way to seize all of his food. With this thought in mind, Wang Sheng quietly slipped out. Chapter 8. Everything is chaotic. Rules are in ruins in the safety corridor of Building 5. Many survivors from the building had gathered, and Wang Sheng felt a chill creep over him. There were fewer than 100 living souls in the entire building. Most had perished from freezing, starvation, or poisoning. Wang Sheng ascended to the highest step and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is dire. We must unite. Yesterday, our entire community ventured to the underground garage for a trading event, only to be robbed by Liang Meng, which has left no one daring to venture there again. Our lives will only become more arduous. Therefore, I propose that the few of us still alive form an alliance, sharing resources and interests to collectively confront this crisis. A frown appeared on someone's face. Don't just spout empty words. We are all hungry. How can we share resources? Wang Sheng had already prepared a response. I believe our first course of action should be to send one able-bodied individual from each household to form a security team. We will begin on the first floor, room 101, prying open doors to search for supplies. Any home devoid of living occupants will have its resources collected. If Liang Meng dares to kill, we cannot remain passive. Relying solely on the garage's security door will not suffice. Thus, our resource collection team must act collectively. Even if we encounter Liang Meng, we need not fear, for there are only 3 of them against over a dozen of us. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They had been frightened by Liang Meng's murderous actions yesterday, but they had forgotten that their adversaries numbered only 3. United, they had nothing to fear. Another individual posed a question. How will we divide the resources we collect? All members of the security team will share the spoils equally. A woman inquired, What if there are no able-bodied individuals in my household? It is just my daughter and me. My husband is likely dead from poisoning outside. An elderly woman chimed in. Yes, I believe your distribution method is flawed. My partner and I are both over 60, and we can hardly move. What shall we do? It would be best if the resources you acquire were distributed to every household, prioritizing the elderly. A glint of malice flickered in Wang Sheng's eyes. You old hag, do you wish to partake without contributing? Before he could finish, a middle-aged man grew displeased. Why should I care about your survival? We will proceed as Wang Sheng suggests. Only those who contribute shall receive food. If you are unwilling to contribute, then you might as well wait for death. Wang Sheng couldn't help but mentally applaud this statement. The moment these words escaped his lips, chaos erupted, and accusations flew. What kind of talk is that? You're taking advantage of us. Don't think we women are easy to bully. We can hold our own. Just look at yourself. You are hardly a sight for sore eyes." The middle-aged man's face darkened as he suddenly seized the loudest protesting woman by the head, slamming it against the wall. Again and again, blood splattered. The pressures of survival over these past days transformed into primal instincts, and the man, with a vicious countenance, brutally killed the woman. This shocking scene left everyone paralyzed with fear, and the men exchanged glances as if a dam had burst, unleashing chaos. "Brothers, seize all these women. Keep the pretty ones and dispose of the old and ugly to avoid wasting food." With a sweeping gesture, the tumultuous battle began. Wang Sheng was left bewildered, questioning how the situation had escalated to such madness. In his plan, once the security team was formed, he could threaten Lin Dong for food, thereby rescuing his wife. He had underestimated the depths of human depravity. With his timid nature, he could only cower and flee home in panic. The entire Building 5 devolved into a hellish nightmare, with the brute strength of men manifesting. Those armed wielded their tools, while the unarmed resorted to fists. Women, deemed unappealing, were mercilessly beaten to death. "No, let me return home. My daughter is still waiting for me." "Murder. Luli, I will report you, Help. I will not eat anymore. Please do not strike me. I beg you." The wails echoed endlessly. Shun Wanyue turned to Lin Dong, puzzled. "Master, it seems there is a ruckus outside. What is happening?" Lin Dong dismissed her concern. "What does it matter? You need only focus on your duties. The rest is not for you to fret over." Finally, after several minutes, several bloodied men stood in the corridor, exchanging wild glances, each wearing a frenzied grin. "From now on, this Building 5 will be under our control." The first man to take action was named Zhu Feng. As soon as he spoke, he garnered the approval of the other men. "Hey, where's Wang Sheng? Where did he run off to?" someone suddenly inquired. Zhu Feng glanced around and waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. He has probably fled home. I suggest we start prying open doors one by one from today onward, capturing all the beautiful women we find. We will collectively manage any food we gather and distribute it evenly. Since that coward Wang Sheng dared to escape, he forfeits his share. If we encounter him, we'll deal with him accordingly." Luli approached with a lewd grin and said, "Brother Zhu, you might not know, but Wang Sheng's wife is the flower of our Building 5. She is incredibly beautiful. How about we capture her first?" Upon hearing this, several men's eyes lit up, clearly having long coveted Shun Wanyu. Zhu Feng smacked Lu Li on the head. "You fool, it's freezing cold. And you're still thinking about playing around? Are you not afraid of becoming an ice sculpture? First, we need to focus on food. Once we're full, we can chop up some furniture to burn for warmth. At that point, none of the women in this building will escape our grasp." Everyone nodded in agreement. It had been several days of apocalypse, and each of them was starving. The cleansing of Building 5 commenced, but it was not an isolated incident. Liang Ming had set a precedent for all the men in the Jia Yuan community. In other buildings, men had begun to band together, scavenging for food and seizing women, creating utter chaos. In Building 3, Unit 403, Ling Shui lived alone. She was a female streamer who enjoyed snacks, having hoarded quite a collection, allowing her to endure longer than others. However, her doomsday was approaching. In Building 3, a group of over 20 men had formed a robbery team, prying open doors one by one, with predictable results. Peering through the peephole, Ling Shui witnessed the door of Unit 401 being forced open. The man inside, wielding a knife, attempted to protect his wife, but was brutally beaten to death. They then set fire to the furniture and began to assault the women. Even with the soundproof door, Ling Shui could hear the heart-wrenching screams of the women, causing her to tremble in fear. What should she do? Ling Shui believed herself far more beautiful than that woman. If these men discovered her, her fate would undoubtedly be far worse. Suddenly, she recalled the man she had encountered in the underground garage yesterday. He claimed to live in Unit 301 of Building 5. She needed to find a way to seek his help. Chapter 9. Ling Shui seeks help, a skyward leap? Ling Shui saw the chaos outside. It would not be long before they came to pry open her door. She rushed to the balcony. Fortunately, it had not snowed again today. Carefully sweeping the snow off the window, she opened it and leaned out. The distance between her Building 3 and Building 5 was not great, merely over 20 meters apart, and through the window, she could see Lin Dong's balcony. Without hesitation, she began throwing various items from her home in an attempt to alert Lin Dong by breaking his window. However, being a frail woman, her aim was terribly inaccurate, and after numerous failed attempts, her impatience grew. Hurry, I must hit it. Finally, a bottle of skincare product struck the glass with precision, producing a loud sound without shattering it. Lin Dong, who was instructing Shun Wan Yu on her duties, noticed the commotion. He stepped onto the balcony, frowning as he looked out and spotted Ling Shui waving to him. Come save me. They're about to break in. Her voice was loud, quickly attracting the attention of others. Hey, did I just hear a woman's voice? One of the men engaged in the assault in Unit 401 questioned. A robust man, Zhang Dejun, was sitting on the couch smoking, his eyes sharpened as he turned to the door, sensing the sound originated from this floor. Boss. The voice came from Unit 403. That place has a woman. A subordinate quickly reported. Zhang Dejun extinguished his cigarette and stood up slowly. Let us pry open the door and see. I'm curious who she is calling for. A subordinate pointed to the nearly lifeless woman on the ground and asked, What about her, boss? Looking at the woman who was already losing consciousness, Zhang Dejun sighed. Haven't you all seen a woman in ages? We finally encounter one, and you kill her so quickly? The number of women will only decrease from here on out. The subordinate chuckled sheepishly. Don't blame us. It's just that she is too weak. All right, next time we find a decent one, take your time. Zhang Dejun waved his hand and led his men to Unit 403. Pry it open. Kachak. The sound of the door being forced open sent Ling Shui into a panic, and she called out to Lin Dong for help. They're coming. Please save me. Lin Dong, however, remained unfazed, crossing his arms with a smile. Save you? Do you know what you'll have to give in return? Ling Shui was speechless, her eyes reddening. The situation was dire, and this man still had the leisure to tease her. I'll be your girlfriend if you save me. But Lin Dong slowly shook his head. I don't need a girlfriend. Ling Shui felt numb. Then what do you want? At that moment, Shun Wan Yu, dressed in a specially designed maid outfit, gracefully approached Lin Dong. This scene left Ling Shui utterly stunned. Wow, is this some sort of thrilling game? Is she not afraid of the cold? Lin Dong smiled, gently stroking Shun Wan Yu's hair, and turned to Ling Shui. I can save you, but the cost will be the same as hers. Kachak. The door was soon pried open, and Zhang Dejun and his men rushed in. Finding Ling Shui pleading for help on the balcony, surrounded by various posters and photos of her, showcasing her perfect beauty and figure, which excited all the men. Brothers, we've hit the jackpot. She is truly a gem. They exclaimed. How did I never notice such a beautiful woman in our building before? Wait, this is a female streamer. Look, she even has streaming equipment. Hearing the lewd laughter behind her, Ling Shui felt tears welling up. Please don't come any closer. Zhang Dejun stepped forward, hands in pockets, approaching the balcony. Beautiful lady, just come with us peacefully, and I assure you, I'll ensure they treat you well. Ling Shui was terrified, her legs trembling. She didn't believe a word from this man. The cries of the woman from Unit 401 echoed in her mind, filled with terror and pain. Turning to Lin Dong, she saw Shun Wan Yu crawl back inside, and Lin Dong appeared to be preparing to close the window and return indoors. In utter despair, Ling Shui finally shouted, I'm willing to do anything. Just tell me what to do. I'll do whatever she did. Staying with this man might be her only hope, if caught by the men in the building. Who knew how many would be involved? She would surely die. Shun Wan Yu smirked slightly, a new recruit. Huh? Who are you calling for help? Singde Yun Quistint. Closing in on Ling Shui. Just as his large hand reached for her, a young man from across the building suddenly climbed out the window, preparing to leap. What was he doing? Planning to commit suicide? But the next moment, with a loud crash, Lin Dong propelled himself forward, leaping across the gap between the two buildings and landing on the balcony of Unit 403. Holy crap! Zhang Dejun exclaimed, and, just then, a size 44 foot connected with his face, sending him flying backward into a crowd. Are you all right, boss? One of his men gasped. My back is about to break. Who kicked the boss? Damn, a flying human? Lin Dong landed steadily, feeling slightly surprised at his own strength. He had only just reached level 6, yet he was capable of such feats? He had suddenly felt an urge and, by some instinct, leaped over. The system S currency, over 20 meters of air travel. Ling Shue's mind was on the verge of crashing as she stared blankly at Lin Dong, who had suddenly appeared before her. How'd he get here? Zhang Dajuan struggled to rise, a hint of fear in his gaze as he regarded Lin Dong. Yet, with more than 20 men armed with knives at his side, he felt a surge of courage. Kid, are you trying to play the hero in a rescue act? Don't you see how many of us there are? Brothers, let's finish him off. With his command, the men swiftly drew their kitchen knives and other implements, preparing to eliminate Lin Dong. Come on, I was just about to test my destructive power. Lin Dong grinned wickedly, licking his lips, and chose not to use his gun. Instead, he clenched his fists and struck the nearest man with a fierce blow. Crack! The punch was immensely powerful, shattering the man's skull like an exploding watermelon. Blood and flesh splattering across the faces of those nearby, some even caught unaware, swallowing the gruesome remnants. The scene left everyone in shock, halting them in their tracks, eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Lin Dong. Zhang Dajuan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Good heavens, he truly is a Superman. What kind of destructive force is this? Ling Shui felt the warm blood on her face and fainted, her vision turning white. Lin Dong, equally astonished by his own fist, picked up the fallen man's knife and coldly smirked at the remaining assailants. Ladies and gentlemen, your courier has arrived to deliver your demise. Lin Dong's words echoed like a devil's whisper. Run! Someone shouted, and the newly formed group descended into chaos, all scrambling toward the exit. Zhang Dajuan sprinted the fastest, but with over 20 people trying to squeeze through a narrow door, escape proved far from easy. Lin Dong, unfazed by their disorder, brandished the knife and began to unleash a brutal onslaught. With each slash, limbs flew in all directions, turning Ling Shue's home into a hellish nightmare. Soon, only half of them managed to escape. As Lin Dong exited room 403, he noticed the corridor was utterly deserted and discarded the bloodied knife. In room 401, the woman, gasping for breath, struggled to crawl to the door, pleading for Lin Dong's help. He glanced at her. She was somewhat attractive, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s. And if it weren't for the apocalypse, she would still possess some allure. Unfortunately, she was beyond saving, likely experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity before death. Please, save my daughter. The woman gazed at Lin Dong, her eyes filled with desperate hope. Not interested, Lin Dong replied curtly, preparing to leave. The light in her eyes dimmed further as she raised her head and slammed it against the floor, life slowly ebbing away. She managed to utter a few words that momentarily halted Lin Dong's steps. Jiangcheng KG University. Before she could finish, she breathed her last. Jiangcheng KG University? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, curiosity piqued. This was the very institution his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Yufei, attended. He surveyed the woman's lifeless body side and stepped into her home, where her husband lay lifeless in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in death. Before long, Lin Dong discovered a family photo, his eyes lighting up. The woman's daughter was stunning, radiating youthfulness, with adorable dimples when she smiled. Lin Dong estimated her to be at least of campus belle caliber, likely surpassing Shun Wanyue in beauty, making her an ideal candidate for a maid. He learned the girl's name, Chun Yunqi, a 19-year-old sophomore student at Jiangcheng KG University School of Media. Excellent. Once I gain the ability to escape, I shall visit Jiangcheng KG University. I hope she remains unharmed or unscathed. And Zhao Yufei, you better not have met a grim fate. After securing Chun Yunqi's photo, Lin Dong returned to room 403 and roused Ling Shui from her stupor. Ling Shui opened her eyes groggily, only to be met with the sight of Lin Dong, drenched in blood, amidst the carnage of her home. Ah, Lin Dong slapped her. What are you screaming for? It's deafening. Finally regaining her senses, Ling Shui looked at Lin Dong, trembling in fear. Let's go, follow me. Lin Dong rose and headed outside. Ling Shui gazed at the corpses scattered around the room, feeling nauseated, her legs turning to jelly. However, Lin Dong had already exited, prompting her to crawl quickly after him. Staying there was no longer an option. This time, Lin Dong did not leap dramatically from the building, but instead opted for the stairs, intending to return via the underground garage. Once outside, Ling Shui encountered the corpse of the woman from room 401, a wave of sadness washing over her. In this apocalyptic world, a woman's fate was often reduced to two outcomes, either relying on a powerful man or being tormented by a group of men, with no other possibilities available. The notions of dignity, chastity, and moral values held little weight against the force of power. Contemplating this, Ling Shui felt grateful to have followed Lin Dong. Otherwise, her fate would have been far worse than that woman's. Suddenly, she realized many things, and a newfound strength surged within her, prompting her to hastily catch up with Lin Dong. As the two reached the underground garage, they overheard voices. Damn it, these people are somewhat clever. Forming teams in every building. We didn't manage to rob a single thing. Liang Meng, nursing a bruise on his head, wore a frustrated expression. Earlier, he had led two brothers to raid another building, but encountered a fierce resistance from over a dozen men, barely escaping with their lives. He had not anticipated that his own act of violence would incite fear among others, leading to the current predicament. Zhang Peng's arm was dislocated, and he gritted his teeth, asking, "Boss, what shall we do next?" "How the hell should I know?" Liang Meng snapped. He was genuinely at a loss. It seemed that the building they were in was also starting to unite against them, putting the three of them in a precarious position. Just as Zhang Peng was about to say something, he suddenly heard footsteps and quickly turned to look. "Who is it?" Lin Dong, having noticed them, replied nonchalantly, "Just passing by." Ling Shui recognized them and quickly hid behind Lin Dong, afraid of being seen. Passing by? Liang Meng was taken aback. Given their notorious reputation in the community, he couldn't believe this kid had the audacity to confront them. Zhang Peng, however, noticed the woman behind Lin Dong, and his eyes brightened. "Boss, this is the woman on the ID card. It's her." Liang Meng immediately grew excited. "Really? What a stroke of luck. After getting humiliated today, to stumble upon such a beauty here. Our fortune isn't bad at all." Saying this, the three men approached her. Ling Shui was terrified and tried to hide her face with her hat. "Don't hide. Gorgeous. Let me take a good look at you," Liang Meng leered, reaching out to grab Ling Shui's face, seemingly oblivious to Lin Dong's presence. Slap! Lin Dong expressionlessly swatted his hand away. "Are you blind? Can't you see there's a man here?" Liang Meng recoiled in pain, finally taking note of Lin Dong. Although Lin Dong was tall and appeared strong, they were three ruthless men who had killed before. Zhang Peng, noticing the blood on Lin Dong, frowned, sensing something was amiss, but chose not to voice his concerns. They could kill, and so could others. The blood was just excessive. "Kid, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to kill. If you hand the girl over to me, I'll spare your life." Liang Meng grinned maliciously. Lin Dong sighed. "I'm in a hurry. If you insist on approaching, don't blame me." With that, he struck out with lightning speed. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed, and only after a second did Liang Meng and his companions feel the excruciating pain, all collapsing to their knees, clutching their groins, drenched in cold sweat. "Ah, damn it. You have no honor. Shit, am I going to die from this? Did something break?" Ling Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration. This man was indeed formidable. Lin Dong turned to her, suddenly pulling out a golden desert eagle from his pocket and handing it to her. "You deal with them." "What?" Ling Shui was taken aback. "Let her kill 100,000. Perhaps it would not be too difficult. But to slay 3 living individuals, is that not a cruel task? Hurry up. If you wish to be my maid, you must possess the capability to take a life. I do not support the useless." Having said this, he forcefully thrust the gun into her hands. Chapter 11. Survival in the Apocalypse. Mastering the art of killing, the Golden Eagle gun felt heavy in her hands, accompanied by the chilling touch of the metal. Ling Shui instantly comprehended that this was no toy. It was genuine. The muzzle must be directed at a person. Your index finger rests on the trigger, and your hand must be steady, Lin Dong patiently instructed. Ling Shui's face was filled with reluctance. Yet when faced with Lin Dong's piercing gaze, she dared not retort. Seeing Ling Shui aiming the gun at him, Liang Meng initially thought it was a toy and couldn't he help but sneer. "You vile wench, who do you think you're scaring? I was not raised to cower in fear." I will remember you. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will show you my prowess. Ling Shui was taken aback, her fear evaporating instantly, replaced by a surge of fury. Lin Dong whispered in her ear, "This is a scumbag. Pull the trigger." Ling Shui bit her lip until it nearly bled. Though she was filled with rage, the thought of taking a life still caused her resistance. "Ha ha! You cowardly wench. Are you not going to shoot? Afraid, are you? Do not worry, I have a gun here too. Soon you will have her chance of fire." Bang! Suddenly provoked, Ling Shui pulled the trigger, the deafening sound reverberating through the underground garage as Liang Meng's head exploded. Oh! Zhang Peng and another henchman were terrified, unable to feel any pain as they scrambled to escape in a state of panic. Ling Shui stared blankly at the corpse before her hands trembling uncontrollably. She recalled the woman from room 401, who had no power to resist and was tortured to death by a group of men. This was the ability he had given her to fight back. She must master it swiftly. Otherwise, her fate might mirror that of that woman. It must be said that Ling Shui's mindset shifted rapidly. She immediately pursued Zhang Peng and fired again. Bang! As Zhang Peng was crawling forward, this shot merely grazed his thigh, causing him immense pain. "Do not kill me, please." Bang! 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 One miss was not enough. She continued to shoot until Zhang Peng was reduced to a sieve. "All right, he is dead." Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction and reclaimed the gun. Once she regained her senses, Ling Shui slowly accepted the reality of her actions. The nausea she'd been holding back overwhelmed her, and she turned aside to vomit profusely. Lin Dong, meanwhile, approached the last henchman. "Big brother, dear sir, no, you are my dearest uncle. Please do not kill me. I can be your dog. I will bite whoever you command. Spare my life." The henchman was reduced to tears, his trousers soaked. Lin Dong frowned and shot him in the head without hesitation. "Men like him are not worthy to serve me." He then patiently awaited Ling Shui to finish vomiting. After a considerable time, having exhausted her stomach, Ling Shui approached him with reddened eyes, wanting to say something, but too intimidated to speak. "Let us go home." Lin Dong continued towards Building 5. While Ling Shui gazed at the corpses on the ground, including the one Liang Meng had killed yesterday, her resolve began to solidify. She must live on with strength. The men in Building 5 were unaware of Lin Dong's approach and did not encounter him. Upon entering, Ling Shui was astonished. The dining table was laden with a variety of seafood feasts and beer, fragrant rice steaming in the air. The room was clean and tidy, infused with the scent of smoke and a faint aroma, and most importantly, it was warm. "What is happening?" Upon seeing him return, Shen Wanyue immediately approached to pay her respects. "Welcome home, master," her voice dripping with sweetness. Ling Shui then caught a glimpse of Shen Wanyue's face and was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. "So stunning. Yes, this is the new maid. Ensure she understands the rules. I do not tolerate mistakes." Lin Dong nodded and sat down at the dining table to begin his meal. "Understood, master." Shen Wanyue replied and turned her gaze to Ling Shui, equally surprised by her beauty. What a gorgeous woman! Her figure and demeanor surpassed my own. A sense of crisis surged within Shen Wanyue. She must seize this opportunity to establish her authority and not allow Ling Shui to usurp all of the master's affections. "Follow me. Let's get you cleaned up," she said, leading Ling Shui toward the bathroom. Ling Shui nodded dazedly, trailing behind her. But after taking just a few steps, Shen Wanyue halted, glaring at her with a stern expression. "Upon entering this door, you become the master's maid. The first rule of being a maid, without the master's permission. Do not stand." Ling Shui was taken aback by the other's fierce demeanor. She contemplated storming out, but recalled her earlier ordeal and the gun in Lin Dong's hands. "I am sorry." She bit her lip and mimicked Shen Wanyue's posture. As Lin Dong enjoyed the shrimp that Shen Wanyue had peeled for him, he nodded in approval. It seemed that the new maid was adapting quite well to her new identity, worthy of commendation. In the bathroom, Shen Wanyue helped Ling Shui wash up, and the two women remained silent. "Sister, why is it like this here? Do not ask what you should not. Have reverence for the master, or you will not know how you met your end," Shen Wanyue replied with a heavy sigh. Ling Shui fell silent, unable to comprehend what Shen Wanyue had endured to become this way. Shen Wanyue observed Ling Shue's figure, her sense of crisis intensifying, and her grip tightened. It nearly caused Ling Shue to faint from the pain. Sister, when do you think we will be rescued? Ling Shue could not help but ask. Shen Wanyue paused, a sigh escaping her lips. Do not speak of such things in the future. By encountering the Master, we have already received our salvation. Do you not realize the fate that awaits women like us without a master? Ling Shui remained silent. She was acutely aware, having witnessed it just half an hour ago. From now on, you will live well here with me. Your morals can be discarded. Surviving is far more important than anything else. Shen Wanyue advised her once more, then began to outline the Maid-S rules, causing Ling Shui to blush profusely. Half an hour later, Ling Shui emerged from the bathroom, following Shen Wanyue. Master, she's all cleaned up. Lin Dong had just finished his meal and tossed a shrimp in front of her. Well done. This is your reward. Shen Wanyue beamed with delight. Thank you, Master. Ling Shui watched with envy. In this apocalypse, to have warm shrimp to eat was simply marvelous. Lin Dong turned to her, gradually revealing a smile. Maid 2, Ling Shui, system rating, 85, current strength, level 1, maid outfit. Nun Lin Dong examined the system panel data, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed that not all streamers on Douyin relied solely on beauty filters and high-tech talent. How delightful. Chapter 12. Roll, and roll some more. The situation in Jiyuan community had grown increasingly dire. Each building had its own king, forming violent organizations reminiscent of the underworld, dominating the entire structure. Women had become their playthings, and throughout the day, there were instances of individuals unable to bear the humiliation, choosing to leap from heights, leaving human-shaped depressions in the snow below. This was not even the worst of it. Due to the deep snow providing some cushioning, those who jumped did not die immediately. Most found themselves buried in the snow, either suffocating or silently awaiting their demise from poison, with cries and wails echoing endlessly, assaulting the senses. In Building 5, Zhu Feng gathered over a dozen individuals inside to allocate supplies. Today, our harvest was quite impressive. We pried open 23 doors, acquiring 10 packs of noodles, 3 large barrels of mineral water, 2 cartons of cigarettes, and 14 packs of instant noodles. Zhu Feng was quite pleased, as these supplies had primarily been retrieved from homes of the deceased, grateful that they had perished on the very first day of the apocalypse without wasting resources. Just a day's bounty was sufficient for them to feast for 2 days. In addition to supplies, they had also captured over 20 young women. So the brothers should not hold back tonight. As soon as the words were spoken, the dozen or so men comprising the guard team were filled with excitement. With food, drink, and women at their disposal, this was not the apocalypse. It was akin to paradise. One of the younger members asked, Boss, when shall we go and capture Wang Sheng's wife for some fun? The women we seized today can't compare to her beauty. The others echoed in agreement. Indeed, boss. She is truly a gem. The sooner we capture her, the sooner we can indulge. Last month, during Wang Sheng's wedding, I caught a glimpse of his wife from a distance and even secretly took several photos for my screensaver. I always hear you speak of her, but I've never seen her. Is she truly that beautiful? Why would I deceive you? She is as stunning as any actress on television. As the saying goes, a satisfied stomach breeds desire. Previously, everyone was too busy dealing with hunger to entertain such thoughts. But now that they were well fed, with an abundance of discarded clothes and furniture to keep warm, they could not let the notion that men are mere creatures of desire go unchallenged. Even Zhu Feng was intrigued. All right, let a few brothers keep an eye on these women. The rest come with me downstairs. Zhu Feng recalled seeing an exceptionally beautiful woman in the elevator on the 3rd floor, her alluring black stockings accentuating her long legs, igniting a similar yearning within him. In room 301, Lin Dong was comfortably reclining on the sofa, indulging in dessert. Come, master, enjoy these grapes, Ling Shui said with a charming smile, delicately placing a grape between her luscious red lips. Wretched girl, how can you be so skillful? Shen Wanyu seethed, her teeth gritting in envy. Truly, she is a professional streamer, employing every seductive tactic to perfection, and I am instantly overshadowed. I cannot allow this to continue. I will lose my favor. Contemplating her predicament, Shen Wanyu reached for the red wine on the coffee table. Master, please enjoy this wine. She took a gentle sip, but as she prepared to set the bottle back down, it slipped from her grasp. Oh no! In a moment of sheer reflex, Shen Wanyu caught the bottle just in time. The scene unfolded swiftly, yet Lin Dong noticed a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Sister, your reflexes are remarkable, Ling Shui exclaimed. Damn it, why didn't you let it fall? Then Master would have lost interest in you. Clearly, an unspoken rivalry had begun brewing between the two women. Shen Wanyu stared at her hand in disbelief, astonished by her own speed. Even in a pre-apocalyptic state, she had never exhibited such quickness. Soon, she regained her composure and placed the wine back on the table, bowing gracefully. Master, the maid nearly made a mistake. Please punish me. She smiled sweetly as she looked up. Lin Dong was speechless, wondering if her punishment was genuine. Within just a day, she had exhibited a remarkable transformation. Have you noticed your changes? Lin Dong inquired, propping his chin up with amusement. Shen Wanyu pondered her newfound strength, realizing that since the afternoon, she had felt her strength multiplying, inadvertently breaking chopsticks and crushing teacups, feats previously unimaginable. Could it be the power bestowed upon me by my master? She mused, elated. Although she had aligned herself with Lin Dong, whose resources were ample and strength formidable, she still harbored fears of being a vulnerable lamb without him. But now, she possessed newfound power. Lin Dong nodded. As long as you fulfill your duties as a maid, your strength will naturally follow. Strive diligently. He had certainly noticed the subtle competition between the two women. If their time together were not so brief, they would likely be embroiled in a fierce rivalry akin to the drama Zhan Huan Zhuan. Let the competition unfold. Growth comes from rivalry, and in the end, I shall be the one to benefit. With Shen Wanyu now at level 2, endowed with strength and speed surpassing that of an adult male, he pondered where her limits might lie. Shen Wanyu excitedly bowed. Yes, master. Her mind raced, realizing that her appearance and methods paled in comparison to Ling Shui's. To secure her master's favor long-term, she would need to carve her own path. Ling Shui, still in a fog, had just joined and had yet to experience the surge of power, feeling as though the two were engaging in some arcane ritual. However, this did not hinder her from acting coy. Master, I too desire strength. Lin Dong, growing impatient with the flirtation, was about to grant her power when he suddenly turned his gaze toward the door, a slight frown creasing his brow. After a moment, the two women heard hurried footsteps approaching. Prepare for a show, Lin Dong whispered to the two women. It's dull being cooped up indoors. It's exciting to have someone looking for trouble. Unexpectedly, the visitors were not seeking him. Wang Sheng, open the door, don't hide in there. I know you're home. Zhu Feng banged heavily on the door of room 302, his tone menacing. Upon hearing the commotion, Shen Wanyu remembered her husband, her emotions swirling in complexity. Am I being too brazen? How could I, who pride myself on being part of the elite class, willingly serve another man while married? She instinctively slapped her own face. Shen Wanyu, you already have a master. How can you still think of your husband? You are truly despicable. Chapter 13. Once again betrayed by her husband. Shen Wanyu went mad. Lin Dong watched in astonishment, unable to suppress a thumbs up. Truly a social elite. Her adaptability to this new role is astonishing. Look at how fully she has embraced her new identity. In room 302, trembling with hunger and fear, Wang Sheng quaked at the sound of the knocking. You have the wrong person. I am not Wang Sheng. The men outside paused, then erupted into laughter. How amusing. I never realized Wang Sheng had such a sense of humor. Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing. He is a corporate executive, a wealthy man earning hundreds of thousands a year. This shows he is relatable. I see. In literary terms, this is called deafening one's ears to steal a bell, right? Zhu Feng chuckled for quite some time before banging on the door again. Quit hiding, Wang Sheng. Open the door. We need to talk. If you don't comply, don't blame us for being rude. Boys, get ready to pry the door open. Upon hearing pry the door, Wang Sheng panicked even more. This security door was his last line of defense. If it were breached, anyone could come in and bully him. Don't pry. I'll open it. Wang Sheng hurriedly unlocked the door. Zhu Feng couldn't help but sneer. This is your idea of a corporate executive? A few threats, and he crumbles. What a waste of such a beautiful wife. Ah, brothers, what brings you here? Wang Sheng forced a smile. Zhu Feng shoved him aside, and the others filed in, glancing at the bags of bread and bottles of mineral water scattered about, as well as the wedding photos adorning the walls, unable to suppress their wicked grins. Looks like you're living quite well, Director Wang. Where's your wife? Wang Sheng continued to force a smile. My wife. She went back to her family before the snow. She's not here. One of the men stepped forward and slapped him on the head. Stop pretending. I saw your wife at the underground parking lot during the transaction meeting a few days ago. Hand her over, or we'll be forced to visit your bedroom. Zhu Feng's eyes fell on the wedding photo of Shan Wanyu, radiant in her white wedding gown, and he felt a growing itch of desire. Director Wang, we are civilized individuals who prefer to engage in civilized dealings. Here's the deal. Let your wife come out to entertain us, and you can join our ranks, earning half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of water daily as compensation. What do you say? He was eyeing Wang Sheng's cheap labor. Although he didn't appear physically strong, he was still a man. Wang Sheng was infuriated. You're exploiting me worse than I am at work. You wanted to help you break in and steal, and you want my wife too? Just half a loaf of bread a day? You are the worst. At least Lin Dong doesn't make me do anything and gives me a whole loaf. Brother, it is not that I am unwilling. It is simply that my wife is not at home. Zhu Feng's face began to show impatience. Are you so ungrateful when I am being generous? The others kicked open the bedroom door and searched the entire house, yet they could not find a trace of Shan Wanyu. Zhu Feng drew a half-section of steel pipe from behind and struck Wang Sheng's leg with it. With a crack, Wang Sheng's leg broke, and he fell to the ground, howling in agony, clutching his leg, tears streaming down his face. Speak, where have you hidden your wife? If you do not tell me, I shall break all your legs. Wang Sheng was utterly terrified. He pointed outside without hesitation. Brother, please do not kill me. My wife is in 301. At Lin Dong's place. Oh, you really know how to play? Sending your wife to someone else first? Zhu Feng and the others were taken aback. At that moment, Shan Wanyu, who had already given up on life, opened the door at Lin Dong's signal, glaring coldly at Wang Sheng. Upon seeing his wife emerge, Wang Sheng immediately pleaded for help. Xiao Yu, save me. Zhu Feng and the others looked up, and everyone froze in place. At that moment, Shan Wanyu was dressed in a thick down jacket that reached her calves, concealing her alluring figure, yet her face was fair and clean, even adorned with delicate makeup. Under the candlelight, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, the small portion of her smooth calves was clad in thigh-high stockings and towering heels, with a collar around her neck. Any man witnessing this scene would be overwhelmed with excitement. Before Zhu Feng and the others could fully process their excitement, Ling Shui also appeared, dressed similarly to Shan Wanyu, except for her purple fishnet stockings and cat ear headband. The arrival of both women made all the men present swallow hard. Shortly thereafter, Lin Dong emerged, dressed in a black hoodie, with the two women instinctively standing behind him. In an instant, hatred surged. Zhu Feng's first reaction was, how can he not be cold? However, the allure of the two women's beauty and attire was so captivating that he quickly overlooked this detail and stepped forward, sneering at Lin Dong. Kid, how come I've never seen you before? What do you do? Lin Dong smiled and touched his nose. Oh, I'm just a delivery man. A delivery man? Zhu Feng chuckled. The world has indeed changed. Even a delivery man can possess two extraordinary women, while I, the boss of an entire building, can only entertain the likes of common courtesans. I am the boss of Building 5. Seeing your physique, why not join me? Rest assured, I will ensure you're never hungry. Of course, these two women will belong to all of us. Do you have any objections? In his perspective, with so many people on his side, this kid would surely be intimidated. However, Lin Dong shook his head and chuckled. You are mistaken about one thing. They are not women. What do you mean? They are maids. Zhu Feng was speechless. What difference does that make? In Lin Dong's eyes, the distinction was significant. It is indeed a lavish game, but please speak plainly. Is that acceptable? Lin Dong turned to the two women. What about you? Do you wish to go over? Both women naturally shook their heads in unison. In light of this, Zhu Feng's eyes flashed with malice as he suddenly raised the steel pipe and swung it towards Lin Dong's head. Crack! However, A delicate white hand suddenly reached out. Gripping the cold steel pipe, it was Shen Wanyu. Zhu Feng was momentarily stunned. Yet, Shen Wanyu suddenly let out a cold laugh. Exerting force with her arm to snatch the pipe away, and retaliated with a strike that caused Zhu Feng's head to burst open. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that a seemingly delicate woman could incapacitate their leader. Zhu Feng, known for his strength on construction sites, was not a feeble opponent. Shen Wanyu gazed at the quickly congealing blood on the steel pipe, momentarily dazed. This was her first act of murder. Yet soon, she charged towards the others with the pipe in hand. Were it not for her master, given Wang Sheng's cowardice, she might have become a plaything for these men. The outcome would surely be death. Since she did not wish to die, they must meet their end. Damn, are we afraid of a woman? Brothers, let us attack together. Before long, Shen Wanyu found herself besieged, but due to her exceptional physical prowess, the outcome remained uncertain. Ling Shui watched in excitement and sweetly lit a cigarette for Lin Dong, saying, "Master, I also want to kill." Chapter 14. The Maid's Subtle Thoughts. Lin Dong nodded and handed her the golden eagle. Remember not to cause any friendly fire. Upon receiving the gun, Ling Shui felt she had grasped the essence of power, raising the weapon and firing. Bang! A man attempting to sneak up on Shen Wanyu from behind fell to the ground instantly. This scene left everyone in shock. A gun! They were all law-abiding citizens, still stuck in the era of cold weapons. How could one wield a gun? Run! The men were instantly terrified, scrambling towards the door. However, Ling Shui demonstrated what it meant to hold the line, blocking the door with her gun and shooting anyone who approached, the gunfire relentless. The entire Jia Yuan community heard the gunshots, and everyone grew tense. Did I hear correctly? That was undoubtedly gunfire, the sound of a handgun, equipped with 357 Magnum bullets. What kind of ears do you have to discern that? Just kidding. I am the king of chicken dinners. Do not speak. Let us listen to which building the sound is coming from. It is coming from the southern side, but it is uncertain which building. Damn! Which ruthless person dares to play with guns? This is trouble. 2 minutes later, the gunfire ceased. In 302, aside from Wang Sheng, everyone else lay dead, either shot or brutally beaten to death by Shen Wanyu, the steel pipe now bent. The two women exchanged glances, a spark of excitement and madness flashing between them. One wielded a gun, the other raw strength, could they? But a mere glance at the composed Lin Dong, radiating a terrifying aura that could crush anyone, extinguished all their little thoughts in an instant. Snow Maid, come with me to check the supplies they have collected. Moon Maid, I leave this to you. Lin Dong flicked away his cigarette, but pocketed the gun Ling Shui had handed him, and turned to ascend the stairs, with Ling Shui following closely behind. At this moment in 302, the couple exchanged glances. Wang Sheng was utterly terrified. In just one day, his wife, who previously could not even twist off a bottle cap, nearly decapitated someone now. The contrast was indeed overwhelming. Xiao Yu, after finally seeing his wife, wanted to say something but found his words stuck in his throat. Shen Wanyu, with blood from others still staining her face, coldly stared at him, her grip tightening around the steel pipe. Wang Sheng, we are married. As a husband, you have repeatedly sent me away. Are you still a man? Faced with his wife's accusation, Wang Sheng could not find the words to explain, only weeping profusely. Xiao Yu, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Xiao Yu, while Lin Dong is not here, could you steal some food for me? I'm so hungry. Believe me, once I am full and regain my strength, I will fear no one. I will protect you well and ensure no one. Shen Wanyu could no longer listen. He even wanted her to help him steal from their master. Raising the bent steel pipe, she brought it down heavily. Bang! Instantly cracking open her husband's skull. One strike was not enough. Shen Wanyu continued to strike, the sound echoing repeatedly, until Wang Sheng's head was completely shattered. Shen Wanyu finally gasped for breath, discarding the pipe, and wept over the now bloodied and shattered wedding photo. After crying for a while, Shen Wanyu wiped the blood from her face with reddened eyes. An overwhelming wave of nausea surged forth, and she began to vomit right there. The quiet corridor echoed only with their footsteps, while Ling Shui anxiously glanced at Lin Dong's back, feeling a twinge of fear. Just earlier, Both she and Shun Wanyu had harbored their own little thoughts. She wondered if their master had noticed. If he had, she would surely be in trouble. In truth, Lin Dong had indeed noticed. The murderous intent in the eyes of both women had been impossible to hide, yet he chose to ignore it, even feeling a sense of anticipation. You ought to entertain me, or else the impending apocalyptic existence will be unbearably dull. Ever since I was kicked out, my heart has grown as cold as the fish-slicing knife that has languished in the Daruen Fa for over a decade. These two exquisite beings are merely playthings to me, trifles for amusement. Upon reaching the 17th floor, I overheard a conversation. Damn, the gunfire moments ago seemed to have emanated from our building. What are Lao Zhu and his crew up to? How should I know? Could something have gone awry? Damn it, I'm feeling a bit frightened. Should we close the door? Close it and get ourselves killed? There's a fire burning inside. Do you want to suffocate us? Just then, Lin Dong arrived at the doorway, startling the group momentarily. Upon seeing Ling Shui behind him, they couldn't help but swallow hard. However, the ketchup smeared across this stunning woman's face was rather alarming. Is this the new fashion trend for the year? Which building do you hail from? What brings you here? Lin Dong noticed several boxes of supplies piled nearby and turned to Ling Shui, instructing her to take them back, lest they go to waste. The group's demeanor shifted instantly. Are you deaf? I asked where you came from, and you dare to touch our belongings? Before they could finish their retort, they fell silent as Lin Dong brandished his firearm. What? This kid possesses a gun? The man leading Zhu Feng's group immediately donned a smile. Ah, little brother, what is this all about? We bear no ill will toward each other. How about we settle this amicably? Just leave a pack of instant noodles for each of us, and you can take everything else. Lin Dong contemplated silently before holstering his weapon. The group collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Dong seized a hammer from the shoe cabinet and struck the man's head with it, creating a gaping hole. He put away the gun, finding its noise too disruptive and likely to disturb others' rest. Lin Dong has always prided himself on being a civilized citizen. Bang! The group stood no chance against Lin Dong. They couldn't even graze his clothing before their skulls were shattered in mere moments. As he struck, he muttered incessantly. Firstly, if I claim it as mine, then it is unequivocally mine. Secondly, I dislike being referred to as little brother. Ling Shui watched in awe as her master displayed extraordinary prowess. Last time, when he wreaked havoc in her home, she fainted. This time, she was finally able to witness his skills, akin to a martial arts master in a television drama, moving with effortless grace and delivering decisive blows. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of fear. Had she not been cautious, she might have perished alongside the others. After dispatching the remaining individuals, Lin Dong heard commotion from the bedroom. Upon inspection, his brow furrowed in dismay. Inside were over 20 women abducted by Zhu Feng's crew, all huddled together, disheveled and unwashed for days, emitting a foul odor. Upon seeing Lin Dong and the corpse behind him, a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. You are Lin Dong, the delivery man residing in our building? It's him. Wonderful. Lin Dong, have you come to rescue us? Finally, salvation has arrived. Those brutes killed my husband and strangled my son. Let me out. I will make them pay. The women surged forward, eager to desecrate the corpse. Lin Dong stepped aside, observing intently, and ultimately sighed in disappointment. There were no beauties here, not even one scoring above 80. This trip had been in vain. These women had either lost their husbands and children to men or had been subjected to their humiliation, thus harboring deep-seated anger as they vented their frustrations. Ling Shui stood aside, grateful once more for encountering Lin Dong. Once their anger subsided, the women noticed the accumulated supplies, and their stomachs growled in hunger, prompting them to rush forward. Ling Shui, witnessing this, dashed ahead, stretching her arms to block their path. These supplies belong to my master. You are not permitted to take them. The women, observing Ling Shui's rosy complexion and cleanliness, even catching a whiff of her subtle fragrance, were consumed with jealousy. Why should it belong to you? These items were stolen from my home by those men. They belong to me. Exactly. Can the two of you consume all of this? You must share with us. Dressed like a streetwalker. How shameless. I propose we all refrain from fighting. We are all women, and women should not bully other women. Young lady, step aside. Ling Shui, exasperated, looked to Lin Dong for assistance. Master, give me the gun. I will take care of them. These individuals are too much. After saving them, they are still unsatisfied and seek to rob us. Lin Dong smiled, moving through the crowd to the supplies. With a mere glance, Ling Shui obediently knelt and presented herself, forming a makeshift seat. This scene left all the women dumbfounded, internally cursing Ling Shui for her shamelessness. Desiring to eat? Not a problem. Each of you must answer me one question. If I am satisfied, each will receive a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Lin Dong casually crushed a packet of noodles. The women exchanged glances. Lin Dong's ability to dispatch those men indicated he was not to be trifled with. They could not afford to offend him. So go ahead and ask. It's quite simple. Do you know any clean and beautiful women? Each of you must recommend one to me, providing her name and address, ensuring she does not fall short of your own standards. As he spoke, he caressed Ling Shui's hair. A maid? One or two will not suffice. Naturally, the more the better. The women were taken aback. What? This is merely a lecture. With such a stunning servant, is that not enough? It's no different from a madam at a nightclub. An average-looking middle-aged woman immediately raised her hand. I know one. She lives in our building, room 302, named Shen Wanyue. She is very beautiful. The other women, hearing this, felt a wave of panic. Damn it. That old woman got ahead of us. Shen Wanyue's reputation in Building 5 is quite formidable. However, Lin Dong shook his head. That one doesn't count. I've already taken Shen Wanyue. Suggest another. The middle-aged woman was left flabbergasted. The women began racking their brains for ideas. And a woman appearing to be in her 30s, sharp-witted, stepped forward confidently. She was the HR manager of a company, thus possessing a certain level of intelligence. She quickly discerned that the kneeling woman appeared vibrant, indicating she was well-fed and well-rested. This indirectly confirmed that Lin Dong's living conditions were excellent. With ample resources, one would have no worries under his care. This meager amount of supplies would only last a day or two at best. Consequently, she boldly stepped forward. I know someone. She resides in Building 5, room 1704, named Li Xiaoyan. Lin Dong's eyes brightened. There's indeed a gem in this building. I never noticed her before. However, the other women stared in disbelief. Xiaoyan, are you referring to yourself? Li Xiaoyan, brimming with confidence, asserted. Indeed, I am speaking of myself. Lin Dong's previously gleaming eyes turned icy once more. Damn it, are you toying with me? This woman's flat chest and round face barely scores 60. No more than that. Seeing Lin Dong's unsavory expression, Li Xiaoyan hastily exclaimed, Don't judge me by my current state. It's merely because I haven't tea-bathed or applied makeup. Once you allow me to freshen up, I promise I will not be inferior to those alluring vixens. Ling Shui, incensed, retorted, You are the one who is an alluring vixen. Lin Dong waved his hand. You are far too unattractive. You do not qualify? I can qualify. Li Xiaoyan remained confident. Let me tell you, you were merely a delivery man before, never having tasted finer things. I can understand why you would be enamored with this vixen. However, I, Li Xiaoyan, am not comparable to her plastic face. Once you accept me, I guarantee I will serve you well. Are you attempting to manipulate me? Lin Dong felt a chuckle rising within him. Did he not recognize whether Ling Shui had undergone surgery? What was your previous occupation? I was an HR manager at a company. No wonder. Your speech carries a tinge of insincerity. Lin Dong, suddenly struck by a thought, revealed a mysterious smile. Excellent. You are granted an opportunity to serve as my trial maid. Should you perform well, you may ascend to a permanent position. The prospect of a trial did not satiate Li Xiaoyan's ambitions. Yet after some consideration, she acquiesced, recognizing it as a chance to captivate Lin Dong and ultimately oust that seductive interloper beneath her. This would allow her to enjoy his resources exclusively. Her supervisory role had been attained through such cunning. Upon witnessing this, other women began to offer themselves, yet each one was a mere shadow of desirability, scoring a pitiful 50, 40, or even 30 points in attractiveness, which left Lin Dong utterly bemused. Is this a joke? You could easily be my mother. Spare me the trouble. One among them, Xia Qingyu, a local star, was named by a woman who was clearly straining to contribute. Lin Dong's expression darkened. Even without being a fan, he was aware of Xia Qingyu's fame as a triple threat star in film, television, and music, the pride of Jiangxing, the dream goddess of countless men. Do you know her? Do you know where she resides? I do not know. A sudden gunshot rang out, and her head exploded, sending the others sprawling in terror. I shall reiterate, I require an address, not mere names to placate me. Lin Dong's tone was chilling. His unexpected act of violence caused the women's previous bravado to wilt, as they recalled that he was a man capable of eliminating rivals and possessed a ruthless disposition. With the lesson learned, the remaining women pondered their responses seriously, refraining from any deceit. However, after half an hour, less than half provided valid names and addresses. None from their community. Lin Dong duly rewarded them with instant noodles and bottled water. Enough, I am weary. Time to return home. He yawned, instructing Ling Shui and Li Xiaoyan to gather the remaining provisions, leaving the others to languish in hunger. He had no inclination to concern himself with their fates. Upon reaching the third floor, Shan Wanyue had finished purging and cleaning up the bodies, including that of her husband. Master, Shan Wanyue was taken aback. She understood his bringing home another woman, but why one so unattractive? Chapter 16. Bullying in the Workplace? Li Xiaoyan, upon seeing Shan Wanyue, could not suppress a disdainful snort. Raising her proud head, just wait, once I apply my makeup, I will undoubtedly outshine you all. This is the new trial maid. You both assist her in tidying up and instruct her in the rules, Lin Dong commanded before retreating to his bedroom. He retrieved a map of Jiangxing and marked the information about the beautiful women he had just gathered, planning a simple itinerary for a potential travel guide. Look, Donggu truly makes for an ideal travel companion. Li Xiaoyan, upon entering, was struck by the warmth of the room. Come, let us first get you cleaned. The master appreciates cleanliness, Ling Shui said, begrudgingly leading her to the bathroom, puzzled as to why the master would take in such an aged and unattractive woman. After a refreshing bath, Li Xiaoyan unapologetically seized Shan Wanyue's cosmetics to adorn herself. Observing her calmly seated while applying makeup, Shan Wanyue frowned. Did I not instruct you? In this house, one must kneel without the master's permission. Li Xiaoyan glanced at the closed bedroom door, scoffing. What is there to fear? He is not present. The two women exchanged glances. This newcomer was not only unattractive but also headstrong. Their confusion regarding the master's intentions deepened. An hour later, clad in new attire and thick makeup, Li Xiaoyan transformed entirely, regarding Shan Wanyue and Ling Shui with disdain. You wretched hags, prepare to be obliterated by my beauty. Approaching the bedroom door, she knocked. Master, the alluring maid awaits your favor. Both women turned away in disgust. Lin Dong opened the door, locking eyes with Li Xiaoyan's fervent gaze. Is this it? To be fair, her makeup skills were commendable, a testament to the artistry of Asian beauty techniques. Her round face had been sculpted into an oval, her small eyes transformed into captivating orbs, and her previously rough skin now appeared smooth and refined. Yet, it was hardly enough to capture his interest. You will sleep in the living room with them. Remember the rules, he said before closing the door with a resounding thud, nearly striking Li Xiaoyan's nose. Shan Wanyue and Ling Shui stifled laughter. Now you've met your match, they thought, amused at her predicament. One could question the master's intellect, but not his taste. Li Xiaoyan stood dazed before the door, bewildered. What given the right? I am a carefully selected flower from the company. The young and beautiful receptionists always compliment me, and even the boss sneaks off with me when his wife is away. How dare this delivery boy belittle me? Fuming, she contemplated knocking again to confront Lin Dong, but recalling his volatile temperament and possession of a firearm, she hesitated. Enough of these thoughts. Focus on cleaning the house. Be grateful he chose to keep you, Ling Shui advised, curling up at the foot of the sofa to sleep. You all. Li Xiaoyan glared at the remnants of food scattered around, exasperated. All this time, she had bullied others in the workplace, and now she found herself on the receiving end. It was utterly absurd. Yet what could she do? She had no choice but to comply, lying down in the opposite corner of the sofa. At midnight, rewards were once again distributed, one of which was a 5-level increase in strength. Without a second thought, he opted for enhancement. Now at level 11, Lin Dong performed a one-handed handstand on his bed. I am truly formidable now. With a sense of satisfaction, he drifted into slumber. The entire 301 fell silent. However, the residents of Jiyuan community struggled to find rest. The sudden gunfire had instilled a sense of peril among the leaders of various buildings. Building 2, we must identify the shooter. If they remain concealed, our positions are far from secure. Building 6, gather a few people. Tomorrow morning, let us visit the underground garage and meet with the other buildings to convene a meeting. We must ascertain the whereabouts of the gunman. A consensus emerged across the buildings. The shooter must not be allowed to remain at large, and firearms must be firmly in their own hands. In a room within Building 14, a woman clad in athletic attire was engaged in a challenging yoga pose, testing her arm strength and balance. She possessed a superb physique, her form a blend of grace and strength, her long legs perfectly straightened, and her well-defined posterior alluringly accentuated. With her hair simply tied back, her delicate features and sharp features radiated determination. At that moment, a sheen of sweat adorned her brow. Were it not for her resolute gaze, one might pity her. Had Lin Dong been present, he would have surely given her a thumbs up. I once believed Ling Shui to be unrivaled. Yet here stands someone equally formidable. Whose subordinate is she? The woman maintained her pose effortlessly for 30 minutes, then rose, rubbing her mildly sore arms, a satisfied smile gracing her face. I fear no man now. Jiang Zhu reveled in her current state. Once a yoga instructor specializing in posture correction for women, she was disciplined and maintained an impeccable physique. On the first day of the apocalypse, she had inadvertently encountered the toxic snowflower on her way home from work. Upon discovering that the toxic snowflower could lead to festering boils and even death, Jiang Zhu was so frightened that she hurriedly fled home, terrified not only of dying but also of the horrific manner of her demise. However, upon returning home, Jiang Zhu did not develop boils like others. Instead, she was struck by a high fever, her temperature soaring above 40 degrees Celsius. Miraculously, in her fever-induced stupor, she managed to endure, and after 3 days, her fever subsided. Yet, her body underwent some remarkable changes. She found that she was no longer afraid of the cold, and her strength had significantly increased. Previously, she could only sustain a certain set of movements for a few minutes before becoming breathless, but now she could effortlessly maintain them for 30 minutes. A testament to her enhanced physical condition. A few days prior, chaos erupted in Building 14, and the strikingly beautiful Jiang Zhu naturally became the preferred choice for all the men. Nevertheless, she exhibited no fear, wielding an iron rod with ease, subduing all the men in the building. Consequently, Building 14 recorded the lowest death toll in the entire community, and she emerged as the queen of that edifice. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the night, causing Jiang Zhu to frown. Who could possibly be visiting at this late hour? She donned her down jacket to conceal her impressive figure and opened the door to find a young man standing outside, one of her admirers. Sister Jiang, earlier, someone from another building sent word that we are to gather tomorrow for a meeting to discuss the gunman situation. Jiang Zhu furrowed her brows slightly. She too was concerned about the gunfire. After all, despite her newfound prowess, she was not impervious to bullets. All right, Chapter 17, The Master-S Warning. The Building King's meeting after agreeing, Jiang Zhu prepared to shut the door, but the young man hastily blocked her path. Are you looking to get yourself killed? Jiang Zhu's expression soured. She had already dealt with all the men in the building, yet someone still dared to provoke her. The young man quickly withdrew his hand, a hint of fear evident in his demeanor, and awkwardly chuckled. Sister Jiang, I didn't team it like that. My cat could do backflips, and I wanted to invite you over to see. Just to sit, nothing more. Such a stunning beauty, even with her formidable combat skills, could still attract numerous admirers. And this young man was no exception. If he could win Jiang Zhu over, it would elevate his status. How ridiculous! Jiang Zhu scowled, shutting the door firmly. At 2 in the morning, the entire community was eerily quiet, yet Li Xiaoyan was wide awake. She tossed and turned, unable to comprehend why Lin Dong did not find her appealing. Was it possible he was lacking in that regard? Yet the other two women radiantly glowed. It was inconceivable that he could be inadequate. She pondered endlessly, never once considering that the issue lay with her. I cannot let this stand. I must secure Lin Dong and drive those two women away. Li Xiaoyan's thoughts began to churn, and under the cover of darkness, she quietly rose and stealthily approached the bedroom. Her movements were so light that the two women remained oblivious. But Lin Dong suddenly heard a noise and couldn't help but smirk. This woman was truly courting disaster. Li Xiaoyan gently twisted the bedroom door open, revealing a narrow gap. Before her head could fully enter, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The tripwire Lin Dong had set up was triggered the moment the door swung open, pulling the trigger, and the bullet was instantly discharged. Li Xiaoyan, unaware of Lin Dong's meticulous precautions, was struck fatally, blood splattering the room. Her eyes wide with disbelief as her body collapsed heavily to the ground. What happened? The sudden gunfire startled the two women awake, and they quickly scrambled up to switch on a flashlight. Upon seeing Li Xiaoyan's lifeless body, they froze in shock, a cold sweat breaking out. What is going on? Nothing. Just dispose of this fool's corpse and clean the house before morning, came Lin Dong's indifferent voice from the pitch-black bedroom. Understood. The two women replied hastily. They hoisted Li Xiaoyan's body and hurled it out the window, then boiled water to begin scrubbing the floor. After a considerable time, Ling Shui quietly remarked, was she planning to enter the master's bedroom to be killed? A wave of fear washed over her. Earlier that day, she had heard Shen Wanyue say that the master forbade them from entering his room, yet she had contemplated sneaking in while he slept. It was fortunate she had been too exhausted to follow through. Shen Wanyue, her face stoic, nodded. She was pondering even more deeply. While changing water in the bathroom, she quietly voiced her speculation. I suspect Lin Dong is warning us. Huh? What do you mean? Last night, we both had some unwholesome thoughts about Lin Dong, and he must have sensed it. However, he did not show any reaction, indicating that he's indifferent to whether we might betray him. Yet he still allowed that foolish woman to enter, likely anticipating that Li Xiaoyan would breach the rules, which is why she met her end. Lin Dong's message is clear. Betrayal is possible, but one must be prepared for the consequences. It's either his death or ours. Ling Shui was taken aback by Shen Wanyue's deductions. How sinister. One could only commend the elite societal instincts. Shen Wanyue had essentially deciphered Lin Dong's intentions. He indeed anticipated how the maids might betray him, but he also preemptively warned them. Should they choose treachery, they must be fully prepared. Otherwise, it would lead to death. In this apocalyptic scenario, while others struggled against the heavens, Lin Dong believed his strength would only grow, rendering conflict with the heavens meaningless. Engaging in human strife was far more intriguing. It must be said, this warning carried immense weight, extinguishing the last flicker of Shen Wanyue's trepidation. Ling Shui hastily shook her head. I will not betray the master. I am his most loyal maid. Is that so? Shen Wanyue shot her a sidelong glance, smiled, and resumed cleaning the bloodstains without further comment. The two women labored until 4 in the morning, finally opening the windows for ventilation, spraying perfume, and meticulously inspecting the premises to ensure no traces of blood or the scent of death remained before they could rest peacefully. At 8 in the morning, Lin Dong arose, enjoying a delightful breakfast served by the two women, and in the process, he helped elevate Ling Shui to level 2. After the upgrade, Lin Dong, puffing on a cigarette, gazed curiously out the window. How strange. Why is it so quiet today? In the past few days, the moment dawn broke. The community had been filled with sounds of smashing and screams, but today was unusually tranquil. Shen Wanyue, observing the now sleeping Ling Shui, felt a twinge of envy and nudged Lin Dong's pant leg. Master, this morning I noticed people from other buildings gathering downstairs. They must be discussing something in the underground garage. Is that so? Lin Dong nodded, rising to his feet and nudging Ling Shui. Stop sleeping. Hurry up. We're going to join the fun. Ugh, but I want to sleep well, master. Look at how frightened she is. She is practically on edge. In the underground garage, the rulers of each building had gathered, a bonfire crackling between them. Jiangzhu sat atop a large Mi Su-7 vehicle, bundled in a thick down jacket. listening to their mutual suspicions. Building 7. What is going on? Where are the people from buildings 3 and 5? Are they looking down on us? Building 6. When I sent someone to notify them yesterday, I found Building 5 locked up. No one answered despite persistent knocking. Building 3 has a leader named Zheng Dajuan, who said he wouldn't be coming. Building 10. What does that mean? Are we to assume the gunman is hiding in one of those 2 buildings? Building 8. That is a possibility. Building 11. Why are we wasting time guessing? Have you not noticed that the ruler of Building 14 is a stunning beauty? As this statement echoed, everyone's gaze shifted toward Jiang Zhu, their eyes lighting up. Even clad in a down jacket, Jiang Zhu's delicate features stood out, making her appear strikingly out of place among the rugged men. Beside Jiang Zhu, several men revealed enigmatic smiles upon hearing someone tease their leader. Go ahead and court disaster. Provoke Sister Jiang and see if she doesn't make you all weep. Once they resolve their issues, Building 14 would be able to accept supplies from the other side, thereby increasing their chances of survival. Jiang Zhu noticed all the men staring at her with arrogant expressions and slowly rose to her feet. What? Do you think I'm an easy target just because I am a woman? With that, she stomped her right foot heavily, causing the Rice Su-7 to be completely dented, and the airbag burst. Chapter 18. Your gun is fake, mine is real goodness. Everyone was startled by her powerful kick. What kind of strength is this? That is a vehicle. Even a burly man would need to jump to kick a dent. This young lady managed to puncture the airbag with just one kick. No wonder she could dominate an entire building. She truly possesses remarkable strength. Jiang Zhu's subordinates were at a loss, mourning internally, while their sister Jiang was undeniably strong. She could be rather straightforward. By intimidating so early, others were too afraid to act. How could they seize the opportunity? Must she be so naive? Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, as Jiang Zhu wasn't one to hold back. They had come to this meeting of their own accord. Building 7 chuckled, indeed. A woman of strength, sister. You are impressive. With that brief interlude concluded, the crowd resumed, discussing the whereabouts of the gunman. However, after much deliberation, they could not ascertain which building he was in. At that moment, the king of Building 2 stood up, a smug smile on his face. Enough of this guessing game. Gentlemen, surround them all. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen men from Building 2 swiftly formed a circle around their 100 or so captives. Building 7 furrowed its brows. Tian-E, what do you mean? Are you declaring war on us all? Tian-E laughed heartily, pulling a silver handgun from his pocket. I initially intended to interact with you all as a mere ordinary person, but all I received was suspicion. No more pretense. I am a gunman, and I am laying my cards on the table. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, and chaos quickly ensued. Jiang Zhu's brow furrowed deeply. Since the gunman had revealed himself, she would take advantage of the ensuing turmoil to eliminate him and seize his weapon. Everyone silence. Tian Yu it. Indeed, under the threat of the gun, even the most fearful among them fell silent. Building 8 interjected, Tian-E, stop trying to scare us. That gun must be fake. Tian-E grinned maliciously as he approached, aiming the gun at the man's forehead. Is that so? Why not try it for yourself and see if it is real? Cold sweat broke out on the man from Building 8, for the icy sensation on his forehead suggested the possibility of it being genuine. He dared not gamble with his life. No, I believe you. Seeing everyone quiet down, Tian-E was very pleased with the current state of affairs. His gun was indeed fake, an imitation purchased online, crafted from metal, indistinguishable from a real firearm. His intention to instill fear was clearly motivated by ulterior motives. Stepping into the center of the crowd, he cheerfully declared, Dear neighbors, today I am voluntarily exposing my identity, not for any other reason, but to request your assistance with supplies. Building 2 is impoverished. We have scoured our entire building and found nothing to eat. Thus, I must resort to this. Now, if you wish to live, each building must provide me with half of your collected supplies, and I will let you go. Building 11 scoffed. What a beautiful thought. Half the supplies? That's no different from asking for our lives. A glimmer of malice flashed in Tian-Yi's eyes, prompting one of his subordinates to strike the man on the forehead with a knife. The others were furious, but at Tian-Yi's pointed gun, they quieted down. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? If I had to take them by force, it would be more than just half. The various building representatives began to ponder their predicament, weighing whether to confront Tian-E. With so many of them, even if Tian-E had excellent marksmanship, he could not possibly kill them all, yet some would undoubtedly perish. The question remained, who was willing to die? These subordinates, though labeled as such, were merely part of a collective interest group. Faced with a threat to their lives, they had no intention of charging in a battle for one another. So what now? Tian-E observed the crowd's contemplation, his smile growing ever more arrogant. His actions were akin to walking a tightrope. Should anyone resist, they would soon discover his gun was fake, and their fate would be dire. Yet, he had a keen understanding of human nature. Those present valued their lives above all else and dared not gamble. Fortune favors the bold, and this aptly described Tian-Yi's current state. The underground parking lot fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking echoed from a distance, causing everyone to involuntarily shift their gaze. Soon, 3 figures came into view. While the man in the center went unnoticed, the crowd's attention was fixed on the 2 women behind him. Today, Shun Wan Yu donned a white trench coat that reached her calves, barefoot in red-soled heels, her neck adorned with a collar, her hair tied into a ponytail, with cat ears atop her head, exuding a cool and commanding aura. Conversely, Ling Shui wore a black trench coat of the same length, sheer stockings, and high heels. Her hair elegantly pinned up, topped with a little devil headpiece, her makeup strikingly alluring. Gasps of awe escaped everyone simultaneously. What stunning women! Jiang Zhu's pupils contracted. Were they not cold in such little clothing? Were they like her, mutated and endowed with superhuman abilities? The moment Tian-E laid eyes on the 2 women, he felt invigorated. They belonged to me. Oh, it seems I arrived late. Lin Dong flashed a harmless smile, surveying the crowd before finally resting his gaze on Jiang Zhu. What a beautiful woman. From her position, she is the king of the building, isn't she? However, this was not the most significant detail. What truly captivated him was that, in his eyes, Jiang Zhu bore several characters above her head. LV3. Goodness, what is her situation? How does she possess a level? Could it be that she was a superhuman or an awakened one, endowed with extraordinary power to be displayed by the system? All right, she is mine. Where did you come from? Tian-E approached with a grim expression. Lin Dong shyly scratched his head. Oh, I'm the leader of Building 5. I heard you all were having a conference of building kings, and didn't he invite me? So I came on my own. The 2 women exchanged glances, impressed by their master's performance. One would genuinely believe him to be an innocent young man. Oh, you arrived just in time. Tian-E suddenly raised his gun, aiming it at Lin Dong's forehead. These 2 women belong to me. Divide your supplies with me, or I'll take you down. Lin Dong feigned innocence. Wait, big brother. I just got here, and you want to take me down already? Stop wasting time. Get them over here and kneel before me. Do you want to die? Being so close to the 2 women, Tian-E felt his excitement reaching a breaking point. Lin Dong shrugged. It's not that I don't want to comply. It's just that your gun is fake. With that, he swiftly drew out a golden desert eagle, thrusting the barrel directly into Tian-Yi's mouth. It seems mine is the real deal. Chapter 19. I love watching beautiful women fight young woodsmen. Did you drop this golden handgun, or was it this silver one? Or perhaps it belongs to my master, the unyielding gun? Ling Shui provided timely commentary, causing Lin Dong to chuckle. Yet the others were not laughing. 2 guns had suddenly appeared in the community. Which one was real? Or perhaps both were? A heavy silence settled over everyone. Unbeknownst to them, Tian-E was aware that his was fake. Whether the other was genuine remained a mystery to him, but he knew his was not real. He too valued his life and dared not take risks. His earlier audacity relied on the assurance that no one else possessed a firearm, but now another gunman had emerged, and he felt intimidated. Now, with a gun pressed against his throat, Lin Dong dared not move an inch. He was uncertain whether Tian-Yi's weapon was real, yet he remained utterly composed. Even if it were genuine, Lin Dong was confident that he could eliminate his opponent the moment Tian-Yi's finger twitched. What is the matter? Care to wager with me? Let us see whose gun is real. However, with Tian-Yi's mouth effectively sealed, how could he respond? Sweat streamed down his forehead, his eyes filled with desperation, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, a warm rush unexpectedly flowing between his legs. Damn, I'm speaking to you, And you dare to wet yourself? How rude. Bang. Lin Dong, visibly displeased, fired a bullet that pierced Tian Yi's throat, exiting through the back of his skull. He then casually seized Tian Yi's silver pistol, crushing it effortlessly. It turned out to be a fake. He should have mentioned it earlier. Tian Yi's lifeless body seemed to protest. How could I say anything with the barrel pressed against me? The gunshot startled everyone, revealing that the true gunman was Lin Dong, causing chaos to erupt instantly. Bang! Bang! Lin Dong fired 2 shots into the air. What are you all making noise about? Quiet down. These shots proved far more intimidating than Tian Yi's threats, prompting everyone to instinctively crouch down, covering their heads and bowing low, behaving like obedient miscreants. Lin Dong strode into the crowd, and at the opportune moment, Ling Shui retrieved a cigarette for him to smoke, while Shen Wanyue produced a lighter to ignite it. Both women were quite considerate. Ahem, it seems everyone is present. I won't waste much time. Hand over all your supplies. I have a penchant for nuclear-level resolutions and do not favor unnecessary bloodshed. Boom! The crowd felt as if their heads were about to explode. MMP. While Tian Yi left some supplies for them, this newcomer demanded everything without hesitation. This was a clear threat to their lives. Building 8. This young brother. Bang! The leader of Building 8 was shot in the head. I dislike being referred to as Little Lin Dong. He blew on the muzzle of his gun. I've spent the first half of my life being called Little Lin or Little Dong, and it's quite tiresome. The others were left numb. This fellow was unpredictable and exceedingly difficult to deal with. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Lin Dong's expression soured. Why the silence? It makes me feel like I'm the one oppressing you. Don't be so reserved. Speak freely. The crowd replied in unison. I believe your nonsense. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Send a few of your people to gather the supplies, so I don't have to waste time searching each one of you. Yet no one dared to move. The situation was such that they neither wished to comply nor take the lead. Hey, ignoring me makes me feel quite awkward. Lin Dong's expression darkened, preparing for a massacre. At that moment, Jiang Zhu could no longer hold back and stood up. You've gone too far. You want our supplies? Fine. Dare to fight me? If she wins, the supplies are yours. If you lose, well, you'll be eliminated. Hope flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. Jiang Zhu's combat prowess was well known, and the gunman's arrogance stemmed purely from possessing a weapon. In a fair fight, she could easily take him down. Lin Dong flashed a mysterious smile. All right, I find it hard to refuse a lady's request. Saying this, he aimed his gun at Jiang Zhu. You mean? No guns allowed. Jiang Zhu hurriedly interjected. How foolish. You would use a gun against a woman? Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, amused that she was dictating the rules of their duel. Nevertheless, he smiled and holstered his weapon. At that moment, Ling Shui stepped forward. Master, allow me to face her. Having finally gained strength, she was eager to test her capabilities. You? Lin Dong regarded her quizzically. You're level 2, and she's level 3. You might lose. If I lose, Master will have a punishment for me. Don't worry, Master, I won't lose. Ling Shui declared confidently. Shen Wanyue dutifully propped up a bench, while Lin Dong reclined, smoking nonchalantly. Ladies, you will first engage in a match. If you win, you may challenge me. Jiang Zhu, serious and focused, approached Ling Shui. As 2 beautiful women prepared to clash, the others, though fearful, couldn't help but gaze upon the rare spectacle. Defeat me, and you'll earn the right to face the master, but you won't have that chance. How shameless. With that, both women lunged forward. Jiang Zhu struck first, catching Ling Shui off guard. Zulfust. She quickly tilted her head, barely evading the punch, countering with a knee strike, which Jiang Zhu met head-on. The 2 exchanged ferocious blows, each strike powerful enough to leave imprints on the ground. The crowd could hardly contain their astonishment. Wow, these 2 are incredible. It seems either could easily defeat me. Those from Building 14, who had previously placed their faith in Jiang Zhu, now felt their confidence wane, their worldview challenged. How could all these women be so strong, making it difficult for men to thrive? As the battle intensified, beads of sweat flew off their bodies. This is interesting. Let us see more. Jiang Zhu, fueled by adrenaline, increased her assault. This was a dire situation for Ling Shui. Her level was inferior and lacking practical experience. She was reduced to throwing wild punches, all of which Jiang Zhu expertly blocked. Weighed down by her burdens, she was nearing exhaustion. I cannot humiliate myself before my master. Ling Shui gritted her teeth and persevered, but ultimately, she was no match for the seasoned opponent. Jiang Zhu landed a kick to Ling Shui's calf, causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground, immediately locking her in a joint hold. Let me go! Let me go! Ling Shui saw Lin Dong's mocking gaze and was filled with dread. Yet, Jiang Zhu's strength was overwhelming, and she couldn't escape the hold. All right, you've won. You have the right to face me, Lin Dong declared, stepping in for Ling Shui. Jiang Zhu then stepped back, panting as she regained her composure, aware that the man would be even stronger than the woman and that she had to tread carefully. Master, I'm sorry, Ling Shui immediately knelt by Lin Dong's side. Looking pitiful, having entered the battle with confidence, she was now utterly humiliated. Lin Dong, expressionless, rose, his tone chilling. You will receive a fitting punishment when we return. Chapter 20. The cold, icy fish slapped chaotically against the face. Ling Shui trembled uncontrollably, while Shen Wanyue observed her, equally distressed. Ling Shui's abilities were comparable to hers, yet she had still suffered defeat, which truly exceeded her expectations. Jiang Zhu noticed Lin Dong's involvement, took a deep breath, and prepared to speak, only to spot a steel pipe at her feet, quickly picking it up. I'm a woman. Using a weapon is perfectly reasonable. I assent it? Lin Dong chuckled. Suit yourself, then it's acceptable for me to use a weapon as well. Don't worry, I want to use a gun. Jiang Zhu was infuriated. This man was utterly oblivious, failing even to show courtesy to a woman. Lin Dong glanced around, suddenly reaching into Shen Wanyue's down jacket collar, and to her astonishment, pulled out a frozen fish. Yes, a frozen fish. It appeared to be a Mayu fish. He tapped the frozen fish with his finger, nodding in satisfaction. He had always wanted to test just how effective a frozen fish could be, and now he could finally verify it. Jiang Zhu's expression turned peculiar. Are you surnamed Gao? Lin Dong shook his head. No, my surname is Lin. Jiang Zhu was speechless, her small face turning serious as she gripped the steel pipe tightly. Shall we begin? Jiang Zhu nodded, and in the next moment, Lin Dong seemed to vanish before her eyes. Huh? Where did he go? An overwhelming terror engulfed her, suddenly. She felt a sharp slap on her backside. Not bad. It seems you work out regularly, Lin Dong's voice echoed behind her. Jiang Zhu. When did he appear behind me? Without a second thought, she swung the steel pipe backward, but it merely struck air as Lin Dong reappeared behind her. The disparity between level 11 and level 3 was immense. She could barely catch a glimpse of Lin Dong's shadow. Moreover, Lin Dong was unconcerned with any concept of mercy. Raising the frozen fish high and bringing it down forcefully on Jiang Zhu's left arm. Crack! Ah! Jiang Zhu cried out in pain, her veins bulging and cold sweat pouring down. The onlookers gasped, unable to suppress their breaths, as they witnessed her arm being brutally shattered and twisted outward. What a Sigma male! He truly shows no mercy towards women. Oh, I apologize. I miscalculated my strength. Are you all right? Lin Dong said awkwardly. Go to hell. Jiang Zhu roared, her remaining right hand swinging the steel pipe, but Lin Dong was swifter. With another crack, her right arm broke as well. Simultaneously, the tail of the frozen fish snapped off. It seems this variety isn't sturdy enough. Perhaps I'll try carp or silver carp next time, Lin Dong mused. Stroking his chin, Jiang Zhu was in tears, both arms fractured, writhing on the ground in unbearable agony. Master is impressive, Ling Shui flattered, only to receive a light smack on the back of her head from Lin Dong. The others, witnessing Jiang Zhu's plight, turned pale. Damn, is this man a superhuman? What kind of game is this? With your strength and a gun, why not rob someone else instead of us? Discarding the fish's tail, Lin Dong sat down. Jiang Zhu, filled with rage, shame, and pain, struggled fiercely with her powerful legs but found herself unable to escape. You despicable man, how dare you humiliate me like this? Everyone, she has lost. You must bring all your supplies to me. I give you half an hour. If you fail to comply, I will visit you one by one. He declared. Oh, and bring the women you've captured for me to inspect. Also, place all your control knives here for safekeeping. I'm a person who values security. I cannot sleep with weapons in your hands. The crowd exchanged glances, and despite their disbelief, they complied, discarding their weapons and scrambling back to gather supplies. They had no choice. This fellow wielded a gun and could fight, and with the snow outside blocking their escape routes, they were cornered. The young men who admired Jiangzhu looked at her contorted face with complex expressions, gritting their teeth before fleeing. Nothing was more important than their lives. Once everyone had left, Ling Shui approached with a grin. "Master, you are truly formidable." Shen Wanyue sighed, "Little piglet. Do you think you can rely on cuteness to plead for mercy? That's unrealistic." Indeed, Lin Dong looked at her indifferently. "Go back and bind yourself in the bathroom. You won't eat for a day. I'll release you tomorrow." Ling Shui was taken aback. "What kind of punishment is that?" She returned, bewildered. Lin Dong patted Jiangzhu on the back. "Don't be stubborn. Once we get home, I'll take good care of you." Jiangzhu was furious. "What do you mean by stubborn? I want to remember." Soon, people from various buildings came down, carrying boxes, and supplies piled up like small mountains. Lin Dong was quite satisfied with the abundance of resources. Everyone was obedient. Of course, some must have hoarded supplies, but he couldn't be bothered to investigate. After all, he prided himself on being a good citizen. How could he deny others a chance to survive? "Hey, brother, all the supplies in our community are here except for Building 3. With so many items, do you need help moving them to your home?" Someone approached, bowing slightly. He was clever, trying to gain Lin Dong's favor through hard work, hoping to secure his life. With his lead, several men rushed over, offering assistance. "No need. My maid can handle it alone." Lin Dong smiled, pointing to Shen Wanyue. He then rummaged through the supplies, collecting all the cigarettes, flashlights, and power banks. It didn't take long. A single box sufficed. The crowd stared in astonishment. "What does this mean? You only want these? If you had said so earlier, we would have handed them over without the scare. We thought you wanted food." At that moment, a line of women was brought down, and upon seeing the mountain of food, they swallowed hard. "Brother, all the women from our buildings are here. Please take a look." Lin Dong examined each one, quickly becoming disappointed. They were all disheveled and unkempt, hardly presentable. "Alas, it seems we must leave soon. Come and eat. Each of you looks pale and emaciated." He suddenly addressed them. The women exchanged glances. Shen Wanyue was taken aback. Has the master changed his ways? Is he really this kind-hearted? Can we really eat? Someone asked timidly. Lin Dong nodded. With his approval, the starving women pounced on the food like ravenous wolves, tearing open packaging and devouring their meals. Most had not eaten their fill in a long time. Had it not been for their remaining value, they might have perished long ago. The men grew anxious. This was their food, albeit taken from these women. As the women neared the end of their meal, Lin Dong cheerfully asked, "Are you all full?" They nodded in unison. "Since you're full, then come here. These things are yours." Lin Dong pointed at the control knives on the ground. The women obediently picked up weapons, staring blankly at Lin Dong. "What are you looking at me for? Pay back your grievances." He gestured toward the men. The men were stunned. In just 3 seconds, some women's eyes reddened with rage. "Li Zhan, you killed my husband and insulted me. I will fight you." With one woman leading the charge, the others followed suit. They were driven by animosity. Some had lost husbands, others children, and some merely suffered humiliation, but they all shared a deep-seated hatred for these men. Previously powerless, they now had weapons and a chance for revenge. The underground garage erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of slaughter. Meanwhile, Lin Dong smiled softly as he carried Jiangzhu and left with Shen Wanyue. Chapter 21. What does it mean to cherish the fragile? Jiangzhu could not contain herself. By sending them to exact revenge, you will only exacerbate their deaths. Indeed, even with food and weapons, these women remained at a disadvantage against robust men. Shen Wanyue teased. "So what? Should my master intervene on their behalf to seek justice? Offering them a chance is already a great mercy, rather than being humiliated to death. At least they can resist now, can't they?" Jiangzhu fell silent. Upon returning home, Ling Shui had already obediently begun to punish herself. With a thud, Lin Dong roughly tossed Jiangzhu onto the floor. "Maid you, take her to wash up and teach her the rules." Shen Wanyue obediently showcased her specially designed maid outfit. "Yes, master." In the bathroom, Ling Shui observed as Shen Wanyue assisted Jiang Zhu with her cleansing. Ouch, be gentle. My arm is broken. Hey, you should be quite strong too. Why not resist? The three of us could certainly devise a plan to eliminate him. What is this outfit? Is this something a person can wear? I, Jiang Zhu, would rather die than wear such a thing. What? Were these rules? I would never comply. Is there even such a thing as human rights? Shen Wanyue found it amusing. She actually desired human rights? 2 hours later, Lin Dong, smoking a cigarette, opened the system panel. Made 3. Jiang Zhu, system rating, 85, current strength, level 3, made outfit, none, not bad, not bad. Ding. Detected that maid Jiang Zhu is severely injured. Would you like to heal her instantly? Oh, the system has this function? How convenient. Jiang Zhu was quite curious about the place. Why is it so warm here? Is it because of that little blue square on the table? Why is there hot water? This house is barely over 80 square meters. Where do they store the food? Now, tell me, where does your power come from? Lin Dong inquired about a matter of concern. This time, Jiang Zhu was bewildered. What do you mean? Don't you already possess it? Why are you asking me how it came about? Lin Dong frowned and said, do not speak in riddles. Just tell me plainly. Perhaps I can assist you in treating your fracture. Oh, thank you, Jiang Zhu replied reflexively. However, upon reflection, she realized that it was he who had broken the girl's arm. I accidentally touched the snowflakes on the night it snowed, but unlike others, I did not develop blisters. Instead, I developed a high fever. I burned with fever for 3 days, and once it subsided, I discovered that my physique had strengthened. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was unexpected. It seemed that the heavy snowfall might have an exceedingly low probability of facilitating human evolution. It was likely that he would encounter more individuals with extraordinary abilities in the future. Aside from your enhanced physique, are there any other changes? Well, I'm no longer afraid of the cold. And what of toxic snow? Are you still fearful of it? I dare not risk it. I fear that if I try, I may perish. Jiang Zhu answered all his inquiries in a clouded manner, and Lin Dong discerned that this girl was somewhat slow-witted, adorably naive. Indeed, ancient wisdom did not deceive him. Those with great strength were often devoid of intellect. Among the 3 women present, Ling Shui and Jiang Zhu were akin to hidden talents, while Shen Wanyue shone with intelligence in her large eyes, far surpassing the 2 in wit. Truly, she was part of the elite class of society. I have answered your questions. Now please assist me in treating Jiang Zhu. Her arms are hanging limply like a worm, and she is in great pain. Lin Dong opened the system panel and clicked the healing button. Suddenly, Jiang Zhu's arms radiated a golden light, which quickly dissipated. The broken bones had mended, returning to their original state. Is this your superpower? Jiang Zhu exclaimed in astonishment, having prepared herself for a cast, not expecting Lin Dong to heal her with a mere blink. Shen Wanyue was equally taken aback. The more Lin Dong revealed his abilities, the more she revered him. The miraculous thermal clothing, the temperature-regulating cubes, the golden handgun, and seemingly infinite supplies of food and hot water bestowed upon them strength, materialized objects out of thin air. And now he demonstrated a terrifying healing capability. Did he keep a magical cat that provided everything? Lin Dong ignored her, pressing his temples as he contemplated the future situation. It made no sense that other awakened individuals were as inept as Jiang Zhu. There must be some with unique abilities. System, could you comprehend the situation and promptly elevate my level? Upon seeing her hands healed, Jiang Zhu regained her haughty demeanor. Do not think that just because you helped me, I will develop feelings for you, nor will I adhere to your absurd maid rules. I would rather die than serve you. Shen Wanyue was alarmed. This is not how it works. I just taught you, and you're already breaking the rules. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Lin Dong raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as a dangerous smile crept across his face. Have you made your decision? No need to think. I, Jiang Zhu, will never allow a man to ride over me. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Dong swiftly grasped her neck with one hand, lifting her effortlessly. His powerful grip caused her alabaster neck to flush, and her face turned crimson as her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it would leap from her chest. Her legs began to thrash violently. Jiang Zhu could not help but open her mouth wide, attempting to pry Lin Dong's hand away, but it was futile. Shen Wanyue, terrified, dropped to her knees. This was it. It was evident that their master was not a typical lecher. He had no understanding of cherishing beauty, regardless of one's appearance. Breaking his rules led to death. Jiangzhu wanted to speak, but was silenced as the sound of bones cracking echoed. Her pupils dilated, her neck twisted to the side, and she ceased to breathe. After discarding her lifeless body onto the floor, Lin Dong could not help but frown. How unpleasant. Ding. Detecting the death of maid Jiangzhu. Would you like to revive her with one click? This is also possible? System, you are being excessive. Then let us revive her and kill her once more. Chapter 22. Once again, a bandit revived. In an instant, golden light enveloped Jiangzhu's body, her broken neck realigned. Her dilated pupils slowly contracted, and her heart began to beat again. Ugh, Jiangzhu gasped as she shot up, clutching her neck in shock. Both Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui, peering from the bathroom, had their eyes wide in disbelief. What? She could be revived after dying? Lin Dong approached with a smile. You are revived, so let us have you die once more. Saying this, he once again grasped her neck. Jiangzhu was horrified. This person is a monster. The sensation of suffocation and death was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It felt as though her soul had ventured into an abyss of darkness, terrifying beyond measure. No, please do not kill me. Crack. She was dead again. Hee hee, how amusing. Revive her again. Lin Dong laughed as a madman. Jiangzhu was revived once more. No, I will not leave. I will obey you. I will be your maid. Upon awakening, she knelt down, begging for mercy. It was too terrifying. He was not human. He was a demon. Lin Dong frowned discontentedly. I preferred your previous rebellious demeanor. Return to that. I dare not. Master, I will listen obediently from now on. Please do not kill me. Jiangzhu trembled, having no desire to experience death again. Very well. I shall grant you a chance. There shall be no next time. Rest assured there will not be. Now go wash yourself. Thus, maid Jiangzhu, number 3, became thoroughly obedient. During lunch, Jiangzhu's phone rang from within her down jacket. Lin Dong opened it, discovering that Jiangzhu's phone still had a full charge. At that moment, there was an incoming call from Bei Chun. In this time of power and water outages, it was astonishing that the communication tower was still operational. What remarkable resilience from the 3 major telecom operators. He handed the phone to Jiangzhu, who answered. Hello, Xiaozhu, how are you? I sent you a message this morning, but you did not reply, and I feared something had happened to you. Did they find the gunman in your neighborhood? On the other end, a clear and resonant voice resonated. Jiangzhu glanced fearfully at Lin Dong. Yeah, I'm fine, Bai Chen. They found the gunman. I am quite safe, so do not worry. That is good. Xiaozhu, you must remain vigilant. I will contact you daily, and as soon as the snow melts, I will send someone to fetch you. Okay, Xiaozhu, what is wrong? I am fine, just fell and hurt my arm this morning. A bit of medicine will suffice. You must hold on, and once I come to get you, I will ensure you are never alone again. Okay. The call ended, and Lin Dong paused, his expression peculiar. Your fiancé has not even touched you. How virtuous of you. Jiangzhu bit her lip and replied with a sultry gaze. Yes, master, my fiancé, and I have agreed to wait until our wedding night. How wonderful. In this day and age, such a thing is quite rare. You have unwittingly benefited me. Where's your fiancé? Master, what do you intend to do? What business is it of yours? Answer my question. Master, please do not harm him. Bei Chun is innocent. Did I say I would harm him? Upon hearing Jiangzhu's account, Lin Dong was thoroughly astonished. Her fiancé, Xia Bei Chun, was the head of a prominent conglomerate in Jiang City, a genuine tycoon. Lin Dong had once delivered a package to the Xia group, although he had been stopped by the security guards at the entrance. However, this did not prevent him from feeling a sense of aspiration towards that landmark building in Jiang City, a place where only the elite could enter. Who would have thought that a nameless yoga instructor had managed to snag such a high-profile partner? It felt as if a cliché idol drama had come to life. From what you say, it seems your fiancé has the authority to send someone to retrieve you. Does the toxic snow not affect him? Lin Dong noted a critical point. Jiangzhu pressed her forehead to the floor, stammering, Bei Chen's family is the Xia family of Jiang City, a very influential clan. Hearing from Bei Chun, It seems that his family had made preparations in advance, stockpiling a considerable amount of supplies and assembling armed forces, all to brace for the impending apocalypse. Lin Dong's action of pedaling the bicycle halted momentarily, his eyes narrowing slightly. To his astonishment, the Xia family had also made preparations for the end times. Did the Xia family possess means to predict the arrival of the poisonous snow? Or was this toxic snowfall orchestrated by human hands? With the Xia family as one of the participants? This notion was rather intriguing. Next time your fiancé calls, remember to speak a bit louder. Lin Dong whispered conspiratorially into her ear. Jiangzhu's complexion instantly turned pale. To celebrate the arrival of the new maid, lunch was an extravagant KFC feast. As it happened to be Thursday, Ling Shui, drawn by the delicious aroma, poked her head out, looking utterly pitiful. The master was hungry. The previous maids had naturally shunned such calorie-laden food. But as the saying goes, before the apocalypse, you were indifferent. After the apocalypse, you could only look up to it. The steaming supreme burger, the golden fried chicken leg, and the sizzling roasted whole chicken were so enticing. Seeing Ling Shui, Lin Dong felt a surge of irritation. This foolish girl, emboldened by a hint of power, had the audacity to flaunt her bravado without any combat experience. Truly a disgraceful display. It seemed that none of these three maids had any combat experience, and if they were to encounter other awakened beings, they would likely falter. Even if he could assist them in leveling up, he couldn't handle everything personally, could he? Thus, combat training was indeed essential. After some contemplation, Lin Dong retrieved 2 kitchen knives from the kitchen and tossed them in front of Shen Wanyue and Jiangzhu. Finish your meal, and then you two will go to the underground garage for some practice, honing your skills. I do not wish to witness such embarrassing displays from the Snow Maid again. The 2 women appeared bewildered. Wait, are we really starting with kitchen knives? They thought, feeling overwhelmed. Noticing their hesitation, Lin Dong chuckled. What are you afraid of? Even if you get hurt or die, I can bring you back. Just swing the knives. The 2 women thought, the master speaks with such reason. We find ourselves at a loss for words. Jiangzhu couldn't help but raise her head. Master, why don't you practice with us? I have no need. Lin Dong patted his chest. I don't need to practice. Sheer numerical superiority is sufficient. Chapter 23. Is death more terrifying, or is Lin Dong? Suddenly, Lin Dong felt an uncomfortable sensation in his stomach after consuming the KFC. After a brief trip to the restroom, he returned with the 2 women, knives in hand, to the underground garage. Initially, they were somewhat restrained, and after a prolonged period, they hadn't even broken a sweat. If either of you gets killed, you'll be bound in the restroom for a day. Lin Dong issued an ultimatum when he noticed their lack of effort. Jiangzhu and Shen Wanyue exchanged startled glances. In an instant, their expressions shifted to fierce determination, mingled with an undeniable fear. They would rather be chopped into pieces than face that punishment. In the underground garage, the sound of their knives clashing sparks, a scene that was quite terrifying. Ultimately, Jiangzhu, being of a higher level, maintained the upper hand against Shen Wanyue, severing her left ear and fingers within moments. However, Shen Wanyue fought back fiercely, oblivious to pain, determined to bite off a piece of Jiangzhu's flesh. The 2 exchanged blows relentlessly until, after 2 minutes, Shen Wanyue, clutching her neck, collapsed in defeat as her level was still insufficient. Yet, Jiangzhu was not faring any better, having sustained a substantial wound to her abdomen, bleeding profusely. Revive. Heal. In the next moment, 2 beams of golden light flashed, and both women fully restored their health. The first round ended with the Snow Maid's defeat. Now, the second round commenced, with the same punishment awaiting the loser. Once again, the 2 women clashed fiercely. It must be said that while this method was brutal, its effectiveness was undeniable. Their combat styles grew increasingly ferocious, fighting like rabid dogs, rapidly accumulating battle experience. They continued until nightfall, when Lin Dong finally declared the training session over. Remarkably, during this time, Shen Wanyue displayed rapid improvement, even unleashing her inner potential to reach level 3. From never winning a match to occasionally securing victories and finally achieving a balanced win-loss record. Her progress was truly inspiring and brought a tear to the eye. The result was that Shen Wanyue had died 173 times, while Jiangzhu had perished 92 times. They had become almost immune to the concept of death. What was there to fear in dying? Who was more terrifying than the master? If it weren't for Lin Dong's ability to resurrect them infinitely, the two women might have even considered death as inconsequential. Such torment. At midnight, Lin Dong's rewards for the day arrived. Ding! Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. Infinite cold weapons. 2. Medical emergency kit containing all kinds of medical supplies available on the market. 3. The talent of immunity to all poisons. 4. A double-yolked egg that is delicious no matter how you cook it. After a brief consideration, he disregarded option 4. I choose option 3. Upon confirming his reward, Lin Dong felt a warm current coursing through his body, after which he sensed nothing further. It was time to test the effectiveness of this talent. After moistening his lips, Lin Dong opened the bedroom window. Outside, a thick layer of snow had accumulated, as hard as bricks. Taking a deep breath, he stretched out his hand and slapped it against the snow, waiting patiently. After about 10 minutes, Lin Dong retracted his hand with a smile. Excellent. The greatest threat to himself had vanished. It was time to consider an exit strategy. The Jiayuan community was now enveloped in despair. At least 80 of the remaining supplies had been ravaged by Lin Dong's group of women, leaving the few surviving residents struggling immensely. The former rulers of the buildings had lost their appetite for robbery and stealthily gathered at night to discuss how to endure the days ahead. Damn it. Lin Dong is truly inhuman. I'm left with just half a sausage, and I'll be starving tomorrow. They lamented. What can we do? We can't fight back. He's armed, and we have no means of defense. The frustration mounted as they thought about Lin Dong sleeping with 3 exquisite women while they starved, leaving them sleepless in their anger. Yet, it was merely futile complaining. Among them, the ruler of Building 11, smoking a cigarette, his glasses reflecting a frenzied light in the glow, slowly spoke. Everyone, it's not impossible to survive. There are other ways. The others were taken aback. Given the current circumstances, what other options could there be? Zhang Xian, do enlighten us. Zhang Xian, the ruler of the 11th floor, appeared to be in his 30s, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, embodying the intellectual archetype. However, to become the ruler of a building, he must not be as simple as he appeared. Zhang Xian smirked, moistening his cracked lips. Let's not forget, human flesh is still flesh. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. They had never anticipated that Zhang Xian would propose such a grotesque idea. In a world where rules had collapsed, they could kill indiscriminately. Yet the notion of cannibalism had never crossed their minds. This was not merely a moral quandary. It was an instinctual human response. Once this line was crossed, it would be difficult to still call oneself human. What? Can anyone here claim to be free of blood on their hands? Are we really afraid of this? Zhang Xian taunted. You all must simply not be hungry enough. This is the apocalypse. What do morals matter? Surviving is all that counts. Nonetheless, the others remained silent. The idea was too difficult to digest. Well then, it seems we have no choice but to fight for our lives. Zhang Xian ruffled his disheveled hair. Everyone, if Lin Dong is not allowing us to live, then what is there to fear? Are we to sit here and wait to starve to death? Someone retorted. It's easy for you to say, but with the combat prowess Lin Dong has displayed, we might just end up dead if we fight back. Zhang Xian cast a glance out the window and suddenly smiled coldly. Tell me, why does Lin Dong, being so formidable, still confine himself within the community? One person reflexively replied, Isn't it because of the poisonous snow outside? He can't. Realizing his implication, his eyes lit up. The glint of cold light reflected off Zhang Xian's glasses. It seems you're not entirely foolish. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in our ability to utilize tools and leverage external forces. A direct assault would surely be futile. I propose we send a few individuals to prepare adequately and stealthily gather some snow to confront Lin Dong. As long as we can douse him in the snow, his demise is inevitable. The crowd immediately grew excited, each one slapping their foreheads in realization. Indeed, we have been living in fear of this poisonous snow every day. Yet we forgot it could serve as our weapon. Let us proceed. I will dispatch someone to collect the snow right now. Wait. We must be cautious while throwing the snow. We can't afford to harm those exceptional women in his home. Those who dare to burn our supplies must pay. Be quiet. At 3 a.m., people are in the deepest slumber. That is when we shall act. Zhang Xian rose, stretching his limbs as he approached the window, gazing into the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, a star twinkled above. Chapter 24. The snowball fight. At 3 a.m., Zhang Xian, accompanied by a dozen individuals, stealthily arrived at the third floor of Building 5, hiding in the safety corridor with nearly 100 others. It was evident just how much animosity Lin Dong had garnered. Nearly all the able-bodied residents of the community had shown up. Let us begin prying the door. Zhang Xian gestured, and soon 2 burly men wielding crowbars set to work on the main entrance. The sound of the door being pried open echoed loudly, startling Shun Wanyue and Jiang Zhu, who were dozing on the sofa, and Ling Shui, who was groggily leaning against the bathroom wall. The bedroom door swung open, revealing Lin Dong, his face ashen, having been alerted by the noise as they ascended to the third floor. What is going on? The women quickly donned their clothes. Lin Dong waved his hand. Release the snow maid. We are preparing for a fight. How dare you come to pry the door at such an hour? I will make you pay. With a crack, the door finally succumbed to the brute force of the crowbar, and over a dozen people surged in. Get him! Without a word wasted, several individuals immediately pulled out black plastic bags from behind and hurled them at Lin Dong. Master, I'm coming. Ling Shui, having finally escaped, wasted no time to prove herself, seizing a nearby 7 wolves and swiftly tearing open the plastic bags. Yet, in the next second, she found herself in tears. Snowflakes filled the small room, leaving no place to hide, and Lin Dong and the 3 women were soon covered in snow. Ha, we hit you. Lin Dong, you are doomed. Wait, there are not 2 women, but 3. What? How did you throw it? The realization hit that these women had also been hit by the snowflakes. Wasn't he that a guaranteed death? Ling Shui then recognized her blunder, crying out to Lin Dong, Master, I made a mistake. Lin Dong brushed the snow off his head, his expression darkening as he glared at her. The punishment for their folly falls upon you. Shun Wanyue and Jiang Zhu exchanged glances, surprised and elated. They had been confined in the bathroom for nearly a year, only to have Ling Shui take the blame. She's truly a good person. Ling Shui sobbed uncontrollably, feeling as though she wished for death. Zhang Xian emerged from the crowd, adjusting his glasses with a cold smirk. Lin Dong, did you ever imagine this? You have committed numerous wrongs, denying others in the community their lives. Now you shall experience the taste of death yourself. Lin Dong looked at him and suddenly burst into laughter, his chuckles growing louder. What are you laughing at? Zhang Xian felt a sinking feeling. Why was Lin Dong so composed? Moreover, the 3 women appeared surprisingly unfazed. I laugh at your foolishness. Lin Dong signaled, and the 3 women expertly set up chairs, lighting cigarettes in one fluid motion, leaving Zhang Xian and his group in stunned silence. What a skilled maneuver! They realized that while they had devised a plan to use the poisonous snow against him, they had neglected to investigate the onset time of the poison. It takes 5 minutes from contact with the poisonous snow to the onset of death. You barged in here so brazenly. Are you not afraid that I will eliminate all of you within 5 minutes? The crowd fell silent, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Even Zhang Xian's expression darkened. He had not been aware of this detail, or perhaps everyone had been too frightened by the poisonous snow to analyze the symptoms. Lin Dong picked up some snow from the floor, forming it into a small snowball, and continued to smile. Secondly, if I were to say that this snow is harmless, would you believe me? The crowd gasped. What? Is that even possible? Countless expletives flashed through their minds. If the snow were indeed harmless, why would they still be in this predicament? They could have simply exerted some effort to shovel the snow and search for supplies instead of nearly starving to death here. But could Lin Dong's claim be trusted? Lin Dong struck swiftly, launching the snowball at Zhang Xian's head. The sound echoed as Zhang Xian lost his composure, frantically brushing the snow off his face, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Dong stood before him. Why are you panicking? Shall we gamble on whether this snow will poison you? Zhang Xian trembled in fear, repeatedly contemplating whether the snow was indeed poisonous. Damn it, how did it come to this? Is the snow toxic, or is Lin Dong merely bluffing? Why is he so unafraid? How can he remain so calm? Is it truly harmless? Those who are quick-witted tend to overthink in such situations. He was frightened. Those who have survived until now are particularly cautious about their lives. Right? Right. With a slap, Lin Dong raised his hand. Do not beg for mercy. You only need to gamble with me on whether you will die from the poison. Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. I bet I won't die from the poison. Well then, let us wait and see. Lin Dong stood up with a cold smile, clapping his hands. Maidens, it's time for a snowball fight. Yes, master. The three women were not at all concerned about the possibility of poison. They blindly trusted their master's words. They rushed to the balcony, gathering snow and forming snowballs to throw at the others. Watch out. Don't hit my face. Wow, this snow is actually a bit sweet. Damn it, Run. I don't want to be a test subject for poison. Get out. Let me out. They too were unwilling to risk whether the snow was poisonous. 100 people in total were being bombarded with snowballs by 3 seemingly frail women, who even burst out of the corridor. Ling Shui was in charge of shoveling snow. Shen Wanyue was carrying a bucket, and Jiang Zhu was throwing the snowballs. The scene was quite merry. Beep. Detected poison in maid Shen Wanyue. Would you like to detoxify? Detected poison in maid Jiang Zhu. Checking. Lin Dong wore a sly smile, observing the system panel. Oh, system. You seem a bit unfair. Why can the maids detoxify at the press of a button while I must manually build up toxin immunity? Is this double standard? Detoxify. It appeared that even though Jiang Zhu had gained abilities through the poisonous snow, she still could not be immune. Zhang Xian found himself lifted by Lin Dong, who held him by the neck as they reached the underground garage, witnessing the 3 women engaging in a snowball fight. Watching over 100 people he had brought being overwhelmed by 3 women was enough to shatter his worldview. Suddenly, he began to feel an itch on his body. What is happening to me? Zhang Xian was horrified. Lin Dong tore off his down jacket, sweater, and thermal wear, revealing his arms, which had begun to develop bluish pustules that were rapidly swelling. EM poisoned. How is this possible? Zhang Xian was filled with dread. No. So the snow is indeed toxic, but why is Lin Dong unaffected? Observing Lin Dong calmly smoking, showing no signs of poisoning, Zhang Xian felt utterly hopeless. No, I don't want to die. But the potency of the toxins in the snow was undeniable. Once 5 minutes had passed, death would be instantaneous. Zhang Xian's eyes bulged as he grimaced in anguish, before ultimately succumbing to death. Chapter 25. Speculation confirmed. Indeed, transformed into zombies, not only Zhang Xian, but others also exhibited sudden symptoms, with pustules appearing on their faces and hands. Is this snow poisonous? No, please. Save me. I was wrong. I will fight against you wretched women. The 3 women halted simultaneously, trembling as they observed these individuals succumb to the poison, exchanging glances filled with dread. Damn, what about us 3? Ling Shui hastily examined her arms and legs, finally releasing a sigh of relief. As long as we are unharmed, that is what matters. Although they would not perish due to Lin Dong's presence, the symptoms of poisoning were utterly terrifying for women. The pustules on their faces burst, rendering them far more grotesque than any cinematic zombie, reminiscent of the infamous mermaid film that has captivated audiences worldwide. Worse than death is the horrifying appearance in death. Approximately 30 men writhed in agony on the ground, their eyes wide open in contorted expressions, quickly rendered stiff by the frigid temperature of -40 degrees. Master, are we all right? Shen Wanyue asked anxiously. Lin Dong replied with a smirk. What do you think? Upon witnessing Lin Dong's calm demeanor, Shen Wanyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Zhu's eyes twinkled. She believed she had gained immunity from the poisonous snow. Oh, I forgot to mention. I can assist you in detoxification, but that does not grant you immunity from toxins. If you wish to test your own resilience, I would be quite intrigued. Lin Dong seemed to sense something, his face adorned with a smile. Plop. The 3 women knelt simultaneously. Master, we won't test it. Ridiculous. Being able to detoxify and possessing resistance to toxins are 2 entirely different concepts. If they secretly experimented with toxins behind Lin Dong's back, he would indeed refuse to save them. Lin Dong clapped his hands. All right, now begin. Stay behind me. I will conduct an experiment. The three women obediently concealed themselves. Lin Dong produced a temperature-controlled furnace, and the temperature within a 3-meter radius surged, enveloping Zhang Xian's corpse. In the horrified gazes of the three women, after thawing, Zhang Xian's fingers began to twitch slightly, and a low growl emanated from his throat, which soon escalated in volume as his body twisted violently. Ling Shui could not help but cover her mouth in shock. This scene was all too familiar to anyone who had watched a movie. Zombies. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed. As he had surmised, the toxins in the poisonous snow were indeed the zombie virus, merely frozen due to the low temperatures, but once the temperature rose, the zombies would awaken. Well, this certainly renders the survivors yearning for sunlight utterly helpless. Roar! Zhang Xian bellowed as he rose, his eye sockets devoid of pupils, yet curiously fixated on Lin Dong. The next moment, he charged forward. With at least a level 2 speed, Lin Dong remained composed. As Zhang Xian closed in, Lin Dong kicked him away, causing cracks to form in the support column. With nearly level 3 strength and defense, Lin Dong sensed the recoil from his palm, gaining a rough understanding of the zombie's capabilities. However, Zhang Xian continued to struggle to rise, once again roaring and charging at him in a grotesque manner. This time, Lin Dong did not hold back, delivering a resounding slap that obliterated his head. Well, it must be said, this is indeed impressive. Having been an ordinary person in life, to possess such formidable strength in death is quite extraordinary. It is worth noting that when Shan Wanyue was at level 2, she could single-handedly defeat 10 adult men. At level 3, one could easily contend against 20 or 30 individuals without issue. Yet, for a zombie to awaken with such strength, how are ordinary people supposed to survive? The zombie virus is indeed a nightmare. Alas, it seems I must hasten to upgrade these maidens. Should the temperature rise and a zombie outbreak occur, could I truly rely on myself alone to fend off the onslaught? Oh, what a burden. Master, what is happening to him? Shen Wanyue gazed in horror at Zhang Xian's decapitated corpse. As Lin Dong walked back, he stated, "You have all witnessed it. The poisonous snow contains the zombie virus. Once exposed to high temperatures, they will awaken. Just like in the movies, only a headshot will suffice." The three women shuddered simultaneously. Goodness, who knows how many have perished from the poison in this community? All of them are zombies, and should an outbreak occur, given their current pitiable strength, they would likely be instantaneously devoured by the horde. In an instant, the three women quickened their pace, feeling a sense of security in remaining close to their master. Jiang Zhu's expression turned peculiar. So, does that mean I have mutated? Just not become a zombie? Yes, that is the implication. And I believe you're not the only one. There are likely many awakened individuals outside possessing special abilities akin to yours. Therefore, accelerate your training. As the sun ascended high in the sky, Lin Dong stretched lazily by the window, gazing at the sun's emergence, his expression solemn. It has been a week since the apocalypse began, and this is the first occurrence of sunlight. However, the temperature has not risen significantly. It is still around minus 30 degrees outside, indicating that a zombie outbreak may still be some time away. Yet, the others in the community nearly worship the sun, finally seeing daylight. Surely this terrifying snowstorm must be coming to an end? At that moment, Jiang Zhu's phone rang. "Xiao Zhu, that's wonderful. The sun is out, and the snow outside should melt soon. Just hold on a little longer. I will send someone to fetch you soon." "Oh, it's fine, no rush." "Xiao Zhu, are you still asleep? You sound exhausted." "Yes, I am so sleepy. There was a riot last night, and, as the king of the building, I spent a long time suppressing it." "Oh, how'd it go? Were you bullied?" "He was incredibly strong, but I'm fine, don't worry." "That's good." "Xiao Zhu, I miss you so much. Let's have video call." Upon hearing the suggestion of video call, Jiang Zhu immediately sat up. "Oh no, now is not the time for a video call, but I still want to sleep. Can we do it another time?" A long silence ensued from the other side, followed by a deep sigh. "All right, Xiao Zhu, rest well. When you have time, we can do it then. Just remember, I love you dearly." "I love you too." And with that, we hang up. After ending the call, Jiang Zhu stared blankly at her phone, the guilt of deceiving her fiancé jolting her into clarity. Saying "I love you" felt so laborious and awkward. When did she change? It has only been a day since being captured by Lin Dong. Could it be that she is truly that shameless woman? Chapter 26. The arrival of the RV. An ex-girlfriend calls on the other side of Jiang City. Over 50 kilometers away from Jiyuan community, a grand estate appeared strangely out of place. Outside the estate, 2-story-high piles of snow surrounded it, yet within the estate, not a single flake of snow could be found. Several servants clad in down jackets busily traversed the grounds, and even the pond within the estate housed goldfish swimming leisurely, with flowers blooming against the walls. It was as if this estate remained untouched by the apocalyptic snow. This was the Xia family estate. In the eastern part of the estate, a young man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses sat inside, forlornly ending a phone call, staring blankly at a photo on the wall, one of him in Jiangsu. This man was Xia Beichun, one of Jiang City's top 10 outstanding youths, the CEO of the Xia Group, and a golden son-in-law with multiple prestigious titles. Just as Xia Beichun was about to step outside, the door was abruptly flung open, and a tall figure strode in. The woman appeared as if she had stepped out from a painting, dressed in elegant loungewear, her skin fair as snow, her large, bright eyes sparkling with a piercing light. With a high nose bridge, her facial features were harmoniously refined, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her height approximately 167 centimeters. While her physique was not extraordinarily striking, it conveyed a gentle grace akin to that of a neighborly girl. Yet she exuded a powerful presence akin to that of a queen. A woman with a sweet appearance, yet exuding an air of disdain towards everything, harmonizes two contrasting styles effortlessly, embodying the essence of both allure and charm, the dream goddess of countless otaku. She is the pride of Jiangcheng, a grand star, Xia Qingyu. Sister, what brings you here? The domineering CEO, Xia Beichun, hurriedly stowed away his phone, his expression tinged with awkwardness, seemingly fearful of her presence. Even when observing her younger brother, Xia Qingyu maintained a chilling demeanor. Beichun, are you still in contact with that dance instructor? Is she still alive? Xia Beichun faltered, ready to retort loudly, but upon meeting his sister's gaze, he instinctively lowered his voice. Sister, Xiao Zhu is actually a yoga teacher now. She will soon become your sister-in-law. Isn't it a bit harsh to speak of her death? What difference does it make? Xia Qingyu sneered, even with the global death toll rising. Not just anyone can marry into the Xia family. If you wish to avoid inciting our father's wrath, it would be best for you to abandon that thought. Xia Beichun was rendered speechless, yet a stubborn expression lingered on his face. Sister, Xiao Zhu has awakened her supernatural abilities. She is now the master of an entire building. Oh, Xia Qingyu's icy demeanor finally showed a flicker of surprise. Yet, given her lowly status, even if she had gained powers, her strength would hardly surpass that of an ordinary person without serum. She would remain a mere insect, a useless existence. As long as I marry Xiao Zhu, our family can provide for her, he insisted. You have quite the delusion. This matter is not to be mentioned again. Otherwise, you will lose your qualification for serum injection. With that, she strode away with an air of arrogance. Xia Beichun gazed at his sister's retreating figure, rendered speechless. The Jejun community was unusually quiet that morning. There was no chaos or disorder. This was partly due to Lin Dong having burned all their food, leaving them with nothing to squabble over. Moreover, everyone was anxiously awaiting the complete melting of the snow, hoping that order would be restored, and that the relevant authorities would come to their rescue, with many fearing repercussions afterward. Thus, they had all involuntarily shrunk back in fear. Despite the frigid temperatures, the majority remained on their knees, praying for the snow to melt quickly. Yet, events rarely unfold as desired. At noon, dark clouds once again enveloped the sky, and heavy snow began to fall. Why? Why is the heavens so cruel? Why must it continue to snow? They lamented. Are we to be forever trapped here? I cannot endure this any longer. This damned apocalypse. Ha ha ha. Let it snow. I will not be held accountable. I shall continue to do as I please. I truly do not wish to endure these despairing days any longer. Many, unable to withstand the emotional roller coaster from joy to sorrow, chose to leap from heights, falling into the snow with a series of thuds. I could bear the darkness if I had never witnessed the light. It seemed that the sun had intentionally come to toy with their mental state, pushing those who had been holding on with gritted teeth to the brink of despair, leading them to choose death. Perhaps in death, they would no longer have to confront this sorrowful world. Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui stood by the window, observing the figures occasionally tumbling into the snow, their eyes reflecting solemnity. Of course, they were merely lamenting the fragility of life, not to the point of becoming overly sentimental. After all, without Lin Dong, their fates would likely have been tragically dismal. Even jumping to their deaths would have been a preferable escape. At midnight, the rewards refreshed once more. Ding! Today's sign-in rewards are as follows. 1. High-tech post-apocalyptic RV. Requires no energy, self-generating. 2. 10,000 barrels of fuel. 3. Multifunctional hardware accessory kit. 4. An incredibly entertaining flying chess game. Lin Dong, eagerly anticipating, suddenly sat up. Damn! Finally, it has arrived. I choose option 1. Previously, he had encountered the post-apocalyptic RV, but had hesitated to select it for other rewards. Now it was here at last. Within the system space, a large armored golden RV appeared. Measuring 20 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 8 meters high, it resembled a tank, moving on treads. Equipped with an ice-breaking cone and internal climate control, the RV contained all the amenities one would expect and boasted formidable exterior defenses capable of withstanding an RPG's barrage. It was undoubtedly the essential artifact for traversing the post-apocalyptic world. With it, he could venture forth to rescue those starving young women. Just as Lin Dong pondered potential travel routes, his phone rang. To his astonishment, it was a voice message from Zhao Yufei. She was indeed alive. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Dong answered the call. Hello, Lin Dong. You're still alive? That's wonderful. What's up? Lin Dong. I miss you so much. I really miss you. Is that so? I miss myself as well. Zhao Yufei on the other end was taken aback. She had previously threatened to break up, but a few tears would usually soften Lin Dong's heart, prompting him to comfort her in various ways, showering her with her favorite foods or bags. Why was he so indifferent now? However, considering the current apocalyptic situation, it was understandable. Lin Dong, I admit I may have been too harsh when I sent that breakup message, but after these days, I have come to realize my feelings. I love you, and now I'm cold and hungry, on the brink of death. I just want to see you one more time before I die. If I can't see my beloved man before I pass, I shall die with regrets. Look at her, selling her sorrow so adeptly. You want to see me? Clearly. You're hoping for me to bring you food and drink. Lin Dong's chest heaved. Suppressing his anger, he gently inquired, Where are you? Chapter 27. Exiting the community. Shopping at the mall at dawn, Lin Dong approached the window, immediately taken aback. Damn it. Since yesterday afternoon, the snow has deepened considerably. Gather your belongings. We are preparing to leave, Lin Dong announced after finishing breakfast. The three women paused momentarily before bursting into enthusiastic cheers. Wonderful. We can finally go out. I want to shop for clothes. I want a $0 purchase. But how do we get out? Lin Dong led them to the vehicle exit in the underground garage, sweeping his arm dramatically, revealing the post-apocalyptic RV. The three women were stunned. Master, why didn't you bring this out sooner? This is amazing. Master, I want to drive. Ling Shui eagerly raised her hand. Lin Dong laughed from the sofa. You can drive? All right, you take the wheel. The next moment, sorry. I didn't expect it to be this kind of vehicle. Shen Wanyue chuckled wryly. Then I should drive? Where to first? Let's head towards Jiangxing University of Technology. If we pass any malls along the way, we can stop, and you can pick out clothes. Finally able to venture out, Lin Dong's spirits were notably high. The Jiangcheng District Traffic Committee reminds you, there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Driving recklessly invites trouble. The group paused, unable to suppress their laughter. This RV was surprisingly user-friendly. Beep, beep, beep. The RV roared to life, bursting through the garage entrance in snow, its immense power clearing everything in its path. The VR projection on the windshield clearly displayed everything, including buildings buried in snow. As the RV plowed through the snow, it carved a massive trench in the ground, slowly making its way toward the community entrance. Inside the building, someone spotted this colossal vehicle, disregarding the falling snowflakes outside, desperately calling for help. Stop. Take me with you. Please. I haven't boarded yet. Please, Take my child. He is still small. Give him a chance at life. The sound insulation of the RV was exceptional. And even if Lin Dong were to hear anything, he would remain indifferent. Witnessing that the RV showed no signs of stopping, some individuals, left with no choice, began to leap onto it, shouting and banging on the roof. Detecting the assault on the vehicle, the question arose, should a counterattack be initiated? Lin Dong smirked and commanded, "Counterattack." Suddenly, the metallic exterior of the vehicle emitted a blue glow, and those who had managed to jump onto it were instantly incapacitated by an electric shock, helplessly tumbling into the snow below. Some even fell in front of the vehicle, staring in horror as the massive treads approached. The sound of crunching echoed as the treads rolled over, leaving behind a gruesome scene, while the cries of despair reverberated through the Jiayuan community. In a game where one grows younger with each play, akin to mobile gaming in Pingjing, no one addressed you as brother. For everyone simply referred to you as a primary school student. Inside the RV, lively music played as Shen Wanyue drove, with Lin Dong and Ling Shui also at the wheel, while Jiang Zhu leaned against the window, blankly observing the snowy landscape outside. The surroundings were a blanket of white, obscuring the streets, and they could only identify their location through familiar buildings, reminiscent of scenes from Lu Lang Xiao Pichio. The RV moved at a leisurely pace of about 30 miles per hour, and after half an hour, they finally arrived at a shopping mall. Wonima Mall was well known to many. Cautiously, they parked the RV at the entrance, and after donning their gear, they exited. The RV, equipped with a snow-clearing function, had already cleared a safe path. "Let us go in and pick out some clothes," Lin Dong suggested, suddenly raising his head to notice someone inside the mall gazing at them through the frost-covered glass. Indeed, in the apocalypse, malls were a solid choice for survival, offering restaurants and supermarkets and selling clothes far superior to the community. Although the mall's doors had long since been shut, this posed no challenge for Lin Dong, who forcefully tore open the metal gates, ushering the three women inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and as they stepped in, flashlights immediately illuminated their presence. "Who are you? How did you get in?" a voice inquired. Lin Dong replied with a smile, just passing through. "We ran out clothes at home and came to pick a few out." "What?" The questioner was bewildered. "Do you think you're on vacation?" "Wow, these girls are stunning, like fairies." "Damn, aren't they cold wearing just long coats?" The three women, clad in black trench coats that concealed their alluring figures, walked in high heels that revealed their delicate ankles, adorned with sparkling necklaces, resembling vibrant roses amidst the icy landscape. Lin Dong heard the sound of someone swallowing, and he pulled out a flashlight to illuminate the area, only to be taken aback by the sight. What the hell? So many people? The mall, spanning 4 floors, seemed to host nearly 100 figures moving about. Wasn't it supposed to start snowing at midnight? The mall should have been closed. However, upon seeing the cinema sign on the 4th floor, Lin Dong understood. These individuals were likely the audience of a midnight screening who, upon discovering the sudden snowfall outside, sought refuge within the mall, presumably surviving off its vast supplies. A burly man with a beard approached with a grin. "Brother, since you're from outside, we wanted to ask if the snow is toxic. Is there any rescue team coming?" Lin Dong shrugged. "Of course it's toxic, and there are no rescue teams." The burly man sighed deeply and suddenly turned to glance at the RV outside, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Brother, how many people can your vehicle carry?" Lin Dong chuckled. "What does it matter to you whether it can carry anyone? Even if it could, do you think you could find a better place than this mall? At least the supplies here are sufficient for you all to survive for quite some time." The burly man was left speechless. Just then, the crowd parted, and a heavily bundled figure stepped forward. Upon seeing her, the burly man immediately switched to a friendly demeanor. "Miss Liang, you're here." Though her features were obscured, Lin Dong recognized her by her bright eyes. She was indeed a woman, and quite a beautiful one at that. It was curious how such a stunning woman had not been taken advantage of by the other men in the mall. From their reactions, it seemed they held a certain reverence for her. The woman saluted and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Liang Jihan, a safety officer from the Fuan district of Jiangxing. Currently, your vehicle has been requisitioned." Chapter 28. Apologies, I have no morals. Lin Dong's expression darkened at once. "Miss Liang, is it?" While I appreciate the salute, your tone and the content of your words are quite displeasing to me. Shen Wanyue and the other women exchanged cold smirks. Realizing this woman acted as if it were pre-apocalypse when she could just commandeer someone else's vehicle. Liang Jihan paused, realizing her actions were akin to robbery. I apologize for my phrasing. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, could we step aside for a moment to discuss? Very well. Lin Dong nodded, allowing the three women to explore freely, confident in their abilities as they had all reached level 4. Great. There is a brand store over there. I'll check if there are any bags left. Oh, there is a lingerie shop on the 2nd floor. We need to stock up. Let's wander around. The women exclaimed excitedly as they dispersed. The bearded man narrowed his eyes, exchanging glances with his companions before following them. Liang Jihan led Lin Dong to a vacant store on the 4th floor where a bonfire flickered. After inviting Lin Dong to sit, she removed her thick down jacket, revealing her perfect curves and stunning features. Her facial structure was remarkably defined, akin to delicately crafted porcelain. Though her long hair had gone unwashed for days, it remained smooth, and her small, exquisite mouth was sharply contoured. Standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, her long, straight legs were apparent even through her thick sweater, suggesting she was at least a C-class powerhouse. On a scale, she would likely score around 83 or 84. How could someone so beautiful remain untouched by the men in the mall? However, upon noticing the bulge of a holster at her waist, Lin Dong understood. She was armed with authority. Mr. Lin, could you share the current situation outside? She inquired. I just left the community and am not well informed about what is happening out there. It resembles something out of a movie, with snow blanketing the entire city, and hardly a soul in the streets. Sighing deeply, Liang Jihan recounted her experience. On the night the apocalypse began, she had been covertly tracking a criminal who had sought refuge in the mall, and she followed him in. A confrontation ensued in the cinema where the criminal took a hostage, forcing her to withdraw. Before Liang could call for backup, he fled the mall, only to discover the snow beginning to fall outside. To her horror, she witnessed several people outside developing festering sores, collapsing while screaming in agony. This terrified both her and the criminal, prompting them to retreat back into the mall. Unsurprisingly, the criminal succumbed to the poisonous snow, but she narrowly escaped, managing to survive by a hair's breadth. Mr. Lin, the reason we are requisitioning your vehicle is that we hope to save more lives, to bring those survivors trapped in the community to the marketplace, relying on the abundant supplies here to give them a chance to live. Liang Jihan spoke earnestly. Lin Dong couldn't help but scoff, encountering a do-gooder? How do you plan to save them? Well, let me ask you, how many can you actually save? The permanent population of Jiangsheng is approximately 10 million, and if we subtract those who have succumbed to poison, freezing, starvation, and illness, I estimate that at least nearly 1 million remain alive. Do you truly believe, with your capabilities, you could save 100 people in a day? Furthermore, even if I were to lend you my vehicle, and you managed to bring them all to the marketplace, what would happen to those already there who do not wish to leave? Liang Jihan quickly interjected, I understand, but as a member of the relevant authorities, it is my duty to ensure public safety. I am aware of my limitations, but does Mr. Lin not intend to assist? I have calculated that nearby. Enough. When did I ever say I would help? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. You wish to save people. That is your responsibility, not mine. I cannot lend you my vehicle. How you choose to save them is your concern. I am merely a passerby. Do not involve me. Liang Jihan, exasperated, retorted, Mr. Lin, how can you be so heartless? We are all survivors. We must help others. Do not impose your moral expectations on me. I have no morals. Liang Jihan was taken aback. How should one deal with a person so impervious to reason? The atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence. The three women were merrily browsing, and due to the cold, the crowd inside the marketplace comprised men, women, and children primarily selecting thick clothing and bedding, while some summer garments remained untouched. In a lingerie store, Ling Shui eagerly chose her items, all of which were decidedly risque. Oh, this one is nice. Oh, this one too. Wow, this one must be thrilling. Outside the lingerie store, a bearded man and two others were covertly watching her. Damn, This woman is quite the catch. Look at the style she's picking. Damn it. Biao Gu. I can't hold back anymore. I want to have my way with her right now. The bearded man, Chun Biao, urged caution. Don't forget, Miss Liang forbids us from touching the women here. Are you not afraid of her gun? His two subordinates, though reluctant, dared not argue. For these past few days, Liang Zhihan's gun had instilled such fear that they wouldn't dare act recklessly. But are we just going to watch? I haven't touched a woman in days. Finally, a gem like this appears, and I'm about to explode. Chun Biao smirked. I told you to be patient. Just wait for the signal. Besides these three newcomers, all the women in this marketplace are ours. Ling Shui's ears perked up. She overheard the trio's conversation but remained unafraid, continuing to select lingerie. On the fourth floor, Lin Dong noticed Liang Zhihan's frustrated yet restrained demeanor and couldn't help but smile. Just then, a young woman entered, not unattractive, but her multicolored hairstyle screamed delinquent. Hey, Sister Zhihan, what are you discussing? Can we go outside? Chapter 29. An early New Year's greeting. Liang Zhihan looked up. Jingjing, what brings you here? The supplies here are ample. I suggest you all stay and wait for rescue. I am discussing with this gentleman about borrowing his vehicle to bring trapped individuals nearby. Jingjing immediately donned a reluctant expression. There are already enough people here. Why bring in more? But recalling her mission, she flashed a sweet smile, running over to embrace Liang Zhihan, then turning to Lin Dong. Hey, handsome, your vehicle is really cool. Where did you get it? How many people can it hold? Oh, I'm a mechanic. While trapped in the garage, I got bored and modified it. Lin Dong spoke without a hint of embarrassment, subtly glancing at her restless hand. Jingjing acted carefree, leaning against Liang Zhihan's shoulder with a giggle. Sister Zhihan, I think we already have enough people trapped. Why pull in more? Liang Zhihan's expression turned serious. Jingjing, it is already a stroke of luck that we can survive in the marketplace. We do not know how many others are suffering outside. As fellow survivors, we cannot turn a blind eye to their plight. And, before she could finish, she suddenly felt her waist loosen. She quickly looked down. The gun was gone. Lin Dong shook his head in disbelief. How could she still call herself a police officer with such poor vigilance? Someone had taken her gun right in front of her. However, this little delinquent certainly had some skill. It seemed she was a seasoned offender. Jingjing swiftly withdrew her hand, gripping the gun tightly, examining it carefully. Jingjing, what are you doing? That is not a toy. Give it back. Liang Zhihan immediately stood up, her face filled with anxiety. Jingjing playfully toyed with the firearm, suddenly clicking off the safety and pointing it at her. Liang Zhihan was stunned, unable to believe that Jingjing was actually aiming a gun at her. Sister Zhihan, look at what my boyfriend taught me. Isn't it true that if I pull this, you will die? Jingjing, do you realize what you are doing? You are assaulting an officer. Do you know you could go to jail? Quickly return the gun to me, and I can promise not to pursue this matter. Jingjing couldn't help but chuckle, her sweet smile vanishing. You really are foolish. Go to jail? Do you think I'm afraid? Right now, you're the only police officer here. If I kill you, who would come after me? I have no fear. Liang Zhihan's expression darkened. Is this Chun Biao's plan? What do you intend to do? Jingjing's boyfriend is indeed Chun Biao, nearly 20 years her senior, old enough to be your father. You will find out soon enough. Now, you two, get out of here and behave. Be careful, or I will truly pull the trigger. The gun was pointed at Liang Zhihan and Lin Dong. I want to see what you intend to do. Liang Zhihan stormed out in anger, while Lin Dong stood there with his hands in his pockets, entirely unperturbed by the gun aimed at him. Upon reaching the first floor of the marketplace, the crowd gathered again, but to Liang Zhihan's astonishment, everyone merely watched her being threatened, revealing grins of malice and delight. Why is that? If it weren't for her, they would surely descend into chaos, resulting in even more deaths. In an instant, her heart sank. Honey, I got it. Jingjing shouted triumphantly. Chun Biao's face broke into a wild grin as he waved his hand. Brothers, seize these three women. The men tasked with surveillance sprang into action, rushing into the store. What are you doing? Ling Shui clutched a large bag of lingerie protectively to her chest, looking pitiful. The men laughed lewdly. What do you think? With that, they lunged at Ling Shui from both sides. As they closed in, Ling Shui suddenly switched to a mocking expression, her long legs kicking out like lightning, sending both men flying. The force was so great that they crashed through the glass door, soaring to the second floor, their heads landing heavily on the first floor ground. Unfortunately, the bloodshed ensured they would not win the duo championship of the jumping competition. Chun Biao, rushing forward, abruptly halted. What the hell? This woman is so strong? But due to the slippery floor, he ended up kneeling, sliding right to Ling Shui's feet. Ling Shui instantly switched back to a pitiful expression. Uncle, is this your early New Year's greeting for me? I don't have any red envelopes for you. Having worked as a streamer, her ability to change expressions was truly remarkable. Hearing her overly sweet voice, Chun Biao's lustful fire was instantly extinguished, and he scrambled to escape. Ling Shui did not pursue. After all, her master had not spoken, so she continued browsing for clothes. On the other side, Shen Wanyue and Jiang Zhu also faced an attack, effortlessly sending their assailants flying. Some plummeted to their deaths, while others collided violently with the walls, resulting in fatal injuries. The sudden upheaval startled the crowd in the mall. After days of relative calm, several had perished in an instant. Clearly, the individuals who had arrived today were no ordinary foes. Liang Jihan stared wide-eyed at a women's clothing store on the first floor. Having just witnessed Jiang Zhu deftly dispatch two grown men with a single punch and kick, leaving her utterly astounded. What was happening? How could these women be so formidable? Chun Biao, in a frantic escape, reached the first floor, relieved to find that Ling Shui had not pursued him. He quickly seized the gun from Jingjing's hands, aiming it at Lin Dong. With the power of the weapon in hand, Chun Biao felt a surge of confidence, believing his plans were not entirely in vain. Kid, what is the deal with those women of yours? Lin Dong's expression soured. Firstly, I dislike being called kid. I prefer to be addressed as big brother. Secondly, they are not my women. There's a distinction. Thirdly, are you sure you want to point a gun at me? Fuming, Chun Biao retorted, what are you pretending for? Hurry up and bring those women over. Otherwise, I will end you. Liang Jihan immediately stood protectively in front of Lin Dong. Chun Biao, what do you intend to do? Do you realize you are committing a crime? Chun Biao couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Crime? Miss Liang, should I admire your overwhelming sense of justice? Or should I mock your foolishness? We are in the apocalypse. Do you know how many perish outside, every day? Even if I commit a crime, who will apprehend me? The gun is in my possession now. My word is law. Who dares to defy me? The crowd shrank back, intimidated. Who would dare to oppose him? Liang Jihan's chest heaved with anger. Chun Biao, heed my advice. Return the gun while you still can. Do you really wish to stand against everyone here? At that moment, Jingjing interjected, Officer Liang, it is not I who stands opposed to everyone. It is you. Just now, Officer Liang declared her intention to drive out and rescue the nearby survivors to bring them into our mall. This statement ignited a fervor among the crowd. Bring more people? The supplies in this mall are dwindling. It won't be long before we run out of food. Why will we want more people? Exactly. I oppose it. I too oppose it, Miss Liang. The supplies in this mall belong to us all. You cannot simply decide to bring in more people. Now that she was unarmed, her words held no weight. From now on, it was we who would have the final say. You all are thinking too small, Brother Chun. Miss Liang is no less than those three stunning beauties. If we're the ones in charge, I don't think it unreasonable to have a little fun with Miss Liang. Do you? Hey, I almost forgot about that. Count me in. It is time to have our way with her. A safety officer as beautiful as her, appearing all delicate and weak. How could she possibly protect us? This sentiment emerged from a woman who harbored jealousy towards Liang Jihan's beauty. Listening to the crowd's brazen remarks, Liang Jihan felt her heart ache. Just a few days after the snow had sealed the roads, she had sensed the impending collapse of order. Chun Biao had begun gathering followers, aiming to seize control of them all. In response, she revealed her identity and principles to quell the brewing chaos. However, she had not anticipated that her efforts would be met with ridicule. The sharp tongues and cold indifference of the crowd pierced her heart like daggers. Overwhelmed by despair and chill, a solitary tear trickled down her cheek. Everyone, do not continue to err. A middle-aged woman in a fur coat stepped forward, appearing older and more sensible, holding some influence among the women. Miss Liang, it is not we who are in the wrong. It is you. You wish to rescue this and that. But in the end, you might save no one and instead endanger those of us who are still alive. Heed my advice. Do not interfere. She then turned to Chun Biao. Ah, Biao, with the gun in your hands from now on, this mall is yours to command. But I suggest you make that kid hand over the car keys. I will take a few willing women and leave. I want to compete with you for resources, all right? Bang! The gun fired suddenly, a bullet piercing the woman's head, blood splattering onto the faces of those nearby as her lifeless body crumpled to the ground, leaving everyone in shock. Damn old hag. Knowing the gun is in my hands, you still dare to negotiate? Chun Biao sneered, raising his voice. Brothers, from now on, the supplies are ours, and all the women here are ours. You can have your way with any of them, except for Miss Liang and the 3 newcomers. The rest are fair game. Let chaos reign. With those words, the primal instincts of the men were unleashed, lewd laughter filling the air as they rushed towards the women. Let go of me, filthy man. Don't touch me. A man struck a woman, causing her to spit blood. Damn it. Even now, you're pretending to be a virtuous maiden. Chaos erupted as the women screamed and fled. But how many could outrun the men? Cries for mercy filled the air. No, please let me go. I have AIDS. Oh, what a coincidence. So do I. You pathetic loser. Let me go. Miss Liang, save me. Ironically, the loudest cries came from the very woman who had derided others just moments before. Jingjing, upon hearing that Chun Biao had taken 4 women more beautiful than herself, was instantly displeased. Chun Biao, what do you mean by this? With me around, are you still unsatisfied? I'm telling you, you are not to lay a finger on those women. Ignoring her protests, Chun Biao continued. Jingjing's frustration peaked, and she clutched her boyfriend's arm, throwing a tantrum. Chun Biao, remember this. I absolutely will not allow you to touch any other women, or else, damn it, you could die too. Chun Biao exploded, raising his gun and shooting Jingjing in the heart. Bang! Staring in disbelief at the blood gushing from her chest. Jingjing gazed at the fierce Chun Biao, attempting to grasp something, but her body succumbed to the ground. The rebellious girl ultimately paid the price for her youthful ignorance. Liang Zhihan shut her eyes in anguish, repeating the same thought. She wished to save some people, but how many could she truly save? In this apocalypse, one could not save everyone. Moreover, even if she did save them, what then? They were a pack of ingrates, likely to resent her for attempting to impose limits on their behavior. Liang Zhihan felt her faith wavering. Chun Biao disdainfully glanced at Jingjing's lifeless form, then redirected the gun towards Lin Dong. Kid, hurry up and hand over the car keys. Now that he had seized control of them all, acquiring the vehicle would render him impervious to the threats posed by the apocalypse. I've already told you I dislike being threatened with a gun. Lin Dong sighed deeply, suddenly raising his hand with lightning speed, unleashing a bullet from the Huang Jin Shine. With Chun Biao caught completely off guard, Lin Dong shot him in the head. Chun Biao's eyes rolled back as he fell backward. How could he have died so quickly, when he had held the truth in his grasp and was on the verge of indulging in a life of excess? It was unbearable. This abrupt turn of events left Liang Zhihan and the others stunned. What the hell? He has a gun too? The men who had been committing acts of violence froze in fear. Maids, have you finished your selection? Lin Dong clapped his hands. All right, master. The 3 women returned, each carrying various bags, as if hurrying to catch a train during the spring festival. Items are placed here, granting you the opportunity to showcase your prowess. If the snow maid emerges victorious, the punishment shall be lifted. The eyes of the 3 women sparkled with excitement. Yes, master. Ling Shui rubbed her fists together, brimming with enthusiasm. Just as Liang Zhihan pondered how they intended to demonstrate their skills, she witnessed Shun Wanyue distributing a large cleaver to each of them. A bone-cutting knife she had just procured from the supermarket. The 3 enchanting women brandished their formidable blades, creating a striking visual impact. In the next moment, all 3 sprinted forward simultaneously. Jiangzhu dashed towards the nearest man, the cleaver swiftly descending, splattering blood as the man's head soared into the air. The girl was horrified, blood splattering her face as she screamed at the top of her lungs. It was a cacophony. Jiangzhu frowned slightly and swung the cleaver down once more. The girl fell silent. Liang Zihuan watched in shock as the three women wreaked havoc among the crowd, indiscriminately striking down anyone in their path, limbs severed and heads rolling, leaving her utterly astonished. These were not merely three fragile women. They were akin to three female reapers. What kind-hearted individuals could possess such combat prowess while slaughtering without a blink? Lin Dong, you must stop them. This cannot continue. Chapter 31. I fear not death. Unless you truly kill me, observing the maids unleash their terrifying rampage. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the death training had proven effective. Even the latest recruit, Ling Shui, displayed an unyielding ferocity that instilled fear in onlookers. Turning to Liang Zihuan, who wore a face of desperate pleading, Lin Dong could not help but chuckle. Miss Liang, you are truly both a saint and hypocritical. When Chun Biao shot someone, you remained silent, yet when my maid takes a life, you are displeased. Liang Zihuan was rendered speechless, her complexion fluctuating between red and pale. Lin Dong, this is different. Chun Biao killed to establish authority. They are merely slaughtering the innocent. What wrong had those women committed? Lin Dong laughed. Oh, so killing to assert dominance is not considered murder, but indiscriminate slaughter is? Is this not hypocrisy? Furthermore, they were insulted and surely preferred death. I am merely granting them liberation. Liang Zihuan was exasperated. They wish to live, even if life is stifling. Even if they face humiliation, they at least have hope for survival. By what right do you decide their fates so easily? Lin Dong shrugged. So you imply that even if you were insulted, you would grit your teeth and endure for the sake of survival? You twist my words. I would rather die than suffer humiliation. You see, you have declared that even you would rather die than be insulted. Surely, they feel the same. You cannot impose your will upon them. How do you know their will differs from yours? Liang Zihuan was infuriated, realizing that Lin Dong was resolute in his intent to annihilate everyone here. Lin Dong, regardless of your reasoning, as the safety officer, I cannot permit this. With that, she promptly retrieved her gun, aiming it at Lin Dong. Capturing the leader would quell the other women's actions. Lin Dong's lips curled into a radiant smile. You intend to kill me? Have you considered the consequences? I do not know who you truly are, but even in death, I shall prevent your outrageous behavior. Not at all. You will soon realize that I can be even more outrageous. Stowing away the gun, Lin Dong retrieved a frozen fish from behind him. This time it's a frozen carp. One must test which type of fish feels best in hand. Liang Zihuan was taken aback. What manner of person carries a frozen fish with them? The three women, emboldened by their frenzy, could not contain their laughter at Liang Zihuan's audacity to confront Lin Dong. It seemed our ranks were about to swell. Lin Dong initiated the attack, and Liang Zihuan felt a blur before her eyes, reflexively firing her weapon, but missing entirely. Her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Ready gone. In the next instant, Lin Dong struck her back with a frozen fish, a resounding crack echoing as Liang Zihuan cried out and collapsed. One blow was all it took. That strike shattered her spine. She could not rise, her gun falling far from her grasp. At the same time, the fish broke as well. Alas, it seems the carp won't do. Perhaps I shall try a silver carp next time? Lin Dong seized her hair, fixing his gaze upon her eyes. I initially held you in high regard. After all, you are a rare individual maintaining a sense of morality in this apocalypse. Hence, I had no intention of taking you. Yet, alas, your hypocrisy and self-righteousness have revealed the ugly qualities of your humanity. Therefore, should I spare you or eliminate you? Liang Zihuan trembled, a mix of anger, fear, and disbelief coursing through her. How could this man be so powerful? Did he possess abilities akin to those women? What sort of world existed outside? Forget it. I shall end your life. After all, you would rather die than endure humiliation. I, for one, have little quality beyond respecting the will of others. With that, he reached out and grasped Liang Zihuan's delicate neck, applying pressure slowly. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped her. Liang Zihuan could not help but widen her mouth, desperately trying to pry his hand away, but her strength was like that of an infant against Lin Dong. No. Liang Zihuan struggled violently. Yet Lin Dong showed no signs of relenting. Fear began to take hold. Her mind raced through memories from her childhood as a favored daughter, excelling academically and athletically. Her beauty unmatched. Life had been a smooth sail, rising as a safety officer and solving major cases in collaboration with her peers, earning her great accolades. Even she occasionally questioned what window of opportunity had been closed to her. Perhaps her excellence had been excessive. Yet, a smooth journey inevitably cultivates flaws. For instance, Liang Zihuan had never truly encountered the depths of human malice, never considered the perspectives of others. She naively assumed all her actions were just. I do this for your own good. You need not be grateful, but you cannot criticize me. Thus, when faced with betrayal, she was thrown into disarray, overwhelmed. Now, she was nearing the end of her life. Her eyes began to roll back, her tongue protruding, her legs weakly struggling, her body stained with marks. Yet her hands still futilely attempted to pry Lin Dong's grip away. I do not wish to die. I want to live. In her final moments, Liang Zihuan finally expressed her desire. Simultaneously, Lin Dong released her. Coughing, Liang Zihuan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air as if she had never appreciated the value of breathing before. Lin Dong smiled slyly, placing his hand to his ear. What did you just say? I did not catch that. After gasping for what felt like an eternity, Liang Zihuan, still feeling dizzy and faint, was filled with a profound sense of discomfort, her eyes reddening as she lowered her head in silence. Ah, it seems I misheard. Let's continue. Lin Dong displayed remarkable patience, extending his hand once more. No. Liang Zihuan shook her head urgently, weeping, please do not kill me. I want to live. I do not want to die. In that moment, she was merely a frightened little girl clinging to life, far removed from her role as a safety officer. Lin Dong feigned contemplation. But you just said you would rather die than suffer humiliation. If you desire to live, I might not be so lenient with you. I will do anything. Just do not kill me. Liang Zihuan exclaimed, entirely exhausted, collapsing to the ground in tears. Indeed, he was right. He was truly excessive, a demon. Lin Dong smiled as she caressed her hair. Chapter 32. We are lifelong good sisters. Inside the shopping mall, it was as brutal as hell, with only 3 figures standing amidst a gruesome scene of corpses and shattered bones. Ah, you are infuriating. Are you doing this on purpose? Why won't you let me? Ling Shui, enraged, threw her dull knife to the ground and stomped on it violently. The final tally was in. Shen Wenyu had the highest kill count, followed by Jiang Zhu, who was just 1 kill short, while Ling Shui came in last. Clearly, if the two of them had eased up just a bit, she could have taken the top spot and escaped the torment of being bound in the restroom. Yet these 2 women had outdone her. This was outrageous. Shen Wenyu wiped the blood from her face with a bitter smile. Xiao Shui, we truly did not wish to be trapped in the restroom either. Since you have experienced it, you should have the capacity to endure. Just bear with it a bit longer. Jiang Zhu nodded in agreement, clearly terrified of being confined in the restroom. Oh, you 2 wretched bitches. Ling Shui gritted her teeth in anger. All right, there is still plenty of bottled water in the supermarket. Let us warm it up and clean ourselves before we get on the vehicle. The master will need some time as well. Shen Wenyu glanced at the RV outside before turning to look for water. Jiang Zhu and Ling Shui exchanged glances, clearly igniting sparks of fury. However, they still followed along, fearing that if they got into the vehicle covered in blood, Lin Dong might devise some horrifying punishment for them. As the hot water washed away the blood, Ling Shui was still furious, but upon glancing at her large bag filled with clothes, a cunning smile suddenly spread across her face. Those 2 fools really think I have no other way to avoid punishment from the master? Just wait. Detected that maid Liang Zihuan is severely injured. Would you like to heal her with 1 click? Heal. Liang Zihuan's sabarat spina instantly fell out, allowing her to go to the RV restroom to shower. Maid 4, Liang Zihuan, system score, 84, current strength, level 3, maid outfit, none excellent. The maid family is growing stronger, and life will surely be vibrant in the future. While Lin Dong was lost in thought, his phone rang again. Zhao Yufei was calling. Hello? Lin Dong, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? The moment he picked up, he was met with a barrage of accusatory questions. It seemed this woman was not hungry enough yet, having the energy to call for herself. Lin Dong chuckled coldly, adopting a tone of feigned urgency. Fei, I've managed to acquire an RV with plenty of food. Don't worry, just hang in there. I'll be there soon. After speaking, he couldn't help but turn and gag, feeling like a scoundrel. However, upon reflecting on the few maids he had gathered, it didn't appear to be an issue. On the other end of the line, Zhao Yufei was ecstatic to hear about the RV. Really? That's fantastic. Lin Dong, you truly are my favorite man. Only you would risk everything to save me. I'm trapped in the school dormitory. Hurry. All right, Fei, wait for me. When he hung up, the three women had returned to the RV, all dressed in new clothes. Shunwan Yu had somehow found a suit, complete with high heels. Her hair elegantly styled and light makeup applied, reminiscent of the night she encountered Lin Dong after work. Jiang Zhu, on the other hand, opted for a simpler look, wearing a tank top and shorts that showcased her alluring figure. Ling Shui, filled with cunning, donned a form-fitting white satin dress, living up to her status as a talented live-streaming host. Just 2 steps into the vehicle earned her a thumbs up. As soon as she stepped in, Ling Shui eagerly approached, spinning around to showcase her figure. Master, do I look good in this? Lin Dong's keen eye caught a glimmer, and his eyes widened in surprise. She was indeed a woman with a sparkle in her eyes. This outfit is quite nice. Regardless of whether you won or lost, your punishment is waived. Thank you, Master. You are the best. Ling Shui beamed with a charming smile, secretly thrilled. Thankfully, her keen insight had led her to discover something new. Those 2 wretched women probably never imagined it. Shunwan Yu and Jiang Zhu admitted they had not foreseen this. Indeed, the live streamer was well informed. At Jiangcheng University, in the C District Dormitory Building Number 6 on the 6th floor, a strikingly attractive woman with a score of 70 laid down her phone, licked her dry lips, and looked at the 3 women across from her. Lin Dong is on his way. He should arrive soon. Let us wait a bit longer. The 3 women sighed in relief. At least Fei's ex-boyfriend is reliable. He actually found a way to get out. We're saved. Ugh. He clearly knows Fei is trapped at school, yet he still needed her to call him to realize he should come to rescue. What a fool. Exactly. Fei, you must open your eyes. Don't ever reconcile with a man like him. Just thinking about it is nauseating. Zhao Yufei nodded earnestly. Don't worry. I'm no longer in the same world as him. If it weren't for the other guys pursuing me being useless and unreachable, I wouldn't have contacted him. In dormitory 604, aside from Zhao Yufei, the other 3 women were named Li Wan, Zhou Shiyu, and Chening. The 4 had been close friends since their freshman year, all choosing to prepare for graduate school. But unfortunately, only Zhao Yufei succeeded. On the first day of her success, the 4 of them celebrated together and went on a major shopping spree, purchasing a plethora of snacks. It was this shopping trip that allowed them to survive for several days until yesterday, when they could no longer produce a single sausage and began to panic. Thanks to a hand-cranked charger bought impulsively by Li Wan, their phones miraculously still had power. Unfortunately, each of the 4 women had called their admirers, or at least they thought so, for help, only to be either scolded or go completely unresponsive, leaving them uncertain if they were alive or dead. After all the turmoil, it was finally Lin Dong who was willing to come, rekindling hope among the 4. Each returned to their beds, burrowing under the covers as they awaited his arrival. Li Wan, with a face full of acne scars, typed in the Jiangcheng 4 Beauties group chat, "We 4 lifelong good sisters." Zhao Yufei, yes, lifelong sisters will never part. Chening, I've seen online that the outside world has gone haywire, with rampant killing and looting. Thankfully, our sisterhood is strong, and we haven't let anyone take advantage of us. Zhou Shiyu, who would dare to rob us? The Jiangcheng 4 Beauties? They'd end up with broken legs. Li Wan, as long as we are together, there is no problem we cannot solve. The other 3 women, good sisters for life. In another group chat, no wretched Zhao Yufei Li Wan. Xiao Yu, Yingjie, did you see Zhao Yufei's smug look earlier? It was absolutely disgusting. Chapter 33. 4 people, 5 groups. Zhou Shiyu. I saw it. She's just a useless woman relying on her ex-boyfriend for support. Chun Ing Ugh. I really don't want to stay in the dorm anymore. Who knows how many classmates have died outside? It feels like a morgue here. I have an idea I want to discuss with you all. Liwan, what idea? Joushu Igreku, em curious. Chuning, huddled under the covers, warmed her nearly frozen fingers against her armpits before typing. So many people have likely frozen to death in this entire building. It feels like a morgue, and I really don't want to stay here any longer. So when Lin Dong arrives, we need to find a way to hitch a ride in his RV to leave this place. Since Zhao Yufei doesn't intend to reconcile with Lin Dong, let her stay here by herself. Liwan, if the wretched girl doesn't leave with Lin Dong, how can we hitch a ride? Zhou Shiyu, true. We aren't close with Lin Dong. If she doesn't go, are we really going to swallow our pride and plead with him? I can't bear that. Chining, my belief is that among us in the dormitory, Xiaoyu is undoubtedly the most beautiful. The demeanor and appearance of that wretched person cannot even be compared to her. Perhaps Xiaoyu could make a slight sacrifice. While there is still time, she should take the opportunity to adorn herself. After that wretched person rejects Lin Dong, you could give him a subtle hint, allowing him the chance to pursue you. Given Lin Dong's rather humble status, he would certainly rush to win your favor, and you could then conveniently propose to take things further. He would not refuse. Wu Shiyu, huh? That seems inappropriate. What if Lin Dong becomes too clingy? Although he is tall and somewhat handsome, he is quite impoverished. Liwan, oh come on. Xiaoyu, this is a crucial moment. It's merely a small sacrifice. If it really doesn't work, I shall step in. Men adore my slightly plump charm. I could easily win Lin Dong over. Chuning, Zhou Shiyu, Liwan, why are you all silent? Zhou Shiyu, alas, I still cannot accept this. My mother forbids me from associating with those unpleasant men. How about you, Ingjia? After all, a little effort in your appearance would still place you at the level of a campus beauty. Chuning, I cannot do it. Zhou Shiyu, you can. I believe in you, Ingjia. Liwan, I think I can manage too. Chuning, well, if I must, I will make this sacrifice. But rest assured, once I win over Lin Dong, I shall take you both along, leaving that wretched person behind. We three shall remain lifelong sisters. Zhou Shiyu, yes. We three are true sisters. Liwan, no, I genuinely believe I could do it too. No fat pig Liwan group. Zhao Yufei, if it weren't for that glutton Liwan, our snacks could have lasted at least 2 more days. Now I have to seek out Lin Dong. That wretched man. How annoying. Chuning, exactly, she's as massive as a pig, and yet she has the audacity to call herself a slightly plump girl. It's utterly ridiculous. I feel nauseated every time I see her pig-like face. Zhou Shiyu. Thankfully, Feifei's ex-boyfriend is generous. Otherwise, the 3 of us would starve due to that fat pig. Zhao Yufei. Haha. When Lin Dong arrives, we must ensure that fat pig doesn't come along. No amount of food would be enough for her wastefulness. Chuning, indeed. I second that. Zhou Shiyu, seconded. No old woman, Chuning group. Zhao Yufei. That old woman is actually hiding under the covers to put on makeup? What is she thinking? Liwan, who knows? It's freezing outside. If she can manage to apply makeup, it would be a miracle. Zhou Shiyu. Haha. Perhaps that old woman is trying to entice Feifei's ex-boyfriend? Who can blame him? She is old and unattractive. Without makeup, she wouldn't dare leave her house. Zhao Yufei. It's laughable. She doesn't stand a chance. Even if Lin Dong were to be discarded by me, he would still be my dog. Who would want her, a woman nearing menopause? Li Huan, a stop. It's too painful to look at. No green tea, Zhou Shiyu group. Chuning, where did the green tea go? Hasn't she been in the bathroom for days? Doesn't she smell? Liwan. Ingjia, when has she ever not smelled? Zhao Yufei. Let me tell you, the last time we bought snacks, she purchased a box of chocolates and hasn't touched them since. I suspect she is hiding in the bathroom, sneaking bites. Liwan, what? How could she be so shameless, stealing and hiding food? Chuning, green tea is indeed green tea. Thankfully, the 3 of us are united in sharing. Otherwise, we wouldn't starve but would certainly be disgusted by her. Zhao Yufei cast a cold glance at the other 3 girls, placing her phone against her chest to prevent it from shutting down due to the cold, and curled up to sleep. Lin Dong, hurry up. On the other side of Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, in a library, Chun Yunqi was reclining with her legs crossed, receiving a pre-peeled sausage from her boyfriend, Feng Yi. With one bite, she spat it out onto the floor. What is this? It's frozen solid. How can one eat it? Chun Yunxi disdainfully tossed the sausage at her boyfriend, who quickly caught it, placing half of it by the campfire to heat it up, smiling as he said, "Baby, let me roast it for you. Don't worry. Is there nothing else to eat? Feng Yi, don't you have superpowers? Go fetch me some desserts from that sweet shop on the back street." Eating this junk food every day is simply tiresome. Few are aware that the seemingly innocent campus beauty of Jiangxing University of Science and Technology possesses such a sharp tongue. Feng Yi smiled wryly. "Baby, even though I have powers, I'm still afraid to touch the snow. What if I can't resist the poison and end up dying?" This sausage was the last bit of food he managed to scavenge from others. He was reluctant to eat it. But wait a moment. The monkey will soon dig a tunnel for us, and we can go to the teacher's dormitory for other food. As the president of the student council, Feng Yi was particularly attentive to his girlfriend, who was recognized as the purest beauty on campus. On the night the poisonous snow fell, Chun Yunxi had locked herself in the library due to a small quarrel. To cheer her up, Feng Yi ran over 10 kilometers in the night to buy her a gift. But on his way back, he accidentally encountered the poisonous snow. Upon returning to the library, everyone discovered the snow was toxic, and Feng Yi subsequently developed a high fever. Once the fever subsided, he realized he had gained extraordinary abilities. His strength had increased tremendously, and his eyes could emit lasers, which was quite impressive. Additionally, he was not the only one who awakened superpowers in the library. Another individual, nicknamed Monkey, was also known to him. Later, as the rules began to crumble, Feng Yi and Monkey took control, utilizing their powers to rapidly dominate everyone and seize all the food they possessed. Meanwhile, Chun Yunxi, relying on Feng Yi, had never gone hungry. Chapter 34. Apologize to me. After listening, Chun Yunxi couldn't help but sigh deeply. After all, she was not an unreasonable girl. Fine, having you as a boyfriend feels like having none at all. If I can't get desserts, let us break up. I feel that Monkey seems to have an interest in me. Dating you is not as good as being with him. Feng Yi immediately felt a jolt, squatting in front of his girlfriend with a heartfelt expression. "Baby, you mustn't say such things. It's just desserts. Trust me, within 2 days, Monkey will dig a passage to the back street, and you'll definitely get to enjoy them." Chun Yunxi snorted, slightly pouting. She was merely saying this. After all, Feng Yi's looks, physique, and family background were incomparable to Monkey's. Moreover, Feng Yi had acquired superpowers. Without him, she would likely have starved long ago. However, Chun Yunxi had no intention of lowering her standards. In her eyes, a man should cater to her and treat her well. After all, she was exceptionally beautiful. Over the years, her speed in changing boyfriends had surpassed that of changing clothes, yet she had never allowed any man to touch her, not even holding hands. She had witnessed countless times at home how her mother would sulk, and her father would come to appease her, further solidifying her belief that men are despicable. One must not be kind to them, and must never casually offer oneself. The more aloof and proud one is, the better they are treated. I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, I might truly go after Monkey. Feng Yi nodded repeatedly, but a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. On the first floor of the library, the once smooth and tidy floor had been excavated, revealing a large pit 2 meters in diameter, deep and dark. Suddenly, a pair of black hands emerged from the hole. "Damn it, I am exhausted." A lean and short man crawled out, shaking off the dirt from his body and cursing. His name was Ho Ming, and due to his surname and stature, he had been nicknamed Monkey since childhood, a name he had grown accustomed to. Ho Ming glanced around and headed up to the library. As one ascends the staircase, a grim tableau of various corpses, each bearing a haunting expression of demise, frequently comes into view. These unfortunate souls are students from Jiangshang Keijidashua, some having perished due to failed attempts at escape, others driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, while a few were merely clandestinely courting in the library, unable to afford accommodations. Following the descent of the toxic snow, these individuals found themselves trapped here, some succumbing to poison, but the majority brutally beaten to death, with the blood on the floor long since frozen into ice. However, Such a harrowing sight no longer unsettles him, for many of the deceased are victims of his own hand. As a superpowered individual, he believes that with such power comes the prerogative to eliminate whomever he chooses. Upon reaching the top floor, he encounters a makeshift bonfire composed of books and shelves, where Feng Yi and Chen Yunqi sit side by side, basking in its warmth. Frustration wells within him as he reflects on the arduous labor he undertook below, while these two engage in their cozy dalliance. The monkey can only harbor such thoughts internally, aware that he cannot best Feng Yi in confrontation. Otherwise, he would have claimed Chen Yunqi for himself by now. Upon the return of Ho Ming, Feng Yi greets him with a sardonic smile, swiftly transitioning to a radiant grin. Ah, the monkey returns. Have you breached the passage? Ho Ming sighs. Not so quickly, but I estimate that I am merely 3 meters short of breaking through. I'll take a break and resume digging this afternoon. Chen Yunqi, upon hearing that they must wait, immediately expresses her displeasure. What? Only 3 meters left? Why are you resting? Hurry up and dig. Ho Ming rolls his eyes. My dear lady, I am but a human. Do you truly intend to work me to death? Chen Yunqi retorts sharply. What tone is that? Apologize to me. Ho Ming, taken aback, responds, What exactly did I say? Just commenting on my fatigue, and now I owe you an apology? You are truly pushing it. Were it not for me, you would be waiting in the library for death, you know? The tension escalates as Ho Ming's temper flares. The seemingly innocent school beauty presents a personality that few can withstand. Thankfully, she is not his girlfriend. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, the thought of eliminating Feng Yi does spark a certain intrigue, especially since he has witnessed Chen Yunqi in a white dress, her figure undeniably captivating. How dare you insult me? Chen Yunqi gasps, astounded that a man would dare speak to her in such a manner. Feng Yi, as the student council president, attempt to mediate the situation, quickly interjecting, all right, darling, do not be upset. The monkey is simply exhausted. Let's speak less, shall we? No need for tears. However, the murderous intent within him intensifies. If it weren't for the necessity of Ho Ming's digging prowess to escape, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him on the spot. Crying has always been a method to train arrogant men, Chen Yunqi declares, her voice unwavering. Ho Ming, nearly bursting with frustration, manages to suppress his rage. The atmosphere thickens with silence as the three of them become increasingly taciturn. Are you implying that your abilities stem from him? In the moving RV, Liang Jihan cannot help but gasp, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment as she gazes at Shen Wanyue. Lower your voice. Do not disturb the master. Shen Wanyue quickly admonishes. Liang Jihan nods in understanding. Shen Wanyue continues in hushed tones. Aside from Jiang Zhu, all of us have acquired our abilities through the master. If you wish to survive in this apocalypse, you must obediently heed the master's commands. Liang Jihan bites her lip, glancing at Jiang Zhu, who remains silent, lost in thought while gazing out the window. This woman seems markedly different from the others. Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone pierces the air within the RV. Jiang Zhu jumps, hastily retrieving her phone, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. It is a call from her fiancé, Xia Beichen. Just as she is about to disconnect, Lin Dong's voice unexpectedly reverberates. Answer it. Jiang Zhu bites her lip, nearly drawing blood, yet she cannot defy Lin Dong. All right, master. The call connects. Xia Zhu, how has your day been? Is it convenient for a video call? On the other end, Xia Beichen's face is full of longing as he wishes to see his fiancée. Jiang Zhu takes a deep breath. No, not today. It's not convenient. Okay. I will respect your wishes. Xia Beichen is doting. Xia Zhu, I know you are enduring great hardship, but rest assured, we have procured the mutated serum, which may awaken latent abilities. We will inject it tonight. I am confident it will succeed. Lin Dong exchanges a knowing glance with Jiang Zhu, urging her to probe further. The serum can awaken abilities? That is intriguing. The other women also perk up, listening intently. Jiang Zhu, somewhat taken aback, inquires the serum? Where did it come from? This involves a very mysterious organization, of which I know little. Xia Beichen responds without any reservations. Only my father and sister have contacts with them. I overheard my sister say that the probability of the serum awakening abilities is quite low and carries a significant risk of death, as it is derived from the toxic snow. But worry not, I am Xia Beichun. I will succeed in awakening my powers for you. Jiang Zhu's heart races. Beichun, please do not inject that. It is too dangerous. Do not worry, Xia Zhu. I will be fine. I believe my love for you can overcome any obstacles. Lin Dong and the others shiver simultaneously, chills racing down their spines at his overly sentimental words. Jiang Zhu is well aware that her fiancé knows she acquired her abilities through contact with the toxic snow, and his overbearing masculinity drives him to seek awakening. She hastily attempts to dissuade him, yet he refuses to listen, inundating her with saccharine declarations, each replete with the sentiment of his willingness to face any peril for her. All right, my sister seems to be approaching. We must end our conversation here. Xia Zhu, await my news. Xia Beichun quickly hangs up. Jiang Zhu clutches her phone, overwhelmed, yearning to persuade Lin Dong to change course towards the Xia residence to stop Xia Beichun. Yet she remains utterly unprepared to confront her fiancé. She had promised to save herself for their wedding night, but the unforeseen apocalypse has led her to share her first experience with Lin Dong. She feels unworthy of being Xia Beichun's wife. Beichun, I am so sorry. Jiang Zhu cries helplessly. Liang Jihan studies Jiang Zhu intently, her mind racing with thoughts. After half an hour, the RV finally approaches Jiangchang Keijidashue in the distance. Lin Dong dons a down jacket and thick pants, his gaze icy. Ling Shui, with a flirtatious demeanor, inquires, Master, why is this our first stop on our journey? Lin Dong, with a smirk, responds, because my first love awaits me here. The four women fall silent, stunned by his revelation. It is no wonder that Lin Dong, confronted with four stunning beauties, exhibits nothing but desire in his gaze. Devoid of any trace of affection, it appears he has long been emotionally tethered to another, for the impact of first love on a man is indeed profound. Shun Wanyu, with a pitiful expression, inquired, Master, are you planning to bring her back? After several days, she had grown accustomed to serving only Lin Dong, and the sudden emergence of an ex-girlfriend left her anxious about the prospect of sharing her master with another mistress. The looming possibility of a challenging future weighed heavily on her, as no woman would tolerate her man supporting such extraordinary beauties. Moreover, without Lin Dong, their abilities would stagnate, rendering them vulnerable to formidable opponents. Bring her back? Lin Dong scoffed. I shall send her away. In the past, Lin Dong had been infatuated, excusing Zhao Yufei's outrageous behaviors. However, upon reflection following his awakening, he recognized the folly of his past, realizing that Zhao Yufei was indeed a remarkable fool. His return was solely to take pleasure in vexing her. Sensing the malice in Lin Dong's tone, the women, though unclear about the circumstances, surmised the essence of the situation. It was merely a tale of betrayal by a heartless woman. Ling Shui's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned in. Rest assured, Master, I will adorn myself splendidly, ensuring your ex-girlfriend regrets her past choices. What attire shall I wear? Yet, Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. You shall remain at the adjacent hotel and await my cue before making your entrance. Huh? Ling Shui's face fell at the thought of missing the chance to assist her master in a grand display of humiliation. After all, if Lin Dong had not been spurned by the heartless woman, he would not have turned so cold and unfeeling. It was all her fault. Although they had yet to meet Zhao Yufei, the women had already begun to harbor resentment towards her. But Master, I wish to see, Ling Shui whined playfully. Lin Dong chuckled, raising his hands in surrender. Your presence will only hinder my performance. Liang Jihan bit her lip, retrieving a button from her pocket. I happen to have a professional hidden camera previously used to gather evidence. It can connect to my phone. How about this? It must be said, gossip is an innate trait of every woman. Though she still resisted Lin Dong, it did not prevent her from wanting to indulge in the unfolding drama. Ling Shui's eyes lit up as she eagerly snatched the camera, pinning it to Lin Dong's clothing, whispering conspiratorially, Master, please wear the camera, I beg you. Lin Dong rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. Very well, since you all are so eager to see, I shall indulge you this once. Chapter 36. Even death is a luxury, Master. We shall meet soon. Shen Wanyu and her companions stood at a safe distance by the hotel entrance, waving at the vehicle. Let us find a clean room to wait for our master's command. Shen Wanyu tucked the temperature-controlled stove Lin Dong had given her into her pocket and led the way into the hotel. Ling Shui followed closely behind. Liang Jihan and Jiang Zhu remained stationary, and once the two had disappeared from view, Liang Jihan spoke in hushed tones. Miss Jiang Zhu, I can see you are reluctant to stay by Lin Dong's side. We have an opportunity to escape him, but it will require our collaboration. I am familiar with this hotel. It is a renowned 5-star establishment in Jiangcheng, boasting excellent amenities. There should be survivors within. We can join forces with them to subdue those 2 women and negotiate with Lin Dong when he returns, compelling him to relinquish the vehicle. This way, we will have a chance to flee. What do you think? Jiang Zhu, her hands tucked in her pockets, could not help but display a hint of a sardonic smile. If you truly understood him, you would know that unless he is dead, we will have no opportunity to escape. After all, why would Lin Dong carelessly leave the maids here? He simply does not concern himself with their fates, or rather, he can effortlessly control their lives or deaths. Encountering Lin Dong makes even death feel like a luxury, let alone the prospect of escape. Liang Jihan, having limited knowledge of Lin Dong, couldn't suppress her curiosity. What do you mean? What abilities does he possess that instills such fear in you? Jiang Zhu, equally uncertain of Lin Dong's powers, could only sigh deeply and turn to enter the hotel, leaving the bewildered security officer behind. Witnessing Jiang Zhu's resignation, Liang Jihan furrowed her brows and followed suit. She could not escape alone. Wow, this hotel has a rather eerie ambience, reminiscent of a thrilling escape room, Ling Shui exclaimed, wielding a flashlight as she walked alongside Shen Wanyu at the forefront. The hotel's opulent decor contrasted sharply with the absence of light, evoking scenes straight from a horror film, with numerous doors ajar and traces of blood and corpses staining the walls and carpets. The 4 women made their way to the top floor, where the most luxurious presidential suite awaited. After opening several doors, only to find chaos or broken windows, they reached the innermost room of the corridor. Just as Shen Wanyu prepared to kick the door open, she suddenly furrowed her brow. Be cautious, there is someone inside. Even through the thick security door, she could hear sounds emanating from within. What are we afraid of? We can simply knock and find out, Ling Shui said, exhibiting her characteristic boldness as she stepped forward. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed, causing an immediate silence within. After a lengthy pause, the door opened slightly, revealing a middle-aged man who cautiously peeked out. Upon seeing the 4 stunning beauties, he was momentarily taken aback. Ling Shui flashed a sweet smile, greeting him. Hello, uncle. We were just passing by, and it's quite cold outside. May we come in and rest? The middle-aged man stared in shock for a while before finally allowing them entry. How did you arrive here? I saw a car downstairs. Is it yours? He inquired. Ling Shui feigned innocence, boldly stepping inside and noting the suite's cleanliness with a satisfied nod. That is not our car. We merely hitched a ride. Now, we seek a place to rest. Uncle, may we stay? Seeing Ling Shui's pitiful demeanor, the middle-aged man felt himself falling in love again. Of course, of course. Vang Da Sheng. Ladies, please come in. This hotel is not safe. Wang Dasheng rubbed his hands together, eagerly ushering them inside. Liang Jihan suddenly frowned and asked, Wang Dasheng, the chairman of the Dasheng Group? Wang Dasheng was taken aback. You recognize me? He quickly switched to a more authoritative demeanor. I am indeed the chairman of the Dasheng Group, a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. Ladies, rest assured, while you are here, I shall ensure your safety. Ling Shui smiled sweetly. Uncle, you misunderstood. I meant for you to leave while we remain here. Wang Dasheng was left dumbfounded. What do you mean, beautiful? Ling Shui replied with a grin, the literal meaning, of course. Why are you still here? The hotel's amenities and environment were quite suitable for them to enjoy the unfolding drama. Wang Dasheng's face contorted with disbelief. What? I kindly offered you shelter, and you intend to take over my space? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liang Jihan quickly intervened, grasping the furious Wang Dasheng. Mr. Wang, you are a respected individual. Do not let this situation escalate with these women. There are plenty of rooms available. Perhaps you could find another? Her intervention was intended to save Wang Dasheng's life, as the consequences of angering these women were all too clear. However, she did not anticipate that her words would only stoke the flames of his anger. Wang Dasheng felt belittled, shoving Liang Jihan aside and pointing angrily at Ling Shui. "You vile woman, do you think my successful enterprise was built on honesty? Call for help. Seize these 4 women." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and the bedroom door of the suite swung open, revealing 4 burly men, his loyal bodyguards, ready to obey his command. Liang Jihan peered into the bedroom, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. She now comprehended why, even in this apocalyptic world, Wang Dasheng still required bodyguards. The sight within the bedroom was unbearable. Several women were on the brink of death. Clearly, even at such a low temperature, they had not escaped the fate of being abused. Wang Dasheng was indeed willing to share. Liang Jihan even recognized one of the women, who appeared to be his secretary. The 4 burly men exchanged glances, a wicked glint flashing in their eyes. These women had been snatched from a hotel, both other guests and staff, and they had long lost interest. Now, more beautiful newcomers had arrived. Indeed, associating with the boss promised a brighter future. Ling Shui coldly chuckled as she flexed her delicate fists. Just moments ago, she had been robbed of her prey by those 2 vile women, and now she was determined to claim these individuals for herself. Shun Wanyue, with an expressionless face, cautioned, "Do not spill too much blood. This room is still somewhat tolerable." All right, Ling Shui replied with a hint of reluctance. The burly men revealed sinister grins. "Little girl, do you really think you can handle us alone? How about we?" Disgusting. Ling Shui huffed, and in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from sight. Chapter 37. In the apocalypse, there is no good or evil. Only the strong and the weak. The individuals accompanying Wang Dasheng were merely ordinary men. Though they were fierce, they were nothing against superpowers. Wang Dasheng could only perceive a blur before the stunning beauty suddenly appeared before his 4 bodyguards. Before they could react, Ling Shui had already unleashed a swift kick. The sound of 4 eggs shattering echoed in the air. The 4 bodyguards froze momentarily, an indescribable and unparalleled pain engulfing them instantly. They all clutched their groins, their eyes bulging, their bodies contorting in agony as they howled in despair. Wang Dasheng felt a chill in his own groin, instinctively tightening his belt. No man could maintain composure in such a scene. If I didn't wish to keep this room tidy, I would have already smashed your heads." Ling Shui clapped her hands and opened the window, preparing to toss 2 bodyguards out, 1 in each hand. Wang Dasheng was alarmed. His bodyguards, who had helped him navigate countless troubles, were being so easily dispatched. What would become of him? Just as Ling Shui was about to throw them out, Liang Jihan suddenly drew a gun and shouted, "Ling Shui, put them down. Stop the senseless killing." Ling Shui paused, still holding the 2 men, and turned to glare at her with a dark expression. "What do you mean? Taking advantage of the master's absence to challenge me?" Liang Jihan bit her lip tightly, recalling the terrifying Lin Dong. Yet her sense of duty and justice compelled her not to ignore the impending massacre. "I don't want to hurt you. I know you're being coerced by Lin Dong. I can see that. At heart, you're not a bloodthirsty person. Don't make a mistake you can't undo. We have a chance now. Let us devise a plan to escape Lin Dong's control. From now on, our lives will be ours to direct. Shall we?" Ling Shui's fury diminished significantly, her head slowly lowering as she bit her lip in silence. Yes, it had only been a few days. How had she transformed into this? Before the apocalypse, she was merely a streamer earning a modest living through her beauty and figure, never having committed any heinous acts. Yet since encountering him, she had begun to regard human life as trivial as paper. Her sole intention was to survive. Seeing Ling Shui wavering, a glimmer of hope sparked in Liang Jihan's eyes. But in the next moment, Ling Shui suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fierce. With a powerful motion, she hurled the bodyguards out the window, their bodies crashing heavily into the snow below, accompanied by screams and wails, their fates sealed. "What are you doing?" Liang Jihan gasped. "Are you acting? There's no point in hoping. We can never escape the master, never." Ling Shui's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her voice trembling. She recalled her days locked in the bathroom. What did death even mean? Lin Dong had countless ways to make them wish for death. As long as he lived, she would never have the chance to betray him. Her life was irrevocably bound to Lin Dong. Shen Wanyue watched the two women confront each other with her arms crossed, maintaining a calm demeanor. She had been with Lin Dong the longest and lived next door to him, thus had a deeper understanding of his nature. This was a person who had been psychologically tortured by immense pressure before the apocalypse. Once such a person gained power, they became terrifying. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, it boiled down to power. Lin Dong possessed power, and thus they had no choice but to follow him. Enough, Miss Liang, just lower the gun. There is no point in pursuing this line of conversation. It's futile. Shen Wanyue sighed deeply. Liang Jihan, growing desperate, turned to Jiang Zhu for help. Jiang Zhu, do you intend to continue in this daze? You have a fiancé. Can't you fight for your own happiness? Jiang Zhu froze, caught in a tumult of internal conflict. The sudden shift in the situation delighted Wang Dasheng. Although he could not comprehend the dynamics among these women, he sensed a burgeoning rift, a perfect opportunity to seize control. Taking advantage of their distraction, Wang Dasheng slipped back into the room, opened the safe, and retrieved his weapon. Damn it, do they really think I'm a soft target? These little girls think they can manipulate me. Today, I will kill them all. Fury surged within Wang Dasheng as he grabbed his gun and rushed out, aiming directly at Liang Jihan without a second thought. She had a gun. He needed to eliminate her first. The sudden turn of events shocked the women. Watch out! Shen Wanyue shouted. Bang! Liang Jihan felt a sharp pain in her chest, looking down in a daze to find a gaping wound bleeding profusely. Why? She questioned, bewildered. I've always tried to save you. Why would you want to kill me? Can kindness truly not be met with goodwill? This damned apocalypse. Shen Wanyue was instantly consumed with rage. This fat pig, sharing a name with her ex-husband, was also despicable. Damn! Ling Shui reacted even faster, kicking the nearest bodyguard, who crashed into Wang Dasheng, knocking him to the ground. Shen Wanyue surged forward, drawing a dagger from her thigh and swiftly slashing Wang Dasheng's throat, blood spraying forth. Yet, she was not satisfied. She continued stabbing with relentless fury, her newly changed clothes stained crimson. Jiang Zhu caught the collapsing Liang Jihan, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Now you understand, don't you? In this apocalypse, there is no good or evil, only the strong and the weak. I do not wish to abandon my pursuit of happiness. Rather, I have lost the right to seek it. All I can do is obediently comply. I have no other choice. Liang Jihan coughed up blood, struggling to articulate her thoughts. This moment felt far more devastating than the one in the marketplace, both physically and psychologically. In the apocalypse, there is no good or evil, only the strong and the weak. The goodwill she offered was met with betrayal. If she were granted a second chance at life, she, Liang Jihan, would henceforth renounce any notion of benevolence and embrace a heart devoid of emotion. Furthermore, Lin Dong, you took my innocence. If given the opportunity, I would ensure you faced 1,000 tortures. Alas, all of this remained mere fantasy. Ding dong. Detected that maid Liang Jihan is nearing death. Would you like to heal her instantly? Lin Dong, driving into the gates of Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, was momentarily taken aback. What is this? I've only been gone a few minutes. Why is she on the verge of death? Did she fight with the others? Heal. Forget it. I'll ask later. Chapter 38, another way of helping others. Liang Jihan was reflecting on her life as she faced the end, when suddenly a flash of golden light enveloped her. The wound on her body healed, and her feeble heartbeat regained its strength. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she felt renewed vigor coursing through her body, allowing her to rise from Jiang Zhu's embrace. What has happened to me? Jiang Zhu offered a grim smile, saying, now you should understand, encountering that demon, even death is a luxury. Want to escape? Where can we flee to? Liang Jihan stared blankly at Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui, who had anticipated this moment, her pupils dilating in realization. Is this Lin Dong's ability? He possesses not only immense strength, but also the power to manipulate the lives and deaths of others at will, even in his absence. This is nothing short of cheating. isn't it? No wonder these women dare not flee. In that instant, Liang Jihan fully comprehended the depth of her fear towards Lin Dong. Shen Wanyue tossed the bloodied dagger at her feet and remarked, "Having experienced this, you should realize that in the apocalypse, it's either you kill others or others kill you. There is no alternative. You may have once been a kind-hearted person, but now, if you wish to avoid punishment from the master, you must obediently embrace the role of a villain. There are still a few women in the bedroom. You should see them off." Liang Zhihan numbly picked up the dagger and stepped into the bedroom. A cacophony of repulsive and acrid odors assaulted her senses, revealing the inhumane torment they had endured. "Help me, please." A feeble voice called for help, and Liang Zhihan turned to find Wang Daxing's personal secretary. Before the apocalypse, she had been quite glamorous. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, she had merely become a tool for Wang Daxing to control his bodyguards, a life worse than death. Not just her, but the other women here were also of considerable beauty and stature, yet now they were reduced to mere instruments. Is this the destiny of women in the apocalypse? Liang Zhihan couldn't help but question herself. Her heavy heart felt a little lighter. Perhaps being by Lin Dong's side meant she wouldn't have to tread the same path as these women. Gripping the dagger tightly, Liang Zhihan squatted beside the secretary and gently stroked her disheveled hair. "Don't be afraid. I will help you now." The secretary slowly revealed a smile, which quickly froze as the dagger in Liang Zhihan's hand swiftly cut across her neck. The secretary's body convulsed violently, her eyes beginning to glaze over. "Thank you." Liang Zhihan faintly heard her murmur, biting her lip in silence. In a way, she was helping others through this grim act, suppressing the urge to vomit. Liang Zhihan similarly dispatched the other women, leaving only the four of them in the suite. Emerging from a bedroom with a pained expression, Ling Shui eagerly extended her hand. "Quick, take out your phone. We need to see what the master is up to." Liang Zhihan hesitated for a moment before silently retrieving her phone, quickly connecting to the button camera on Lin Dong's person. Observing the three women gathered around the phone, carefree and oblivious, Liang Zhihan let out a deep sigh. Perhaps she should aspire to be like them, a heartless maid. The camera revealed Lin Dong, one hand holding a cigarette, the other gripping the steering wheel. As he passed familiar sights around the school, nostalgia washed over him. This was once his alma mater, had it not been for family circumstances. He might have graduated here and continued his studies with Zhao Yufei. The large RV carved a long black line through the pristine white landscape, catching the attention of numerous survivors who could not help but shout for help. "Help! Help me! Hey, is the driver deaf? I'm right here. Come save me. SOS. I'm a foreigner. Rescue me first. Damn it, foreigner, take me with you." Unfortunately, Lin Dong chose to remain oblivious to their cries. He knew where Zhao Yufei's dormitory was, and the RV gradually came to a halt beneath it. The deafening roar naturally drew the attention of everyone in the building, who cautiously peered out to see if it was a rescue team. However, they were met with disappointment. The figure stepping out of the RV was merely an ordinary man. Lin Dong, carrying a box of instant noodles, captured many curious gazes. "Hey, handsome, are you with the rescue team?" A girl ventured out of the dormitory. Lin Dong smiled. "No, I'm just here to pick someone up, and we'll be leaving. You all can continue with your meals and rest. Don't mind me." Others chimed in. "Could you spare some instant noodles? We've been starving for days," a girl asked pitifully. Lin Dong scoffed. "Do you think I care if you're hungry? You." Some girls were infuriated, ready to confront him, but just then, Zhao Yufei rushed down upon hearing the commotion. "Step aside, this is my boyfriend. You all stay away." Initially, Lin Dong expected a complex array of emotions upon reuniting with Zhao Yufei, given their past intimacy. Yet to his surprise, his cold heart felt no tremor, as if he were meeting a stranger. Inside the hotel, the four women also caught sight of Zhao Yufei through the camera, simultaneously rolling their eyes. Is this the master's ex-girlfriend? Not all that impressive. Indeed, she doesn't even compare to me. Her face is speckled with freckles. The master really hadn't experienced finer things before. Zhao Yufei rushed over and hugged Lin Dong's arm, asserting her claim. The other women, seeing that she had a boyfriend picking her up, were engulfed by envy and jealousy. Yet they were well-mannered students and dared not act out. "Come on, Lin Dong, Let's go back to the dorm, Zhao Yufei exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of Lin Dong's large RV. Lin Dong remained silent as he was firmly pulled into the dormitory. Upon entering, he couldn't help but frown. Phew, it stinks. Did you bring a toilet in here? The small dormitory was cluttered with clothes strewn about and snack wrappers piled high, leaving him bewildered as to how they could endure such chaos. Thank goodness for the system that allowed him to have a maid keep his home spotless even in the apocalypse. After closing the door, Zhao Yufei immediately released Lin Dong's arm, her demeanor shifting instantly. Lin Dong, what is wrong with you? Why did you take so long? Do you know I'm starving? Hurry and boil some water for instant noodles. Is that all you brought? I'm sick of that stuff. Can't you get something else to eat? It's so annoying. Zhao Yufei's barrage of complaints made Lin Dong laugh. It was the same familiar routine. She had treated him like this before. Any slight dissatisfaction resulted in a tirade. Was he truly a masochist back then? Seeing Lin Dong standing there smiling and not moving, Zhao Yufei's anger flared. What are you laughing at? Hurry up. Lin Dong's smile slowly faded as he hoisted the box of instant noodles and tossed it out the window. If you want to eat, go pick it up from the snow yourself. Do I owe you something? Chapter 39, I can only take 3 people. Lin Dong's sudden action genuinely startled Zhao Yufei. Now, not only was instant noodles scarce, but even a packet of seasoning would need to be furtively licked clean. He had thrown away an entire box of instant noodles? What was wrong with him? No. What was with that tone? What is your tone? Do you dare to yell at me? Zhao Yufei was furious. The other 3 girls rushed to the window, attempting to retrieve the noodles, but they were on the 6th floor, far from the snow below. As they approached the balcony, Lin Dong finally caught a clear glimpse of their faces. He recognized them, yet today they seemed so unfamiliar. Li Wan's chubby face was smeared with grease, while Zhou Shiyu's cheeks were flushed bright red, resembling a lucky charm. Chun Ying's appearance was truly terrifying. Her smoky makeup looked as if it had been crafted from actual smoke, with stark contrasts of black and white. The powder on her face resembled a porcupine-esque quills, rendering her quite fearsome. Li Wan, fuming, pointed at Lin Dong and exclaimed, Lin Dong, how could you waste food? Hurry and go pick it up, or else Fei Fei will never reconcile with you. With a swift motion, Lin Dong slapped her face without a second thought, leaving a red mark in its wake. What gives you the audacity to shout at me? He retorted. Li Wan, along with the others, was taken aback. How dare he strike her? Lin Dong gazed at his hand, feeling a sense of disgust. Goodness, this pig could sustain an oil refinery on its own. Where does all this grease come from? He shook off the excess fat and fished out a bottle of warm mineral water to wash his hands. The 4 beauties of Jiangcheng stared at Lin Dong in astonishment. In their minds, he was the obedient, kind-hearted licking dog who treated others with generosity. How had he transformed into someone so confrontational? Chening, licking her parched lips, resisted the urge to lick the soon-to-freeze water stains on the ground and hurried over to mediate. Oh dear, this is between Lin Dong and Fei Fei. Whether they reconcile is their decision. As good friends, we should not interfere. And Lin Dong, as a gentleman, how could you resort to violence? Perhaps you should apologize to Li Wan and let this matter rest? She subtly winked at Lin Dong, eager to showcase her understanding and grace, contrasting sharply with the uncouth Zhao Yufei. However, Lin Dong seemed oblivious to her gestures, tossing the remaining half-bottle of warm water away. You think I owe you an apology? He ignored Chun Ying's frozen smile and found a clean chair, fixing his gaze on Zhao Yufei. We were once in a relationship. I genuinely put in effort to bring you supplies, yet you turned your back on me the moment you stepped through the door. I'm no longer your boyfriend. Why should I endure your disdain? Zhao Yufei froze, finally realizing the enormity of her mistake. Indeed, he was no longer her boyfriend. Why should he cater to her whims? Yet, she quickly regained her composure. His coming over indicated that he still harbored feelings for her. This was a favorable situation. She forced a pitiful smile and squatted beside Lin Dong. Dong, I was wrong. Your coming to my aid shows you still love me, right? I was just a bit hasty earlier, so my attitude wasn't the best. Please forgive me. She had angered Lin Dong before, but her charm had always worked wonders. Lin Dong's cold demeanor softened slightly, though he remained aloof. What does it matter if I forgive you? We are not in a relationship anymore. Zhao Yufei grew more convinced that Lin Dong wanted to reconcile, her heart swelling with pride. Though we are not lovers, we are not enemies either. Please don't look so glum. Smile for me. At last, Lin Dong managed a radiant smile, observing how easily Zhao Yufei had managed to sway him. The other three women felt a mix of envy and resentment, wondering why they didn't have such an obedient admirer. Li Wan, covering her chubby face, glared at Lin Dong with spiteful eyes, her mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Zhao Yufei sighed deeply. Dong, this heavy snowfall is truly dreadful. You must have plenty of supplies with your RV, right? Lin Dong nodded. Indeed, I have more than enough. I can't possibly consume it all. The women's eyes brightened simultaneously. Before Zhao Yufei could respond, Chuning chimed in eagerly. Is that so? That's wonderful. I knew I didn't misjudge you. It's quite rare for a man to secure supplies under these circumstances. Lin Dong, you're truly impressive. Zhou Xiyu also joined in, praising Lin Dong. He raised an eyebrow. It seemed strange for Zhao Yufei's roommates, who had never been fond of him, to suddenly change their demeanor. Considering their makeup, Lin Dong couldn't help but shiver. Surely they weren't interested in him for more than just his resources? Zhao Yufei felt a tinge of irritation. Chuning and Zhou Xiyu were being opportunistic. Thankfully, Lin Dong had merely been fortunate. Zhao Yufei tentatively asked, Could your RV take me away? Take me, not take us. Chuning interjected, Right, Lin Dong, your RV is so spacious. Surely it can accommodate us all? The scheming Zhao Yufei had no intention of including them. Li Wan and Zhou Xiyu remained silent, casting flirtatious glances at Lin Dong. Observing their behavior, Lin Dong suddenly broke into a mysterious smile. Sure, but unfortunately, my RV only has 4 seats. Besides me, I can only take 3 people. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned chilly. The 4 women exchanged knowing glances. They all understood that whoever was left behind would face starvation or freezing to death, with no chance of survival. Chuning, still hopeful, asked only 3? But we've been lifelong friends. We can't be separated. Lin Dong, can you squeeze us all in? We want to take up much space. Lin Dong shrugged. I'm afraid not. My vehicle is filled with supplies. Making room for 3 is already a challenge. I truly can't fit in a 4th. The 4 beauties felt a chill run down their spines. The battle for seats had commenced. Lin Dong chuckled as he lit a cigarette, observing the 4 silent women. Aren't you all the best of friends? Aren't you the 4 beauties of Jiangxing? Come on, showcase your talents. Zhao Yufei was the first to speak up. Zong, if you let me in your RV, I'm willing to reconcile. I've given this a lot of thought. Breaking up so impulsively was unwise. Upon reflection, I realize I've always loved you. I dream of you every night, reminiscing about our days together in class and eating street food. You can't abandon me. To be fair, Zhao Yufei was quite the actress. Her eyes were already welling with tears. She was fully aware of her charm. Her status as the white moonlight held a formidable allure. In the hotel, Shan Wanyue and the other 3 women felt nauseous simultaneously. I can't take it anymore. This woman is shameless. Before the apocalypse, she dumped her partner, and now she has the gall to claim she still loves him. I wish I could jump through the screen and give her a good beating. Do you think our master will fall for her act? The 4 women exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Dong's heart is colder than the ice and snow outside. If he were easily swayed, they wouldn't just be his servants, but rather his women. However, contrary to their expectations, Lin Dong smiled and nodded. All right, I'll take you with me. Zhao Yufei's expression instantly shifted from tears to joy, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Ying and the others. See, I just needed to make a slight effort, and Lin Dong will comply. You 3 ugly, shameless women can't compete with me. Chen Ying and the others were not as rattled, as they had anticipated this outcome. After all, Zhao Yufei was the ex-girlfriend, and Lin Dong was likely to take her with him. The next challenge lay in how the 3 of them would vie for the remaining 2 seats. Zhou Xiyu stepped forward, hastily arranging her disheveled bangs and revealing a sweet smile. Lin Dong, I am Fei Fei's closest confidant, the kind that is inseparable even when eating, sleeping, or using the restroom. You cannot separate me from Fei Fei. Otherwise, I shall not consent. She has already hinted to Lin Dong that I do not part from Fei Fei even in slumber, and when you are with Fei Fei at night. I could also be present. This verges on seduction. Chen Ying, with a displeased expression, retorted, Xiao Yu, how can you say such a thing? Am I not Fei Fei's best friend as well? Furthermore, Lin Dong, I must inform you that Xiao Yu grind her teeth in her sleep, making it impossible for anyone nearby to rest. Take me along. I have been poor my entire life and can handle all household chores. The betrayal had begun. Zhou Xiyu was furious. Ying Jie, that is utterly excessive. When have I ever ground my teeth in my sleep? Do not slander me. Chen Ying scoffed, excessive? What a joke. I still have recordings of you grinding your teeth while sleeping on my phone. Would you like me to play them? Zhou Xiyu exclaimed, you old hag. How can you be so despicable? Chen Ying, incensed, retorted, I am only 2 years older than you. What give you the right to call me old? A woman's age is not something to be trifled with, for it is a lethal weapon. Upon seeing Chen Ying flustered, Zhou Xiyu began to taunt her. Oh, just 2 years older, according to our hometown's calculations, that makes it 3 years. Rounding up, it's 5 years. ISNT that considered old? Chen Ying erupted in anger. You vile green tea, I will tear your mouth apart. With that, they began shoving one another, and Zhou Xiyu caught off guard, fell to the ground, her eyes glistening with tears, exclaiming, ah, it hurts. The sound was heart-wrenching. Ling Shui, watching from the screen, covered her face. This was reminiscent of a scene from a certain variety show from a certain country. The issue was the other party possessed celestial beauty, while this was a display of monstrous appearance. One evoked sympathy, while the other inspired a desire to crush. Zhou Xiyu seized the opportunity to act coyly towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong, go look at her. She pushed me. She has violent tendencies. You must not take her away. Chen Ying's chest heaved with anger. Get up, you vile green tea. I didn't even use much force. Dare you act again? They became entangled once more, hurling insults and pulling each other's hair, creating a lively scene. Lin Dong watched with great interest, only to discover that Li Wan had not participated in the fray at all. Where did she derive her confidence? At that moment, Li Wan remained silent, merely striking poses. She firmly believed that men favored her slightly plump form, occasionally tossing her hair and pouting her lips. Was Lin Dong's gaze not drawn to her? Unlike the two women on the ground, whose conflict was most unrefined. Alas, it was all the heavens' fault for granting her such a flawless exterior. Leaning against the window, Li Wan sighed deeply, feeling akin to Lin Mei. On the floor, Chen Ying and Zhou Xiyu had begun to injure one another, employing the most primitive methods of fighting, yanking hair, tearing clothes, biting, and resorting to every means to attack one another. Zhao Yufei, observing with a smirk, felt a sense of duty as a good friend and rushed over to intervene. Please, stop fighting. We are lifelong best friends. Do not let uncertain matters spoil our sisterly bond. Can we not discuss this amicably? Chen Ying and Zhou Xiyu retorted. You are so noble, aren't you? You've already taken a seat. Of course, you can speak freely. If it weren't for your connection with Lin Dong, what right do you have to speak here? Nevertheless, Zhao Yufei eventually managed to pull them apart. The two women exchanged glances, and the previous camaraderie was replaced by fiery rage. Suddenly, Chen Ying realized that there was not only one remaining spot. Why should she fight with Zhou Xiyu? The green tea? There were still 2 available. Zhou Xiyu also came to the same realization. The two simultaneously turned to look at Li Wan, who was striking poses and occasionally sending flirtatious glances towards Lin Dong. Let us leave this hefty pig behind, they thought in unison. Chen Ying cleared her throat and said, Xiaowan, you seem to be eating quite a bit. I worry that Lin Dong's supplies may not suffice. Why don't you stay behind and wait for rescue? Zhou Xiyu chimed in, Yes, Xiaowan, trust Ying Jie. Just hold on a bit longer in the dormitory. We will surely wait for rescue. The two women sang in harmony, wholly disregarding their earlier conflict, leaving Lin Dong astonished. Is this the speed at which women can change their demeanor? Li Wan was instantly infuriated. What does this mean? Leaving me behind? Do they think I eat too much? I merely consume a few more steamed buns, bowls of rice, plates of spicy chicken, and bottles of cola than they do. That is not excessive at all. However, Li Wan had no desire to argue. She felt she had given Lin Dong ample hints, and now it was time to reel him in. Lin Dong, take me away. Lin Dong smiled. Get lost. Chapter 41. You must like me, right? Get lost. Li Wan stood in shock for quite some time, struggling to comprehend the word. She rose, elbowing her way between Chun Ying and Zhou Shiyu, and fixed an intense gaze on Lin Dong, asking, why won't you take me away? Don't you like me? Now, it was Lin Dong's turn to be bewildered. I like you? What nonsense are you talking about? Li Wan began to count on her fingers just now. Your hand brushed against my face. Doesn't that mean you like me? And when you were smoking, the smoke always drifted my way. You were clearly flirting with me. And you smiled at me just now, so many times, and you even stole glances at me. Yes, you must like me. Seeing that, Li Wan appeared serious. Lin Dong felt that this joke had escalated too far. First of all, that was called a slap, not a caress. Secondly, you were sitting by the window. Where else would the smoke drift? I was laughing because I was watching them fight. What kind of nonsense is it to think I would laugh at you? You hefty pig? Lin Dong was exasperated. How had he never noticed this pig's excessive self-adoration before? Li Wan was not ready to give up, pointing to her own round face. You must be lying to me. You are definitely deceiving me. When you took Fei Fei out to eat, you always brought me along, and you would often steal glances at me at the table. I noticed long ago, but since you were Fei Fei's boyfriend, I did not engage with you. You need not pretend any longer. You like me. Lin Dong sighed deeply and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. It turns out that in moments of extreme speechlessness, one can genuinely laugh. He was too weary to explain. Anyone dining at the same table as a pig would inevitably glance over a few times. Wouldn't they? Chining scoffed. Come off it, Xiao Wan, at this point. I can no longer keep it from you. Which website did you visit that led you to believe you are beautiful? Let me tell you, not only I, but Xiao Yu and Fei Fei all find you utterly repugnant. You eat excessively, sleep like thunder, and yet you declare yourself a slightly plump girl. Every time I see your face, I feel like vomiting. Zhou Shiyu added mercilessly, exactly. You creak like a bed every time you lie down. I genuinely fear the day you collapse it. Lin Dong was the one who took us all out to eat, not just you. Zhao Yufei continued her verbal assault. Xiao Wan, the snacks we bought that day were enough for us to last several more days, but you eat too much. You really ought to lose some weight. Otherwise, you could stay behind for a few days without issue. Li Wan felt as though she had become the target of the entire world. Her small eyes wide with disbelief as her good friends continuously criticized her for being fat. They had never been like this before. Oh my goodness. You're all too much. Li Wan had never felt such deep emotional pain. It was more excruciating than being stabbed with a dull knife. How could I have thought of you all as good friends when you truly see me this way? I can eat a little. Why do you all say that about me? As Li Wan's composure shattered, both Chun Ying and Zhou Shiyu felt a simultaneous sigh of relief. As long as they could keep this pig around, they would be able to board the bus. With her pride fully stripped away, Li Wan decided to retaliate. Fine. Since you all disdain me, I will expose all your dirty little secrets. She pointed first at Chuning. You old hag. Don't think you can play the caring older sister. In reality, you envy us all. You are jealous of our youth, our better backgrounds. I once overheard you cursing us in your sleep. You are nothing but a hypocritical old woman. Chuning was taken aback. Li Wan then turned her finger towards Zhou Shiyu. You little green tea, you get all flustered around handsome guys, yet you look down on losers. The kind of person I detest most is someone like you, who dresses up like a good girl, but secretly visits brothels. Do you think we don't know? You are pure in appearance, but vile behind the scenes. Zhou Shiyu was shaken. Finally, Li Wan pointed at Zhao Yufei. You wretched girl. I have never seen someone so disgraceful as you. Eating the food Lin Dong gave you, wearing the clothes he bought for you, spending his money, then complaining about how stingy he is when you get back to the dorm. I have never encountered someone like you. Li Wan looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I'm not afraid to tell you. Your girlfriend constantly insults you in front of us, saying you are poor and unambitious. She is even considering finding someone better. If others weren't as useful as you, she would have kicked you to the curb long ago. Previously, she had her eye on a junior and used your money to buy him a pair of sneakers, pretending to be close to you. Don't be fooled by her. Lin Dong furrowed his brows in recollection. It seemed there was indeed some truth to this. When the payment was deducted, it was from his account, and he found out Zhao Yufei had bought a pair of branded men's sneakers, which had made him quite pleased for a while. He thought his girlfriend was buying him a gift, although it was with his own money. Who would have guessed that he would never see those sneakers again? When he asked her about it, she claimed it was a gift for her father, and he let it go. Little did he know, he had been terribly duped. What is it like to witness such drama unfold right before your eyes? However, Lin Dong wasn't particularly furious. Instead, he felt a sense of amusement as he laughed at his past naive self. Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? I'll rip that filthy mouth of yours. Ah, Li Wan, I'll get you. Zhao Yufei, having lost her composure, desperately tried to stop Li Wan from exposing her secrets, plunging the scene into chaos once more. Li Wan's sturdy physique proved advantageous at that moment, holding her own against the three. You fat pig, I wish you would die. Zhao Yufei seized the opportunity to grasp Li Wan's neck tightly, her eyes filled with malice. She couldn't bear to look at Lin Dong's expression, fearing his wrath. If he were to abandon her, she would be left to face these wretched girls alone. Thus, she aimed to silence Li Wan first, planning to explain to Lin Dong later. Chun Ying and Zhou Xiyu, on either side, restrained Li Wan's arms. Former close friends, now resembling sworn enemies, each fixated on taking down the other. Lin Dong, enjoying a cigarette, found the spectacle quite delightful. There are two types of women fighting. One like his own servants, wildly flailing limbs in a bloody frenzy, and the other, like this scene, devoid of technique. Simply a contest of strength, hair-pulling, and brute force. It was amusing, as they didn't even use tools. The four of them were entangled in a chaotic brawl. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Zhao Yufei felt a warm sensation in her hands. Withdrawing them, she froze in shock. Blood. So much blood. Li Wan had accidentally collided with the metal frame during their scuffle, her consciousness fading as she collapsed. Chun Ying and Zhou Xiyu also noticed, hurriedly stepping back in horror, staring at the blood pooling beneath Li Wan. Ah! We killed her. Chapter 42. The enhanced era despite being a refined group. While the outside world had descended into madness, the people here had never contemplated murder or robbery. Now, having accidentally killed Li Wan, all three women were terrified. Chun Ying trembled as she wiped the blood from her hands. No, it wasn't me. I only intended to hold her back. It was Fei Fei. She killed her. Zhao Yufei, terrified, hastily deflected the blame. No, I was just holding her neck. It was Xiaoyu who did it. Zhou Xiyu was already in tears. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Their first instinct was to deflect blame. They were all promising university students. How could they bear the weight of a life? It was all Fei Fei's fault. I said it wasn't me. It was Xiaoyu. It wasn't me. I was the farthest from her. Right? It was Fei Fei who did it. You killed Xiao Wan. Chun Ying and Zhou Xiyu quickly aligned, ready to pin the blame entirely on Zhao Yufei. It was you. Xiaoyu and I saw it with our own eyes. It was you who did it. Chun Ying's tone turned resolute. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Zhao Yufei shook her head in terror, the blood on her hands refusing to wash away. Now it was 2 against 1. Zhao Yufei was filled with fear as the three erupted into a heated argument, leaving Lin Dong with a headache. The incessant chatter was maddening. Before he could say anything, Zhao Yufei suddenly lashed out, forcefully pushing Chun Ying down. By sheer coincidence, Chun Ying's head collided with the corner of the table, her consciousness slipping away. Blood began to flow again. Ah! Fei Fei, you've killed again, you've killed again. Zhou Xiyu cried, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Yufei stood in a state of shock, staring blankly at her own hands. No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. Stop crying, please stop crying. But Zhou Xiyu could not hear her. She cried even louder. Having killed 2 people, Zhao Yufei completely lost her sanity, desperately covering Zhou Xiyu's mouth with her bloodied hands. I told you to be quiet, to be quiet. Let me go help. Zhao Yufei, you murderer. Zhou Xiyu struggled violently. Zhao Yufei, intent on silencing her, squeezed Zhou Xiyu's neck tightly, veins bulging, joints paling, her gaze filled with murderous intent. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, Zhou Xiyu's body suddenly stiffened, her eyes rolling back, her tongue protruding. In her madness, Zhao Yufei completely forgot to let go, continuing to strangle her. She wouldn't release her. Finally, Zhou Xiu lay motionless, and Zhao Yufei, as if awakening from a trance, released her grip. I didn't kill anyone. I told you to be quiet. She broke down in tears. The chaos finally subsided, and Lin Dong couldn't help but applaud. What a splendid performance. It was truly spectacular. Betrayals, sabotage, tearing each other apart, mutual suspicion, blame shifting, rage, murder. All the elements were present. This was far more raw and unrestrained than anything in a movie. Zhao Yufei quickly looked up at Lin Dong, a flash of anger igniting in her eyes. Lin Dong, it's all your fault. Yes, it's all your fault. You are the one who made me a murderer. You are the executioner who deserves to be shot. Lin Dong raised his hands in surrender. What did I do? I merely tossed a box of instant noodles and smoked a few cigarettes. I did nothing else, so how is this my fault? Zhao Yufei, I don't care. You must find a way to help me. I cannot go to prison. Lin Dong chuckled. What? A dignified graduate student. Have you let all your education slip away? You dare to act, but not to bear the consequences? Aren't you high and mighty? Aren't you from a different world than I am? Don't you have a bright future? Don't you carry everything on your own? Well, continue to bear it. I believe in you. Zhao Yufei was left speechless. Her own words of coldly abandoning Lin Dong now thrown back at her with an icy sting. Lin Dong sought to shatter her lofty pride, akin to a castle in the air, and remind her that the bright future she so boasted of, along with her misplaced confidence, were all gifts from him. Without him, she was nothing more than a despicable wretch. Every aspect of her sustenance had been provided by him, yet she dared to spend his money while seeking out other suitors, only to cast him aside with a kick. The other women who had called her a shameless harlot were not mistaken. Lin Dong was not angry, but he was certainly displeased. Zhao Yufei wept uncontrollably. I am sorry. Even if I am at fault, can't you take some responsibility? Lin Dong laughed in disbelief, raising his hand to slap her face. I don't care about your so-called responsibilities. Just as he prepared to continue his tirade, a sudden commotion from afar caught his attention. Barking. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. Was it a dog barking? In this day and age, there were still dogs alive. This bark, however, bore a resemblance to the roar of a wild beast. What kind of dog was that? Lin Dong leaned towards the window, following the sound, and was met with a streak of red light that pierced the sky, vanishing in an instant. What was that? It resembled a laser. Intrigued, he observed that the laser and the barking originated from the same direction, not far off, likely still within the school grounds. That direction seemed to lead to the faculty accommodation area. He decided to investigate. Seeing Lin Dong about to leave, Zhao Yufei immediately blocked his path. Lin Dong, you cannot leave me behind. Leaving her alone with 3 corpses would be more tormenting than killing her. Lin Dong had no intention of letting her off so easily. Fine, then you will come with me. Zhao Yufei, overjoyed that Lin Dong had not abandoned her, hurriedly tucked her phone away and followed closely behind him, covering her face in a furtive manner, fearful that others would discover her previous misdeeds. As for the 3 corpses in the dormitory, she could no longer afford to concern herself with that. In her panic, she only wished to escape. Just as she entered the RV, chaos erupted in the dormitory building. Murder. Zhao Yufei has committed murder. Zhao Yufei, pale and terrified, urged Lin Dong. Hurry, we must leave before they see me. Lin Dong expertly drove the RV away, and only when the dormitory was out of sight did Zhao Yufei begin to regain her composure. Wait, Lin Dong, is this RV so spacious? It can fit 4 people. It can accommodate not just 4, but even 10 comfortably. Furthermore, it comes equipped with beds, providing warmth akin to a mobile fortress of comfort. Distracted by the RV, Zhao Yufei began to scrutinize it closely, her attention quickly drawn to the disheveled bed, where a woman's undergarment lay scattered at the foot of the bed. Its size was larger than her face. Lin Dong, have you been unfaithful? Zhao Yufei exclaimed in a fit of rage, although she no longer harbored feelings for Lin Dong. The thought of him finding another partner was more painful than 1,000 cuts. Chapter 43. To kill or not to kill? That is the question, Lin Dong scoffed. I have no girlfriend. I can't pursue whomever I choose. What infidelity are you talking about? Zhao Yufei was left speechless, her face flushed with anger. In her mind, Lin Dong was her loyal dog. Even if she had exhausted his worth, he should continue to be at her beck and call. Without her consent, he was not permitted to seek other women. No, Lin Dong, I forbid you from interacting with other women. I want to reconcile with you. You must not pursue anyone else. Lin Dong sneered. Reconcile? You should first figure out how to clear your name from the murder suspicion. I have no desire to date a killer. Zhao Yufei froze, the reality of her actions finally dawning on her, and she wilted in despair. Half an hour earlier, Ho Ming had finally succeeded in digging through the tunnel after relentless effort. Feng Yi quickly followed with Chun Yunqi, and the three of them had finally entered a new map. Damn, if I find food later, I'll be the first to eat. Ho Ming's golden hands gradually dulled to a flesh color as he dusted off the dirt on himself, feeling disgruntled. He had single-handedly carved the passage from the library to here, and it was exhausting. Feng Yi helped his girlfriend up, carefully brushing off the dust. You're so slow. Feng Yi, hurry up and find some food. If you don't, it will all be gone. Feng Yi was unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Ho Ming as he contemplated whether to kill him now. The faculty apartment consisted mostly of one-bedroom layouts, each with a kitchen and storage, totaling over 100 units. If he could secure all the supplies from this building, it would be enough for him and Chun Yunqi to survive for an extended period. However, he hesitated. If he killed Ho Ming and later found the supplies lacking, he would still need Ho Ming's digging skills. After all, the outside world was frozen over, and his digging ability was essential for scavenging. To kill or not to kill, Feng Yi found himself in a moral quandary. Unlike him, Ho Ming devoured his food while keeping a wary eye on Feng Yi, pondering how to stealthily eliminate him. Currently, while Feng Yi might need him, he was under no obligation to rely on Feng Yi. A direct confrontation was futile. He needed a clever plan. Thinking of Chun Yunqi's innocent visage ignited a fire within Ho Ming. Ultimately, Feng Yi decided to observe the situation first, to ascertain the circumstances within the building before making any decisions. Monkey, leave me some. After several minutes, the trio finally enjoyed a hearty meal. Although Chun Yunqi complained about the lack of hot food, the taste was undeniably delightful. Monkey, once we're full, let us check each unit. We need to gather all the supplies. If there are any survivors, Feng Yi made a slashing gesture across his throat. They had already killed quite a number of people and knew well that living individuals only serve to waste resources. Unless one were a stunning beauty like Chun Yunqi, their survival was unnecessary. Ho Ming nodded, and thus the three of them boldly ventured out. As awakened beings, he and Feng Yi had no need for stealth. They kicked open the door to the neighboring unit, the resounding crash echoing throughout the building. Soon, some were stirred awake. What's that noise? What happened? Is someone here to rescue us? Wonderful, we are saved. No, there are no rescue vehicles or planes. Where could the rescue team be? Although the building housed over 100 units, only a handful had occupants, many peeking out from their doors. Ho Ming and Feng Yi moved like merciless door-kicking machines, and within half a minute, they had opened every door on the first floor. Upon seeing 3 students, many of the teachers recognized Feng Yi and were overjoyed. Among them, a balding old man hurriedly approached. Wonderful, wonderful. Feng Yi, how did you get here? You truly live up to my expectations as the student council president. Did you bring a rescue team? Feng Yi's expression was peculiar. He recognized this balding man as a dean from a certain department, someone he was somewhat familiar with. Named Zheng Feng. Dean Zheng? How splendid that you are still alive. Feng Yi approached enthusiastically to engage in conversation. Ho Ming quickly understood Feng Yi's intentions and silently followed behind. Zheng Feng was overwhelmed with emotion. Yes, the natural disaster is truly terrifying. The rescue team has yet to arrive, and our food supplies are nearly depleted. By the way, how did you get here? Has the rescue team come? Feng Yi maintained an excited smile as he glanced behind him, where a dozen individuals gradually gathered. Yes, Dean Zheng, the rescue team has indeed arrived, but they require time to drive here, so I took the initiative to scout how many people remain in our teaching building. His voice resonated loudly, and Zheng Feng, along with the teachers behind him, was filled with overwhelming joy. Really? That's wonderful. There's a rescue team? I knew it. I had faith in the authorities. We are finally going to be saved. At the back of the crowd, a woman clad in a bulky down jacket, wearing large glasses, remained silent, quietly retreating while cradling an adorable white puppy. Feng Yi cheerfully suggested, "Dean Zheng, as a respected elder of our institution, could you please gather all the teachers here? There is no need to bring much, as the rescue team will arrive shortly. We must act swiftly." Zheng Feng nodded in agreement. "Yes, you make a valid point. There are still many in need of rescue, and as teachers, we must not squander the rescue team's time." He immediately turned and called out loudly, "Teachers, the rescue team is on its way. Please gather here quickly and don't bring too many belongings." His authority within the school was undeniable upon hearing his words. The teachers hurried home, quickly packing a few essential items, and within 10 minutes, they had assembled on the first floor. Zheng Feng nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his words had proven effective. After counting the number of teachers, he furrowed his brow. "Strange, why haven't I seen teacher Qin Shu Yao?" Qin Shu Yao? Feng Yi and Ho Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this university, if the title of campus belle undoubtedly belonged to Chen Yunxi, then the title of the most beautiful flower of the entire university belonged, without question, to Qin Shu Yao. It is not that Qin Shu Yao is significantly more beautiful than Chen Yunxi, but rather it is her aura. 6 months ago, when Qin Shu Yao arrived, it caused quite a stir. Some had discovered that this new and beautiful teacher was a returnee from a prestigious overseas institution, and she hailed from a distinguished family, purportedly having connections with the principal's family. In addition to her mysterious background, Qin Shu Yao exuded an air of icy elegance, allure, and grace. It is hard to imagine a woman embodying such a multitude of qualities, yet she did so effortlessly, quickly captivating the hearts of countless students of all ages. Many affluent male students often drove various sports cars in attempts to catch her attention. If the students were so smitten, the male teachers were even more fervent, both married and single, seeking every opportunity to ask her out. Naturally, one would expect that such a stunning beauty would have her share scandals. However, Qin Shu Yao managed to guard herself well, maintaining a distance from all male colleagues and avoiding any rumors, making her the dream girl of every man. Although Chen Yunxi had never allowed any man to touch her, the frequency with which she changed boyfriends was a well-known fact. Thus, in comparison, Qin Shu Yao was undoubtedly more popular than the promiscuous Chen Yunxi. Upon hearing that Qin Shu Yao was alive and in the same building, Chen Yunxi pouted in dissatisfaction. "Oomph, what makes that wretched woman more beautiful than I? Why does she hold a higher status than me?" She was already plotting for Feng Yi to confront Qin Shu Yao, intending to tarnish her beauty. Feng Yi and Ho Ming were both exceedingly excited, especially Ho Ming, who questioned why Feng Yi had the privilege of courting the campus belle while he could only admire her from afar. Fortune was indeed smiling upon him, as he believed he had stumbled upon a rare beauty in teacher Qin. He even began to contemplate secretly whisking her away once he had won her heart, to prevent Feng Yi from setting his sights on her. As the president of the student council, Feng Yi suppressed his elation and inquired, "Dean Zheng, is it true that teacher Qin is still in this building, and she is alive?" Zheng Feng replied without much thought, "Yes, I saw her walking her dog just yesterday. She is definitely alive. I will go call for her." Feng Yi's eyes glinted as he quickly grabbed Zheng Feng's arm. "Dean, never mind. Let us form a line first. Perhaps teacher Qin will come down shortly." "That sounds reasonable." Zheng Feng, being older and feeling the chill of the weather, was reluctant to move. Otherwise, he would have insisted on knocking on teacher Qin's door to at least have a word with her. "Everyone, the rescue team is about to arrive. Let us line up and prepare to depart in an orderly fashion." The teachers were filled with excitement and quickly arranged themselves, whispering to one another, their conversations brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming rescue. Feng Yi maintained a cold smirk, his fierce gaze intensifying. "These stubborn old fogies. I've already taken down dozens of people outside, and they're still waiting for a rescue team? Truly, teaching has dulled their wits." Zheng Feng stood at the front, bursting with excitement as he gazed at Feng Yi. Suddenly, he noticed something was amiss with Feng Yi. "Hey, Feng Yi, why are your eyes glowing?" In an instant, 2 beams of red light shot from Feng Yi's eyes, piercing through Zheng Feng's head, searing 2 large holes, and his head exploded in an instant. Zhang Feng's head was as fragile as paper against the red light. After piercing him, it swiftly struck the second person, then the third and the fourth. In less than half a second, the teachers lined up were pierced through by the two lasers, leaving gaping holes in the wall as well. Those taller teachers stared blankly at the front, astonished by the sight of the exploded corpses and the holes in their chests. Thud, thud. All the teachers' bodies collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a single scream or plea for mercy. Feng Yi contentedly closed his eyes, the red light in his gaze gradually fading. Ho Ming clenched his teeth, watching with envy, for Feng Yi's power was undeniably impressive. Previously, when they were trapped in the library, Feng Yi had executed a similar feat as the president of the student council. He had rallied all the students to line up. And then, zap, there was a significant casualty. It was efficient and simple, eliminating the need to hunt them down one by one. Upstairs, the plumply dressed Qin Shu Yao concealed herself in the shadows, witnessing Feng Yi coldly eliminate all the teachers. She gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes reddened, trembling uncontrollably. Residing on the top floor provided her with a broader view. When Feng Yi mentioned the arrival of the rescue team, her immediate instinct was disbelief. Thus, she had quietly slipped away, hiding in the distance to assess the situation. She never anticipated that the beloved student council president, known for his kindness and courtesy, would transform into such a merciless killer, annihilating everyone without a hint of warning. This was nothing short of demonic. The heat of the lasers even produced a hint of a charred aroma, prompting Ho Ming to wave his hand in front of his face. Feng Yi, let me make it clear. Already have Chun Yunxi. Teacher Qin is mine. Feng Yi slowly opened his eyes, frowning slightly. All right. His powers required a brief cooldown after activation. Otherwise, he would have killed Ho Ming on the spot. However, it was not a significant issue. Once the cooldown period concluded, he would eliminate Ho Ming at the earliest opportunity. After that, both Qin Yunxi and Qin Shu Yao would be his. Just the thought of Qin Shu Yao's flawless face and figure ignited a fire within him. Ho Ming, overjoyed, rushed up the stairs. Chen Yunji Koldire Market, Feng Yi. You need to clarify things with me. If we encounter Qin Shu Yao, you choose her over me, will you? The jealousy in her eyes was impossible to hide. Feng Yi smiled sincerely, saying, Fool, I want you. Only children make choices. In his heart, although he was deeply in love with Qin Yunxi, it did not hinder his desire to be intimate with Qin Laoshi. I want it all. Qin Yunxi then revealed a hint of a triumphant smile. All right, then later you must scratch Qin Shu Yao's face. After all, she stole my thunder. We'll discuss it later. Feng Yi replied vaguely, hastily leading his girlfriend away. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, upon seeing Ho Ming ascend, Qin Shu Yao quickly retreated into her home, locking the door tightly, terrified. Feeling something soft at her feet, Qin Shu Yao looked down and hurriedly picked up her snow-white puppy. Noa, they ve come for me. What should I do? Aren't they students? How can they be so wicked? They even dare to harm a teacher. Whoa, I'm so scared. The seemingly harmless and adorably fluffy little dog appeared to understand her words, nudging its head against her cheek. Chapter 45. The mutated great white dog Ho Ming dashed up the stairs in excitement, having just discovered Qin Shu Yao's whereabouts. Though she was bundled up in layers, he was certain it was her. Qin Laoshi, where are you? Your students have come to seek your guidance. At that moment, Ho Ming bore no resemblance to a prestigious university student. Instead, he resembled a delinquent. The room was easy to locate, as each door bore a nameplate. The three stood at Qin Shu Yao's door, Ho Ming suppressing the urge to kick it open, adjusting his hairstyle and licking his dry lips before gently knocking. No student could resist acting like a gentleman in front of Qin Shu Yao. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Laoshi, please open the door. Your students are here. Inside. Qin Shu Yao bit her lip until it nearly bled, too afraid to make a sound, curled up by her bed with nuan awe. Still not opening? Qin Laoshi, please open the door. Don't hide in there. I know you're home. Silence prevailed. Ho Ming's patience waned, and his knocking grew more vigorous. Hey, are we playing hide and seek? I'm coming in. He kicked the door open and rushed inside, finding Qin Shu Yao. Although she was wrapped up like a dumpling, Ho Ming recognized the graceful figure beneath the layers of clothing. Don't come in. Get out quickly. The beautiful teacher looked helpless, akin to a pure white lamb. Homing excitedly licked his lips. No need to shout, Qin Laosher. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will come to your rescue. From now on, you'll be with me, and I promise to treat you well. Hearing his teasing words, Qin Shuyao felt tears welling up in her eyes. Overwhelmed with resistance. No, who would want to be with you? You're all bad people, demons. Homing inched closer, grinning mischievously. A demon, you say? You may call me a demon if you wish. Suddenly, Qin Shuyao felt a release in her arms as Nuanua leaped out, baring its tiny mouth as it lunged toward Homing. Oh, there's a dog too. We'll have dog meat hot pot tonight. Homing dismissed it, raising his hand to swat Nuanua away. This little pup knows how to protect its owner. Given its cleverness, I'll add more chili for dinner. But in the next moment, a terrifying transformation occurred. The petite Nuanua expanded, its small mouth morphing into a gaping maw, its baby teeth replaced by sharp fangs. The little dog turned into a formidable creature, growing from 12 centimeters to a towering 2 meters. Homing was petrified, instinctively retracting his hand. It was too late, as Nuanua's massive jaws descended. With a sickening crunch, Homing's arm was bitten off, blood splattering onto the pristine fur of the dog. Homing screamed in agony, clutching his severed limb and hastily retreating. The sudden turn of events startled not only him, but also Fi Qin Yunqi and the bewildered Qin Shuyao. Is this my Nuanua? Feng Yi's expression shifted dramatically. Quick, retreat. This is a mutated dog. He quickly grasped the situation, realizing that the dog had likely been exposed to the toxic snow, gaining superpowers. He immediately grabbed Qin Yunqi and ran, while Homing, tears streaming down his face, began to sprint due to the adrenaline coursing through him from the pain. Nuanua, gnawing on the severed arm, blood dripping from its mouth, looked quite fearsome. Having devoured the arm, the now carnivorous Nuanua set off in pursuit of them. Worrying for her beloved pet's safety, Qin Shuyao struggled to follow. In the hallway, a chase ensued between 3 individuals and 1 dog. Homing, terrified by the blood-stained grin of the great white dog, yelled, "You deal with it." Despite his own fear, Fi called back without looking, "This dog is too fast. I can't shoot it. Just hold it off for a moment, and I'll take my shot." "I don't believe you." Homing, realizing his predicament, ran even faster. Amidst their frantic flight, Qin Yunqi stumbled and fell, being an ordinary person unable to keep pace with the awakened. Feng Yi skidded to a halt, intending to save his girlfriend, but Homing seized the opportunity to surpass them, with a monstrous dog rapidly closing in. After struggling for less than a second, Fi decisively abandoned the rescue and continued to flee. No matter how much he cared for his girlfriend, his life took precedence. Qin Yunqi, now in tears, faced the terrifying jaws of Nuanua drawing nearer. "Please, don't eat me. Feng Yi, save me." In a moment of desperation, Qin Shuyao shouted from behind, "Nuanua, don't bite anyone." Her command proved effective as Nuanua halted its sharp teeth just above Qin Yunqi's forehead, sniffing and nudging her gently, behaving surprisingly docile. Terrified, Qin Yunqi dared not open her eyes, but seeing Nuanua's obedience, Qin Shuyao breathed a sigh of relief. "Nuanua, come back. Don't harm anyone." Nuanua obediently returned to her side, circling around her. Although she could not comprehend why her pet had grown so large, as long as it was her Nuanua, she felt secure. Feng Yi and Homing also noticed that the great white dog had not harmed Qin Yunqi, and with Qin Laosher's command, they paused to watch from a distance. After a long moment, Qin Shuyao approached to help Qin Yunqi to her feet. "Are you all right, my student?" Qin Yunqi glanced at the large white dog beside her and timidly shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you, Qin Laosher." "Well," Qin Shuyao turned to the 2 boys, "you must not make mistakes again. As long as you do not intend to harm me, I can ensure that Nuanua won't harm you. Also, that student's arm is broken and needs immediate attention, or it will become problematic." Being a teacher, Qin Shuyao could not bring herself to harm her students, and, being inherently kind-hearted, decided to let them go. The 2 boys exchanged glances, filled with excitement. "Yes, teacher. It was all our fault before. Rest assured, we will never harm you again." Feng Yi approached, rubbing his eyes as if wiping away tears. As they neared within 5 meters, he suddenly withdrew his hands, and crimson lasers burst forth from his eyes. The scene unfolded too abruptly. Noah reacted quickly, but was still struck by the laser on one leg, which severed it instantly. Woof, woof, woof. Noah howled in pain, charging forward with its massive jaws wide open, producing an enormous sound. Homing quickly redirected his gaze, aiming straight at Noah. Chapter 46. No more reading novels at such a close range. Even a mutated dog could not withstand the laser, which instantaneously bisected it. The beam even pierced through the wall, reaching the outside world. Qin Xiao finally comprehended the situation, but could only stand there in shock as she watched her beloved dog get obliterated by the laser. However, Nuo was not to be taken lightly. Just before her demise, she struck Feng Yi's chest with her claw, leaving several deep gashes that caused him to be hurled backward, crashing against the wall and leaving cracks in its surface. His head tilted, and he lost consciousness. Both sides were gravely wounded. The situation shifted rapidly, leaving Ho Ming momentarily dumbfounded, followed by a surge of elation. What a splendid opportunity, with the great white dog dead and Feng Yi's life hanging in the balance. These two stunning beauties would soon belong to him. Yet, he needed to ensure Feng Yi's demise first. Ignoring his severed arm, which was bleeding profusely, a pale Ho Ming struggled to approach. Qin Xiao was weeping for Nuo, while Chun Yunqi stood helplessly beside her. Feng Yi, how are you? Ho Ming cautiously patted his cheek. Gazing at the injuries on Feng Yi's chest, he drew a sharp breath. This dog was truly fierce. The claw marks were nearly piercing his internal organs. Since you are already gravely injured, it is time for you to perish. Ho Ming was filled with exhilaration, finally presented with the opportunity to eliminate his rival. His hand transformed into a golden weapon, thrusting toward Feng Yi. Yet, Feng Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and the crimson laser shot forth, faster than Ho Ming's movements. Ho Ming felt a sharp pain in his eyes before losing consciousness entirely. His eyes were shot through, creating 2 gaping holes that exited through the back of his head. The tide of battle had shifted once more. Cough, cough. You think you could take me down? Not a chance. Feng Yi coughed a few times, clutching his chest, and against all odds, unleashed his laser once more, causing dizziness and exacerbating his already grave injuries. He pushed aside Ho Ming's lifeless body and struggled to rise. Fortunately, the physique of an awakened was remarkable. Otherwise, this blow would have sent him to the ICU. Chun Yunqi, overjoyed to see her boyfriend still alive, rushed over. Great, Feng Yi, you survived. Now that everyone else is gone, hurry and scratch Qin Xiao's face. Qin Xiao, who was mourning for Nuo, abruptly halted her cries, staring at Chun Yunqi in disbelief. She could not fathom how such a beautiful girl could utter such malicious words. After all, she had just saved her life. Instead of expressing gratitude, she wished to mar her face. The kind-hearted Qin Xiao was both heartbroken and furious. These students were all inhumane, mere demons. She regretted not allowing Nuo to tear these scoundrels apart. Feng Yi forced a smile. Darling, I'm gravely injured. Could you please help me find some healing ointment? Even Chun Yunqi, who was typically haughty, realized that Feng Yi was her pillar of survival in this apocalypse, and reluctantly set off to find medicine. Fine, but you better not forget how you abandoned me earlier. I will settle this with you later. In the corridor, Qin Xiao glared at Feng Yi with venomous eyes. You all deserve to die. Once this blizzard passes, you can wait to be captured and executed. Feng Yi, leaning against a pillar, could not contain his laughter, but the movement jolted his wounds, causing him to grimace. Teacher Qin, are you certain you are a graduate student from abroad, and not a simpleton? You expect the blizzard to clear? Think again. Even I, a mere student, know that this blizzard will not pass. All departments and organizations have long since collapsed. Chaos reigns, with no order or rules, only the survival of the fittest. I might as well tell you that Ho Ming and I traversed the underground passages from the library and have already teamed up to kill over 100 students. We're a few more teachers and a dog to us. Qin Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. Her phone had long since died, and the faculty in this building were quite cultured, maintaining order even amidst the chaos. Thus, she had no idea what the outside world had become. Hearing Feng Yi had killed so many, her worldview shattered. Feng Yi chuckled coldly. It's clear you don't read novels. As seasoned bookworms know, in this apocalyptic phase, beautiful women like you face only two fates. Either they're humiliated by a mob, or they align with a powerful man. Teacher Qin, I advise you to obediently follow me. You have witnessed my abilities, and only I can ensure your survival. Qin Xiao bit her lip until it bled. Although she did not read novels, she had seen some foreign films exposing the darker sides of human nature in apocalyptic settings. And she recognized the truth in Feng Yi's words. In the face of calamity, human nature is more terrifying than natural disasters. She had just never believed it until today, when she truly witnessed it. You can forget it. I would rather die than align with scum like you. Yet, despite her defiance, she found herself in a dilemma. Who would wish for death if they could survive? She contemplated seizing the opportunity to kill Feng Yi while he was injured, yet feared his laser eyes. As for following Feng Yi, that was entirely out of the question. With no escape route, she felt utterly trapped. Soon, Chen Yunqi returned with a medical kit, pointing outside. Feng Yi, I saw a vehicle outside. A vehicle? Qin Xiao exclaimed with unbridled joy. Huh, it must be the rescue team. You can expect to face justice. Feng Yi felt a moment of panic, but quickly regained his composure. Huh, what a rescue team. I possess superpowers. I am the chosen one. And I am the student council president, who has the capability to capture me. He had resolved that if the rescue team arrived, he would simply eliminate them. Having already killed so many, there was no way he would allow himself to be captured. The vehicle slowly approached, and soon, a man and a woman disembarked. Qin Xiao eagerly waved from the upper floor. Excuse me, are you the rescue team? The newcomers were naturally Lin Dong and Zhao Yufei, who looked up at the commotion. Lin Dong's eyes brightened. What a stunning beauty. This trip has been worthwhile. Not so. Upon hearing they were not the rescue team, Qin Xiao's hope dimmed instantly. She wanted to rush down and plead for them to take her away, but the exit was blocked by Feng Yi. This was troublesome. Chen Yunqi and Feng Yi gazed longingly at the RV outside, a coveted prize indeed. Hey, Feng Yi, I'll lure them up, and you can kill them. We can steal their vehicle and go anywhere. Feng Yi nodded from behind the wall, agreeing with her plan. With the monkey gone, the arrival of the RV was truly a stroke of luck. Chen Yunqi peeked out. Handsome, my boyfriend is injured. Could you come up and help us? Lin Dong turned to look. Wow, another target has appeared. This little beauty is still alive. I hit the jackpot. Chapter 47. This might be a bit painful. Hearing this, Qin Xiao urgently called out, Don't come up. Her boyfriend is a killer. Chen Yunqi shot her a furious glare. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the killer. My boyfriend was injured by your dog. You. Qin Xiao was infuriated. How could this person be so unreasonable? Upon hearing the accusation of being a killer, Zhao Yufei reacted instinctively, urgently pulling Lin Dong. Let's go. What's there to fear? Aren't you a killer too? Go meet him. You might even become cellmates. Lin Dong chuckled, casting a glance at the scattered corpses in the shadows, and climbed the stairs nonchalantly. Hey, Zhao Yufei, unable to stop Lin Dong, had no choice but to follow him up. As they reached the upper floor, the light brightened significantly, and Zhao Yufei was astonished. Teacher Qin, Chen Yunqi, this is Feng Yi. These three were prominent figures in school, known to most. Upon noticing Ho Ming's dreadful state on the floor, she was immediately terrified, shrinking behind Lin Dong and trembling. Qin Xiao was frantic. How could you come up? Quickly leave. It's dangerous here. This woman, so polite and kind, even made Lin Dong feel a bit embarrassed. Chen Yunqi stepped in front of Lin Dong, her sweet smile deceptively charming. Handsome, don't listen to that old woman's nonsense. She's insane and kills indiscriminately. You should help me check on my boyfriend first. Lin Dong followed her pointed finger and looked at Feng Yi, revealing an enigmatic smile. Certainly, being on par with one's own maids, the combat prowess is undoubtedly remarkable. The wound on the face of the boy beside him unmistakably resembled the lasers previously shot into the sky, indicating that Feng Yi's superpower was indeed the ability to emit lasers. Moreover, given the location, it was highly probable that these lasers emanated from his eyes. Remarkable. A true superhuman. At that moment, Feng Yi's complexion was frightfully pale, not merely a facade, as he had genuinely lost an excessive amount of blood. Even with the robust physique of an awakened, he could not withstand such depletion. Could you assist me in staunching the bleeding? Lin Dong, with the eagerness of a kind-hearted individual, immediately approached. Well, it seems you are fortunate to have encountered me. I once studied medicine and possess considerable skill in bandaging wounds. Feng Yi nodded with a smile. As the other party had experience in treating injuries, he decided to wait until the bandaging was complete before dealing with him. Lin Dong shyly withdrew his hand. Oh dear, I accidentally pressed on a main artery and blood gushed all over me. Are you all right? Feng Yi trembled in pain, forcing a smile. No, I'm fine, just be a bit careful. Come on. Lin Dong retracted his hand once more. Please, don't move around. Look, it's bleeding again. All right, I want to move. Is that okay? Yes, precisely. However, merely stopping the bleeding is insufficient. We must also disinfect it, or else the wound may become infected, and that would complicate matters. Lin Dong turned to rummage through the bottles and jars. Feng Yi nodded repeatedly, finding this individual quite professional, knowing to disinfect first. Found it. Lin Dong triumphantly extracted a glass bottle filled with an unlabeled liquid. Feng Yi hurriedly reached out to stop him. What is this? Don't make any mistakes. Oh, this is iodine. Trust me, I'm a professional. I won't mistake it. But won't this hurt a bit? Rest assured it won't hurt. Well then. Feng Yi gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor of one prepared to face death. Lin Dong adeptly twisted off the cap, but in a moment of clumsiness, the entire contents spilled onto the wound. Feng Yi's eyes bulged in shock, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead, his body convulsing violently as he gasped for breath on the ground. It hurts. It hurts too much. This is more painful than being executed by 1,000 cuts. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I misread that. It seems this is actually camphor oil. Lin Dong said with a sheepish expression. Zhao Yufei, Qin Shuyao, Chen Yunxi. No wonder Feng Yi was in such agony. Applying camphor oil to a wound is indeed quite painful. Feng Yi could hardly speak, overcome by the pain. The maids watching from the hotel all shuddered in unison. Their master must have done this on purpose. He had such a twisted sense of humor. Lin Dong continued rummaging through the medical kit and eventually pulled out another bottle. Classmate, this is the iodine. I misread the previous one. You have to trust me. Feng Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. I trust you, you idiot. His eyes turned crimson, the terrifying laser re-emerging. I'll blast you to smithereens if you don't stop. Zing. Yet Lin Dong had long been prepared. He merely tilted his head slightly to evade the laser, simultaneously gripping Feng Yi's chin and exclaiming, Wow, you can shoot lasers? Are you a superhero? Feng Yi. I am a human, for heaven's sake. He intended to turn and shoot Lin Dong, but Lin Dong's grip felt like a hydraulic clamp, firmly holding his head in place, rendering him unable to turn. How is this possible? His own strength surpassed that of an ordinary person by several folds. Who is this guy? Lin Dong did not hasten to kill him, but instead, with the curiosity of a child, began to inquire. Hey, can you shoot lasers indefinitely? Where does the energy come from? By the way, how penetrative are your lasers? Can they pierce through a walnut? Wow, your lasers look hot. Could you help me cook some hot pot later? Feng Yi, overwhelmed, quickly closed his eyes and retracted his powers. He was no fool. This person could easily restrain him, indicating that he was likely an awakened. Facing another awakened, and not knowing the extent of their abilities, it was prudent to remain cautious. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly made a mistake. Lin Dong, somewhat surprised, noted how adeptly the young man pleaded for mercy. Feng Yi explained that he had developed this habit due to his girlfriend, who had taught him to apologize and admit wrongdoing. Chen Yunxi was astonished. It was the first time she had witnessed Feng Yi being subdued by someone else. Zhao Yufei, already frightened, hid away, unable to comprehend this world. Lin Dong patted Feng Yi's head and turned to Chen Yunxi. Do you live in Jiyuan community? Chen Yunxi was taken aback. How do you know? Have you been following me? Lin Dong. Here, as another narcissist. But indeed, your looks surpass those in the photos. You have the right to be narcissistic. He pulled out a photo from his pocket and tossed it to her. I live in the same community as you. Before I came out, I met your mother, who asked me to rescue you. So here I am. Chun Yunchi recognized the photo immediately. It was from her family album, and she believed his words. She sighed in relief, knowing that she need not be afraid. So where's my mother? What about my father? Why didn't they come to pick me up? Oh, your father was killed while protecting your mother, and your mother was also killed. Chapter 48. The Foundation. Chun Yunchi stood there, as if struck by lightning. The shocking news of her parents was simply too overwhelming. How could this person deliver such devastating news so nonchalantly? Shouldn't he have expressed himself more gravely? Perhaps with more eloquent words? Her immediate reaction was denial. No, it can't be. You're lying to me, right? Chun Yunchi began to weep. Lin Dong shrugged. Why would I lie to you? You can come back with me and see for yourself. Your parents' bodies are still at home. Don't worry, no one has touched them. No, I don't believe it. Chun Yunchi covered her face and sobbed. Even though she had been willful and malicious outside, she still had feelings for her parents. This sudden news was indeed too difficult to digest. Lin Dong then turned his gaze to Qin Shuyao. That big white dog of yours is quite well fed. What kind of food did you give it to grow so big? After saying this, he slapped Feng Yi on the forehead. Aren't you a human? How could you mistreat a dog? Be careful of being cancelled online. Feng Yi, have you ever seen a dog that can bite through the arm of an awakened? Mentioning Nuanuo made Qin Shuyao's eyes redden again. I don't know. Nuanuo wasn't this big before. It was only about the size of my 2 hands. Just now, when they tried to harm me, Nuanu suddenly grew large to save me. Oh, it can grow larger? Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Did your dog come into contact with toxic snow before? Qin Shuyao was taken aback. How do you know? Nuanu went into the snow before and then fainted for several days. I thought Nuanu had died, but it turns out it's alive and kicking. Lin Dong nodded. There was no doubt about it. Indeed, besides humans, animals could also have the potential to awaken. What about plants? Just as Lin Dong pondered how to persuade Chun Yunchi and Qin Shuyao through reason and emotions, suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds emanated from outside the building. The others heard the commotion and couldn't help but look outside. Peering through the window, they noticed a small black dot appearing in the sky. As the dot drew nearer, they recognized its form. It was a helicopter. Qin Shuyao exclaimed joyfully, wonderful. It's a helicopter. Is it the rescue team? Feng Yi immediately shuddered. This was bad. There was someone more powerful than him nearby. If they were allied with the rescue team and took him back, wouldn't he end up in prison? No way. He was the student council president and the chosen one destined for greatness. He could not afford to languish in jail. Zhao Yufei was even more distressed, trembling uncontrollably. She feared that the rescue team would hold her accountable for her actions. After all, she had just been admitted to graduate school. How could she face imprisonment for killing someone? No. Lin Dong grasped Feng Yi by the nape of his neck, his narrowed eyes fixated on the helicopter. Something felt amiss. In Jiangcheng, with millions trapped, how could a single helicopter possibly rescue anyone? Moreover, its target was unmistakably this very building. Thus, either there was an important figure within these walls requiring rescue, or it had been lured here by Feng Yi's earlier laser. The helicopter hovered in the air, its doors swinging open. A man clad in a tailored suit, tall and distinguished, with gold-rimmed glasses, stood at the doorway, seemingly unfazed by the biting cold and frigid winds, curiously surveying the vehicles below. There was something intriguing about that car. With a wave of his hand, four well-equipped armed personnel appeared behind him, shooting steel cables toward the wall, expertly sliding down and breaking through the window to enter the building. Meanwhile, he allowed the fierce wind to billow his coat as he leaped down, spinning gracefully in the air, just clearing the window, ultimately landing with a flair of superhero. Impressive. The crowd's first impression was that this man was undeniably flamboyant. In Lin Dong's eyes, the ostentatious man displayed a level of LV5, while the other four armed personnel appeared to be mere ordinary individuals. Noticing that the others were staring in bewilderment, Lin Dong took the initiative to applaud. Hori, the difficulty of this performance must surely exceed level 32. His leap was powerful, infused with a sense of desperation, as he executed 3.5 somersaults in midair before landing smoothly. Although there was no splash, this feat posed a significant challenge for any performer. suggesting that this individual's confidence stemmed from rigorous training. I give you a perfect score of 10. The crowd. One of them slapped Feng Yi on the forehead, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? It's your turn to score." Feng Yi? The man in the suit slowly rose, adjusting his glasses with his middle finger, and bowed slightly with one hand over his left chest. "Your praise is too kind, sir. I am but a diving enthusiast, and I am immensely grateful to receive a score of 10 from you." Lin Dong waved his hand. "Oh, you're too modest. We're currently on the 4th floor. You could still leap into the snow. How about trying a different move? Perhaps that 250 SB?" The suited man replied, "Ahem, perhaps not. I'm here for a serious matter, and we must prioritize that. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Fei, representing the Foundation." As he spoke, he surveyed the environment and, upon noticing the exquisite beauty of Qin Shuyao and Chen Yunxi, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "I presume you're all unaware of our foundation, so let me briefly explain. We are an international organization with substantial funding and extensive connections, dedicated to the pursuit of world peace. Following the onset of the snow apocalypse, our foundation discovered that the toxins within the snow possess a minuscule chance of inducing mutations in humans or animals, granting them superpowers. Among those present, only Zhao Yufei had never encountered such abilities and cautiously peeked out. Our foundation is at the forefront of research into superpowers and is keen to recruit all awakened individuals to join us. Just moments ago, we observed a laser shooting into the sky, which likely indicates someone's superpower." Thus, Lin Dong again slapped Feng Yi's forehead. "This is your cue." Feng Yi recoiled slightly. He was indeed intrigued by the Foundation. "What does your Foundation need so many awakened individuals for?" Huang Fei cleared his throat and smiled. "That's a matter to discuss once you join the Foundation. For now, all I need to know is whether you're willing to join." Feng Yi raised an eyebrow. "What are the benefits of joining?" Huang Fei, displaying remarkable patience, replied, "There are numerous advantages. For instance, ample resources, a comfortable living environment, and pathways to enhance your strength." Feng Yi inquired, "And what if I choose not to join? In this apocalypse, who would wish to be under anyone's thumb? Surely, living without restraint would be far more enjoyable." Huang Fei's smile gradually turned cold. "If you opt not to join, then death is your only fate." Upon finishing his words, the 4 armed personnel immediately aimed their guns at him. Chapter 49. Why don't you ask me? "Hey, hold on," Feng Yi exclaimed, raising his hands in alarm. He had not anticipated that this seemingly courteous man in a suit would so quickly threaten him with firearms. How utterly rude. Despite possessing superpowers, he found himself unable to withstand the harsh reality. Feng Yi's mind raced as he quickly yielded. "All right, I will join the Foundation, but I have a condition." He pointed to Chen Yunxi beside him. "This is my girlfriend. Can I bring her along?" Huang Fei raised an eyebrow and turned to Chen Yunxi, inquiring, "May I ask if this young lady is also an awakened one?" Chen Yunxi shook her head. "Then that is quite unfortunate," Huang Fei sighed. "Our foundation only recruits awakened individuals. We do not accept ordinary people." Feng Yi grew anxious. "Is there truly no other way? My girlfriend and I are inseparable. I cannot be without her." Huang Fei smiled gently. "Actually, there might be a way. For instance, if this young lady were to touch the snow, and if fortune smiles upon her, and she does not perish from the toxins, she might awaken and naturally be able to join the Foundation." Chen Yunxi froze, recalling the horrifying fates of those who had touched the toxic snow during her time at the library, bodies covered in sores, grotesque and repulsive. "No, I refuse to touch that stuff. I would rather die." Feng Yi, distressed, implored, "Is there truly no other option? This is far too dangerous." Huang Fei bowed slightly, looking apologetic. "I genuinely admire the deep bond between you and your girlfriend, yet my duties compel me to adhere to our policies. I apologize." While anyone would assume he was sincerely apologizing, suddenly, Huang Fei swiftly extended his arm, revealing a glint of cold steel. A throwing knife shot from his hand at a speed akin to a bullet, and Feng Yi had no time to react. Thud! The blade embedded itself deep into Feng Yi's forehead, blood quickly streaming down his face. "No, I am the student council president, a favored son of heaven. How can I die like this?" With a heavy thud, Feng Yi collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Ah! Qin Shuyao and Zhao Yufei gasped in horror, while Chun Yunxi stared, stunned, at her boyfriend's lifeless body, utterly at a loss, as chaos erupted. Huang Fei straightened his suit, slowly raising his index finger to his lips. Shoo! The armed men behind him raised their weapons, pointing them at Lin Dong and the others. Indeed, with the threat of firearms, the frightened women quickly fell silent, their expressions frozen in fear as they observed Huang Fei. He was a devil, elegant yet violent. Huang Fei, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded Chen Yunxi and Qin Shuyao. Ladies, I have a suggestion for you, should you care to listen. 1. You may become my pets, and in the future, should I need to cultivate connections with influential figures, you may serve as my bargaining chips. Rest assured, you will be well taken care of. 2. As I mentioned earlier, you can either die or plunge into the snow and gamble on whether you will awaken. Should you succeed, I promise to treat you both with the utmost respect. How straightforward, direct, and polite. Lin Dong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This man had finesse. Compared to him, Lin Dong felt like a mere ruffian. No, he needed a change. Chen Yunxi wiped away her tears and shouted angrily, absolutely not. I, Chen Yunxi, would rather die than serve you vile men. The notion of jumping into the snow to awaken was entirely out of the question for her. Qin Shuyao bit her lip tightly. I will not agree either. I refuse to become a tool or a pawn for your amusement. Huang Fei appeared regretful. Is that so? What a pity. Zhao Yufei's eyes darted about, unable to restrain herself from asking, what about me? The crowd? Huang Fei, momentarily taken aback by the question, wore a stiff smile before bowing and asking, may I inquire? What do you mean, miss? My meaning is, why don't you ask me? Zhao Yufei, with a complex gaze, took a moment to look at Lin Dong before resolutely stepping forward. Despite the overwhelming events that had transpired recently, she gradually discerned that the act of killing did not seem to be of great consequence here. With so many lives lost, and given that Feng Yi had just been murdered, it appeared the rumors circulating online were indeed accurate. Deaths occurred daily. With such a mindset, what was there to fear? As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. If everyone was engaged in murder, it seemed unlikely that anyone would scrutinize her actions. With her internal doubts vanishing, Zhao Yufei began to contemplate her survival strategy. It was evident to her that while Lin Dong was obedient and useful, the supplies in his RV were limited and would not last long. In stark contrast, Huang Fei possessed a helicopter. By comparison, Lin Dong was merely a loser. Although the title of Huang Fei's pet sounded unappealing, it was certainly a position of higher status than being Lin Dong's girlfriend. Moreover, if she were to be gifted to a prominent figure in the future, her beauty and capabilities would surely elevate her status. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Yufei felt a surge of confidence. After all those palace intrigue dramas were not watched in vain. Lin Dong stared at her in disbelief, utterly shocked. Wait, sister, where does your confidence stem from? Do you truly believe that others are as blind as I once was? A hint of regret crossed Zhao Yufei's face, but she quickly asserted, I apologize, Lin Dong. I know you still love me, but I cannot reconcile with you. We are no longer from the same world. Her words seemed to seal the fate of their relationship. Lin Dong was at a loss for how to respond, utterly speechless. The last time he felt this way was during a previous encounter. In the hotel, Ling Shui stood up in anger. How infuriating! In all my years, I've never encountered such a shameless woman. I must go support my master. Shen Wanyue and the other two maids couldn't help but agree. Although they were fearful of Lin Dong, the thought of Zhao Yufei's contemptible treatment of him made them grit their teeth in anger. The four maids, united in their opinion for once, promptly left the hotel to find Lin Dong. Detected maid Liang Jihan is poisoned. Would you like to detoxify? Detected maid Jiang Zhu is poisoned. Lin Dong was taken aback. What was going on? Why were these maids collectively poisoned? Had they fled? After some thought, he decided to detoxify them first and assess the situation afterward. Huang Fei stared at Zhao Yufei for a long moment, slowly regaining his composure and revealing an awkward smile. I apologize, miss, but you're not part of my plans. Zhao Yufei hurriedly interjected. Why am I not part of the plan? I am not inferior to them. Huang Fei, losing his temper, exclaimed, "Do I really need to say it? Take a good look in the mirror. With that appearance, you dare to be my pet? Stop disgusting me." Zhao Yufei was rendered speechless by the insult. Throughout her life, no one had ever called her ugly. In truth, she was not unattractive. With a score of at least 70, she was considered a class beauty. Otherwise, Lin Dong would not have been so infatuated with her previously. However, she could not compare herself to Chen Yunxi and Qin Shuyu. Realizing she had lost her composure, Huang Fei quickly returned to his genteel demeanor. "I apologize, miss. My voice was a bit loud, and I startled you. Regrettably, I must inform you that you cannot be my pet. If you wish to survive, I still recommend you engage with the poison snow." Zhao Yufei, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Is there anyone as insulting as you? Lin Dong, I will reconcile with you if you help me eliminate him." Lin Dong smirked. "Are you really here jumping back and forth with me?" After locking eyes with Huang Fei, he lightly scratched his nose and said, "What should I do? Should I also become your pet?" Huang Fei felt a chill run down his spine, his skin crawling. "Sir, you jest. I do not accept male pets." "Well, that does resonate with me." Lin Dong gave a thumbs up. Huang Fei chuckled. "While I have enjoyed our conversation regarding diving, my responsibilities compel me to direct you toward the poisoned snow. Should you succeed in awakening, you would be my esteemed guest." His politeness was overwhelming, and Lin Dong felt compelled to reciprocate that courtesy. "Oh, is that so? But I have already successfully awakened. Why didn't you ask me?" Huang Fei was stunned before bursting with joy. "You have awakened successfully? That is splendid. Join our foundation." Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively, "But I am terrified. You want to take me in as a lab rat, will you?" Huang Fei appeared somewhat embarrassed. "How could that be? The Foundation is a great organization dedicated to ensuring the healthy development of humanity's future. Please do not slander us." "Oh, you didn't deny it?" Lin Dong revealed a cold smile. "Then it seems my suspicions were correct. In that case, I shall not go." There was no need for deliberation. In an apocalyptic world, any organization claiming to work for peace and humanity's future was undoubtedly a cult. Furthermore, Huang Fei's methods revealed him to be a dubious character. Huang Fei smiled noncommittally. "But you have no choice, do you?" Lin Dong flipped his wrist, revealing the golden eagle in his hand. "With the truth in my grasp, I certainly have options." In an instant, the gunmen redirected their weapons toward Lin Dong. Huang Fei laughed heartily, producing a finely crafted dagger from his right hand. "Do you truly believe your gun is faster than my knife? I concede that beyond 10 meters, your gun is swifter, but within 10 meters, bang." A gunshot interrupted his speech as a blood hole appeared in the center of Huang Fei's forehead. Lin Dong blew on the muzzle of his gun. "I apologize, but within 10 meters, my gun is both swift and accurate. What do you think a level 5 loser is doing here?" Huang Fei staggered, feeling his strength drain away, his vision fading to white before collapsing. The scene unfolded so rapidly that Huang Fei had no time to react, nor did the 4 gunmen or the women present. The ostentatious and formidable Huang Fei was simply dispatched by Lin Dong with a single shot. "Leader!" The gunmen roared, immediately raising their weapons to fire. In a hail of bullets, Lin Dong holstered his gun, swiftly maneuvering closer as the women screamed and scattered in terror. The first gunman barely registered a movement when Lin Dong swiftly drew his dagger, slashing across the man's neck, blood gushing forth in an instant. "Here!" The remaining gunmen pivoted their weapons, disregarding their comrade's fate, continuing to shoot until they were riddled with bullets from the automatic rifles. Yet, Lin Dong vanished from their sight once more. "Where is he?" The gunmen, exhibiting commendable combat discipline, formed a triangular formation, searching for Lin Dong's whereabouts. Suddenly, his voice echoed from above. "Look up!" The gunman fired, obliterating the ceiling but failing to spot him. With a sudden thrust, another man fell, clutching his throat, succumbing to the ground in defeat. Only 2 remained. Terrified, they were seasoned mercenaries who had been renowned internationally before the apocalypse, and they had never encountered such a ghostly combat style. How could there be such a powerful awakener? Back to back, they spun in circles, cold sweat pouring down their faces. "Boring, you're simply too weak." Suddenly, Lin Dong appeared between them, a glint of cold light flashing as he severed both their arms holding guns. "Aya!" They screamed in agony, clutching their wounded limbs in despair. In an instant, only Lin Dong remained standing, not a drop of blood on him, as the cold wind swept through the building, rustling his clothing and carrying an unintentional yet chilling smile that sent shivers down their spines. The helicopter pilot, witnessing the terrifying presence of Lin Dong, hastily severed the rope and rotated the aircraft, connecting to the radio. Headquarters. This is the Lynx team. We have an emergency. An emergency. This is headquarters. Lynx, please speak. Before the pilot could utter a word, a dagger was suddenly pressed against his throat. Lin Dong leaned in, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "What seems to be the emergency? Care to share?" The pilot's eyes bulged in horror, his body trembling in fear. "When did he get on the helicopter? I'm asking you a question." "How rude." Lin Dong scoffed slightly, the dagger gliding across, severing the pilot's head, blood staining the cockpit. Without the pilot's control, the helicopter began to lose balance, spiraling downwards before crashing into the deep snow. Returning to the building, Lin Dong felt a tinge of regret. He had always wanted to fly a helicopter, but alas, he lacked the skill. The remaining two gunmen, witnessing Lin Dong's ease in dispatching the helicopter pilot, were utterly panicked, discarding their weapons and kneeling in supplication. Lin Dong ignored them and shouted into the hallway, "All right, no more hiding. It's safe now." Zhao Yufei and the other two women cautiously peeked out, relieved at the sight of the corpses strewn about. "You are incredible," Chen Yunqi exclaimed, bounding over, completely shedding her previous sorrow. "Handsome, you have a car. Let us leave together." She had never truly liked Feng Yi, merely relishing his attentions. With him gone, she was ready for a stronger man, willing to invest some effort to train him. Lin Dong, raising an eyebrow at Chen Yunqi's nature, replied, "You do understand, however, that following me comes with its own costs, right?" Chen Yunqi nodded. "Of course, men tend to think about the same few things. Just watch how I manage you." Chapter 51. "I am a joke." Lin Dong regarded her with a smirk. "No, you do not comprehend the true cost. However, since I have accepted you, I shall let the other maids train you well. After all, you, the maid, excels at such tasks." Upon hearing that Chen Yunqi had become Lin Dong's girlfriend, Zhao Yufei felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy and discomfort. She rushed over, grasping his arm with a heartfelt expression. "Zong, you must have killed that man to get back with me, right? I'm willing to reconcile." Lin Dong, before he could respond, for women burst into the first floor. "I have never seen anyone as shameless as you." Ling Shui shouted angrily. Lin Dong, surprised, realized they had come here. The sudden appearance of these four breathtaking beauties left everyone astounded, especially given their stunning attire. Were they not cold? Leading the charge, Ling Shui stormed up to the fourth floor, pointing at Zhao Yufei, berating her. "Do you have no shame? As a woman, you are fickle and untrustworthy. I want to slap you into oblivion." Shen Wanyue crossed her arms, scoffing. "When you need someone, you profess your love, but when you don't, you act as if we inhabit different worlds. There is no place for shameless individuals like you in our blue star." Jiang Zhu remarked coolly, "The more people you know, the more you realize that dogs can be quite lovable, as some individuals are worse than dogs." Liang Zhihan, fuming, added, "So many beings have vanished from Blue Star, yet you still remain?" The four maids hurled insults as if in a relay. Zhao Yufei, overwhelmed and flushed with anger, shouted back, "Who are you? This is between my boyfriend and me. What does it have to do with you?" "Your boyfriend?" Shen Wanyue sneered, boldly wrapping her arms around Lin Dong's left arm. "Oomph. He's mine now." Ling Shui followed suit, claiming the right arm. "Oomph. He is also mine." Jiang Zhu sighed, snuggling into Lin Dong's embrace. "He is mine too." Liang Zhihan, feeling slightly awkward, scratched her head. She did not share such intimacy with Lin Dong, and there was simply no room left. Ling Shui stared at her, wide-eyed. "What are you pretending for? You've all shared his bed. Stop acting like a virtuous maiden." Keeping formation, Liang Zhihan quickly wrapped her arms around Lin Dong from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. Lin Dong couldn't help but smile ruefully. "Are you all merging with my armor now?" Despite being surrounded by mountains, the sensation was rather pleasant. Zhao Yufei, incredulous, pointed at them, her pupils dilating and then swiftly contracting, her lips trembling, her breathing erratic. her complexion fluctuating between red and pale. Her mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, leaving her in a daze, thoughts scattered into chaos. My worldview is shattered. In her perception, Lin Dong was merely an insignificant loser. Had it not been for his considerate nature and local roots in Jiangcheng, she would have never deemed him worthy. Yet, this very loser had 4 beautiful women vying for his affection, adding Chen Yunxi that made 5. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're all deceiving me, right? It must be a ruse. Zhao Yufei had never felt such distress, even when she had just killed her roommate. It hadn't been this alarming. Shen Wanyue scoffed, deceive you? You think you're worthy of that? She harbored deep-seated resentment towards Zhao Yufei. If it weren't for Zhao Yufei abandoning Lin Dong, he would never have become this cold and ruthless. Had he retained his former kindness, she would have never suffered. Thus, she blamed this shameless woman entirely. Impossible. Impossible. Zhao Yufei wept, looking at Lin Dong. Dong, they're all fakes, right? I am your girlfriend. You belong to me. Lin Dong chuckled. One moment you claim to be my girlfriend, the next you cast me aside. Do you truly think I'm a dog? No. I view you as my dearest. Zhao Yufei hurriedly protested. What I said before was merely a test. Is that so? Did I misjudge you? Lin Dong sneered coldly. Since you claim I am your beloved, allow me to pose a simple question. When is my birthday? Zhao Yufei paused, unable to respond. I remember it's this month. Yes, it must be. Lin Dong sighed. It was yesterday. You couldn't possibly remember. Yes, it was yesterday. I just got a bit flustered and couldn't recall. It was indeed yesterday. But I just remembered that my birthday is tomorrow. You. Zhao Yufei was stunned. He was mocking her? Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. Enough, stop pretending. You do not love me, and I appreciate you helping me realize how foolish I was. From now on, we are even. Unwilling to relent, Zhao Yufei pressed. Then why did you come to school to save me? Lin Dong grinned. Because I wanted to see you make a fool of yourself? See me make a fool of myself? A joke. The word joke struck her heart like an arrow. Lin Dong's words were far more hurtful than those of the 4 maids. A joke? I'm a joke. Zhao Yufei felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at him. Moments later, she began to laugh maniacally. Iemajuka. 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 In her laughter, she suddenly dashed away. Lin Dong covered his face. Damn, did I drive her mad? Jiangzhu gazed at the frenzied Zhao Yufei, slightly lost in thought. If she were to be like that, perhaps she wouldn't feel so miserable. Lin Dong pointed at Chen Yunxi. This is the new one. You all help her out and teach her the ropes. The 4 maids bowed in unison. Understood, Master. Chen Yunxi frowned. Master? What is this new game? Is this how society operates? Leaving them to their devices, Lin Dong approached the beautiful teacher, Qin Shuyao, who was hiding in the corridor, watching the spectacle. She quickly assumed a defensive stance. Do not come any closer. I pondered for quite some time, yet I could not conceive of anything that would pose a threat to Lin Dong. Lin Dong chuckled softly. There's no need to be so anxious. I have no intention of causing you harm. Since her arrival, the beautiful teacher had exhibited remarkable kindness and courtesy, and Lin Dong held her in high regard. I merely wish to convey that our business here has concluded. I intend to take them with me. Would you care to join us? Leave? Qin Shuyo's eyes brightened, and she timidly pointed at the 4 maids. Will I become like them? Lin Dong responded decisively, indeed. Qin Shuyu. Chapter 52. Maintaining an air of mystery is intriguing. Having studied abroad, she had not been oblivious to the world. The designation of master for these 4 maids instilled an unsettling premonition within her. There was surely something unhealthy in the relationship between these 4 women and this man. Deeply conflicted, Qin Shuyu surprised Lin Dong by resolving her internal struggle in merely half a minute. All right, I will go with you. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Oh, have you made up your mind? Qin Shuyu nodded earnestly. I have. Casting a sorrowful gaze at the lifeless body on the ground, she explained, previously, I held on to the hope of a rescue team. But after today's events, I have come to understand that we cannot wait for help. The environment for survival will only grow harsher. Human nature is fraught with malice, and I can no longer rely on Nunu to protect me. As a frail woman with no means of self-defense, I will inevitably be targeted and either insulted or killed by other awakened individuals. I am young. I do not wish to die. I wish to live. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Qin Shuyu fixed her gaze upon Lin Dong and declared loudly, I want to live. Her voice echoed throughout the building, startling everyone present. Lin Dong laughed heartily. Well then, given your understanding, I shall accept you. However, let be known that I will not grant you any special privileges simply because you are sensible. You will serve as my maid, just like the others. I will grant you the strength to protect yourself and the means to survive in this apocalyptic world, ensuring that no one will bully you apart from me. Qin Shuyu nodded firmly. Lin Dong stepped closer, his large hand stroking her long hair as their faces gradually drew nearer. Instinctively, Qin Shuyu attempted to retreat, but Lin Dong's hand held her in place, causing her face to flush crimson and her heart to race. Surely, he could not be so impatient. She was not yet prepared. However, Lin Dong refrained from kissing her, and his tone grew increasingly cold. To be my maid, you must learn to kill. Choose one of those two living targets. He gestured towards the two gunmen. Qin Shuyu's delicate face turned ashen. You wanted to kill? Lin Dong nodded. Did you think being my maid only required serving me? No, that cannot be right. Qin Shuyu protested vehemently. Lin Dong paused, then chuckled. While that may be true, their looks and figures are not inferior to yours. Why should you be favored? Prove your worth to me. I do not support the useless. He then glanced at Chen Yunxi, who appeared utterly stunned by the maid's rules. You too. Choose one and eliminate her. Both Qin Shuyu and Chen Yunxi looked at the two handguns being offered, their bodies radiating resistance from head to toe. Now, Lin Dong's voice boomed, startling the two women into hastily accepting the weapons. Trembling hands held the gun as Qin Shuyu aimed shakily at one of the gunmen, overwhelming fear rendering her unable to pull the trigger. Silence enveloped the air, save for the weak pleas for mercy from the two gunmen, pale from blood loss. If I kill someone, I can survive. Qin Shuyu, you can do this. Students are capable of killing. How can you, as a teacher, be so cowardly? Everyone else is killing. You can too. Do not be afraid. She continually encouraged herself. Beside her, Chen Yunxi was no better off. Her face was as pale as death, more so than the gunman she aimed at. Finally, as Lin Dong's expression darkened, Qin Shuyu finally shut her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Once the magazine was empty, Qin Shuyu struggled to open her eyes, her almond-shaped eyes wide with horror as she collapsed to the side, retching. Despite having witnessed numerous killings, this was her first time taking a life, and the psychological toll was immense. Chen Yunxi, startled by the gunfire, reflexively closed her eyes and pulled the trigger, inadvertently completing her task. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. Well done. You lot, collect the guns from the ground and look for an opportunity to practice your aim. Your shooting skills are atrocious. Liang Jihan timidly approached Lin Dong. Master Lin, these individuals are affiliated with the Foundation. From their words, it seems to be a mysterious and powerful organization. Why not leave one alive to inquire about the situation? Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing to inquire about. Maintaining an air of mystery is preferable. I cannot spend my days driving around in an RV collecting maids. Such a routine would quickly become tiresome. I prefer to keep them around to surprise me. Ling Shui shyly interjected. Master, have you grown weary of them? But I have yet to perform the new dance I learned for you. The other maids chimed in. Silly girl, we will compete with you. With the business concluded, the group boarded the RV. It is so warm in here, Qin Shuyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement, while Chen Yunxi resembled a curious child. Why is it so warm? This RV has such a unique design. Shui, drive us. We are not going anywhere today. Find a high-end neighborhood, preferably with a private pool. We have 2 new maids today, and since the master is in a good mood, let's throw a barbecue pool party this afternoon. Upon hearing about the pool party, Ling Shui was the first to cheer, and the other women displayed excited expressions. Liang Jihan suggested, let's go to Jinghu Spring. It's not far from here, and it's a luxury villa area, each with a private pool. With a destination set, the RV began to move slowly. I am a joke. Zhao Yufei, foolishly enamored, saw the RV departing and ran downstairs to chase after it. Big car, he's such a big car. Don't run. Her feet sank into the snow, and soon, her head and body were adorned with snowflakes. Big car, wait for me. She chased after it for quite a distance until she suddenly collapsed in the snow, unable to rise again. Jiangzhu gazed blankly, murmuring, "So, what is the end of love?" Lin Dong rolled his eyes. The end of love is poetry in distant lands, but it could also be corpses and the police. Instead of lamenting others, I might as well take them to get cleaned up. Inside the RV, Ling Shui enthusiastically showcased her newly learned dance while Shun Wanyue drove, and Liang Jihan was tallying the collected firearms. "Master, we have confiscated 4 M16 automatic rifles, approximately 370 rounds of ammunition, and 4 M1911 semi-automatic pistols with around 106 rounds. All here. These firearms are not commonly used in Longwa, indicating that this foundation is indeed a significant foreign organization." Lin Dong took the weapons, examined them briefly, and tossed them back to her. "Whatever. Keep these safe for now, except for the 2 new ones. Each of you 4 will be equipped with an M16, with the ammunition evenly distributed." Liang Jihan, having completely abandoned any thoughts of defection, nodded earnestly. "Understood, Master. By the way, what happened earlier when you nearly died?" Lin Dong suddenly inquired. Chapter 53. Nya Xiaoqian dancing seductively before Rulai. Liang Jihan's expression turned somewhat awkward, yet she obediently recounted her ordeal. Boring, saintly figure. Considering this as your first offense, I shall refrain from punishing you this time. Should there be a next time, you can inquire about my methods of punishment from them." Lin Dong scoffed. Ling Shui, caught up in her dance, shuddered at the memory of her painful experience being bound in the restroom. "Yes, Master." Liang Jihan quickly lowered her head. The RV continued its leisurely journey, filled with vibrant energy. In the spacious bathroom of the RV, Jiangzhu looked contentedly at the freshly washed Qin Shuyu and Chen Yunxi. It must be said that Lin Dong's fortune is indeed remarkable. Both of these women are exquisite beauties. In addition to their flawless faces, their figures are equally impressive, and both are untouched maidens. The master has certainly struck gold. As the 2 ladies basked in the refreshing comfort of having finally taken a hot shower, Jiangzhu presented them with 2 sets of clothing. "This is our daily attire as the master's companions. You both must change into these." The 2 women blushed simultaneously. Qin Xiao bit her red lip, silently accepting the clothes, while Chen Yunxi hesitated to take hers. "Sister, do we really have to change? This is so embarrassing. Besides, I am quite hungry. Is there anything to eat here?" Observing the sweet-smiled Chen Yunxi, Jiangzhu sighed. "I suggest you change. He is not a benevolent man, and if you provoke him, the consequences may be dire, very dire indeed. Furthermore, we can only eat the master's leftovers, and if he is in a good mood, he might grant us extra rations, provided we behave well." Chen Yunxi interjected, "Will he hit women?" Jiangzhu paused, recalling briefly before shaking her head. "No, he does not hit. Lin Dong has indeed never struck them, for his methods are far more terrifying than physical violence." "Then what is there to fear? I truly do not understand why you all hold him in such awe. You are all older than me, yet you behave like frightened mice. A man like him is easy to handle." "Wait, don't be reckless," Jiangzhu exclaimed in alarm. "He may not hit women, but when he strikes, you will understand what it means to be unable to live or die. It would be better to endure a beating." Chen Yunxi waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, don't worry about me. I know my limits." After hastily donning her clothes, she pushed open the bathroom door and stepped out. Lin Dong was admiring the graceful dance of the women when he furrowed his brow at the sight of Chen Yunxi emerging in her own clothes. The other women immediately displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Jiangzhu hurried out, her face etched with anxiety. Chen Yunxi cheerfully approached Lin Dong, playfully leaning against his arm, and sweetly asked, "Brother, do you have any other clothes? The ones you picked are not to my liking." Confident in her charm, she recalled how simply calling brother had once prompted Feng He to eagerly fetch her a limited edition LV handbag. Men are often powerless against the allure of a beautiful school belle's charms. Lin Dong wore a perplexed smile. "Oh, what kind of outfit do you desire?" feigning contemplation. Chen Yunxi giggled. I wish to wear a dress. Do you have one here? Lin Dong exchanged glances with Ling Shui, who understood and began rummaging through the collection of clothes acquired during a previous shopping spree. She soon uncovered a white dress. Here, this should suit your figure. Receiving the dress, Chen Yunxi felt an even greater sense of triumph. Indeed, her assumptions were correct. You ladies have wasted your beauty. Do you not know that a woman's charm is most potent when she is spoiled? Thank you, brother. I am so hungry. Is there something to eat? Lin Dong paused, his smile growing even more peculiar. Yes, what would you like to eat? Really? I want hamburgers and fried chicken. Upon making her request, Chen Yunxi feigned sudden panic. Oh, I am so sorry. I forgot that conditions are tough right now. Those things must be impossible to obtain. I apologize, brother. But I do not mind. As long as I am with you, even if it is just leftovers, I will not care. I believe you will certainly be able to get it in the future. The other maids, including Qin Xiao, who had just exited the bathroom, shuddered at her words. Wait, are you trying to PUA him? PUA the master? This is akin to Nya, Shaoqin dancing before Buddha. Jiang Zhu's face turned pale. Had she known Chen Yunxi would behave this way, she should have trained her better before letting her out. This was a disaster that would implicate them all. The hearts of the maids raced, foreseeing Lin Dong's impending wrath. Ha 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 ha. Lin Dong laughed heartily, reaching out to stroke her hair. Be good, change into the dress. And then there will be food. Really? Thank you, brother. Chen Yunxi exclaimed joyfully, rushing back into the bathroom, even humming a tune in her happiness. See, when I take the lead, things are so easy. The other maids exchanged glances, as if they had seen a ghost. Ling Shui whispered, this is bad. Has the master changed his ways? Is he succumbing to her charms? Shen Wanyue speculated, this is absurd. I bet 5 coins that the master will surely explode with rage. Liang Zhan added, I am new here and unsure, but I feel an inexplicable sense of dread. Jiang Zhu cried out, help, help. Qin Xiao was equally bewildered. Lin Dong, oblivious to their exchanges, set the table with a KFC family bucket and a bottle of ice-cold cola, causing Qin Xiao to swallow her saliva. Yet, she did not possess Chen Yunxi's boldness and stood timidly to the side, observing. Lin Dong cast a satisfied glance her way, nodding approvingly. The beautiful teacher truly lived up to her title. Previously concealed beneath heavy clothing, she was revealed to be a stunning figure, especially with those long, slender legs. As Chen Yunxi emerged, she spun around with delight. Brother, do I look beautiful? Lin Dong nodded with a smile. The school belle in a white dress possessed an irresistible allure, capable of making any man fall helplessly in love. Chen Yunxi, brimming with excitement, saw the feast laid out on the table, fried chicken, hamburgers, and more, letting out a gleeful squeal. Wow, you really got it. Brother, you are amazing. Are you a superhero? Without hesitation, she plopped down at the table and began devouring the food, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum. Lin Dong rested his chin on his hand, watching her with a doting expression, gently wiping the grease from her lips with a napkin. Be careful. Eat slowly. Once you've finished, we will be on our way. Chapter 54. Of course, we are heading to the Western Paradise. Do you think we're going to my home? Chen Yunxi's sweet, satisfied smile faltered. On our way. Where to? Lin Dong maintained a sweet smile, of course, to the Western Paradise. Do you think we're going to my home? Chen Yunxi exclaimed, what? Why are you sending me to the Western Paradise? I merely ate a bit of your KFC family bucket. Must it come to this? Brother, you are joking, right? Do I appear to be joking? Chen Yunxi began to cry. Why? I did nothing wrong. Why treat me this way? Woe is me. Jiang Zhu seized the opportunity to educate her. I have told you, you must address the master with respect. Calling him brother from the start. What do you think of him? Just some university students who were charmed by you? The master's commands are absolute. Do not presume to act on your own accord. And you dare to PUA the master? With that, she immediately knelt before Lin Dong. Master, it is my failure to educate her. Please punish me. What a clever tactic of retreating to advance. Lin Dong snorted coldly. A punishment is indeed necessary. First, bind yourself in the bathroom for a day. Jiang Zhu's face turned ashen, while Ling Shui wore a look of schadenfreude. You little vixen, may you experience my suffering. Chen Yunxi's tears ceased. Her earlier lament was feigned. The sweet smile vanished. replaced by a resentful and icy expression. You are all insane. Just because you possess some ability, you think you can bully women? Who do you think you are? I'm not interested in playing your sordid games. Pull over, I want to get out. The other women gasped internally. How clever. She still wants to get out? Lin Dong's smile grew colder. As you wish, we shall stop. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and as the door opened, Chun Yunshi approached with a pout, but suddenly froze. Outside lay a blanket of pristine snow. Where did she go? Stepping out would mean certain death. What are we stopping here for? Can't you see? Drive back. I want to return to school. Chun Yunshi turned and shouted in anger. Lin Dong laughed heartily, tossing a piece of crispy chicken to Qin Shuyao, the beautiful teacher trembling as she consumed it. Do you realize what time it is? He grabbed a can of kuolu, feeding it to Qin Shuyao, who obediently took a sip, her face instantly lighting up with satisfaction. Indeed, fried chicken and kuolu make a delightful pair. Lin Dong slowly rose, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon her. We are in the midst of an apocalypse. Do you understand what that means? Just this box of chicken nuggets could incite a battle among hundreds. Who do you think you are? You consume my food, use my hot water, drink my kuolu, insult me as insane, and now you dare to say you want to leave? I grant you your wish now. Get out of the car and do not delay my journey. Scram. Chun Yunshi trembled incessantly, defiantly retorting. What is wrong with eating a bit of your food? Do you know how many men outside are eager to treat me to dinner? I've never encountered such a petty man. It's just a little food. Why are you acting so grand? I just change a few pieces of clothing, take a whiff of them, consider it a return for your hamburger. You pathetic loser. I refuse to get out of the car. If you have the guts, kill me. I'm not afraid of you. The other women gasped in shock. Lin Dong was indeed infuriated. He had never anticipated that this seemingly pure and innocent school beauty would possess such a willful and capricious nature. All right, woman. You have successfully captured my attention. It seems you are indeed quite spirited, so I have decided not to keep you. Chun Yunshi's tense demeanor relaxed immediately, unable to suppress a scoff. Indeed, men are so cheap. Just a few insults, and they relent. Jiangzhu, bind her to the back of the car. Do not let her touch the snow, nor allow her to freeze to death. If she dies, your punishment will be multiplied tenfold. Jiangzhu immediately complied. What are you doing? You dare to bind me? Are you even human? It's freezing outside. Do you want to freeze me to death? Chun Yunshi felt numb. This guy was a total pervert. Compared to him, Feng Yichuan seemed as innocent as a little lamb. Let go of me. You let go of me. Lin Dong, you are a jerk. As she saw Jiangzhu approaching with rope in hand, Chun Yunshi struggled violently. But as an ordinary person, how could she possibly resist Jiangzhu's strength? He easily subdued her joints and swiftly bound her. At the back of the RV was a small barrier, and Jiangzhu secured her beneath it to prevent her from coming into contact with the falling snow. Transitioning from the warmth of the vehicle to the sub-zero temperatures outside, the icy wind instantly made Chun Yunshi shiver. Let me go, I want to get back inside. It's too cold here. You are inhumane, you are torturing me. Help! Someone, save me. Chun Yunshi cried out for help, while Jiangzhu coldly tightened the ropes, closing the rear door, but leaving a small opening to observe her condition. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a stubborn girl. With Chun Yunshi dealt with, Lin Dong noticed the atmosphere inside the vehicle had grown tense and couldn't help but chuckle. Let the music play on and the dance continue. The RV started once more, and Lin Dong pinched the beautiful teacher's chin, grinning as he admired her flawless visage. Qin Laosher, may I inquire what subject you previously taught? French. Really? I still don't know French. Would you teach me? Sure, but I didn't bring any textbooks. How will I teach? Simple, you pronounce the words, and I will listen. In the Xia family, a man with a hawkish nose, shadowy eyes, and a slender build reclined in a chair, propping his chin as he examined a report in hand. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man was short, around 5 feet tall with a gaunt face, and his smile was exceedingly lewd. The woman was quite beautiful, standing around 5 feet 7, easily scoring an 80 on Lin Dong's scale. With rosy lips and pearly white teeth, her delicate brows and slim waist exuded an enchanting allure with every movement. The man in the chair slowly spoke. It has been 3 days, and the number of experimental subjects brought back by each team is barely 10. The efficiency of these team leaders is simply too slow. At this rate, when will we complete the tasks assigned from above? The short man chuckled. Sir, these mercenaries are useless, taking their time with the resources. It would be better to use us instead. Why not send us out? We can bring back hundreds of subjects in no time. The beautiful woman interjected, Enough, dear. Although there are many survivors in Jiangcheng, the number of awakened individuals is limited. The Sir is considering matters with more foresight than you. She extended her slender fingers, gently caressing the back of the seated man. Chapter 55. Golden Boy and J-Girl. The man known as the Sir furrowed his brow. J-Girl, remove your hand. The beautiful woman withdrew her hand, disappointment etched on her face, while the short man mirrored her sentiment. J-Girl regained her composure, stating, Sir, you need not worry too much. Our foundation is collaborating with the Xia family. We inject the serum, and they provide the manpower. Our efficiency in searching for awakened subjects will greatly improve. The current slow progress is merely temporary. I am well aware, otherwise, I would not have chosen to cooperate with the Xia family. The Sir sighed deeply, his brow furrowing with concern. Never mind, Golden Boy and J-Girl. I have a task for you. The short man, Golden Boy, reacted with alarm. What happened to the Mountain Cat team? We haven't been able to contact them. They reported an emergency situation before going silent. The Sir shook his head with a sigh. No news. I suspect they encountered a formidable awakened individual and were eliminated. The Foundation is currently in a rapid development phase, and I have few personnel at my disposal. You both must exercise caution. According to the Foundation's ratings, Golden Boy, J-Girl, and the Mountain Cat team leader, Huang Fei, all possessed A-level strength, ranking among the top awakened individuals. If the enemy could take down Huang Fei, they likely could overpower either Golden Boy or J-Girl as well. However, the Sir had faith in them, for this couple was anything but ordinary, both in appearance and abilities, which held a certain allure. Golden Boy chuckled, thumping his chest. Rest assured, Sir, we are invincible together, not afraid of anyone. J-Girl smiled wickedly. Except for you, Sir. Golden Boy awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, yes, except for you, Sir. The Sir shook his head with a wry smile. He understood this couple's nature well. All right, you may proceed. Contact me immediately if you encounter any emergencies. Understood. Upon exiting the Sir's chamber, Golden Boy and J-Girl exchanged excited glances. Golden Boy eagerly grasped his wife's arm, exclaiming, Wonderful, my dear. We finally get to go out. Let us hurry. J-Girl smiled coyly, suddenly recalling something. Wait, darling. There is also the incredibly handsome Xia Beichen. Golden Boy frowned. But we are in a cooperative relationship with the Xia family. It wouldn't be appropriate, right? It could complicate the Sir's plans. Moreover, we are pressed for time. Let us find him upon our return. J-Girl playfully tugged at her husband's arm. Oh, but I hardly ever meet someone so handsome. I can't resist. Don't worry, I'll be discreet. Fine. Golden Boy ultimately relented to his wife's whims. In Xia Beichen's room, devoid of the bustling work and intense business negotiations, the domineering CEO sat staring blankly at a photo of his fiancée. Xiao Zhu, my love for you is higher than the mountains and deeper than the seas. Do you understand? Xiao Zhu, I deeply regret not being by your side, suffering from this longing. But do not worry, I will come to fetch you soon. Just then, a knock interrupted his musings. Frowning, Xia Beichen rose to open the door. Huh, you are. The CEO was taken aback. Wasn't this the mysterious organization associated with their family? J-Girl giggled, elegantly slipping into the room. Ah, Beichen Gidge, it's so warm in here. Unlike the cold and desolate atmosphere elsewhere, the hospitality of the Xia family appears to be rather lacking. Does it not? Xia Beichen recalled that this woman seemed to be named Yinu, if you remember correctly. Miss Yinu, what brings you to seek me? Yinu playfully adjusted her attire, revealing her fair shoulder to fan herself. Why so distant, Brother Beichen? You may call me Xiaoyu. I simply find myself rather bored and wish to engage in conversation with you. Xia Beichen swallowed hard. Ever since he had fallen head over heels for Jiangzhu, he had maintained a chaste existence, living like a monk. Being teased by Yunu in such a manner stirred a hint of excitement within him. Ahem, what is it that you wish to discuss, Miss Yunu? Brother Beichen, am I truly such a frightful creature? Why do you keep your distance? Very well. Please have a seat. I must clarify that I am engaged, and our being alone in this room does not bode well for your reputation. Yuna chuckled lightly. Brother Beichun, how amusing you are. What age are we in? I, as a woman, fear nothing. Are you worried about your fiancé finding out? Yunu's gaze flickered over a photograph of Jiangzhu, a tinge of jealousy stirring within her. Indeed, she is quite beautiful, as expected of Xiao Beichun's fiancé. Once they were seated, Xiao Beichun graciously poured tea for them both. Yuna toyed with her teacup, but did not drink, smiling brightly. Brother Beichun, I've been staying with the Xia family for a few days, and am feeling rather unwell. Xiao Beichun paused. Unwell? You have awakened, and yet you feel unwell? Should I summon a doctor from our household? No need. Yunu feigned difficulty in breathing. I merely feel a bit constricted in my chest, and a slight headache. Could you assist me? Constriction in the chest? A headache? Xiao Beichun pondered for a moment, then rose to his desk, pressing the intercom. Bring the x-ray machine to me. Oh, and don't forget the MRI as well. I want them here within 5 minutes. He turned back to Yunu with a serious expression. Rest assured, our medical equipment is quite comprehensive. We shall conduct a chest x-ray and an MRI to determine the issue. Yunu was taken aback. What? I feel that the problem lies with you, not me. What do you mean by bringing such equipment? In the world of domineering CEOs, it was truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Yunu laughed awkwardly. No need to trouble yourself. It's merely an old ailment that requires a bit of pressure to alleviate. Really? Xiao Beichun, trusting her words, returned to his seat. Of course it is. Yunu, seeing his obliviousness, decided to be more direct, grasping his hand. Brother Beichun, I feel unwell again. Could you help me feel better? Xiao Beichun, a novice in such matters, felt his face flush. Ah, that doesn't seem appropriate. Don't worry. It will be over quickly. You mustn't take advantage of me. Very well. I am a person of integrity. You can trust that I will not take advantage of you. Unbeknownst to them, outside the window, Jin Tong was peering through the gap, excitedly observing the entire scene. Chapter 56. This awakened one is quite the lecher. What are you doing? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Jin Tong was startled and quickly turned to see it was Xia Qingyu, instinctively retracting his neck. Nothing at all. He then pondered. Why should an awakened one fear a mere, ordinary person? Moreover, it was his brother who was inappropriately close to his wife. Shouldn't she be the one at fault? Yet, facing Xia Qingyu's formidable presence, Jin Tong found himself cowed. Forget it. I shan't argue with her. A woman with such a frigid demeanor and overwhelming presence will surely find herself trampled by men in due time. Xia Qingyu furrowed her brow as she opened the window, just in time to witness Xiao Beichun, flustered and awkward, and Yunu, who was leisurely adjusting her attire with a hint of regret on her face. What are you two doing? Xiao Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Beichun, instinctively intimidated by his sister's bloodline aura, began to tremble. In nothing. Xiao Yu said she was unwell, and I was merely offering assistance. Yunu lightly leaped out of the window, adjusting her clothing and casting a disdainful glance at Xia Qingyu before departing with an air of nonchalance. Come, dear husband, let us leave. Xia Qingyu shot a fierce glare at Jin Tong and Yunu's retreating figures before turning to her brother with a cold voice. Keep your distance from them in the future. They are not to be trifled with. If there is a next time, I shall break your legs. With that, she stormed off in anger. Wait, sister, you misunderstood. Let me explain. Xiao Beichun wished to clarify, but was at a loss for words, sitting down with a distressed expression. Ever since she became engaged to Yun Ge, his sister had changed completely. Recalling the earlier scene, he found himself lost in thought. Slap! Xiao Beichun, how could you behave in such a manner? What about Jiangzhu? He chastised himself heavily. Looking at his fiancé's photograph, Xiao Beichun's resolve solidified. He vowed never again to entangle himself with other women. His feelings of guilt and longing for Jiangzhu deepened, prompting him to pull out his phone and initiate a video call with his fiancée. After a prolonged wait, the call finally connected. Wonderful, Xiaozhu, you finally answered my video call. Are you in the restroom? On the other end, Jiangzhu nodded. Xiao Beichun chuckled. How unfortunate. By the way, how have you been lately? Has anyone bullied you? No, I am well. That's good. Xiaozhu, do you miss me? What exactly do you wish to convey? Xiao Beichun paused, realizing his tone had been a tad too intense. Jan's side apologetically. Em sorry, Bei-chen. My stomach is bothering me. Can you please get to the point? Oh, right. Xiao Bei-chan laughed cheerfully. Xiaozhu, a woman came to see me earlier, attempting to seduce me. But fret not. I pushed her away immediately and did not allow her to succeed. My heart belongs to you, and so does my loyalty. Jiangzhu could only smile awkwardly, feeling increasingly weary of her immature fiancé as time passed. After sharing a few more affectionate words, Xiao Bei-chen reluctantly ended the call. Jin Tong and Yinu left the Xia residence, visibly displeased. Husband, you are truly inept, failing to keep watch properly. Jin Tong looked apologetic. I'm sorry, my dear wife. Once we complete the task assigned by the steward, we shall find another opportunity. He is within the Xia residence. He cannot escape. I don't care. Yinu crossed her arms defiantly. After all this effort to come out, I intend to enjoy myself thoroughly. Very well. I shall heed your wishes. Jin Tong replied with a tender smile. The helicopter gently descended upon Jiangsheng Technology University, revealing a massive trench below. The couple exchanged glances, donned their specially designed protective suits and masks, instructed the helicopter to return, and leaped from it, landing securely on the ground cleared by their vehicle. Who on earth drove a tank out here? Yinu expressed her surprise. Jin Tong scanned the surroundings and shook his head. No, this passage is much larger than a tank. It must be a modified vehicle. Quite intriguing. Let us investigate further. As they proceeded, they stumbled upon a female corpse sprawled on the ground. Ugh, how hideous! I would rather take my own life than meet such an ugly fate. Yinu grimaced at the sight of the decaying body. Jin Tong grinned wickedly. You're dreaming. I could never bear to lose my wife. Arriving at the faculty dormitory, they discovered a helicopter buried in deep snow and encountered the bodies of the Lynx squad inside. It seems this awakened individual possesses abilities related to firearms, managing to take down Huang Fei before he could strike. Quite impressive, Jin Tong analyzed intently. Moreover, this ability user is not alone. They even had the leisure to train novices using the Lynx squad as targets. How ruthless! I find this delightful. Yinu gently caressed the frozen corpse of Huang Fei, her face awash with sorrow as she lamented, Alas, Huang Fei, your death is so sudden. Fear not. My husband will avenge you. Jin Tong, kneeling on the ground, inhaled deeply and exclaimed in astonishment. There are so many different scents of women alongside that of a man, all vanishing at the doorway. This awakened one is quite the libertine. Yinu's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? That's splendid. As long as he is lecherous, I can easily win him over. Once the target's lascivious nature was confirmed, there was no man Yinu could not conquer. If all else failed, Jin Tong was still there. Having gathered their clues, the pair departed, following the path carved by Lin Dong's RV, making their way directly to Jinghu Chuntian. Jinghu Chuntian, one of Jiangxing's rare upscale garden-style communities. Featured estates ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 square meters. Only the affluent could reside here, a privilege that even Lin Dong could not access during the pre-apocalyptic era. After nearly an hour's journey from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, the RV finally arrived. At that moment, Lin Dong was engaged in language lessons with teacher Qin, instructing the remaining maids, You all go inside and tidy up. I will need half an hour more. Remember to bring along that foolish female college student from the back of the vehicle. I must focus on my studies and have no time for her. The maids complied, and Jiangzhu emerged from the restroom, rescuing the nearly frozen Chen Yunqi. Chen Yunqi's pride lasted less than 3 minutes before she was nearly turned into an ice sculpture. It was Liang Zhahan who assisted, periodically bringing a heating stove to keep her warm, thereby averting a fatal outcome. However, the continuous alternation of heat and cold caused Chen Yunqi to develop a high fever, and she now lay unconscious. Chapter 57. Do the wealthy form cults? Most buildings in the community were buried beneath a thick layer of snow, with only a few rooftops visible. Shun Wanyue, accompanied by the maids, disembarked and, with 3 powerful strikes, broke open the 10-centimeter thick alloy security door. Jiangzhu and Jihan were assigned to the basement and first floor, while I and Ling Xue took charge of the second and third floors, ensuring that every corner was thoroughly checked for any living beings. If we disturbed the master's enjoyment, you all know the consequences. Inside the house, due to the snow accumulation, there was no light, rendering it pitch black. Utilizing the flashlight, Ling Xue could not help but exclaim, "This is the life of the wealthy." The decor is simply extravagant. Not only was the decor lavish, but countless priceless antiques adorned the rooms. Shen Wanyue even speculated whether cash would tumble out upon opening the refrigerator. The entire building was devoid of any living souls. Perhaps the owner had traveled abroad before the apocalypse, leaving the house exceptionally tidy, which saved them considerable trouble. As expected, the basement indeed housed a private swimming pool, and in the adjacent utility room, they discovered a fuel-powered generator along with several boxes of fuel. After some effort, the house was powered, and the lights illuminated the space brilliantly. With electricity restored, the heated swimming pool began to function, and the thick ice layer started to melt, promising the prospect of swimming soon. Liang Zhihan meticulously examined every inch of the surroundings and accidentally discovered a passage leading to the underground second basement. A garage, perhaps? Exercising caution, she decided to investigate. Carefully entering the underground garage, she was again met with darkness, but her keen eyes spotted a flicker of light in the distance, indicating that several people were conversing. As she approached, a bizarre scene unfolded before her. In the center of the garage, numerous candles were arranged in several circles. With over 100 individuals seated cross-legged, eyes closed, attentively listening to a silver-haired middle-aged man at the center who was reciting something. Due to the folly of the mundane, we offend the divine and thus incur heavenly punishment. We, the affluent, are innocent. Do not be alarmed. I am a servant of the divine and shall faithfully adhere to the divine decree, guiding you all to ascend to the heavenly realm. However, among my congregation, there are those who show disrespect to the divine, betraying the hearts of their fellow believers. What punishment do you propose for such transgressions? The crowd glared fiercely, raising their fists in unison, shouting, "Servant of the divine, unite us! Servant of the divine, unite us! Servant of the divine, unite us!" Liang Zhihan felt a chill run down her spine. This group of affluent and distinguished individuals appear to be brainwashed, their eyes reddened with fervor, their enthusiasm terrifying. The so-called servant of the divine made a Western gesture of reverence and slowly turned his gaze toward a young and beautiful girl in the crowd. Sensing his attention, the girl turned pale. The servant of the divine said calmly, "Miss Jiangxi, you do not believe in the divine. The divine is already angered. Yet the divine is magnanimous and willing to grant you a chance for redemption. Will you accept my divine punishment?" The girl named Jiang, she shook her head in terror. "No, I harbor no disrespect for the servant of the divine. You are mistaken." The servant smiled with an air of nobility, "Whether or not you are guilty, the divine has already indicated to me. You need not argue further. Take this opportunity to accept my divine punishment while the divine has not yet unleashed its full wrath, or you shall face a greater punishment." "You are lying. My faith in the divine is steadfast and sincere, and I have never acted with disrespect," Jiangxi pleaded, glancing at the hostile expressions surrounding her. She quickly grabbed the arm of a middle-aged man beside her. "Godfather, I've been with you the whole time. You can testify for me." Her godfather's expression was conflicted. He wished to explain to the servant of the divine, but upon locking eyes with him, a flash of white light flickered in the servant's gaze. The godfather's expression instantaneously shifted from conflict to seriousness. "Daughter, I believe the servant of the divine. He does not lie. You should obediently accept the divine punishment, or else you shall bear the consequences of the divine's wrath." Jiang, she was utterly bewildered. No matter how she protested, her godfather insisted that the servant was truthful. "Servant of the divine, unite us. Servant of the divine, unite us. Servant of the divine, unite us." The men surrounding her spontaneously seized Jiangxi, forcing her down at the feet of the servant of the divine, restraining her hands and feet. Poor Jiang, she struggled violently, but her strength was negligible compared to the men. Just as Liang Zhihan was curious about what the divine punishment entailed, She witnessed the servant of the divine behaving inappropriately. So this is what divine punishment means. Liang Jihan covered her face in disbelief. This is nothing short of a cult. Have these wealthy individuals been brainwashed to believe in such nonsense? As Liang Jihan pondered how to address this group, the servant of the divine was already adjusting his attire. She could not help but exclaim in shock. So fast? Her voice was loud, laced with astonishment. The servant of the divine immediately turned to her, bellowing, "Who goes there? What are you sneaking around for?" The congregation quickly rose, shielding the servant with fierce expressions. Having been discovered, Liang Jihan had no desire to hide any longer and boldly stepped forward. The sudden appearance of such a stunning beauty took everyone by surprise. The servant of the divine's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing at the realization of her presence. Someone questioned a new face. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Liang Jihan, undaunted, strode confidently before the crowd, declaring, "I merely came to host a party, and I didn't expect to make such an unexpected discovery." She then turned her gaze toward the servant of the divine. "You possess some skill, managing to deceive so many people. If this were not the apocalypse, I would certainly have you apprehended." The servant of the divine straightened his robes, assuming a celestial demeanor as he moved through the crowd to approach her. "My dear lady, please do not speak frivolously. I am a servant of the divine, tasked with guiding those with sincere hearts away from suffering and into the heavenly realm." Liang Jihan replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Is that so? Then why have you not ascended yet, despite the heavy snowfall that has persisted for days? What, is the mortal realm worth it?" The divine servant smiled faintly and remarked, "The ascension of mortals is not a trivial matter. Here we extol the greatness of the divine. Yet we must sincerely seek the gods and endure the questioning phase for 49 days before we can ascend." Liang Jihan scoffed, "You charlatan, your words are impressively prepared. You seem to be quite the habitual offender. Cease your blasphemies." A voice arose from the crowd, pointing an accusing finger at her. "How dare you show disrespect to the divine servant?" The crowd echoed, "Divine servant, we heed your call." Bang! Liang Jihan, losing her patience, fired a shot into the air, instantly silencing the crowd. "With your mere 3 seconds of skill, do you believe you can teach me?" Chapter 58. Mind Control. Liang Jihan falls victim. The crowd was startled. Yet surprisingly, despite their fear, they did not scatter. They stood behind the divine servant with fervent eyes. The divine servant's legs began to tremble, and he, suppressing his fear, inquired, "How do you possess a gun? Who are you?" "Humph." Liang Jihan extracted her safety officer badge from her pocket and thrust it before him. "I am from the 3rd Safety Officer Squad of Jiangqing's Gushan District. Do you see clearly? By candlelight." The divine servant recognized the embossed seal on the badge and turned pale. Ultimately, he was merely an unemployed drifter who, one day, discovered that wealthy individuals had a penchant for feng shui. He diligently studied some knowledge and crafted an image of a feng shui master, deceiving many. During the recent toxic snowstorm, he fortuitously assisted a wealthy merchant with feng shui. After a night of heavy drinking, he found himself staying in the merchant's home. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered the snowfall outside. Subsequently, he inadvertently came into contact with the toxic snow and became the sole awakened one in the community. Thus, the feng shui master transformed into a divine servant, relying on his abilities to become the local tyrant. Yet, at his core, he was merely a fraud, and frauds dread encountering safety officers. However, his mental fortitude was commendable, and he swallowed hard, asking, "Are you here to offer assistance?" Liang Jihan, bewildered, shook her head. "No, I told you, I'm here for a party." The divine servant's spirit jolted. "So, you're the only safety officer?" "Well, yes. Why do you ask?" Liang Jihan frowned at him, feeling a sudden ominous premonition as the divine servant's expression shifted from fear to malice. "I tell you," he began, "do not think suddenly." The divine servant's eyes glowed white, and Liang Jihan lost her focus. A peculiar sensation enveloped her, as if the con artist before her had morphed into the most trusted and revered figure in her life. Her hand, which held the gun, slowly descended, and the badge fell to the ground. "You wretched woman, how dare you try to intimidate me? I will bind you." The divine servant cursed inwardly, yet maintained his charlatan demeanor. My dear lady, I see you are also a sufferer. Join our divine sect. As long as you sincerely seek the divine, I shall overlook your offense, and together we shall ascend to the celestial realm. Liang Jihan nodded vacantly. Thank you so much. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. The divine servant is compassionate. The divine servant's heart raced with excitement as he extended his rough hand to grasp Liang Jihan's. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distance. Jihan, where are you? The master is returning. Jiang Zhu had arrived. Upon seeing Liang Jihan standing before the crowd, her back turned, Jiang Zhu instinctively sensed something amiss. She dashed forward, reaching Liang Jihan's side in an instant. Jihan, what are you doing? Liang Jihan turned around, displaying an odd smile. Jiang Zhu, join me in the divine sect. We can ascend to the celestial realm. Jiang Zhu's complexion changed dramatically. What are you babbling about? What have they done to you? She immediately seized the divine servant by the collar and shouted, What have you done? The divine servant, thrilled to have another beauty before him, exclaimed, Dear lady, you too shall join us. His eyes flickered with white light once more. Jiang Zhu felt dizzy, her thoughts spiraling out of control. Yet being an awakened one, she quickly shook her head and, horrified, pushed the divine servant away, hoisting Liang Jihan and fleeing. This isn't right. We must leave quickly. The sensation of forcibly regaining her mental faculties was unpleasant. As Jiang Zhu stumbled while running, Liang Jihan continued to struggle violently. Let me go. I want to ascend to the celestial realm. The crowd caught the nearly toppled divine servant, and someone shouted angrily, Do not let them escape. They have offended the divine servant. They must be punished. The divine servant bellowed, Do not pursue them. The crowd obediently halted, exhausted from continuous exertion. The divine servant felt slightly dizzy. Do not pursue. Their offenses will be reported to the divine for judgment later. In reality, he was simply fatigued and needed rest. Moreover, the presence of firearms posed a risk to his men. These wealthy merchants were his source of resources, and he could not afford losses. After all, it was just these two women. Once he had rested, he would see how far they could run. Let us continue to pray to the divine. Servant 5, Qin Shuyu, system rating, 86, current strength, level 1 servant outfit. Nun Lin Dong entered the house after stepping out of the car. Observing the brightly lit and tidy interior, he nodded approvingly. The environment is quite nice. I could stay here for a few days. Shun Wanyue and Ling Shui were already there to greet him. Lin Dong tossed the unconscious Qin Shuyu onto the sofa and inquired, Where are the other two? What are they doing? The two exchanged glances, about to respond when Jiang Zhu stumbled back, carrying Liang Jihan. Master, seeing this, Shun Wanyue's expression changed, and she rushed to assist. What happened? Why are you in such a rush? Jiang Zhu, still shaken, replied, Master, in the underground parking lot, there is an awakened one. An awakened one? Lin Dong regarded his servant, who appeared frantic with curiosity. Jiang Zhu nodded. That individual seems to possess hypnotic abilities. After making eye contact, I felt as if my thoughts were under control. Jihan has already fallen victim. Liang Jihan was still insisting on returning, her eyes oblivious to Lin Dong's presence. I want to go back. I want to ascend to the celestial realm. Let me down. I want to join the divine sect. Lin Dong was at a loss whether to be angry or amused. I leave you for just half an hour, and you fall victim to brainwashing? Approaching Liang Jihan, he grasped her chin, looking directly into her eyes. Do you know who I am? Liang Jihan displayed a foolish smile. Master, come join the divine sect with me. We can ascend to the celestial realm together. Lin Dong chuckled and suddenly raised his hand. Smack! A heavy slap landed on her face, instantly reddening it. Now, do you still wish to ascend? I have other means to facilitate your ascension. Reeling from the strike, Liang Jihan's eyes momentarily clouded before refocusing on Lin Dong's cold expression, causing her to tremble in fear and kneel. Master, I am so sorry. Panic engulfed her as she realized she had fallen under an illusion, attempting to recruit her master into a cult. Wasn't he that courting death? Seeing her return to normal, Lin Dong did not pursue the matter further. He stood up, coldly smiling. Let us go down and meet this individual. Chapter 59. Lin Dong eliminates 3 threats at that moment. The divine servant was leading the crowd in prayer, using the opportunity to rest while contemplating how to respond. The fact that the second woman could forcibly break free from his mind control was indeed unexpected. However, he believed this was due to his mental fatigue from continuous use of his powers. Once he rested, he was confident she would not escape. Well, quite a crowd, isn't it? A mocking voice interrupted. Lin Dong surveyed the room, finally fixing his gaze on the divine servant, whose level was displayed as LV3. Not bad. A level 3 weakling managed to take down 2 of my servants. The divine servant turned to look, momentarily stunned. Why are there so many people? A man accompanied by 4 women appeared, and aside from the 2 beauties he had seen earlier, the other 2 were also stunning. Where did all these beautiful women come from? What a stroke of luck. The divine servant's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Dong. Judging by his stance, this man was clearly the authority among them. Once he was subdued, the 4 women would have no means of escape. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our divine sect, he proclaimed. The deity has conveyed to me that he bears no ill will towards the recent affronts by the ladies. We are grateful for the divine grace. As he spoke, he slowly approached Lin Dong and his companions. Lin Dong rubbed his ears and frowned. Is there truly a deity? Where is he? I can't see him. The divine servant smiled. The deity exists solely in the heavenly realm. We mortals cannot easily behold him. Oh, really? Then how can you converse with him? Lin Dong retorted. I am the voice of the deity on earth, endowed with the ability to communicate with him. Lin Dong scratched the back of his head. Is that so? I must admit, I'm quite eager to join your ranks. My maidservants have told me that your position allows you to frolic with others' daughters. I find that quite enviable. Might you consider relinquishing your position to me? The divine servant's smile faltered. Sir, your jest is not amusing. I do not toy with women. I am here to enact the deity's punishment upon those who disrespect him. Lin Dong could not help but laugh heartily, glancing at Shun Wanyue and the others. This fellow is rather amusing. If you want to toy with women, then just admit it. To have such audacity, I, Lin Dong, would bestow upon you the title of the strongest. The divine servant's face darkened slightly. Sir, your disrespect toward the divine servant is akin to offending the deity himself. Do you not fear his wrath? Lin Dong shrugged. What do I have to fear? You have a deity, and I have one as well. Shall we summon your deity and compare? The divine servant was taken aback. You also have a deity? May I inquire which celestial being you serve? Internally, he speculated, could this young man be of the same ilk? As they were both engaging in trickery, why would he undermine his own position? In a flash, Lin Dong drew forth a golden eagle pistol, aiming it squarely at the divine servant's forehead. Behold, my deity is this, a god from ancient Greece who governs headshots. Why not bring your deity forth and see if he can save you? Simultaneously, the 4 maidservants armed themselves with M16 rifles, pointing them directly at him. The divine servant gasped in disbelief. How do they all have firearms? Is this some sort of robbery against the security bureau? Ahem, ladies, this is hardly friendly. I have already shown considerable restraint by not ending you immediately. Will you not summon your deity? Sir, you must understand that the heavens are always watching. Have you not considered the consequences of your actions? The divine servant, in a state of panic, shouted, devoted followers of the deity, this man, armed with a weapon, brazenly insults the divine. He will surely provoke greater divine retribution. For the safety of all, let us call upon the deity to punish this villain. Instantly, the crowd rose, clasping their hands in prayer, closing their eyes as they began to chant. Evil must be eradicated. We beseech the deity to descend. The divine servant's intent was simple. There was strength in numbers, and even if Lin Dong had a weapon, what could he do? As the saying goes, the law does not punish many. Moreover, there was a security officer present. They could not possibly unleash a massacre. However, Lin Dong merely scoffed, chambering around. I have consulted the god of headshots, and he has granted me 9 sacred bullets. If the next 9 rounds jam, I shall simply switch to the M16. He pulled the trigger. Click. Lin Dong was mildly surprised. Huh, it actually jammed. How rare. The divine servant, nearly losing control of his bladder, turned pale, and immediately activated his powers. A flash of white light flickered in his eyes, and Lin Dong felt a gentle tap on his head, a mere itch. But that was all. The brainwashing interference had no profound effect on him. The divine servant was drenched in sweat, his pallor devoid of color. How is this possible? Why are you unaffected? Bang! The second shot rang out. A bloody hole appeared in the divine servant's forehead as he stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief, at Lin Dong. His body slowly crumpled to the ground. The followers' chanting was abruptly interrupted by the gunfire, leaving everyone in shock as they stared at the divine servant's lifeless form. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. Evil must be eradicated. We beseech the deity to descend. Someone, perhaps to rally the spirits, began to chant loudly again. Soon the crowd, suppressing their fear, resumed their fervent chants, even more passionately than before. Divine servant is not dead. He has merely been taken by the deity, Lin Dong said coldly, pointing his gun at the divine servant's corpse. Evil must be eradicated. We beseech the deity to descend. Bang! Evil must be eradicated. We beseech. Bang! Evil. Bang! 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 As the magazine emptied, Lin Dong grinned wickedly, holstering his pistol and snatching the M16 from Shen Wanyue, aiming it at the crowd. Continue. The crowd fell utterly silent, a paralyzing fear enveloping them. Run. Someone bolted, and chaos ensued. To hell with your so-called deities, don't kill me. After the shock of the gunfire, the crowd began to awaken from their brainwashed state. Before long, the garage fell silent. Lin Dong chuckled darkly as he tossed the gun to Shen Wanyue. A bunch of pathetic fools. He turned to head home, with the maidservants quickly following. Ling Shui, in confusion, asked Master, why not eliminate them all? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Why would you think that? Do I seem like someone who enjoys senseless slaughter? Isn't that? Master is the kindest person in the world. Now, that's more like it. Let's go home and party. Yay! In the garage, only the riddled corpse of the divine servant remained, terrifyingly grotesque. Chapter 60. The Jade Maiden arrives. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the boundless mountains, flowers bloom. Suve, 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 suve luve. In the private pool on the basement level, colorful lights shimmered as several maidservants frolicked in the heated waters. Dancing joyfully, Lin Dong, clad in beach shorts and sporting sunglasses, reclined on a beach chair, one hand clutching a cigarette and the other a chilled beer. Reveling in the moment. This is the life. Beside him sat Qin Xiao, who had just awakened, grilling skewers at the barbecue. Master, the skewers are ready. Qin Xiao blushed deeply, averting her gaze from Lin Dong's eyes. Lin Dong glanced at the charred skewers, breaking into a cold sweat. Are you trying to poison me? And no, I'll grill them again. Never mind, judging by your skills, we might starve all night. Just go play. I'll handle the grilling. Taking the skewers back, Lin Dong skillfully sprinkled cumin seasoning, grilling them with ease. In the past, he had worked at a barbecue shop to earn extra money, so he was quite adept. Though the system had ready-to-eat skewers, there was a certain joy in grilling them himself. Since the apocalypse, everyone except Lin Dong had been under immense strain. Now that they had a rare opportunity to relax, the maidservants were in high spirits. Even the usually troubled Jiang Zhu chose to forget her worries, competing with Liang Jihan in a breath-holding contest. Haha, you lost. I was the record holder for our team's diving, even if you're an awakened one. You're no match for me, Liang Jihan boasted proudly. Jiang Zhu, unwilling to concede, replied, let us see who swims faster. Who's afraid of whom? By the poolside, Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui each held a cocktail and chatted. You're floating. Is that truly natural? Shen Wanyue cast an envious look at Ling Shui. Ling Shui chuckled, patting her chest. All natural. Shen Wanyue sighed heavily, her expression troubled. Ling Shui, puzzled, asked what is wrong. Nothing, just wondering if my hasn't arrived yet. I don't know if it's delayed or if I. Ling Shui's eyes widened in shock as she whispered, no way. Are you pregnant? Whose is it? Shen Wanyue forced a smile. I'm not sure yet if I am. If I am, who do you think it could be? Her beautiful eyes cast a complex glance at Lin Dong, who was engrossed in grilling skewers. Her emotions were a tangled web. If she truly bore Lin Dong's child, what would become of their improper relationship? What if Lin Dong rejected her? Should she consider termination? Conversely, if Lin Dong accepted the child, would she then elevate from a mere maid to a mistress? What if Lin Dong believed she sought to leverage her motherhood for status? Such myriad thoughts plagued her. Lin Shuat gazed at her with envy, exclaiming, "How wonderful! I too wish to bear the master's child. Then I need not fear being confined to the restroom." Shen Wanyue replied, "Is that your only ambition?" Unbeknownst to the women, Lin Dong had already disabled the option for maids to conceive, rendering their worries moot. Qin Xiao sat by the pool's edge, lost in thought, her face flushing with emotion as she stole glances at Lin Dong, her expression a complex tapestry of feelings. Clearly torn between conflicting desires, the aroma of grilled skewers wafted through the air, prompting Lin Dong to call out, "Skewers are ready." The maidens gathered, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the delectable feast. Wow, the master possesses such culinary skills. Delicious. The master is amazing. Lin Dong sampled the skewers himself, pleased with his retained culinary prowess. Suddenly, Jiangzhu asked nervously, "Master, this place is so comfortable. Could we possibly stay a few more days?" The other maids nodded in agreement. With ample electricity and a spacious, clean environment, their stay was nothing short of delightful. Lin Dong cast an enigmatic smile at Jiangzhu, instantly grasping her unspoken fears about facing her fiancé at the next destination, the Xiao family. Lacking a better solution, he resolved to delay their departure. "Very well. We shall remain for 2 more days and practice your skills." Liang Zhihan's earlier mishap had made him cautious. The maid's varying skill levels could lead to complications. To mitigate this risk, he would need to assist them in honing their abilities. The maids erupted in cheers, while Qin Shuyao, puzzled by the excitement, questioned, "Leveling up? Are you still playing games?" Allowing them their joy, Lin Dong stepped outside to stow the RV in the system space. As he prepared to close the door and return to his endeavors, a figure suddenly appeared in the passage created by the RV, stumbling towards him. It was a woman, tall and slender, clad in flimsy attire that accentuated her alluring figure, her face pale. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes, recognizing her as an awakened being. "Ah, an unexpected visitor," he mused. Delighted upon seeing Lin Dong, the woman rushed forward. "Handsome, may I come and hide?" Noting her pitiful demeanor, he smirked and stepped aside. "Gumin," she expressed her gratitude profusely as she slipped past him, casting a fleeting glance at the dented door. It seemed her strength was lacking, as it had taken several blows to breach it. The woman was indeed a pursuer of the Yunu. After all, the RV's passage was conspicuous and easily traceable. As she passed, a fragrant breeze enveloped Lin Dong, who chuckled as he closed the door. "Once you enter my abode, exiting may prove challenging." Upon entering, the woman was astonished by the warmth and electricity, with even the sounds of a DJ echoing from below. "Is this charming young man hosting a party? How delightful!" Lin Dong casually remarked. "Oh, we have a generator. The air conditioning is running at full capacity. By the way, where do you hail from? What brings you out alone at night?" She bowed deeply, revealing her ample cleavage. "Thank you, handsome. I reside in the neighboring community. There have been rampant killings, and my husband was slain. They even sought to assault me, leaving me terrified. I managed to escape and found this route, which led me here." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lin Dong comfortingly patted her back. "Rest assured, you are safe here. No one will harm you." Thank you," she repeated, and in a moment of weakness, leaned against him. "Handsome, I'm exhausted. May I rest here for the night?" Chapter 61. Why is your knife glowing green? Lin Dong appeared utterly lecherous, pulling her close. "Of course, you may rest as long as you wish. Are you cold? Shall I fetch you a bowl of hot soup?" The woman blushed profusely, hesitating before responding. Then, "Thank you, handsome." Outside the estate, Jin Tong stealthily approached, crouching by the window, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Lin Dong feigned ignorance, leading the woman to the dining room and retrieving a bowl of hot soup from the kitchen. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lin Dong. What shall I call you?" She accepted the soup with a bashful smile. "I am but a widow, not a beauty. You may call me Xiaoyu." She continued, "Lin Dong, you wouldn't have added anything unsavory to the soup, would you? I am but a delicate flower. You must not take advantage of me." Lin Dong laughed heartily. I added an aphrodisiac. Do you dare to drink it? She paused, then beamed, drinking the soup in one gulp. Lin Dong, do not frighten me. I trust you. They conversed easily, Xiaoyu displaying a flawless facade of modesty and allure. Had it not been for her LV5 status above her head, Lin Dong might have succumbed to the allure of her charms. However, aware of her ulterior motives, he remained vigilant. As the hour grew late, he remarked, "You appear weary. Allow me to show you to your resting place." "Oh, that is unnecessary. I can manage on a sofa," she replied. "Nonsense. I will take you to the bedroom. A hot shower will prepare you for a good night's rest. Then thank you." Meanwhile, Lin Xue, frolicking in the pool, wondered about her master's prolonged absence. What could be taking so long? Just then, Jiangzhu received a text. The master encountered new toys and instructed us not to go upstairs. Lin Xue scoffed. What nonsense. Upon entering the master bedroom, Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. Lin Dong waved dismissively. "It's fine. You may sleep here. But what about you, Lin Dong? You, a delicate woman, must feel frightened in this unfamiliar environment. I shall sleep on the sofa in the bedroom." "Very well. I shall go shower now. But you must not take advantage of me. Go ahead. I'm a gentleman." In the bathroom, Xiaoyu stealthily opened the window, while Jin Tong was beside himself with excitement. "Wife, you are incredible. That Lin Dong will soon be yours. Indeed, when I take action, success is guaranteed. Hurry and hide. He may come in." Sure enough, her intuition proved accurate. Jin Tong, crouched by the window, felt assured. An hour later, however, his expression darkened. "Hey, release my wife," he bellowed, bursting through the window with a blade in hand. Lin Dong smirked, leaping back to evade the assault while cradling the unconscious Xiaoyu. Jin Tong's heart sank at the sight, his glare fixed on Lin Dong. "What have you done to my wife?" Another LV5. Lin Dong grinned mischievously. "You've been spying on us for an hour. What do you think happened? Is she truly your wife? You two seem to share rather unconventional interests." Observing Jin Tong's unimposing stature, he taunted, "I wouldn't be surprised if you were lacking in certain areas." Servant 6. You knew. System rating 80. Current level 5 servant outfit. None her name is you knew. Quite the temptress indeed. No need to keep a record of her. System, remove her. Lin Dong silently commanded. As expected, Yunu's information vanished. Jin Tong's face turned pale as he gently placed Yunu on the floor. With a swift flourish of his dual blades, his expression darkened. "Kid, I will tell you about my wife only after I sever your head." With that, he spun rapidly, creating a miniature whirlwind of blades aimed directly at Lin Dong. However, to Lin Dong, his speed was painfully slow, and he merely leaped aside to evade the attack. Jin Tong, frustrated by his failure, lunged again, but Lin Dong simply dodged, engaging in banter. "You're quite excited. It seems you and your wife are indeed a perfect match. Hey, are you part of the Foundation?" Jin Tong hesitated momentarily, intensifying his assault. "Looks like I guessed correctly. Your Foundation has quite a few peculiar individuals. The last one, Huang Fei, was odd, but you two are even stranger. My interest in you grows by the moment." Lin Dong continued, "By the way, are there many Ma-cha Chong like your wife in the Foundation? If so, do let me know where you hide. I might drop by for a visit." "Hey, why does your blade emit a green glow?" "Oh, it complements your hat perfectly." Jin Tong seethed with rage. "Why are you dodging? Dare to take a strike from me?" Lin Dong smiled. "All right, I won't dodge anymore." Jin Tong's face twisted in fury as an overwhelming green aura enveloped him. "You will pay for your arrogance. Behold my pure-hearted strike." With blades crossed, Jin Tong launched himself at Lin Dong, aiming to cleave him in two. Lin Dong slowly extended his index finger, standing still to find the right moment, then suddenly thrust downward. Crack! The dual blades were severed by a mere finger. How is that possible? Jin Tong was struck with terror. This move was one that even the esteemed elder could not easily withstand. Yet it was shattered by a single finger? What level is he? An S level? Or perhaps an SS? Or even an SSS level master, which the Foundation records deem impossible. Nothing is impossible. Lin Dong shot forward, grasping Jin Tong by the throat with one hand, while seizing the broken blade with the other. In two swift motions, both of Jin Tong's arms were severed. blood gushing forth. Ah! He cried, collapsing to the ground in agony, his body writhing in torment. Yu Nu, awakened by the screams, groggily opened her eyes to see her husband bleeding profusely. Husband! She gasped, her gaze fixed on Lin Dong. It's you. You knew I would go after you from the very beginning, didn't you? Lin Dong dropped the blade and crouched before her, grinning as he stroked her hair. Don't look at me like that. You weren't looking at me like this earlier. You're changing your expression too much. It makes me feel uneasy. Ha. Chapter 62. You two are quite affectionate. Yu Nu had completely shed her previous alluring demeanor, her voice now sharp. Kid, I won't hesitate to tell you that we are part of the Foundation. You may not realize how immense our Foundation's power is. I advise you to treat my husband quickly, or I might recommend you for membership in the Foundation. Otherwise, you will not withstand the wrath of the Foundation. You, and everyone you care about, will face endless retribution. Lin Dong, taken aback, replied, Really? You dare to threaten me? Gripping Yu Nu's delicate wrist, he began to apply pressure. Oh, she cried out in distress. Jin Tong roared, Kid, let go of my wife. If you have any skills, come at me. Yu Nu. Her eyes, reddening from the pain, quickly shook her head. It's fine, husband, I can endure it. Kid, let go. Is it a skill to bully women? Husband, don't get angry. Think of a way to stop the bleeding. Crack. Yu Nu's right hand was crushed, and Lin Dong, unable to contain his astonishment, exclaimed, You two are quite affectionate after all. If you're so loving, then why this show? Jin Tong snorted, Our bond is unbreakable. You wouldn't understand, kid. Lin Dong sighed deeply. The world is vast and full of wonders. I truly don't understand. With that, he struck out in an instant, shattering Yu Nu's left hand and legs. Her eyes widened in horror, her face drained of color, sweat streaming down her forehead, her body convulsing. Wife! Jin Tong wept bitterly, his yellowed teeth nearly grinding to dust as he glared venomously at Lin Dong. Kid, if you have the guts, kill us. We will wait for you in the afterlife. Lin Dong chuckled coldly. Want to die? Fine, I'll grant you that, but you must die on my terms. Jin Tong's expression shifted dramatically. By the poolside, Shun Wan Yu, dancing to the music, received a message and quickly turned off the speakers. The master had given orders to gather everyone in the underground parking garage. Jiang Zhu asked in confusion, What is this about? Shun Wan Yu shook her head. I'm not sure. Ling Shui excitedly remarked. Are we going to eliminate them all? Awesome. I'll go change now. The maids exchanged glances, puzzled. But that did not hinder them from arming themselves and heading to the underground garage. Even Qin Shu Yao was handed a pistol. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the entire community. What are you doing up here? Let go of me. I refuse to go to the garage. Do you know who I am? I'm the general manager of Tianya Group. Let me go, and I'll give you 5 million. Hee, beautiful lady, is that gun real? Please don't shoot. I'll be quiet. Aren't you the safety officer? How can you conspire with these bad people? I paid so many taxes, only to support someone like you? Woo, Godfather, I am scared. That man won teach me again. Will he? Don't worry, goddaughter. Even if the divine servant taught you before, you didn't feel anything, right? The maids worked efficiently, gathering all 174 residents of Jinghu Spring in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Zhu couldn't help but nod. Looks like everyone is quite cooperative. Qin Shu Yao covered her face, pointing her gun. Could they not cooperate? The wealthy individuals trembled under the threat of the guns, whispering among themselves, speculating on the purpose of their gathering. Soon, Lin Dong arrived. Just as the maids were about to greet him, they noticed Lin Dong carrying a beautiful woman bound tightly and dragging a short, armless man, leaving a long trail of blood. They were perplexed. What's going on here? Shun Wan Yu bowed and reported, Master, all 174 residents are present. Lin Dong inquired, How many men are there? Shun Wan Yu replied, There are 103 males and 71 females. Truly, they were a class of social elites, efficiently organized. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction and declared loudly, That woman can leave. But all the men must stay. The crowd was stunned, yet none dared to leave. Someone hesitantly asked, Will you really let us go? You won't shoot us in the back, will you? Lin Dong laughed heartily, waving his hand. Don't worry, I keep my word. Hurry and leave. The women in the crowd exchanged glances, and after a while, a brave woman timidly stepped out, disappearing into the hallway. Seeing that Lin Dong did not shoot, the others finally scattered like birds. Now, it was the men's turn to panic. This kid, doesn't he plan to eliminate all the men, does he? If so, all the women in the community will be his. Some men attempted to sneak away, but were met with guns pointed at them by the maids, forcing them to return with long faces. Soon, only the 103 trembling men remained. Jin Tong, losing blood rapidly, seemed to grasp something, his face flushed momentarily. He wanted to shout, but stopped himself. Lin Dong cast Jin Tong aside. Everyone, there's no need to be so anxious. I never kill innocents indiscriminately. That so-called divine servant was clearly a cult leader. My actions were a means of saving you. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to understand the rationale. However, having guns pointed at them was hardly persuasive. I have no other hobbies. I simply enjoy helping others. The purpose of gathering you all here is to provide you with benefits. He then tossed the terrified Yu at their feet. 5 hours later, Yu perished. Jin Tong succumbed to his blood loss, yet a smile graced his face as he died, leaving Lin Dong utterly perplexed. Foundation, oh Foundation, my anticipation for you grows ever more fervent. Lin Dong has returned to assist the maid in leveling up. At midnight, the system once again dispenses rewards. Ding! Today's sign-in rewards options are as follows. 1. Magical electromagnetic gloves. 2. Strength level 10. 3. Telescope, unaffected by wind and snow. 4. A USB drive containing DJ songs that make one want to dance. There is no need for deliberation. I choose option 2. Chapter 63. Awakening of the Xia family. The Xia family's steward furrowed his brow, holding his phone with a hint of anxiety. It had been over 10 hours since he lost contact with the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl. Could something have gone awry? Rationality assured him that the Golden Boy and the Jade Girl possessed formidable strength, being rare level experts within the Foundation. No external awakeners could possibly surpass them in strength. Moreover, this peculiar couple, particularly the Golden Boy, thrived on adversity, growing stronger the more they were wronged. Could it be that they were off on another escapade? Neglecting my calls? At that moment, a subordinate reported, "Steward, the equipment and the members of the Xia family are ready and awaiting your command." The steward nodded, lifting a small suitcase beside him, which contained the awakening serum developed by the Foundation's research department, extracted from the toxic snow, while the mortality rate remained high. The success rate surpassed significantly that of awakening via toxic snow. In the underground plaza of the Xia family estate, the area was brightly lit, filled with the direct descendants of the Xia family. On the opposite side, 20 uniquely designed devices stood ready. The family head, Xia Junfeng, stood with arms crossed, addressing over 30 of his direct descendants. The reason for gathering everyone tonight was clear. With the heavy snow sealing the skies and the apocalypse descending upon us, the Xia family's former wealth and connections have been swept away by this storm. Now, we stand on the brink of a new era. As you may have seen online, awakeners, or rather, those with extraordinary abilities, are emerging across the globe. I firmly believe that the future will belong to those with such powers. Fortunately, our Xia family has been fortunate enough to collaborate with the Foundation, allowing our members to awaken their abilities in a relatively safer manner. The awakening serum crafted by the Foundation is highly targeted, providing our family with ice attribute capabilities. This means that once we successfully awaken, the members of the Xia family will possess ice-related powers, freeing us from the fears of the external frost. Upon hearing this, the members of the Xia family erupted in excitement. After all, it was superpower we were discussing. No one could remain composed in the face of such temptation. Xia Junfeng cleared his throat. Now, those whose names I call, step forward. Xia Qingyu, the eldest daughter of the Xia family, stepped forward, her demeanor calm and regal, drawing many glances. Her eyes held no wavering, only sheer confidence. Xia Beichun stepped up beside his sister, unable to conceal his excitement. Xiao Zhu for you. I will succeed. Wait for me. Xia Jian, Xia Fengyun, Xia. A total of 20 names were called, most of whom were young adults. As the steward had mentioned that the success rate was higher among this demographic, including Xia Junfeng himself. Xia Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly. Father, you are the backbone of the Xia family. Why must you take such risks? Xia Junfeng laughed heartily. What is there to fear? My daughter and son are participating. How can I, as their father, hesitate? As a family head, I must lead by example. The steward approached, gazing at the 20 individuals before him. Speaking in a measured tone, I must state that the success rate of the serum is not 100%. It will induce high fever and immense suffering. To succeed, one must possess strong conviction and willpower. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time. I do not wish to waste the serum on those who fear for their lives. The previously excited individuals were doused with cold water, yet none chose to withdraw. Xia Junfeng clasped his hands. Rest assured, steward, for the future of our family, we are prepared to make sacrifices. No one shall falter. The steward nodded impassively. Then let us begin. Soon, these individuals were positioned beneath the awakening devices, quickly bound with straps and fitted with breathing masks. The steward carefully opened the suitcase, revealing 20 vials of a mysterious blue liquid. After distributing them, the injections commenced. For the first 5 minutes post-injection, the individuals felt no discomfort, merely a cool sensation. However, as the 5-minute mark struck, a member of the Xia family suddenly screamed. It hurts. It hurts so much. Let me go. Veins bulged on his forehead, beads of sweat rolled down, and his body convulsed violently. Xia Beichen's eyes sharpened. He knew the suffering had begun. Indeed, excruciating pain surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads, enveloping every inch of their skin. Their bodies felt as though pierced by countless searing iron rods. Every muscle trembled, and each breath felt like it was tearing their insides apart. The once fearless tyrant could only wish to bite his lips. He was unable to scream, as doing so would only amplify the agony. Blood seeped between his teeth. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. A hoarse, broken groan escaped his throat. The underground plaza echoed with cries of torment. I can't take it. It's too painful. Help! Mom, let them release me. I don't want to play anymore. The onlookers, those not chosen from the Xia family, gasped in terror, their breaths hitching. Finally, someone could not endure any longer, their body convulsing violently, skin turning dark, then suddenly falling silent, eyes wide and bloodshot. Devoid of life. Jia Li. A woman cried out in despair, attempting to rush forward to rescue her son, only to be held back. The failure of Xia Li seemed to be the catalyst, as more and more members of the Xia family began to fall silent. In the blink of an eye, 8 individuals had perished. The Xia family was engulfed in wails, and some even contemplated attacking the Foundation personnel, but were deterred by the threat of guns. The steward, hands clasped behind his back, observed silently. The remaining 12 had not succumbed immediately, indicating they had passed the most perilous phase, significantly increasing their chances of success. Ultimately, their endurance would determine the strength of their powers post-awakening. Among those most noteworthy was the Xia family of 3. At this moment, family head Xia Junfeng had lost his composure. His face contorted in agony as the device displayed the progress of serum integration. 21. The steward nodded subtly. This old fellow should be fine. A progress above 20 indicated success, guaranteeing him a minimum of sea-level prowess. His integration progress ultimately halted at 26, and the pain that had plagued him vanished in an instant. Xia Junfeng gasped heavily, his heart racing with trepidation, as a surge of terrifying yet powerful energy coursed through him. Did I succeed? The straps that had once held him captive were easily broken. The steward smiled and nodded. Congratulations. According to the Foundation's rating, you are now a B-level expert. B-level? Xia Junfeng clenched his fist, casting a subtle glance at the steward. This serum is truly remarkable. If I were to eliminate him, could I? Xia Beichun felt as if his soul were shattering, bloodshot eyes nearly grinding his steel teeth to dust. Xiaozhu, wait for me. I will surely succeed. Chapter 64. Extraordinary talent of Xia Junfeng pushed aside his chaotic thoughts, quickly turning his attention to his son. Integration progress. 29. The steward remarked quietly, Young Master Xia, your determination is commendable. If you can endure this juncture, the Xia family will witness the birth of an A-level expert. A rare feat even within the Foundation. Xia Junfeng was overjoyed. Is that true? That is splendid. Gradually, more members of the Xia family succeeded. Yet there were also those who failed. Time flows gently, leaving only Xia Qingyu and her brother still persevering. Xia Junfeng counted the number of people and sighed deeply. Aside from myself, Xiaoyu, and Beichun, among the remaining 17 individuals, only 5 have succeeded. Even with us included, in an ideal scenario, there would only be 8 people. A mere 40 success rate. The steward remarked coldly, "Be content. The serum you're using has already been improved. The original version had a success rate of less than 10. Do you know how many lives were lost during the experiments? If you remain dissatisfied, I wouldn't mind drawing your serum and finding others to collaborate." Feeling the underlying threat in the steward's words, Xia Junfeng shrank his neck and forced a smile. "Steward, you misunderstand. I'm merely concerned for my kin, nothing more." From the steward's words, Xia Junfeng understood that the Foundation's power was still beyond the Xia family's reach, and the calculations in his mind were temporarily suppressed. It would be best. The steward snorted, explaining indifferently the improved serum, even if lethal, will not turn your kin into undead monsters. You can rest assured to bury those who have perished without worry. Xia Junfeng initially thought something had happened to his son and quickly turned to look. Fusion progress, 31. Wasn't this going well? Xia Beichun seemed to have also concluded his painful journey, panting heavily. It appeared that at the very least, his son would be an A-class expert. He then noticed the steward's wide-eyed gaze, staring incredulously at Xia Qingyu. The current star, with her eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, was drenched in fragrant sweat, biting her crimson lip and still enduring. Even amid her immense suffering, the girl's beauty remained unblemished, appearing even more pitiable. Xia Junfeng's pupils dilated suddenly, his voice rising sharply. "Fusion progress 35? Xiaoyu," the steward exclaimed, "Congratulations! Your daughter possesses extraordinary talent and remarkable willpower. The Xia family is likely to produce an A-class awakener." "Really?" Xia Junfeng was overjoyed. Although he himself was merely B-class, with his son being A-class and daughter also A-class, the future of the Xia family was secure. Xia Beichun broke free from the restraints, feeling an explosive power coursing through him, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Xiaozhu, I succeeded. Wait for me. I will bring you home soon." Seeing everyone's gaze fixed intently on Xia Qingyu, Xia Beichun turned around, his excitement swiftly turning to bitterness. Fusion progress, 36. It was over. He had initially thought that relying on his longing and love for Xiaozhu, enduring to 31 was already impressive. He hadn't expected his sister to be so formidable. Now, her position in the clan would surely soar, while she looked down on Xiaozhu. This was troublesome. Xia Qingyu continued to endure. 37, 38. All the members of the Xia family forgot their pain, anxiously watching her. Ultimately, the fusion progress halted at 39, and Xia Qingyu suddenly opened her eyes. Everyone felt as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, their hearts nearly stopping. Still unable to break through 40? What a pity, breaking the restraints. The girl gently wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead. Xia Junfeng exclaimed excitedly, "Xiaoyu, congratulations. Truly my daughter." The steward said that your strength is rated A, which is exceedingly rare within the Foundation. Xia Beichun uneasily congratulated, "Sister, you are so impressive." Listening to the congratulatory voices, Xia Qingyu displayed no signs of excitement. Her cold gaze fixed sternly on the steward. "I would like to inquire about your strength rating, steward." This was a clear indication of her intention to confront. The steward, suppressing his inner turmoil, replied with a cold smile, "Like you, A-class. What guidance does Miss Xia have? Also a huh?" Xia Qingyu sighed. "I did not dare to offer guidance. I merely wished to ask." Just moments ago, she had indeed contemplated taking action. This serum was truly valuable, and if she could eliminate the steward and seize it, her strength should ascend further. Unfortunately, the opponent was also A-class, and she didn't possess complete confidence in her ability to subdue him. Furthermore, she had yet to fully adapt to her newfound power. The steward stated calmly, congratulations. Head of the Xia family. Miss Xia is a prodigy and will undoubtedly lead the Xia family to continued glory in these apocalyptic times. I hope the head of the Xia family can fulfill the promise and assist us in capturing more awakeners as experimental materials. After all, the Foundation requires these materials to develop a stable serum for enhancing powers. Xia Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. The steward was informing her that acting against him would be futile. The only serum available was for awakening. Even if she were to seize it, it would not enhance her own capabilities. It would be better to cooperate. This approach would benefit everyone. Unquestionably, Xia Qingyu's formidable aura compelled even the proud steward to offer an explanation. Xia Junfeng understood this clearly and cheerfully clasped his hands. Of course. I will arrange for the successfully awakened kin tomorrow. I will not disappoint you, steward. Upon concluding the awakening, the steward departed with his entourage. The Foundation had its own stronghold in Jiang City, and the disappearance of the golden boy and girl left him increasingly anxious. Moreover, there was one point he had not mentioned. The serum had side effects, amplifying the darker aspects of a person's psyche, all without their awareness. Just moments ago, both Xia Junfeng and his daughter had displayed murderous intent toward him. Now, without any powerful allies around, he felt exceedingly insecure remaining within the Xia family. Xia Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at her brother. Beichun, how far did you manage to go? Xia Beichun, like a wilted eggplant, drooped his head. 31. That said, I'm A-class. Useless. Xia Qingyu retorted mercilessly. If you're only A-class, then do not think about bringing that wretched woman back. Sister. Why? Xia Beichun protested. Even if I'm not as good as you, I am at least. He wanted to argue further, but fell silent under his sister's icy gaze. For some reason, he felt that since his sister's awakening, she had become even colder, her aura more formidable. Xia Junfeng was exceedingly pleased, cheerfully patting his daughter's shoulder. Xiao, you truly make your father proud. Previously, I forced you into a betrothal with the young master of the Yun family against your wishes. Now, I realize that I was too inconsiderate. Who says women are inferior to men? My daughter can indeed hold up a sky. If you truly dislike young Master Yin, I will swallow my pride and visit the Yun family to cancel the engagement. A trace of sarcasm flickered in Xia Qingyu's eyes as she revealed a faint smile. Then I thank you, father. Chapter 65. Chen Yunqi has run away? The Xia family now experienced a mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the emergence of several awakeners, particularly the A-class strength of Xia Qingyu, which was immensely uplifting. Additionally, Xia Beichun's A-class and Xia Junfeng's B-class status added to their strength. The remaining 5 individuals were C-class. This newfound power provided them with the means to survive in the apocalypse. Those who had successfully awakened were eagerly rushing out to test their abilities, with the sounds of booming activity resonating throughout. The sorrow, of course, lay in the loss of 12 clan members, who had met a tragic end and were now being buried. Xia Qingyu returned to her room alone, her right palm manifesting a crystalline, translucent snowflake, which spun elegantly around her hand. With a sudden clap, she clenched her right hand tightly, shattering the snowflake. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. From this day forth, my fate shall be governed solely by myself. The Xia family's archaic tradition of valuing sons over daughters must be reformed. In Xia Beichun's room, although the domineering young master had been significantly impacted by his sister, he remained exhilarated. Now, I am the second strongest in the family. Even if my sister disagrees, I will bring Xiaozhu back. Right, I must share the good news with Xiaozhu. She is surely worried about me. After dialing the phone, the ringing continued for quite some time without an answer. How foolish of me. It's so late, Xiaozhu must be asleep. I should send her a message. In the Mirror Lake Spring, through Lin Dong's efforts, Jiangzhu's level had risen to 5. The phone's ringing was drowned out by the loud music, and she was completely unaware. Or perhaps she heard it, but could not respond, as she was currently racing toward level 6. In the bedroom, Chen Yunqi, suffering from a high fever, slowly awakened. Her gaze fell upon the bright lights and the neatness of the room. Where am I? The girl struggled to rise from the bed, her mind recalling the harrowing image of herself bound to the rear of a caravan, shivering in the cold, sending a shiver down her spine. Have I been rescued? Dragging her feeble body out of bed, she noticed the sky outside was already beginning to brighten, heralding a new day. The house was spacious, and after wandering for a while without encountering a single soul, she fortuitously found some cold medicine and hot soup in the kitchen. After taking the medicine, she quietly made her way to the basement level, drawn by the sound of music, and discreetly retreated upon seeing Lin Dong and the others engrossed in their practice. A group of despicable harlots and lecherous fiends. I must find a way to escape. How peculiar. Where is that enormous caravan? Chun Yunshi was taken aback, gazing at the pure, white snow outside, which carried a menacing threat, and she retreated further, discovering a passage leading to the underground garage. Gritting her teeth, she ventured inside. Lin Dong squinted slightly, casting a sidelong glance outside before ignoring her. This community is not that large. Where could you possibly escape to? As she fled the infernal lair, Chun Yunshi began to run frantically, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Armed only with a small night light, she ran aimlessly. Suddenly, she stumbled upon several corpses. One had been riddled with bullets, another shot in the head, and a diminutive male body lay, without arms, blood pooling around it. There was also a female corpse. Chun Yunshi merely glanced at it before quickly averting her gaze. Tragic. It was all too horrific. Having become desensitized to corpses while following Feng Yi, she now felt fear creep in, being alone in the dimly lit garage. Steering clear of the grisly scene, she discovered an ascending staircase and mustered her courage to ascend. Inside a nearby house, a dozen men sat in a circle, their faces etched with worry. Jiangxi, who had been taken advantage of by the divine servant, respectfully poured them hot tea and retreated behind her godfather. A balding man addressed the foremost figure. Mr. Qian, sing. Mr. Qian, this situation cannot continue. These outsiders are arrogant and unpredictable, armed with guns, and our safety is entirely compromised. You, being the most astute in business, surely must have a solution? Mr. Qian smiled wryly. What can I do? I don't even know who they are. It's impossible to address the issue effectively. They were all renowned merchants, revered wherever they went. Yet, confronted by Lin Dong and his group, they felt like scholars encountering soldiers, unable to articulate their reason. Although Lin Dong had no intention of killing them, his possession of a firearm rendered their residence a ticking time bomb. Therefore, Lin Dong must die. A deputy director from a certain company glanced at Jiang Shi and suddenly remarked, Xiao Shi, you've been working hard with us for so long. Why don't you take a nap and rest? Don't neglect your health because of your youth. This was a clear indication that there were matters she should not overhear. Jiang Shi looked at her godfather, who nodded, prompting her to leave. Mr. Zhou, do you have any brilliant ideas? Mr. Zhou intertwined his fingers and pondered for a moment before saying, Gentlemen, I believe it's time we reveal our trump cards. Otherwise, even if we deliberate until dusk, no solution will emerge. Mr. Zhou, I don't understand your meaning. What trump cards? Mr. Zhou smiled and suddenly pulled out a handgun from his coat, placing it on the table, causing the other's pupils to constrict in shock. He actually has a gun? Everyone present was astute enough to recognize that he was not beating around the bush. We are all in business. Few hands are clean. For our own safety and that of our families. Don't tell me none of you have this. If anyone claimed not to, the meeting would be pointless. The others were taken aback by Mr. Zhou's bluntness, their expressions becoming somewhat unnatural. Mr. Qian laughed heartily. Mr. Zhou sees through it all. It's us old-timers who have been foolish. After all, it's the end times. Can we still fear the safety officers? Years ago, I procured a handgun from abroad, and I still have 17 bullets. With Mr. Qian leading the charge, the others began to reveal their own firearms. I have one too. It took considerable effort to acquire. A handgun with 9 rounds. Mr. Qian is right. Who cares about safety officers? They become lapdogs for others. What do we have to fear? I have one. My father was a hunter and had an old hunting rifle, along with bullets. As they counted their armaments, they realized they possessed 10 firearms of varying types. One enthusiastic individual declared, What do we have to fear? There are only 5 people. With our 10 guns, we can easily take them down. However, Mr. Qian shook his head. It's not that simple. Have you forgotten how we were brainwashed and controlled by that charlatan? Lin Dong is likely an awakener. He possesses superpowers, and relying solely on firearms will not suffice. Mr. Zhou nodded. Mr. Qian is correct. Guns are merely our trump card, but we need a plan to turn the tide. At that moment, a knock echoed on the safety door leading to the garage. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Help! The group jumped in alarm, their faces paling. Mr. Zhou hurriedly shoved the gun into his pocket, causing it to fall to the ground in his flustered state. Is Lin Dong here? What do we do? Could he have overheard our meeting? I was speaking so softly. We should flee. Yet Mr. Qian, more composed, hissed, what chaos is this? Do you think if Lin Dong had arrived, he would be knocking? They recalled how the women had barged in the previous day, kicking the door down. Mr. Zhou secured his firearm, awkwardly adjusting his attire, and stated, Mr. Qian is right. In the event Lin Dong is indeed here, locking the door is pointless. Let us open it. The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, the youngest, with the least business experience, approached to open the door. Who are you? How'd you get here? The sudden appearance of a stranger made everyone wary. Chun Yunshi gazed at them in astonishment. You are the general manager of Genia Media? And you are the owner of Yuangu Company? You are the president of Minfu Technology? The assembly was genuinely taken aback. Who would have expected this young girl to know them so intimately? Mr. Qian cleared his throat. Young lady, who are you? How do you know us? Oh, I'm a student at Jiangxing University of Technology. My name is Chun Yunshi. Standing before the esteemed figures, the girl felt a bit awkward, but quickly regained her composure. These individuals were prominent. Protecting a mere university student would be effortless for them. The reason she recognized them was simple. They were her targets. Marrying into a wealthy family was her dream, and she had done her homework. Though many among them were older than her father, some could even be her grandfather. Did that matter? Not at all. What she had previously lacked was merely the channel to connect with these influential figures. Now, unexpectedly encountering them, all gathered in one place. Chun Yunshi was exhilarated. You are all renowned wealthy elites in Jiangxing. Your images visible on television, which is how I recognized you. Observing the youthful innocence of the girl, the men nodded in agreement. She was indeed a product of higher education, speaking with sincerity. Mr. Qian inquired, how did you end up here? A hint of terror crossed Chun Yunshi's face. I was at school when I suddenly encountered a demon. He is exceedingly lecherous and has already captured several women, including my teacher. He even intended to assault me. When I resisted, he bound me to a vehicle, leaving me to suffer in the cold. I managed to escape just now while he wasn't paying attention. Please, dear uncles, you must save me. She began to weep. It must be said, Chun Yunshi's appearance is remarkably deceptive. Her pure demeanor, coupled with her pitiful tears, instills an instinctive urge to embrace and protect her. Is the demon you mentioned named Lin Dong? Mr. Qian furrowed his brow. Yes, that's him. Have you met him, Brother Qian? Mr. Qian chuckled at my age. I could be your father. Calling me brother is amusing. I wouldn't mind being your godfather. This little girl seems to have some ulterior motives. Everyone present, being astute, quickly disowned her true nature. Indeed, as you observed, he is a demon. Are you aware of Lin Dong's superpower? What about the abilities of the other women? What are their identities? Chun Yunshi counted on her fingers. Lin Dong is merely a courier. I'm unsure of his abilities. He seems exceptionally accurate with a firearm and possesses remarkable physical strength. I have not witnessed any other powers. Among them, my teacher Qin Shuyao is an ordinary person. There is a female broadcaster named Ling Shui, a bank worker named Shun Wanyue, a safety officer named Liang Jihan, and the last one, Jiang Zhu, appears to be a yoga instructor. It seems they all possess supernatural abilities. Mr. Qian's gaze sharpened. This information is crucial. Is that so? We must devise a plan to deal with this demon and rescue the women. Chun Yunshi waved her hand dismissively. My suggestion is not to rescue them. It would be best to eliminate them all. Those women, including my teacher, have been brainwashed by Lin Dong. I fear if you rescue them, they may endanger you. The crowd fell silent, realizing the young girl harbored a rather venomous heart. Mr. Qian nodded. Thank you for the intelligence, Xiao Yangxi. You may go upstairs and rest. Rest assured, we will handle Lin Dong. This demon shall surely be subdued. Well then, I shall not be polite, the young girl replied. her heart at ease as she skipped upstairs. A glimmer of light flashed in Mr. Qian's eyes. Everyone, did you hear that? Someone expressed concern. Mr. Qian, can this girl's information be trusted? What if she is an undercover agent sent by Lin Dong? Zhou Dong scoffed. Undercover? Do you think with Lin Dong's abilities, he needs an undercover agent to kill us? Last night, he could have wiped us all out. Mr. Qian agreed, nodding. I concur with Zhou Dong. This girl has indeed escaped, and her intelligence cannot be wrong. Zhou Dong inquired, Mr. Qian, do you have a plan? Yes, I have an idea. Lin Dong and his group are all part of the working class. Even in these extraordinary times, certain inherent traits remain unchanged. We can take advantage of this, Mr. Qian said confidently. As the sun reached its zenith, the Xia family began to fulfill their commitments. Aside from Xia Junfeng remaining in their hometown, the other 7 awakened individuals each led a team for security, venturing out to capture other awakened ones. Xia Beichun initially intended to head to the ancient mountain district, but was forcibly reassigned to another area. Xia Jian, here is a photo of your sister-in-law. She resides in Jiyuan community. Be sure not to harm her. Bring her back safely, understood? Xia Beichun instructed his cousin. Xia Jian, a young man in his early 20s, glanced at the photo before tucking it away. Brother, don't worry. If I encounter my sister-in-law, I will definitely bring her back. However, I must clarify, if I don't find her, don't blame me. After all, the mission is of utmost importance. Xia Beichun sighed deeply. Patting Xia Jian on the shoulder, she is very important to me, more so than my own life. I'm counting on you. Just then, Xia Qingyu emerged, clad in a fitted white outfit. Without the heavy down jacket obscuring her figure, her curves were unmistakable, and with her high ponytail, she exuded an air of elegance. Casting a cold glance at Xia Beichun, she commanded, Let us go. The Xia family members, like wild horses unleashed, joyfully leaped onto the snow, their steps creating a layer of ice beneath them. The security personnel donned their skiing gear and form-fitting outfits, setting off. Xia Jian, stepping on the ice, raised his hands in jubilation. Haha, I'm finally out. I was almost suffocated. The security personnel inquired, Young master, where are we headed first? Xia Jian revealed a sly smile. Jiyuan community. After all, nothing beats dumplings. Brother, your sister-in-law is so beautiful. Don't blame me. Chapter 67, Woman. You have successfully captured my attention. In a certain community, Xia Qingyu stood with one hand behind her back, her hair fluttering in the cold wind, resembling a fairy amidst the snow. Surrender. I do not wish to expend my energy on you. The girl's icy words made the burly man across from her shudder. But he quickly retorted with a sneer, Such a fiery star? Since awakening, I have yet to encounter a superstar. You think you can capture me? You do not wish to waste your energy on me, but I am quite eager to waste my energy on you. Seeking death. A glint of coldness flashed in Xia Qingyu's eyes as she waved her hand, sending a flurry of snowflakes that swiftly pierced the burly man's chest. The man, unable to react, stared at her in disbelief before collapsing heavily to the ground. The security personnel behind her grimaced, Miss, the Foundation's requirement is to capture live individuals. Why'd you kill him? Xia Qingyu shot him a cold glance, causing him to hurriedly lower his head and remain silent. She felt no need to explain herself to anyone. Witnessing the oppressive man who had tormented them fall, the women he had kept under his thumb erupted in joy. Thanking Xia Qingyu. Thank you so much, Miss Xia. This man killed my husband and took me captive. Some even pleaded for help. Xia Qingyu, I'm your fan. I adore your songs. Could you take me with you? There's nothing to eat here. Upon hearing this, a chorus of women echoed their pleas. Xia Qingyu regarded them coldly, remaining silent as she turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Are you really going to abandon us, superstar? Oof. Xia Qingyu, you wretched person. I supported you so much, and you simply turned your back on us in our time of need. I'm unfollowing you. Indeed, I attended the premiere of your movies. And to think you would behave this way. It infuriates me. However, Xia Qingyu turned back. The women who had been cursing her instinctively shrank back, unable to meet her gaze. You want me to save you? Xia Qingyu slowly raised her hand, her expression indifferent to everything. Very well, I shall save you. With a delicate downward motion of her hand, a powerful and frigid aura swept the area, instantly freezing the women into ice sculptures, achieving a swift elimination. The security personnel widened their eyes, swallowing hard. The young lady is formidable. Moreover, she is quite ruthless. From now on, no one shall bully you. This is a form of salvation. Xia Qingyu felt no remorse for the lives she had taken, turning with a cold smile as she departed. In another community's underground garage, Xia Beichen confronted a plump middle-aged woman. The stench here is unbearable. Someone, change the air for me, Xia Beichen complained, waving a hand in front of his nose. Alongside the security personnel was Wang Shu, the Xia family's steward. Wang Shu grimaced, "Young master, please bear with it. Once we capture this woman, we will leave." The domineering CEO had his strengths, but sometimes his reasoning was peculiar. "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Xia Beichen replied haughtily. Wang Shu made a hand gesture to the security personnel, who immediately fanned the air. Dressed in a bespoke suit, Xia Beichen placed his hands in his pockets and looked at the woman. "Madam, I dislike idle chatter. Come with me." The woman giggled flirtatiously. "Oh, what a handsome young man. Where are you taking me? Why not stay and keep me company?" Xia Beichen frowned. "Are you some sort of goddess? Why do you speak in such a manner?" The woman, taken aback, took a moment to comprehend his insult regarding her weight, and she retorted angrily, "Young man, you are being quite excessive. Do you really think that just because you dress well, I will soften my heart? I will not hesitate to tell you that all the men in this community are dead. You cannot escape." Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you intend to kill me? Oof. I'll drain you before I kill you." "Huh. Do you think such tactics will intimidate me? Clumsy tricks. However, woman, you have indeed captured my attention." The woman stared in confusion. Wang Shu, Xia Beichen adjusted his tie, unfastened the button of his suit, and extended his hand with a beckoning gesture. "I shall grant you this opportunity, woman, but know that you possess only one chance." The security guards stifled their laughter, for this domineering figure was even more greasy than a portly woman. The woman sneered, her fists clenched, and her corpulent body began to swell rapidly. This was a peculiar ability akin to a doubling technique. Her plump form quickly morphed into a round mass, charging towards him like a living battering ram. Xia Beichen slowly extended his right hand, a layer of frost enveloping his palm, emanating an oppressive chill. With a resounding crash, the fleshly mass collided with his hand. Its forward momentum abruptly halted. The woman was taken aback and spun faster. Yet, Xia Beichen remained unfazed, as though his icy palm were an immovable wall. Feeling the friction against his hand, Xia Beichen smirked. "Is this truly all you can muster? You mischievous little sprite, do not dare to resist me." With a slight push of his arm, the mass was sent flying, the woman rolling across the ground and crashing into a multitude of vehicles, unconscious. "Ha! Utterly feeble." Xia Beichen extended his hand towards Wang Shu, who sighed and promptly retrieved tissues and hot water from his pocket, rinsing and drying in one fluid motion. Only then did the domineering figure retract his hand with satisfaction. The security personnel rushed forward to bind the woman and escort her away. The other women in the community, witnessing his effortless subjugation of the hefty woman, erupted in cheers. "Wow, he is so handsome. I adore him. Goodness, he is powerful and attractive. My heart feels as though it might leap from my chest. Handsome sir, would you take me away?" Xia Beichen merely fastened his suit button with indifference. "Apologies, but my heart can no longer accommodate any other woman. Farewell." With that, he departed elegantly, leaving behind a sea of infatuation and drool. Xia Jian was left dumbfounded upon arriving at Jiyuan community. What on earth had transpired here? Observing the path cleared by a motorhome, the crowd murmured in awe. "Go! Summon every living soul." Soon, the security personnel surged through each floor, herding all survivors to the underground parking garage. Faced with fewer than 100 individuals, Xia Jian furrowed his brow. How peculiar! Where was his sister-in-law? Hadn't that fool Xia Beichen claimed she was still alive? "Ladies and gentlemen, I am a civilized person and wish to avoid violence." Xia Jian produced a photograph and inquired, "Has anyone seen this woman? Where is she?" The survivors exchanged glances. One young man exclaiming in surprise, "Is that Sister Jiang? Are you looking for her?" "Oh, it seems you know her." Xia Jian beckoned for him to come closer. "Tell me, where is she?" The young man was the same one who had previously performed acrobatics with the family cat. Harboring feelings for Jiang Zhu, but too timid to confess. Sister Jiang left yesterday. She should be with Lin Dong in the motorhome. Xia Jian frowned. Lin Dong? Where has he gone? Chapter 68. You must attend the feast. The young man shrank back. Lin Dong drove away in the motorhome. We asked him to stop, but he refused. I have no idea where he went. A motorhome? Xia Jian furrowed his brows, recalling the enormous path outside. Thank you for the information. Do you have any wishes? The young man's eyes lit up. I want food. No. Can you take me away from here? Xia Jian slowly revealed a sinister smile. His palm morphing into a blade, a 30-centimeter long ice shard materializing. With a swish, the man's head soared into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Licking the warm blood from the corner of his mouth, Xia Jian sneered. I merely jested, yet you truly wished for it? The lower classes simply lack manners. The remaining survivors from Jiyuan community were struck with horror. Chaos ensued. Just kill us all, rather than suffer in life. We might as well savor the pleasure of death. The well-trained, armed security personnel descended upon the community like wolves among sheep, resulting in a sea of bloodshed. Having resolved the matter of the living in the entire community, Xia Jian departed. Sister, please do not perish. My elder brother is still waiting for you. As night fell, Shen Wanyue, Ling Shui, and Jiang Zhu reached level 10. Their combat prowess increasing exponentially. Simultaneously, a new feature appeared in the system's battle maid interface, level control. Lin Dong could now freely adjust the levels of the maids within their maximum capacity. At that moment, Ling Shui was engaged in an arm wrestling contest with Jiang Zhu, testing their strength against one another. Only they understood the terrifying power concealed within their delicate, snowy white arms. Their strengths were evenly matched, and the marble dining table bore cracks from their struggle. You foolish girl, had it not been for the power bestowed upon you by the master, how could you possibly compete with me? As if you Haven-T received power from a master yourself. You already have a fiancé and yet are still so forward. You wretched harlot. Ling Shui had previously lost to Jiang Zhu, incurring punishment, and was determined to win this time. Jiang Zhu, having narrowly escaped being bound in the restroom, refused to let this wretched girl triumph over her again. Suddenly, Jiang Zhu felt a powerful force within her dissipate rapidly, in the blink of an eye. She became an ordinary person. With a crack, Ling Shui, unaware of what had transpired, exerted her strength, and Jiang Zhu's arm was brutally twisted and broken. The marble surface shattered, leaving a gruesome scene. Jiang Zhu's face turned pale, racked with agony. Yes, I have won. Ling Shui cheered triumphantly, basking in her victory. Jiang Zhu, momentarily forgetting her pain, looked at Lin Dong with a ghastly expression. Master, it was not Lin Dong who sought to punish her. Rather, she had lost her power. Now, she felt as frail as an ordinary person, devoid of any means of self-defense. In this post-apocalyptic world, lacking power rendered her utterly vulnerable. She was terrified of being abandoned by Lin Dong. After all, even the newly joined Liang Jihan and Qin Shuyu had already reached level 7. Lin Dong did not nurture the useless. It's nothing. I merely conducted an experiment. Lin Dong chuckled, restoring her level to 10 and healing her broken arm. The suddenness of this event left Jiang Zhu in a daze for a long while, her shock giving way to astonishment as she gazed at Lin Dong. So, it was he who had caused her power to vanish. Not only could he grant strength, but he could also withdraw it at will? Ling Shui remained puzzled, tilting her head in confusion. What experiment? Thud, thud, thud. Someone knocked on the door, the sound echoing from the staircase leading to the underground parking garage. The maids hurriedly dressed, brimming with hostility. Is Mr. Lin Dong in? A sweet voice called out. Shen Wanyue opened the door to find a young and beautiful woman, adorned in delicate makeup, anxiously standing at the threshold. Who are you? What is your business? Liang Jihan leaned close to Lin Dong, whispering, Master, this is the woman who was taken advantage of by that charlatan yesterday. Jiang Shi, feeling the oppressive heat radiating from the woman, surveyed her nervously. A myriad of questions flooded her mind, but she forced a smile. Hello, sister. My name is Jiang Shi. May I ask if Mr. Lin Dong is present? Shen Wanyue responded coldly. Speak your purpose. Jiang Shi, intimidated by her presence, paled. My godfather wishes to invite Mr. Lin Dong and all the sisters to join him for a meal. We would be honored by your presence. A meal? Lin Dong inquired with curiosity. Oh, a casual meal? Your godfathers are all wealthy individuals, yet they refuse to treat you to a lavish banquet? Not at all, Jiang Shi hurriedly asserted, unable to meet Lin Dong's gaze. Mr. Lin Dong, my guardian has laid out all the food stored at home. It's quite a grand feast. You must grace us with your presence. Shen Wanyue furrowed her brow, unable to discern the underlying motives of these individuals. Were they attempting to curry favor with their host? Lin Dong chuckled heartily and rose. Very well. Dining alone is rather dull. Since we have an invitation, let us partake in this grand banquet. Jiang Shi eagerly nodded. Indeed. You must come. The banquet offers many delightful dishes. The maidservants exchanged glances. This girl seems rather dim-witted, does she not? At that moment, the Qian family's grand dining hall was filled with an array of elegantly poised women and young ladies, all wearing displeased expressions. What do they take me for? A mere courtesan? One scoffed. Is he not just a lowly peasant with a weapon? With so many men around, we could easily dispose of him. Another lamented, Father, I refuse to remain here. It feels degrading. I wish to return home. These women were either the young wives of wealthy merchants or their daughters and goddaughters, all possessing striking beauty. Qianzong snorted dismissively. Do not underestimate Lin Dong. If we had any confidence, we would not resort to such measures. Zhou Dong concurred. Your task is of utmost importance. Our future stability relies on your performance. Do not create any blunders, or I shall not hesitate to act mercilessly. A middle-aged beauty smiled reassuringly. Fear not. Dealing with an inexperienced youth is a trivial matter. Shortly thereafter, Lin Dong arrived. Chapter 69. What? The end times are over. Upon entering, he was met with an exuberant welcome, as if he were a distinguished leader. Brother Lin Dong, you finally arrived. We've been eagerly awaiting your presence. Please take a seat. Qianzong exclaimed, warmly grasping Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, pondering the nature of this charade. You are being overly courteous. What is the purpose of this gathering? Qianzong laughed heartily. Why so formal, Brother Lin Dong? Just call me Qiange. We have no ulterior motives. I simply admire your remarkable presence. Furthermore, yesterday you helped us escape the clutches of that charlatan, and I was at a loss on how to express my gratitude. So, we thought to invite you for a meal. I hope you do not take offense. Lin Dong took the seat of honor without hesitation. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Qianzong smirked inwardly, reveling in the opportunity to showcase his wealth. He enthusiastically invited the women to sit beside Lin Dong, relegating the maidservants to the far end of the table. I wasn't sure of your taste, so I took the liberty of preparing some home-cooked dishes. If you find them unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to let me know. He clapped his hands, and the dishes were brought forth. Lin Dong's expression was peculiar. You call this home-cooked? The spread included delicacies such as orchid bear paws, boiled cabbage, and yellow braised chicken wings, each a hallmark of pre-apocalyptic luxury. Their ingredients and preparation far beyond the reach of the average individual. It seemed this group of affluent merchants was well-stocked indeed. However, a residence of such grandeur surely had a dedicated food storage facility, which made sense. Noticing Lin Dong's astonishment, Qianzong felt a surge of pride. I intended for you to appear as the unworldly bumpkin. Lin Dong, undeterred, picked up his chopsticks and began to sample the fare. It is not quite on par with the system's offerings, but it is still quite palatable. Zhou Dong signaled to the beautiful woman beside Lin Dong, who promptly retrieved a bottle of red wine. Xiao Dong, surely you must be thirsty after all this food. Let us indulge in a bottle of 82 Lafite. This is not the mass-produced variety. Mind you, it is the genuine article. Delightful. It surpasses the taste of cola. The wealthy merchants' women smiled triumphantly, casting disdainful glances at the maidservants. Look at these impoverished girls, even clad in luxury. They cannot hide their humble origins. The maidservants seethed with indignation. How dare these shameless hussies try to seduce our master? In hushed tones, the maidservants exchanged their frustrations. Ling Shui exclaimed, I want to tear those ugly women's faces apart. That older woman dared to touch our master's hand. It is infuriating. Shen Wanyue cautioned, do not act rashly. Our master seems to be enjoying their company. Do not draw attention to yourself, or you may face punishment. Jiang Zhu inquired, what should we do then? Liang Zihan asked, isn't this food delicious? What are you discussing? Ling Shui, Shen Wanyue, and Jiang Zhu chimed in. Qin Shui remarked, the flavor is indeed good. But isn't the broth for this boiled cabbage a bit undercooked? And this orchid bear paw is made with frozen tofu instead, which diminishes its texture. Moreover, there's an odd taste to these dishes. Liang Zihan queried, what odd taste? I cannot detect anything unusual. Ling Shui snapped, what time is it? You're still thinking about food? Liang Zihan apologized, I'm sorry. Qin Shuyu insisted, something is definitely off with this flavor. As the maidservants continued their whispered discussions, Qianzong raised his glass. Come, brother Lin Dong, now that you reside in Jinghu Chuntian, we are neighbors. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Henceforth, we shall be like family. Allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is Chairman Jin of Jinyi Group, a leading figure in the IT industry of Central China. This is General Manager Fei of Wangyun. A myriad of notable figures from the pre-apocalyptic era were introduced, leaving Lin Dong even more puzzled about their intentions. Once the atmosphere had become sufficiently jovial, Qianzong laughed heartily. Brother Lin Dong, oh, brother sounds so distant. Seeing as I am a few years your senior, I shall call you Xiao Dong. Now, after the calamity passes, would you be interested in joining our company? With your abilities, the position of Deputy General Manager would undoubtedly be yours. Chairman Jin interjected, hold on, Qianzong, that is a bit excessive. Xiao Dong is a young talent I have my eye on. He must come to my company. Zhou Dong stood up, pounding the table. Do not fight over him with me. Xiao Dong is exceptionally gifted and would make the perfect successor to my position. What? After the calamity? Lin Dong appeared bewildered. What do you mean by that? Qianzong and the others paused, then burst into laughter. Oh, my apologies. It seems you have not yet received the news. Lin Dong grew more confused. What news? Qianzong cleared his throat, and the dining hall fell silent. Xiao Dong, we regard you as family and wish to share this with you, but you must not disclose it to others. You know our business has reached this scale. There are certainly influential figures behind us. Lin Dong nodded blankly. Recently, we received word that the research department has developed a vaccine against the toxic snow and is producing it in large quantities. Soon, numerous drones will be deployed to ensure the safety of all citizens. Just imagine, once the snow toxin no longer affects people, can a mere snowfall still be deemed a disaster? In the face of a national apparatus, restoring order is inevitable. Lin Dong gasped in astonishment. Really? You cannot be deceiving me. Qianzong wore a mysterious expression. What would I gain from deceiving you? Do you not see why chaos reigns outside while we enjoy harmonious coexistence here? It is because we receive the news first, allowing us to await the calm. Moreover, once order is restored, the authorities will undoubtedly seek retribution against the criminals who indiscriminately slaughtered innocents. He concluded with a knowing glance toward Lin Dong. You took advantage of the chaos to acquire firearms and committed heinous acts. Prepare yourself for the reckoning. Lin Dong grew increasingly anxious, even finding no pleasure in his wine. What shall I do? Esteemed gentlemen, please do not report me. I am a good person. I have done nothing wrong. You are indeed complicit in the demise of women, and there is no escaping retribution. However, Xiao Dong, you must understand that we hold esteemed positions and have powerful backers. We are unlikely to face accountability. After all, we are but 100 individuals who orchestrated the death of a single person, while you have taken countless lives. Yes, you are correct, Mr. Qian. So what should I do? Mr. Qian approached Lin Dong and patted his shoulder. My advice is simple. As long as you can assist us, we will exhaust every effort to ensure your safety. What do you think? Chapter 70. The elite circle is truly chaotic. Lin Dong gazed earnestly at Mr. Qian, who returned the look with a facade of concern. Suddenly, Lin Dong burst into laughter. What are you laughing about? Mr. Qian asked, his expression tightening. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively. I just find it amusing. I used to watch television and thought you high-ranking individuals were visionary and lofty. But now that I interact with you, it turns out you are quite ordinary. You are no different from the elders in my hometown who pontificate after a few drinks about matters of state and the future. It's utterly laughable. Mr. Qian's brow furrowed, emanating an aura of unspoken authority. Do you believe I jest with you? Be confident. This is indeed a joke worth savoring. Mr. Lin, we genuinely wish to assist you. Do not be ungrateful. Lin Dong laughed again, glancing at the drowsy women around him, and downed a glass of Lafite. Is that so? Then why did you slip sedatives into the food? Are you trying to help me ascend to the afterlife? The expressions of Mr. Qian and his associates shifted dramatically. What are you saying? What sedatives? We sincerely invited you to dinner. How can you slander us? Meanwhile, several maidens began to show signs of lethargy. Master, I feel so sleepy, they murmured, leaning against their chairs, their breathing steady, clearly asleep. Lin Dong spread his hands. We've laid our cards on the table. Why deny it? You slipped sedatives into the dishes I shared with my maids. Truly generous of you, but the dosage was quite substantial. He reached out to caress the face of a beautiful woman. Mr. Zhou, is this your wife? You wealthy individuals really do indulge in extravagance. And Mr. Fei, is this your daughter? Oh, and this must be Mr. Jin's niece. The elite circle is indeed chaotic. Do they not understand that an overdose of sedatives can be fatal? Or do they simply not care about the lives of their wives and daughters? Mr. Zhou hastily reached into his pocket, only to be halted by Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian, his corpulent visage betraying no hint of panic, adjusted his glasses and smiled. Lin Dong, our resort to such desperate measures is unavoidable. You possess extraordinary abilities and firearms, which leave us feeling quite insecure. I hope you can empathize. If you agree to surrender your firearm to us, I can assure you that these women will belong to you. From now on, we shall be one family, and you can live here without a care. If food runs low, we can provide for you. Mr. Fei's expression changed dramatically. Mr. Qian, that is not what you said before. Silence. Mr. Qian shot back, his gaze icy. What sort of foolish allies do I have? Do you not see that I am buying time? Aside from the meal before him, Lin Dong's drink had also been tampered with. He had foolishly consumed it all. If he could just delay a little longer, he would surely fall victim. Lin Dong could not help but applaud. You truly are a businessman, decisive and efficient. Since childhood, Lin Dong had never understood the meaning of politeness. If looks could kill, Mr. Zhou would have been obliterated. Mr. Qian's heart raced with anxiety. What is happening? Why is he still standing? Another hour passed, and many wealthy merchants' eyes turned green with envy. They were no longer merely intent on killing Lin Dong. They wished to eliminate Mr. Qian instead. What sort of foolish scheme had Mr. Qian devised? Why, after so long, was Lin Dong still so composed? Mr. Qian chuckled nervously. Lin Dong, you've had your fun. Isn't it time to uphold your end of the bargain? Lin Dong regarded him with seriousness before bursting into laughter. Very well. I pride myself on keeping promises. Given your understanding, here you go. The Huang Jin Sha-ing was tossed aside, and Mr. Qian hastily caught it. His gaze turned cold as he aimed the weapon at Lin Dong. At last, I've waited for this opportunity. The other merchants drew their firearms, an array of handguns, rifles, and shotguns. Facing a dozen barrels aimed at him, Lin Dong remained unfazed, puffing on a cigarette. What is this? Has Mr. Qian turned against me so swiftly? Wasn't our previous collaboration quite enjoyable? Bah, you are not worthy of collaboration with me. Were it not for this apocalyptic reality, I would have obliterated your entire family in an instant. Mr. Qian was furious, even though he did not understand why the sedatives had failed to take effect. He knew that if he did not kill Lin Dong soon, he would be slaughtered by Mr. Zhou and the others. Lin Dong shrugged, swiftly seizing the unconscious beauty as a shield. Wife! Mr. Fei exclaimed, horrified. Lin Dong, are you not a man? Release my wife. Lin Dong laughed heartily. Have I not already proven my manhood? With a grimace, Mr. Qian pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing the beautiful woman's body, blood erupting forth. Mr. Fei gasped in shock. You, Mr. Qian, enough of this. Your wife has already been compromised by Lin Dong. If you do not kill him now, we shall all perish. Mr. Qian bellowed, his anxiety intensifying. Gunfire erupted as the men hastily shot, the beautiful woman turning into a sieve. Yet Lin Dong had vanished from sight. Where is he? At that moment, Lin Dong had appeared behind the maidens, kicking a chair. Still pretending to sleep? Get up and get to work. The maidens awoke instantly. Ling Shui stretched adorably. Master, what shall we do with these people? Lin Dong smirked. Naturally, we shall eliminate them all. Not a single one shall escape. These affluent individuals were amusing indeed. They set a trap, first employing beauty to lower his guard, then using fabricated news of an apocalyptic scenario to deceive him, followed by sedatives, and finally brandishing a dozen guns. What a convoluted scheme. He preferred a more direct approach. The wealthy merchants, filled with dread, turned their weapons to shoot. But what strength did the maidens possess? They charged like famished wolves into a flock of sheep, effortlessly dodging bullets while taking down one target after another. Mr. Qian was petrified, shooting while retreating. Do not hide. Come out and eliminate them all. As soon as he spoke, the residents of the community rushed in with kitchen knives. But upon witnessing the maidens wreaking havoc, they fled in terror. They were a pampered lot, unaccustomed to such scenes of hell. Chapter 71. The beautiful teacher has lost her mind. This was a massacre. Ling Shui and the others felt that using guns was insufficient, picking up kitchen knives. Uncle, don't run. Let me take a swing. The maidens' voices were sweet, yet frighteningly sinister. Only Qin Shuyao cowered beneath the dining table, clutching a gun, too afraid to show herself. Lin Dong covered his face and approached, delivering a swift slap to her behind. What are you so cowardly about? Qin Shuyao grimaced. Master, I am afraid. The last time I killed someone, it took a great deal of courage. If you remain so timid, I shall no longer want you. Lin Dong threatened, then turned to the maidens. You all, go cleanse the community. Leave this building to her. Ling Shui pouted. Huh, we haven't had our fill of killing yet. After all, most had taken refuge in Mr. Qian's residence, with only a few managing to flee. However, since the master had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. Lin Dong looked at Qin Shuyao. Go. Others are shooting at you. How long will you remain frightened? Qin Shuyao wanted to say something, but Lin Dong's increasingly dark expression made her shiver. All right, I will go. At this moment, in Qianzong's residence, an unknown number of individuals had taken refuge, fully aware that they had become sitting ducks. Yet, none dared to break free from their self-deception and hide. Soon, Qin Shuyao kicked open a door, instantly causing the occupants to drop to their knees, pleading for mercy. Please do not kill me. It was all Qianzong's idea. I was forced. With her gun raised, Qin Shuyao struggled momentarily, but ultimately fired, ending the man's life with a single shot to the head. In the next room, another voice cried out, Do not kill me. I will be your servant. Bang. Moving on to the subsequent room, the desperate pleas echoed again. Spare my life. Bang. And again bang. Lin Dong watched with immense satisfaction as the beautiful teacher grew more adept in her lethal dance. Indeed, the thrill of slaughter was intoxicating. Eventually, when her ammunition ran dry, Qin Shuyao picked up a fruit knife from the ground, opting for close combat. Do not panic. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal, she reassured herself. With a firm grip around the man's neck, she stabbed repeatedly at his heart until it was utterly destroyed. Disposing of the lifeless body, she reached out delicately to caress the hair of a terrified woman beside her. Do not scream, shoo. In a swift motion, the knife glided across the woman's throat. Uncertain of how many lives she had extinguished, Qin Shuyao appeared possessed, her eyes ablaze as she approached the final door. The knocking resounded like the toll of a death knell. Hee, I know you're hiding in there. Open up. If you do not, I shall enter uninvited. With a forceful kick, the door flew open, revealing three frightened figures, Qianzong, his goddaughter Jiangxi, and Chun Yunqi. They trembled at the sight of Qin Shuyao. Drenched in blood, Chun Yunqi, particularly horrified, stammered, Is this teacher Qin? How has she transformed into this? Qianzong, trembling like a leaf, raised his gun and fired. Bang! Qin Shuyao did not flinch. She let the bullet strike her shoulder without a hint of pain, instead revealing a gruesome grin. That hurt, you know. Chun Yunqi. Paralyzed by terror, vet her shelf. Oh my God, is teacher Qin gone mad? Qianzong's corpulent frame dripped with sweat as his trembling hand struggled to aim. As Qin Xiao advanced, he shut his eyes and pulled the trigger multiple times, quickly emptying the magazine. Upon reopening his eyes, he found her gone. Where is she? Turning around, he saw Chun Yunxi and Jiang Shi gazing in horror at something behind him. Qin Xiao's crimson lips brushed against his ear. You miss it. I am right here. D. Qianzong swung the gun backward. Qin Xiao deftly caught it, cleaned it, and tucked it into her embrace. This is the master's gun. Simultaneously, Qianzong seized the fruit knife from Jiang Shi's trembling hands, pressing it to Chun Yunxi's throat. Do not come any closer, or I will kill her. This threat proved effective. Qin Xiao halted her advance. Big brother Qian, what are you doing? Jiang Shi could not believe that the seemingly gentlemanly Qianzong would resort to using her as a hostage. Qianzong barked, what? Stay still. I do not want to die. You wretched woman, it is all your fault for providing false intelligence, leading me to misjudge. Now everyone is dead. Do you understand? Do you understand? Chun Yunxi, overwhelmed by his fury, displayed a pitiful expression. This isn't my fault. I had no idea how you plan to deal with Lin Dong. It has nothing to do with me. Slap. Qianzong struck her hard across the face, instantly leaving it swollen and red. And it has nothing to do with you? You fool. At this point, it is all irrelevant. If I die, you will die with me. Chun Yunxi felt numb. She had painstakingly escaped the abyss, only to encounter Qianzong and his companions, believing she had found a new protector. Yet, in just a single day, her support had crumbled under Lin Dong's influence. No, it was not even Lin Dong's presence that caused this. It was merely Teacher Qin. Wait a moment. Teacher Qin is not an ordinary person. A sudden realization struck Chun Yunxi, understanding why Qianzong accused her of misinforming him. Previously, she had explicitly stated that Liang Jihan and Qin Xiao were ordinary individuals. Now, one person had dispatched so many. Could she truly be deemed ordinary? Overwhelmed by shock, she turned to Qin Xiao and asked, when did you acquire such extraordinary powers? Qin Xiao replied with a sultry smile, naturally, it was bestowed upon me by my master. In just one day, I have become quite formidable. Chun Yunxi was astounded. Is it really that simple? My boyfriend, Feng Yi, was left in a coma for 3 days after encountering Du Xue before he acquired his powers. You achieved it in a single day? What other secrets does Lin Dong possess? Slap. Qianzong struck her face again. Stop your rambling. Is this your teacher? You need to make her spare me, quickly. Chun Yunxi gazed at Qin Xiao with tear-filled eyes. Teacher Qin, I am your student. I was foolish before. As your student, it is your duty to ensure my safety. Could you please leave and spare us? However, Qin Xiao slowly shook her head. But you wanted to mar my face before. Suddenly, Qin Xiao seized the trembling Jiang Shi, pressing the knife to her neck. The master has ordered that everyone here must be eliminated. Not a single soul shall remain. Chapter 72. The proud school bell finally bows down. The bloodied blade rested gently against the alabaster neck of Jiang Shi, who burst into tears. Godfather, please save me. With his goddaughter in peril, Qianzong's inner turmoil was fleeting. Are you still a teacher? How can you have the audacity to use my goddaughter as a hostage? Qin Xiao shrugged. You're a public figure. I recall you're the vice chairman of the Jiangqing Business Alliance. Yet you use students as hostages? Either we both release our captives, or you shall witness your goddaughter perish before your eyes. You. Qianzong was momentarily speechless. Damn it. You make a valid point. I am at a loss for words. Jiang Shi sobbed, Godfather, please let her go. I am so scared. Damn it, you fool. Qianzong yelled. If I let her go, neither of us will escape. Little Shi, your godfather has not been unkind to you. I have spent a great deal on you over the years. Just sacrifice a little for your godfather. Jiang Shi stared blankly at him, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he be so heartless? You, Qianzong, I sacrificed my education and underwent an abortion for you. Yet you treat me like a mere business pawn. How can you do this to me? Qianzong scoffed. Isn't that what a goddaughter is supposed to do? Do you think my money is just for show? Qin Xiao remarked, it seems your godfather does not care for you. I can only apologize. The blade slowly grazed her neck, prompting Jiang Shi to thrash violently. Her eyes fixed on Qianzong as if she wished to consume him whole. Witnessing his goddaughter's impending doom, a flicker of compassion crossed Qianzong's eyes. But he quickly steeled himself. Nothing was more important than his life. If his goddaughter perished, so be it. As long as he survived, he could find another. At that moment, Lin Dong entered. Hasn't this concluded yet? Why the delay? Chun Yunshi, seeing him as a savior, cried, Lin Dong, please save me. Lin Dong retorted, damn it, are you insane? Seeing Lin Dong's indifference, Chun Yunshi truly panicked. Qin Xiao harbored resentment toward her, and Qianzong had taken her hostage. If Lin Dong did not save her, she would surely perish. Lin Dong, no, master, I was wrong. I should not have treated you that way. I should not have fled. I genuinely wish to be your maid, and will never betray you again. Qianzong quickly added, Lin Dong, I have not touched this woman. If you let me go, I will not harm her. Lin Dong cast a glance at Qin Xiao and asked, what are you hesitating for? Let's resolve this together. Both of them were taken aback. It was clear that Lin Dong was determined to eliminate them. You vile creature, worthless. Seeing that Qin Xiao was ready to take action, Mr. Qian immediately shoved Chun Yunshi out and dashed toward the window. With a swift throw, Qin Xiao hurled a fruit knife, piercing through him and leaving him in shock as he fell to the ground, eyes filled with regret. Now, only Chun Yunshi remained. The young girl was in tears, truly frightened. It was over, completely over. She finally understood that in this apocalyptic world, no one could be relied upon. She had thought that with Feng Yi's supernatural abilities, he would elevate her, but when danger struck, he had unhesitatingly abandoned her. Upon encountering Lin Dong, she had intended to manipulate him as she had with Feng Yi, only to be met with brutal treatment instead. After narrowly escaping the abyss, she had hoped Mr. Qian would usher in a new chapter in her life. But she realized she was merely a joke delivered to her doom. I refuse to accept this, she thought, gazing enviously at Qin Xiao, who now wielded formidable power and could dictate life and death, all because she chose to submit to Lin Dong. In that moment, Chun Yunshi steeled her heart, biting her silver teeth. Master, I was wrong. I am willing to do anything for you, to serve you like a loyal servant. Please do not kill me. At this instant, she cast aside all pride and dignity, pleading for her life. Qin Xiao, standing by, sighed deeply. Has this foolish child only now come to her senses? In times like these, all cleverness is but a fleeting thought. Only strength and powerful men are the true currency for survival. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Dong revealed an enigmatic smile. Oh, but who was it that claimed they would never become a dog for me, even in death? I prefer your defiant spirit. Regain that. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Yunshi threw herself to the ground, her forehead striking hard, blood streaming down her once pure face, rendering it grotesque. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Lin Dong coldly grasped her chin. I sense your sincerity. Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity to serve as an intermaid. Your duties will include serving not only me, but also several other maids. Should you refuse, I am willing. Master, then you must seize this opportunity. Do not follow the path of the previous intern maid. Chun Yunshi hesitated, nervously inquiring, what did she do? Lin Dong chuckled. She broke the rules and was executed. There was blood and brain matter everywhere, a complete mess. Chun Yunshi shuddered and bowed her head again. Master, rest assured, I will be obedient. Good girl. After Shen Wanyue and the other maids had thoroughly cleansed the entire community, they returned to their initial building. Ling Shui bounced around, gleefully exclaiming, "Eh? I killed the most this time." Shen Wanyue smiled wryly. This girl is truly fortunate. Their master had yet to return and was likely still at Mr. Qian's building. Let us freshen up and clean ourselves first. Noticing Jiang Zhu's distracted demeanor, Liang Jihan asked, what is the matter? Are you hurt? No. Jiang Zhu quickly shook her head. The reason for her distraction was the message from her fiancé. Bei Chun had successfully awakened and become a supernatural being. Throughout the day, she had been in a state of anxiousness, fearing that Xia Bei Chun might suddenly come for her. Given his domineering personality, he would likely be unable to accept her situation. Well, it seems no man would accept this. Being caught in the middle would be exceedingly difficult for her. Yet, she had no way out. She had always been in a state of avoidance, but how long could she evade? Subconsciously, Jiangzhu found herself enjoying the thrill of this forbidden excitement. Yet she was also aware that this state could not endure for long. Once Bei Chun and Lin Dong crossed paths, it would undoubtedly lead to a deadly confrontation. Just as she contemplated this, the maid simultaneously looked up towards the door. Someone is coming. Chapter 73. Sister-in-law is so strong? Damn, how far did they run? It took me quite a while to track them down. Xia Jian arrived at Jinghu Chuntian. Throughout the day, aside from the stroke of luck in capturing 2 awakened individuals, he had spent most of his time following the trail of the RV. Huh? Where's the car? Xia Jian was momentarily bewildered. Forget it, since the trail has vanished here. It indicates that they must be hiding nearby. Let us go in and find them. Bring everyone in the community out. As the security personnel prepare to act, the door swung open. Xia Jian's pupils dilated. So many beautiful women. One of the women looked strikingly familiar. Xia Jian pulled out a photo to compare. Aha, sister-in-law found. Indeed, she was even more stunning in person than in the photo. This sister-in-law, ugh. This dumpling is mine, Shen Wanyue coldly declared. I do not care who you are or what your intentions are. I advise you to leave. What an arrogant woman. Xia Jian couldn't help but scoff. Leave? In my entire life, this is the first time someone has dared to speak to me like that. Wouldn't you agree, sister-in-law? He then shifted his gaze to Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu's face turned pale. The Xia family has arrived. Shen Wanyue frowned. She's your sister-in-law? You are Bei Chen's brother? Indeed. Before I left this morning, my dear brother made it clear that I must bring my sister-in-law back, no matter what. Xia Jian's eyes greedily appraised Jiangzhu. Sister-in-law, I have come to escort you. Let us go. Shen Wanyue sneered. Since they are your family, you can handle this yourself? Saying this, she turned with Ling Shui and the others to retreat inside, leaving Jiangzhu feeling helpless. Xia Jian stepped closer, smiling as he scrutinized Jiangzhu. I must say, although that big brother of mine lacks intelligence, his taste is impeccable. This beauty, this figure, rivals many stars I have encountered, only slightly less than my eldest sister, but not by much. Come back with me, sister-in-law. Big brother has been waiting for you for so long. Xia Jian shamelessly reached for Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu swiftly withdrew her hand and took a step back. Xia Jian, please go back and tell Bei Chun that I am not returning. From the moment she met Lin Dong, she had lost the chance to return to Xia Bei Chen's side. Not returning? Xia Jian furrowed his brow, then sneered, sister-in-law. You're making it impossible for me to report back. Jiangzhu bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears. Please leave. It is very dangerous here. If you still acknowledge me as your sister-in-law, trust me just this once. It is not safe here. You must go back. Bei Chen will explain everything to him when I have the chance. Xia Jian scoffed. You shameless wretch. You're really asking for it. I want to only leave, but I'll take you and those other girls with me. Jiangzhu froze, her body trembling with anger. Xia Jian, what nonsense are you talking about? Foolish child. Do not bring about your own demise. Ling Shui peeked out from behind the door. He wants to take dumplings, and not only is he named Xia Jian, but he's also quite despicable. Xia Jian laughed heartily, shamelessly boasting. You understand me well, little girl. I'll be gentle with you later. Ling Shui scoffed and withdrew her head. He is doomed. Xia Jian, this is your last chance. If you turn back now, there is still room for negotiation. Jiangzhu recognized that Xia Jian had no good intentions and realized that sweet words would not sway him. It seemed that force was the only option left. With a swift motion, Xia Jian conjured an ice knife. Enough with the chatter. I hope you can still speak as sharply afterward. Knowing Jiangzhu was also an awakened one, he wasted no time in launching the first attack. Jiangzhu leaned back to evade, her demeanor turning icy. Since he was so persistent in seeking his own demise, she would not hold back either. Well, you have some skill. Xia Jian grinned wickedly, summoning another ice knife. With both blades, he advanced for a dual strike. Jiangzhu clenched her fist and struck heavily with the ice blade. Seeking death, Xia Jian sneered. For his ice blade was far sharper than an ordinary steel knife, lamenting only the fate of his sister-in-law's delicate hand. With a crack, the flesh of her fist collided with the ice blade, which shattered into countless shards. What? Xia Jian's pupils constricted in shock. Yet, Jiangzhu's fist continued its relentless advance. In a critical moment, An icy armor formed around Xia Jian's chest, and with a resounding crash, her fist landed heavily upon him. The tremendous force surged forth, causing Xia Jian's eyes to bulge as his body was propelled backwards, carving a long trench into the ground. The security personnel were left utterly stunned. Xia Jian had been sent flying. Coughing, he struggled to rise from the ground. The icy armor shattered, his expression twisted in fury. Had it not been for the armor, that punch would have surely pierced him through. Why are you still dawdling? Kill her. The security guards hastily drew their weapons and opened fire. Jiangzhu's countenance was as frigid as ice. She leapt high into the air and then descended with force. With a smack, one guard was reduced to a mere pulp. These were ordinary people, lacking any ability to resist. Liang Jihan gasped in shock. Jiangzhu has gone mad, attacking her in-laws so ruthlessly. Shen Wanyue snorted coldly. Have you ever seen a sister-in-law coveted by her brother-in-law? Killing her is justifiable. Liang Jihan's heart filled with trepidation. This group of women harbored ill intentions towards one another, and she needed to tread carefully. In mere moments, Jiangzhu had dispatched over a dozen security guards, leaving only the astonished younger brother. I told you, if you had left sooner, perhaps you would not have met your demise. Jiangzhu felt a deep sorrow. In doing so, she had effectively severed ties with the Xia family. Shen Wanyue, you are truly vicious. Yet, why did she feel a sense of liberation within? Perhaps it was the disappearance of the anxiety and turmoil after finally making a choice. Xia Jian trembled, incredulous. Why? How could you be so strong? According to the intelligence from the Foundation, most awakened individuals outside were merely Class C and possessed no extraordinary abilities. Though he too was Class C, endowed with ice powers, his combat prowess was formidable. Yet, his sister-in-law's strength was beyond comprehension. He had initially planned to capture Jiangzhu, enjoy her company first, and then return her and Lin Dong to the Xia family. This way, Xia Beichen would be thoroughly humiliated. The fiancé of the future heir mingling with commoners was utterly intolerable to the family. Yet, he had never anticipated his sister-in-law would be this powerful. Chapter 74. The Xia family's misery. The fury of the star Xia Jian cursed the Foundation in his heart, while summoning his powers to form an ice sled beneath his feet. Unable to win, he prepared to flee. Jiangzhu discerned his intentions, sighed with a complex expression, and suddenly vanished from sight. Damn! Xia Jian was taken aback and turned to run. Yet, that bloodied little pink fist, imbued with terrifying might, came crashing down upon his head. With a loud smack, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, like a smashed watermelon. Jiangzhu stared blankly at the sky, allowing the droplets of blood to fall upon her, her eyes reddening as she covered her face and wept. It was not for Xia Jian's demise, but for the self that had once loved Xia Beichen. There was no turning back now. The last flicker of hope and wishful thinking hidden deep within her heart had completely dissipated. From this moment forth, she was no longer Xia Beichen's fiancée. What was she crying about? Lin Dong suddenly returned and noticed several maids huddled at the doorway, watching Jiangzhu weep uncontrollably outside, piquing his curiosity. The maids quickly turned away, their pupils dilating in terror. What was that on the master's shoulder? It looked like a person. Shen Wanyue hastily regained her composure, stating, Master, the Xia family members came looking for you just now. After hearing the maid's report, Lin Dong grinned wickedly at her. Moon Maid, you are quite perceptive. He understood that Shen Wanyue was forcing Jiangzhu to sever ties with the Xia family, no longer serving the master while still pining for her fiancé. Ling Shui asked softly, Master, who is this you're carrying? Oh, just that foolish university student, Lin Dong replied, tossing Chen Yunxi onto her. Ling Shui received her, unable to suppress a shiver of fear. Maid 6, Chen Yunxi, system rating, 84. Current strength, level 3, maid outfit, none. Today, as unexpected delight was the beautiful teacher. Who would have thought the female instructor possessed two faces? In her normal state, she seemed gentle and innocent. Who could have imagined her to be such a deranged and psychotic killer, full of character? By night, the Xia family was shrouded in gloom. Xia Beichen paced anxiously in the hall. Where was Xia Jian? Had something happened to her? In the morning, 7 members of the Xia family had set out with high hopes. By nightfall, only 3 returned: Xia Qingyu, Xia Beichun, and a fortunate cousin from the Xia family. The others were utterly unreachable. Xia Juanfeng's face darkened ominously. Had he not been the family head needing to maintain his composure, he would have smashed something. Was the Foundation deliberately trying to sabotage the Xia family? Hadn't he, the steward, said that the awakened individuals outside were at most Class C? Why had his Class C relatives, accompanied by armed security, gone missing? The answer was clear. They had perished outside, just as the Xia family was poised for takeoff. They had suffered such a heavy blow within a single day. Who could bear it? The more he thought, the angrier he became, and he called the steward. 2 minutes later, Xia Junfeng crushed his phone in fury, his complexion dark as thunder. "Dad, what did the Foundation say?" Xia Qingyu asked coldly. "What else could they say?" Xia Junfeng roared. "The Foundation is a pack of ravenous wolves that devour their prey without remorse. They blame us for their erroneous intelligence and have only captured less than 10 experimental subjects in a day. The steward even plans to reduce the supply of serum for our next collaboration. Damn it, you're all a bunch of useless fools. To waste so much serum and still fail to deal with those rabble outside. Had I known you were so incompetent, I might as well have chosen a new batch of people." The Xia clan trembled under his wrath. This was an unprecedented and grievous loss. Those who had just qualified for awakening were the backbone of the Xia family. Many awakened had perished, and another batch had died while capturing experimental subjects. This was beyond mere injury. It felt as if the sky was collapsing. Without a sufficient number of awakened individuals as a foundation, the Xia family would inevitably be eliminated by the overwhelming tide of awakened beings from outside. "Dad, please calm down." Xia Qingyu tried to soothe him. "Calm down? How can I calm down?" Xia Junfeng turned his ire upon his daughter. "Don't think I don't know. You, relying on your strength, have mistakenly killed how many experimental subjects? If you hadn't captured so few, would I have to negotiate with the Foundation from such a disadvantageous position?" Xia Qingyu replied bitterly, "Dad, but those experimental subjects—" "Don't say another word," he interrupted. "I see now. You only think of yourself and have never considered the future of the Xia family." Xia Junfeng declared, "I have decided to continue the marriage alliance between the Xia and Yun families." Xia Qingyu's face turned pale. "Dad, you said yesterday that you would cancel the marriage. How can you go back on your word?" Xia Junfeng scoffed. "I thought with you as an A-class, the Xia family's foundation would soar. But you betrayed my trust. Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Coincidentally, the young master of the Yun family contacted me today. He will bring serum obtained from the Foundation as a gift tomorrow and visit us. This batch of serum is crucial for the Xia family, and we must acquire it at all costs." Xia Qingyu trembled vehemently, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at her father. At this moment, she finally comprehended that her father never regarded her as his daughter, but merely as an instrument for maintaining the stability and development of the family. In times of familial weakness, she was a tool for marriage alliances. When the family rose, she was the leader. Should their rise falter, she would inevitably revert to being a mere tool for alliances once more. He even refused to grant her any time, decisively negating her existence. Xia Qingyu clenched her fists tightly, her anger and resentment deeply concealed within her heart. "Since you claim I am heartless, do not blame me for being so." Xia Junfeng disregarded his daughter's fury and stood up, declaring loudly, "Although we have the bloodline of the Yun family, we cannot afford to sever ties with the Foundation. Tomorrow, the 3 of you must continue to capture experimental subjects for me. Some people wish for your demise." Chapter 75. The Hell Demon Set in Her Chamber. Xia Qingyu's gaze was venomous as she pondered deeply. Suddenly, footsteps approached. "Knock, knock, knock. Sister, are you asleep?" It was Xia Beichen. Xia Qingyu opened the door expressionlessly. "What is it?" Seeing his sister's discontent, Xia Beichen flashed a sincere smile and squeezed inside. "Sister, I know you're feeling down, so I came to comfort you. Father has indeed gone too far today, but he is considering the future of our family, so please do not be angry with him." The moment he mentioned it, Xia Qingyu's fury ignited. "For the family's future? Does that mean I can be so easily sacrificed? Am I his daughter or merely a tool?" Do you think the Xia family has achieved its current standing by mere chance? Do you think you deserve to be the president of the Xia group? It is all because of me. I have toiled in the entertainment industry, balancing various investments, laughing and drinking to secure funding for the family. All the money I earned has been used to build industries for the family, and in return, my shares have been rendered useless. The entire Xia family has been draining my lifeblood. Do you understand? Now, money is no longer of any use, and I am once again reduced to a tool for marriage alliances. Tell me, should I not hate him? Xiao Beichen stared blankly at his sister, rendered speechless. Were he to stand in her shoes, he would likely feel even more heartbroken. Unable to offer comfort, he decided to change the subject. Sister, what has done is done. We can only look forward. I just secretly asked father, and Yungu is now also in A-class. His strength is not inferior to yours. Once you two marry, you will undoubtedly become the most envied couple in Longhua. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered Jiang Zhu, his expression turning despondent. Jiang Zhu had not replied to his messages all day, nor had she answered his calls, leaving him in a state of anxiety. What has happened to Xiao Zhu? Xia Qingyu scoffed. What does being A-class matter? I, Xia Qingyu, will never be inferior to any man, nor will I submit to any man. Realizing her brother's unusual mood, she quickly understood that he was yearning for a woman. With a glint of mischief in her eye, Xia Qingyu smiled brightly. Beichun, do you truly love Jiangzhu? Xiao Beichun's expression turned serious. Sister, I will marry no one but her. Then in that case, Xiao Qingyu replied leisurely, I shall assist you with this matter. Really? Xiao Beichun's eyes brightened. You agree to let me go find Xiao Zhu and Gushin tomorrow? Xiao Qingyu shook her head. You cannot go. I will. Xiao Beichun was perplexed. Why? Oh, my silly brother. Xiao Qingyu sighed. Are you not afraid that she will refuse to see you? Xiao Beichun fell silent. Jiang Zhu had not contacted him all day. She must be angry. They had clearly agreed that he would come to fetch her once he successfully awakened. Xiao Qingyu stated calmly. Previously, I prevented you from seeking her, and as your elder sister, I have made a mistake. To resolve the misunderstanding between you, it is imperative that I personally visit to apologize and bring her back. Moreover, since father does not trust me, why should I exert myself to capture experimental subjects? You are the strongest in this family aside from me. For the sake of the family, we cannot neglect the task of capturing experimental subjects. Do you understand? Xiao Beichun furrowed his brow. Though he sensed the reasoning was somewhat flimsy, he could not find fault. Most importantly, he had great faith in his sister. Sister, then I am counting on you. You must bring Xiao Zhu back. Rest assured, she replied, as the ambitious young master left with a cheerful disposition. Watching her brother's retreating figure, Xia Qingyu's expression gradually darkened. Why should he be entitled to pursue happiness while I am relegated to being a sacrificial tool for the family? This is unjust. My dear brother, do not blame your sister. In the springtime at Jinghu, in a spacious and bright bedroom, Lin Dong lay alone on the large bed, resting. Even now, he never allowed any maid to stay by his side for companionship. Training the maids was a physically demanding task. From yesterday to today, aside from eating and killing, it was all about leveling up, and he also had to supervise their sparring, ensuring they took appropriate breaks. Beep, beep. Today's sign-in reward options are as follows. 1. Apocalypse Door Opening Artifact, capable of breaking through all obstacles. 2. Infinite Cigarettes. 3. Hell Demon Set. 4. A pen that will not drop no matter how it is turned. Lin Dong immediately sprang up, his eyes shining with excitement. What? The set has arrived? Since unlocking the battle made function, Lin Dong had been eagerly anticipating the day the set would be available. Finally, it had emerged. I choose option 3. Within the system space, a card materialized. On the card was a vividly depicted image of a demon, with horns protruding from its head, a fearsome visage, and demon wings sprouting from its back, exuding a formidable presence. Hell Demon Set can be worn and removed by the host or any maid. Once removed, it can be re-equipped. Set effect. When worn, the user can transform into a Hell Demon at will, with no time limit, and will gain demonic power based on the wearer's own abilities. The introduction was quite straightforward. However, it did not specify what the demonic power entailed. I suppose I'll find out by trying it. Lin Dong eagerly retrieved the card and licked his lips in anticipation. Use. In an instant, a thick, viscous black aura enveloped his entire body, and black light erupted from within Lin Dong, intertwining with the black mist. His breathing became labored, his eyes turned crimson, and horns sprouted from his forehead. Suddenly, two enormous demon wings, each 3 meters long, unfurled behind him. The black mist gradually retreated into his body, completing his transformation into a demon. Have I grown taller? Lin Dong opened his eyes, immediately realizing he was now elevated above the ground. His original height of around 1.8 meters had surpassed 2 meters. His body was clad in black and red armor, and beneath it, his skin had become remarkably robust and dark, brimming with strength. Not bad. I can't say it's unattractive. Lin Dong assessed himself in the mirror. Although his eyes had turned red and horns had sprouted, his face retained its original handsome features, albeit with a slightly darker hue. The massive wings behind him flapped gently, creating a whirlwind in the room, as if they were an extension of his body, moving as he pleased. Boom! The demon Lin Dong shattered the window and soared into the sky. Oh ho ho! Lin Dong shouted with exhilaration. I've finally learned to fly. With a flick of his wrist, an enormous demon scythe over 3 meters long appeared, and with a casual swing, arcs of light shot forth. Lin Dong carefully sensed the transformation. This demon set not only granted him flight and a weapon, but also significantly enhanced his physical capabilities, increasing his combat power by 10-fold. Wonderful. Truly marvelous. The only drawback was that although the transformation was not time-limited, it consumed energy. However, that was of little concern. At his current level, he could utilize it for half an hour. Chapter 76. The Hell Demon Set, loved by the maids. After thoroughly experiencing the power of the demon set, Lin Dong returned. The maids were nearly driven to madness, fearing that Lin Dong had encountered an enemy. Having been absent for so long, what terrifying foe could he be facing? Ah, master, where have you been? Chun Yunxi was the first to rush over, her face filled with concern. The maids murmured, this newcomer is such a schemer, truly skilled at acting. Ling Xue's nose twitched in indignation. How could she snatch my opportunity? Lin Dong, in a surprisingly good mood, chose not to reprimand them for intruding into his private space. It's nothing, just tested a wonderful new item. His gaze swept among the maids, contemplating who might be the most suitable candidate for the trial. Judging by their personalities, Chun Yunxi was undoubtedly the most fitting. She was a little devil. However, a probationary maid was not deserving of such an outfit yet. Moreover, he believed a contrast would be more appropriate. Ling Xue immediately shoved Chun Yunxi aside, puffed out her chest, and provocatively glanced at her, sweetly asking, Master, what is this wonderful item? Can I use it? Chun Yunxi's lips curled in disdain. What a vile creature. Lin Dong pondered for a moment, finally setting his sights on Qin Shuyu. At that moment, the beautiful teacher appeared dazed, as if just awakening from slumber. He accessed the system interface and donned the Hell Demon outfit onto her. Qin Shuyu was taken aback, staring at her hands in confusion. Her delicate face filled with shock as she exclaimed, Master, I feel something inside me. Shen Wanwei gasped, what? This is impossible. Just 2 days ago. Today, her relatives had arrived, rendering her previous worries unfounded, leaving her feelings quite complex. If she wasn't pregnant, could it be that Qin Shuyu was? Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Why all the fuss? Close your eyes and feel it well. Use your mind to guide it. Qin Shuyu obediently shut her eyes, and soon, like Lin Dong before her, a thick black mist emerged as the demon outfit began to assimilate with her. Before long, amidst the astonished gazes of the maids, the demon form of Qin Shuyu was born. Lin Dong was equally astonished, for the demon visage of the beautiful teacher greatly differed from his own. While the twin horns on her forehead and the black-red demon wings on her back were similar, Qin Shuyu's skin had not darkened like his. Instead, it gleamed with an even fairer radiance. Her flowing hair danced without wind, and her scarlet eyes appeared utterly enchanting. Although her stature had increased, her physique was not overwhelmingly muscular. Rather, her lines were soft and elegant. The maids gawked in disbelief. What is this? Ling Xue drooled at the sight, exclaiming, that looks absolutely stunning. If I could wear that, wouldn't I be explosive? Qin Shuyu cried out in panic, "Master, what is this?" In her moment of distress, her wings flapped, propelling her upward, causing her horns to pierce the ceiling, her long legs flailing helplessly. "Help!" Lin Dong muttered to himself. "This outfit has gender variations. It looks imposing on me, yet incredibly alluring on a maid. Quite intriguing." Upon unloading the demon card, Qin Shuyu instantly reverted to her original form, crashing onto the floor. "This is my new toy. I merely tested it, and it appears effective. What are you all doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, the maids had already gathered around, their eyes shining with eagerness. They could clearly see that the outfit Qin Shuyu had donned was far more than mere attire. It must possess additional abilities. Such a treasure was undoubtedly more enticing than any designer handbag. Lin Dong chuckled. "Such delightful fantasies. Unfortunately, I only possess one set of this item. As for whom to bestow it upon, I shall deliberate further." Upon hearing this, the maids became even more eager, preparing to seize the opportunity. The sky was overcast, a thick layer of dark clouds shrouding the already gray heavens, seemingly brewing a greater storm. At the headquarters of the Jiangxing Foundation, the steward stood with arms crossed, a somber expression as he observed the awakened individuals in the laboratory, lamenting and pleading. "Let me go. This is illegal human experimentation, a violation of ethical standards. Release me." The plump woman, who had been knocked unconscious by Xia Beichun, shouted at the top of her lungs. Her limbs were shackled with special chains, rendering her completely immobile. A technician in a white coat cautiously extracted a syringe filled with an unidentified red liquid. "Stop struggling. Your contribution will significantly aid human evolution. You should be grateful." With that, he injected the liquid into the woman's neck. No, please no." The plump woman thrashed violently, the chains clanking loudly. Suddenly, her body went still, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, her gaze beginning to glaze over. The steward narrowed his eyes. This was the last experimental subject at hand, and it was imperative that it succeeded. Soon, the woman's skin began to swell rapidly, the flesh beneath her skin visible, crimson liquid flowing beneath the surface. Her body expanded, and her expression twisted into a grotesque grimace as her yellowed teeth clicked ominously, her eyes bloodshot. "Alas, another failure," the steward lamented, shaking his head. No sooner had he spoken, the woman's body suddenly burst apart, her flesh scattering like confetti. The technician, unable to evade in time, was splattered with gore and immediately retched. "Curse it, a bunch of useless fools. In this apocalypse, anything can happen. If you do not achieve any breakthroughs within 3 days, you shall inject the awakening serum yourselves and volunteer as experimental subjects." The steward recalled the missing golden boy and jade girl, unable to restrain his curse. The technicians trembled in fear, too afraid to utter a word. The technical supervisor stepped forward. "Steward, please do not be angry. In fact, our research has made some progress. It's just that the physical quality of the experimental subjects is too poor to withstand the volatile potency of our latest enhancement serum. After careful calculations, we believe that with an A grade, or rather an A grade, experimental subject, we should be able to achieve success and obtain valuable data." The steward glared at him, coldly retorting, "So, you mean for me to become your experimental subject?" The technical supervisor shook his head in terror. "No, steward, that's not what I meant." Before he could finish, a tiny winged ant crawled onto his nose. Was this? The little ant suddenly burrowed into his nostril. The technical supervisor gasped in shock, desperately trying to remove the ant from his nose, slapping and forcefully blowing air. Get out, get out." In less than 5 seconds, his eyes bulged with blood, and then his eye sockets exploded, blood and eyeballs sprang forth. Alarmingly, blood began to flow rapidly from his ears, nose, and mouth, and his head quickly shrank. The technicians huddled in the corner, pale-faced, watching the scene in horror. The steward frowned. "Insect brother, stop playing," seemingly understanding his command. The little ant crawled out of the technical supervisor's eye socket, drenched in blood, shaking itself dry before returning to its original dark form. Meanwhile, the door of the research room swung open, and a small figure stepped inside. "Hey, uncle, Isn't my little cutie impressive? The newcomer stood just over a meter tall, appearing like an adorably toothless little boy. With a fair and clean complexion, a bowl-cut hairstyle, large glasses perched on his nose, and a lollipop in his mouth. He looked utterly harmless. The boy beckoned to the little ant, which promptly obeyed, shooting forth like a bullet before landing gently on the boy's finger. Good boy. Did my little cutie get enough to eat this time? What? You want more? With such a tiny body, how could you possibly eat enough? All right. I'll help you choose another one. Let's see whose brain might be tastier. The boy's innocent and charming smile appeared as he selected his target. The technicians all looked at the little boy with desperation and despair, hoping to escape their impending doom. The steward coldly stated, enough. These individuals still serve a purpose. If you wish to feed your pets, go to the garbage room. There are plenty of discarded experimental subjects for you to consume. And here, refer to me as the steward. Chong-di, his nephew, was only 20 years old. Before the apocalypse, Chong-di suffered from an exceptionally rare disease, which rendered him perpetually in the form of a child. His prolonged illness distorted his psyche, and upon gaining abilities in the post-apocalyptic world, he became increasingly depraved, even commanding his little ants to feast upon human brains, a true little pervert, were it not for their familial bond. The reckless Chong-di would have wreaked havoc on the headquarters of the Foundation long ago. Chong-di pouted, visibly reluctant. Second uncle, those discarded experimental subjects are all dead, and some even have exploded heads. My little cuties cannot eat cold food. They will have diarrhea. The steward couldn't help but roll his eyes. Your mutated little ants are ferocious, akin to monsters, and they will suffer from diarrhea? Enough, be obedient, or I shall confiscate your gaming console. All right, fine. Chong-di seemed to have been grasped at a vulnerable point, pitifully tucking his little ants into his sleeves. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly asked, by the way, second uncle, do you know where Xiaoyu is? I want to play games with her. The steward sighed deeply. Yu has gone missing, along with Jin-tone. Chong-di's expression changed. What? Uncle Nyoto is missing too? Have they been killed? It is likely, the steward replied, his gaze deepening. Otherwise, they would not have failed to return for such an extended period. What exists in Gushan that has caused me to lose 3 important figures? Chong-di's demeanor turned menacing. I had promised Xiaoyu that I would marry her when I grow up. Second uncle, who is responsible for their deaths? I shall avenge my wife. The steward thought, there are too many points of contention. I do not even know where to begin. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will continue to send people to investigate their whereabouts. No, I must avenge my wife. Do not cause a ruckus. If you do, I will take your gaming console. Take it if you must. The vengeance for a slain wife is unforgivable. Second uncle, if you do not tell me who killed them, I will command my little cuties to consume everyone here. Chong-di's expression was exceedingly serious. You cannot stop me. Second uncle, the steward felt a wave of headache wash over him. Once his nephew went mad, he truly could not restrain him unless he could bear to harm his own blood. Because Chong-di was also of a grade and possessed a unique ability, he was particularly suited for infiltration and group battles. Having endured ridicule throughout his life due to his stature, Chong-di was exceedingly sensitive and quick to anger. Ironically, Jin-tone and Yu were also not ordinary individuals. Hence, Chong-di shared an exceptionally close relationship with this couple. I do not know who killed them, the steward admitted after much internal deliberation. Previously, Huang Fei discovered that Jiangqing Science and Technology University had lasers. Chong-di's eyes brimmed with vengeful light. Gushan, you say? I shall see what malevolent entities hide there. With that, he dashed off. The steward reached out to stop him, but his hand hung in the air before he sighed heavily and shouted, Be cautious. Let me know immediately if anything occurs. The same sentiment prevailed. Whatever Chong-di wished to do, he could not obstruct. Though Chong-di's demeanor and appearance resembled that of a child, he was acutely aware that his nephew possessed the mentality of an adult, and he was not overly concerned about him being abducted. Moreover, Chong-di's glasses had been modified with cameras, allowing the steward to monitor his condition in real time. Equipped with snow gear and a small backpack, Chong-di emerged from the Foundation, exuding an aura of menace. Little cuties, let us set off. In an instant, a multitude of buzzing sounds erupted. A wisp of black mist began to form in the air, quickly coalescing into a dense mass of darkness surrounding Chongdi. The steward could not help but exclaim in disbelief. When did he acquire so many insects? The entrance of the foundation was enveloped in black mist, teeming with an overwhelming number of bugs, perhaps over 100 million. How many lives had this boy consumed? Likely, all the living beings within several kilometers had been devoured. Countless small insects began to attach themselves to Chongdi's back, swiftly forming 2 large black wings. His body gradually lifted into the air, then shot upward. The steward's pupils contracted. Such a massive swarm of insects, yet he could control them so precisely. Indeed, Chongdi's power was formidable. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyou also led a team toward Gushan. Miss, the head of the family has instructed that you must capture at least 10 experimental subjects today. The task is quite burdensome, and Gushan is rather remote, making it unsuitable for you to complete the mission. An attendant, seeing her determination to head toward Gushan, could not help but offer a word of caution. Xia Qingyou's aura grew colder as she halted and fixed them with a frosty gaze. Do I need your guidance in my endeavors? The attendant hurriedly lowered his head. I dare not. However, the family head has issued strict orders that we must complete the task today at all costs. Can you not understand? Xia Qingyou's beautiful eyes darkened as she raised her right hand, small snowflakes swirling at her fingertips. Understand you. With a swift motion, the snowflakes shot forth, instantly piercing the man's skull. Understand you? Then who will understand me? She sneered. The other attendants were taken aback. The young lady is killed. Young lady, what are you doing? He was merely, before the statement could finish, another attendant's forehead erupted in a blood hole. I have had enough of this dictated fate. Since you do not regard me as human, then perish. Xia Qingyou's already fragile heart bore yet another wound from the attendant's words. With a flick of her hand, those who fled were swept away by a fierce blizzard. When the storm subsided, numerous ice sculptures stood upon the snow. After resolving the matter with all the attendants, Xia Qingyou let out a cold snort and turned to continue her journey toward Gushan. An hour later, the esteemed lady gazed intently at a massive chasm in the ground, the pathway carved by Lin Dong's RV. What could it be? Xia Qingyou looked up and spotted the distant structures of Jiangqing Science and Technology University. Upon entering the passage, her pupils constricted. She saw a small boy with delicate features, wearing a small backpack, standing in the passageway with his arms crossed, pondering something. What is a child doing here? Xia Qingyou felt a surge of wariness. Chongdi's initial target was Jiangqing Science and Technology University. After investigating and failing to find you new, he had only just exited when Xia Qingyou arrived. Upon seeing a stranger, Chongdi's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand in greeting. Hello, sister. Do you know what kind of vehicle made this road? Xia Qingyou sensed something amiss and wordlessly turned to leave. Hey, where are you going, sister? Chongdi hurried to follow, his short legs moving swiftly. Sister, why are you running? I'm not a bad person. Panting, Chongdi sized up Xia Qingyou, his eyes sparkling. What a beautiful sister. I wonder if she would play the adult game with me. Wow, sister, you are so pretty. When I grow up, can I marry you? Xia Qingyou replied, Little brother, what are you doing here? Why are you outside? She scrutinized Chongdi, perceiving him as merely an ordinary child. But what child would dare venture into the icy wilderness alone? Chongdi displayed a pitiful expression. My wife has died, and I came out to avenge her. But I do not know who my enemies are. Xia Qingyou was taken aback. What? Chongdi's admiration for Xia Qingyou grew as he excitedly exclaimed, Sister, you are even more beautiful than my wife. Why not be my wife? I'm not interested. Find someone else, she said, turning to leave. Indeed, this child is a lunatic. Chongdi began to throw a tantrum. I don't care. I want you to be my wife. Kuzai Kinjia had already gone far away. Oh my ex-wife has died, and my new wife does not want me. How pitiful I am. Chongdi began to sob uncontrollably. Kuzai Kinjia staggered, her eyes turning cold. Why does everyone come to bully me? Her mood grew increasingly irritable. In a fit of rage, a slender ice spear materialized in her hand, which she hurled forcefully at Chongdi. The ice spear soared swiftly, aimed directly at Chongdi's forehead. However, in the next moment, Kuzai Kinjia's furious expression froze abruptly. The ice spear seemed to dissolve mid-air, and by the time it reached Chongdi, it had transformed into mere shards of ice. This kid is not right. Chong-di wiped his tear-stained eyes and stood up, his expression contorting into a snarl. If my sister won't be my wife, she even wants to kill me. Little cuties. Devour her. Instantly, countless small insects surged forth from Chong-di's body, sending a chill down Ku Zaikinjia's spine. How disgusting. Kexiekingyo's pupils constricted. Her hands raised as countless tiny snowflakes began to swirl around her. Go! The ice tornado formed from the snowflakes charged toward the black mist of small insects. Crackle. Countless insects were shredded by the sharp snowflakes, their remains littering the ground. Yet, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming, easily surging past the windstorm toward her. Ku Zaikinjia's expression changed, and her gestures shifted rapidly. Ice prison. In an instant, for ice walls rose up on the snow surface, converging at the top to form an ice prison that shielded her. The insects quickly surrounded the ice prison, their sharp claws and teeth beginning to claw at it. Chong-di danced with excitement. Sister, you are so powerful. Your brain must be delicious. Ku Zaikinjia gazed at the precarious ice prison, gritting her silver teeth. Her eyes beginning to pale. Her hair transformed from root to tip into a brilliant white, flowing without wind. A terrifying force began to brew. Chong-di's expression changed, and he hurriedly extended his hand. Little cuties, return. Boom! The ice prison shattered instantly, an icy mist erupting from Ku Zaikinjia, freezing countless insects into ice sculptures that fell to the ground, crushed beneath her foot. This blow caused Chong-di to lose nearly half of his swarm. My little cuties, you shall pay for this. Chong-di's eyes turned red with anguish. The swarm dispersed once more, buzzing as they charged at Ku Zaikinjia. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on her lips. Ice armor. In an instant, a layer of exquisitely beautiful ice armor enveloped her, the swarm biting at it in vain. Now, it is my turn. Ku Zaikinjia grinned wickedly, flipping her wrist as an ice spear swiftly formed. Relying on the formidable defense of her ice armor, she broke through the swarm's blockade and advanced toward Chong-di. Damn it, her abilities counter my little cuties perfectly. Chong-di gritted his teeth in frustration, hastily calling back the swarm in a desperate attempt to block her again. At this moment, Ku Zaikinjia resembled a warrior goddess, wielding her ice spear to tear through the insect defenses, inching closer to Chong-di. No, I can't defeat Chong-di, he lamented internally. His ability was to control those mutated insects born of toxic snow, and apart from a slightly stronger physique, he had little combat capability. Being approached meant certain death. Escape. Chong-di waved his hand, more insects surging forth, attaching to his back to form wings that took flight into the sky. Don't even think about escaping. Ku Zaikinjia was clearly intent on killing Chong-di to vent her anger, and she hurled the ice spear forcefully at his wings. However, those wings were composed of countless insects, and this strike merely felled a few. Chong-di was flying further and further away. Ku Zaikinjia pressed her hands onto the ground, and an icy slide rapidly formed. She pushed off with great force, racing up the slide in pursuit. The two engaged in a chase, deliberately or inadvertently advancing along the snowy path, soon arriving at Jinghu Spring. Chapter 79. 2 Level 6S delivered to our door. Is it going to snow heavily again? Lin Dong stretched lazily, opening the door to gaze at the thick dark clouds above, murmuring to himself. It was already noon, and Lin Dong had just gotten out of bed. Nowadays, apart from the trial maid Chen Yunxi, who had just reached level 7, all other maids had achieved level 10. His own level was 21, the highest he could elevate the maids being level 10. Chen Yunxi profoundly showcased what it meant for a post-00S individual to reform the workplace, wholeheartedly leveraging her youthful advantage in competition. She eagerly took on chores like laundry and cleaning, inciting irritation among the other maids who could do nothing but grumble. Whenever questioned, she would simply say, "Sisters are right. Yunxi is willing to change." The other maids had already labeled the beautiful school flower as a scheming green tea. The arrogance she displayed previously had now turned into humility. They could foresee that once Chen Yunxi became a permanent maid, their advantages would vanish entirely. This cunning girl is quite the performer. However, none of this mattered to Lin Dong. Let them compete, as only he would reap the benefits. Just as he was about to return to his room for lunch, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. At the entrance of the community, a diminutive figure stumbled in. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Chong Di had no time to plead for help before an ice spear exploded at his feet, sending him flying and rolling countless times before he pitifully collapsed at Lin Dong's feet. "Big brother, help me," Chong Di cried. "That crazy woman is deranged. What kind of enmity do we have? Why is she fixated on me? I thought I could fly, and that madwoman wouldn't catch up. But who knew she could create a slide? I was sent crashing down from the sky by an ice spear. If it weren't for the little cuties risking their lives to save me, I would have been done for." Lin Dong gazed at the LV-6 above Chong Di's head, narrowing his eyes slowly. "Oh, kid, you managed to escape quite well, but too bad I don't have a bowling ball. Otherwise, you'd have scored a perfect strike." "Chong Di, did you just compare me to a bowling ball?" The earlier explosion had been quite loud, and the maids rushed out of the house. Upon seeing the adorable, tearful little boy, they were instantly melted by his cuteness. "Wow, what a cute little brother. Come here, let me pinch your cheeks. How did you end up here, little brother? Where are your parents? Who could be so cruel as to hurt a child? Look how distressed he is." The maids were practically itching to hold Chong Di in their arms, but upon noticing Lin Dong's amused gaze, Shen Wanyue quickly pulled them back. "Dongji, don't do anything foolish." Chong Di's eyes were dazzled. "So many beautiful sisters. Beautiful sisters, would you like to be my wives?" Chong Di's face turned red with shyness. Lin Dong wore a mysterious smile. "Little one, you are quite bold." Ling Shui blinked, smiling. "That probably won't work, little brother. You're still so young. When you grow up a bit." Chong Di's face lit up with anticipation. "Then that sister still won't be able to be your wife." Chong Di's face fell instantly. Kuzaya Kinjia appeared at the door, seeing that Chong Di had not escaped, and violently shot an ice spear at him. Chong Di gasped, "Ah! Save me." Lin Dong furrowed his brow slightly, and just as the ice spear was about to strike Chong Di, he suddenly flicked his finger, causing the ice spear to shatter instantly. Chong Di froze. "Wow, this guy is quite impressive." Kuzaya Kinjia, seeing her attack easily destroyed, immediately halted, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Lin Dong. Upon spotting Jiangzhu, her eyes suddenly widened. "Why is she here?" Jiangzhu, upon recognizing Kuzaya Kinjia's face, briefly flashed a look of panic before quickly regaining her composure. "She has finally returned." Lin Dong stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he carefully examined Kuzaya Kinjia. "Beautiful lady, you look somewhat familiar. Have we shared a bed?" "This beauty is also a level 6. A real gem." "Ka-ixia-kingyu. D." Chen Yunshi exclaimed excitedly. "Is that Kuzaya Kinjia?" "You're Kuzaya Kinjia, aren't you?" Shen Wanyue and the others exchanged glances, a hint of unspoken meaning passing between them. "Oh ho, a beauty has voluntarily come to us. It seems our team is about to grow stronger." Lin Dong revealed a look of astonishment. "Oh, it's you. Just as beautiful and impressive as on television." I was almost moved. She playfully patted Chong Di's head and asked, "Kid, are you feeling it?" Chong Di hurriedly shook his head. "Nonsense. I was almost knocked out by her just now." Xia Qingyu ignored Lin Dong, her gaze fixed intently on Jiangzhu. "What brings you here?" "Huh?" Lin Dong and the others were momentarily taken aback, glancing between Jiangzhu and Xia Qingyu. "Do you two know each other?" Lin Dong immediately became enraged. "Why didn't you mention you know Xia Qingyu? Are you asking for a beating?" "Wait, that's not right. Jiangzhu's fiancé's surname is Xia Beichun." Lin Dong felt she had pieced together the puzzle. Jiangzhu bit her lip and walked forward calmly. "Miss Xia, long time no see. What did you call me? Answer my question." Xia Qingyu's voice was laced with anger. The moment she saw Jiangzhu standing behind Lin Dong, she deduced that this wretched woman had betrayed her brother. "You should be flustered. You should be afraid. You should be explaining yourself. Why are you so composed?" Jiangzhu sighed and smiled. "Previously, when I called you sister, you were displeased. Now that I call you Miss Xia, is that also unacceptable? As for why I'm here, I owe you no explanations." Xia Qingyu's chest heaved with fury. "So you're refusing to even pretend, is that it? Do you deserve Beichun's weight? Do you know the immense pressure he has endured and the efforts he has invested for you? You shameless vixen, How dare you betray my brother? Lin Dong clapped his hands, realizing the confrontation between the fiancé and the sister-in-law had begun. A glimmer of pain flashed in Jiang Zhu's eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, her expression became serene. I know I have wronged Beichun, but the deed is done. I will not make any excuses. Please tell Miss Ya when you return that Xiao Zhu is dead. Chen Yunqi secretly scoffed. Humph. Compared to you, I'm hardly a bad woman. You are the true vixen. A wave of unspeakable rage surged within Xia Qingyu, but she forced herself to calm down, her tone icy. I will not let you die. I will make you kneel before Beichun, letting him see what a wretched woman he longs for, sharing a husband with other women. If before she merely wanted to eliminate Jiang Zhu to inflict pain on Xia Beichun, now she desired to expose Jiang Zhu's infidelity in front of him, leading her dear brother to utter despair. Chapter 80. Xia Qingyu versus Jiang Zhu. Jiang Zhu was taken aback, her elegant brows furrowing deeply. Miss Xia, are you planning to ruin Beichun? Xia Qingyu snorted coldly. The one truly ruining him isn't me, but you. Alas, Miss Xia, further argument is futile. You're no match for me. Please leave. Jiang Zhu sighed deeply. Why is every member of the Xia family so stubborn? Yesterday, it was Xia Jian. Today, it's Xia Qingyu, each determined to leap into the abyss. She had risked punishment from her master, repeatedly urging Xia Qingyu to depart, having shown her utmost compassion. If she persisted, her fate would surely be tragic. Xia Qingyu, as if hearing the most ridiculous joke in the world, couldn't help but scoff. It seems your good fortune has made you blind. You think I am not your match? She had truly had enough. One after another, they belittled her and her fragile, sensitive pride had been wounded yet again. Xia Qingyu extended her hands, countless shards of ice and snow swirling around her, her white hair billowing, her body slowly rising into the air. I will shatter your arms and legs. Then let Beichun witness how utterly pathetic the woman he loves is. Alas, master. Jiang Zhu glanced at Lin Dong. Don't kill her, Lin Dong said casually. Chen Yunqi was the first to prop up a chair. Ling Shui, furious, quickly pulled out a cigarette. Shen Wan, you lit it. Liang Zihan served hot tea, and Qin Shu brought snacks. Everything was executed with seamless efficiency. Chong Di watched in envy, timidly asking, where should I sit? Lin Dong shot him a sidelong glance. Sit on the floor, of course. This little rascal thought he was clever. Did he really think I wouldn't notice the little trick he pulled earlier? But right now, I'm busy watching the beautiful duel. I'll deal with him later. Jiang Zhu took a deep breath, not wanting to engage with Xia Qingyu. Yet Lin Dong had already spoken, and the implication was clear. The new-made candidate was none other than her. I spike. Xia Qingyu was the first to launch an attack. Dozens of ice spears coalesced around her, and with a flick of her finger, they shot forth. Jiang Zhu narrowed her eyes. The opponent's strength was formidable. If it weren't for her master's diligent training over the past few days, she might have struggled. But now in a flash, Jiang Zhu vanished, evading the ice spears that crashed down into nothingness. Such speed, Xia Qingyu's pupils contracted. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly spread her arms, the chilling aura swirling around her. Ice blade whirlwind, a frosty tornado, 2 meters in radius, formed, countless snowflakes mixed within, gleaming with deadly sharpness. Jiang Zhu halted abruptly, thrusting one hand into the ground, forcefully tearing it up and hurled it away. The tornado was destroyed, and Xia Qingyu staggered back as Jiang Zhu pursued. Ice frost ring. Xia Qingyu changed her gestures rapidly, sending forth an ice ring directly. All show and no substance. Jiang Zhu scoffed. Not dodging, she collided directly with the ice ring. Oof. You are too naive. Xia Qingyu sneered, elegantly snapping her fingers. The ice ring exploded instantaneously, a terrifyingly frigid aura radiating outward, instantly encasing Jiang Zhu in ice. Chong Di stuck out his tongue. Big brother, this white-haired sister is amazing. The black-haired sister has been frozen. Aren't you going to save her? Lin Dong spat out a seed shell into Liang Zihan's hand. What do you know, kid? Just watch. Chong Di retorted, if you call me a kid again, I'll really be angry. Xia Qingyu slowly descended. I warned you. Your good fortune will only make you blind. You are defeated. Boom. before she could finish her sentence. Jiangzhu shattered the ice, bursting forth like a cannonball. How is that possible? Xia Qingyu was taken aback. You broke free in less than half a second? I don't believe you can escape that many times. Ice prison. Ice walls rose once more from the ground. Bang! The ice prison shattered. Ice frostbind. Bang! The binding snapped. Blind as you. Jiangzhu shouted, rushing forward. Xia Qingyu's expression changed dramatically, hastily crossing her hands. Ice armor. Gorgeous and radiant. The ice armor enveloped her once more. Boom! Jiangzhu's heavy fist struck the ice armor, sending Xia Qingyu flying backward. Crack! Such terrifying strength. Blood began to seep from Xia Qingyu's lips. Even with the ice armor, she sustained internal injuries from Jiangzhu's relentless blows. In truth, Jiangzhu had been holding back. She seized the opportunity to follow up, unleashing a flurry of punches, and Xia Qingyu found herself entirely on the defensive. Chengdi watched in awe. This sister is incredible. The one who was chasing her is now being pounded into the ground by another sister. I can't comprehend this world at all. Not only was he confused, but the steward watching the video from the Foundation's base was also stunned. His nephew had been beaten upon leaving, and now a fearsome woman had emerged, along with an inscrutable man. When had awakened individuals become so formidable? Xia Qingyu was now thoroughly overwhelmed, quite literally being ground into the floor. In close quarters, Jiangzhu displayed terrifying combat skills. Although Xia Qingyu had performed martial arts in her early years against Jiangzhu, who relentlessly attacked, it was all merely a facade, utterly ineffective. Smack! Jiangzhu mercilessly pressed Xia Qingyu's head down, dragging her across the ground, carving a long trench. Ah! Jiangzhu, I will kill you. Xia Qingyu was completely enraged, her eyes turning snow white, the temperature around them plummeting, her breath becoming erratic, clearly preparing to unleash her ultimate move. Blizzard. In Jiangzhu's eyes, a cold glint flashed as she executed a powerful whip kick, shattering the ice armor. The force struck Xia Qingyu's head with tremendous impact, causing the star to roll her eyes back and slump to the ground, creating a large crater, unconscious. Cool. Ling Shui provided a timely commentary. Shen Wanyue quietly inquired, Master, I have a meaning to ask you, why is it that our abilities are limited to physical enhancement, while others possess flamboyant offensive techniques? Lin Dong interrupted her. Shen Wanyue bit her lip and nodded. After enduring numerous days in this post-apocalyptic world, they had witnessed individuals capable of shooting lasers from their eyes, throwing flying daggers, and even brainwashing others. Yet, the only abilities possessed by the few maidservants, including Lin Dong himself, revolved around their explosive physical prowess, devoid of any other capabilities. This lack of diverse abilities left them at a significant disadvantage against other supernatural beings. Lin Dong shrugged, Do not question, for the answer lies in returning to the essence. True strength lies in one's own capabilities. Those extravagant techniques are but fleeting clouds. In truth, he was equally perplexed. The abilities of himself and his maidservants were bestowed by the system, which held the ultimate authority over their explanations. Chapter 81. A gift for insect brother indeed. The physical enhancements provided by the system were not as superficial as they appeared. Beyond offensive and defensive agility, it seemed that mental fortitude and resilience were also concurrently heightened. The most evident instance was the divine servant's brainwashing technique, which could simultaneously affect numerous wealthy individuals, signifying its formidable power. Yet, it had failed against Jiangzhu and had no effect on Lin Dong. As for Liang Jihan falling victim, it was because she was only at level 1 at the time and had scarcely trained. Even now, Jiangzhu remained unscathed against the ice element attacks, thanks not only to her level advantage, but also due to her extraordinary resilience in various aspects. Was there no attribute suppression? Lin Dong began to discern the fundamental rationale behind the system's focus on such basic enhancements. This implied that once one's strength level was elevated through the system, the possibility of failure was non-existent. As long as my level surpasses yours, you shall have no means to contend with me. The post-apocalyptic world indeed posed substantial dangers, prompting Lin Dong to exercise caution. At merely level 21, he had already encountered an adversary at level 6. Did this not underscore the perilous nature of this world? Terrified, Lin Dong hastily withdrew a bottle of AD calcium milk from Qin Xiao's collar, gulping it down to calm his nerves. Xia Qingyo's hair was in disarray. Her eyes glazed over. Jiang Zhu seized her hair and dragged her before Lin Dong. Master, Lin Dong nodded. Take her back and clean her up. Understood, master. Xia Qingyu was pulled back into the house. With the battle concluded, Insect Brother felt his heart leap into his throat, immediately displaying an innocent smile. Cough, big sister. You are so impressive. Thank you for saving me. My mother is waiting for me to return home for dinner, so I must take my leave. Goodbye. With that, he dashed away. Hey, don't rush off, little brat. Stay and chat with your big brother. Lin Dong caught him by the nape, lifting him like a chick. Insect Brother immediately clutched his chest in feigned terror. Big brother, what are you doing? I'm just a child. This is illegal. Slap. Lin Dong delivered a light smack to the back of his head. What are you thinking, little brat? You're so adorable that Big Brother has decided to give you a gift. Insect Brother paused, a bitter expression crossing his face. Can I refuse? What do you think? Insect Brother lamented internally. This was the end for him. He was certain Lin Dong intended to send him to his demise. Bringing Insect Brother inside, Lin Dong eagerly fetched a cardboard box. Go on, don't be shy. Insect Brother, anxious, hesitated to open it. Open it. This is Big Brother's heartfelt gift. If you refuse, I might get angry. Then I'll open it. Insect Brother took a deep breath, trembling as he lifted the lid. Inside lay homework, an entire box filled with assignments. Insect Brother broke into a cold sweat. Are you out of your mind? Why would you give me so much homework? Lin Dong leaned in excitedly. So what do you think of this gift? Are you satisfied? Insect Brother forced a stiff smile. Very satisfied. Thank you, Big Brother. I'll take it home. Don't worry. I will finish it. TCH, you little brat are just too playful. Stay here and complete it before heading home. Lin Dong firmly pressed Insect Brother's head down. Look, this lady is a teacher. I'll have her help you out, all right? He gestured towards Qin Xiao. The beautiful teacher adjusted her expression. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure the little brother completes his work. No finishing, no dinner. Insect Brother whined. Okay, I'll do it. Good boy, stay for dinner tonight. Big Brother has some matters to attend to, but I'll come check on you later. Lin Dong smiled with satisfaction and departed with the other maidservants. Insect Brother, with a pained expression, opened the assignment. The first question read, Question, Xiao Ming has 60 yuan, spends 20 yuan on snacks at the supermarket. How much change should the cashier give Xiao Ming? This is just elementary school homework. How hard could it be? Confidently, Insect Brother wrote down 40. Smack. Qin Xiao slammed her palm on the table, her expression stern. Wrong. Rethink the question. Insect Brother. What'd I get wrong? ISN T60 minus 20 equal to 40? Qin Xiao adjusted her glasses and explained calmly. This question is a classic trap with multiple solutions. First, Xiao Ming could have brought 3 20 yuan bills, paying exactly without needing change. Second, he might have brought 6 10 yuan bills. Insect Brother was dumbfounded. When did elementary school homework become this absurd? Suddenly, he froze, noticing a small bug stealthily crawling back to his feet. This was a reconnaissance bug. Having just surveyed the entire neighborhood and discovered the already cold bodies of the golden boy and girl in the basement, Insect Brother immediately erupted in fury. Indeed, Uncle Bullhead and my future wife perished here. It must have been that man's doing. Moreover, from the information relayed by the reconnaissance bug, the death of my future wife was particularly tragic, undoubtedly subjected to unimaginable torment. Damn, this is my future wife you're using for team building? Insect Brother's chest heaved with rage, casting a fierce glance at Qin Xiao. Smack! Qin Xiao delivered another slap to his forehead. What are you staring at? Focus on the question. Do you think I have the answers on my face? Insect Brother. Why am I still so afraid of teachers even though I've already graduated? This makes no sense. Master, you are quite the devil. Making the little brother complete so much homework, Ling Shui chuckled, recalling Insect Brother's pitiful expression, utterly endearing. Shun Wanyue shook her head. You are mistaken. The master's actions surely bear purpose. This child is not simple. Lin Dong laughed heartily. Wanyue, well done. Smart. Liang Jihan paused. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with that child? It's not just wrong, it's a significant problem. Lin Dong entered the bedroom, where a freshly washed Xia Qingyu lay. Her eyes gently closed, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Jiangzhu had already dressed her in a snug white lace nightgown, her figure fully revealed. There's insecticide in the storage room. You all go and clear every corner of the house. Be mindful, those are not ordinary bugs. Shen Wanyue was taken aback. Master, do you mean those bugs are related to the little insect? Will Xiao be all right alone? Go now. Lin Dong began to usher them away. If the little brat dared to lay a hand on the beautiful teacher, things would surely become quite interesting. The maidservants hurried off to deal with the pests while Lin Dong remained unhurried, calmly lighting a cigarette and sitting in a chair. Stop pretending to be asleep. Your acting is good, but won't fool me. As expected, Xia Qingyu's eyes flew open, and she shot up like a carp leaping from the water, disregarding her modesty. Conjuring an ice spear in her hand, aimed squarely at Lin Dong's face. Chapter 82. The clever Xia Qingyu Lin Dong appeared unresponsive, remaining completely still. The tip of the ice spear halted just 2 centimeters from Lin Dong's eye. Why didn't it pierce him? Lin Dong smiled indifferently, exhaling a ring of smoke. Xia Qingyu retracted the ice spear, letting out a deep breath of frustration. I cannot kill you. There's no point in stabbing. Lin Dong acknowledged the wit of the great star with a nod. If she truly dared to strike, she would meet the fate of a frozen fish. Xia Qingyu's expression turned despondent as she returned to the bed, lost in her thoughts. Can you tell me your strength? Is it S level or SS level? In that fleeting moment, she sensed immense confidence and a fleeting murderous intent emanating from this man. It was not mere bravado. He possessed the power to effortlessly eliminate her. The fact that even Jiangzhu, who had decisively defeated her, heeded his words was telling. This man is overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. It seems you have your own grading system. What level are you? Xia Qingyu replied honestly. I am, her tone laced with self-deprecation. After enduring so much hardship, she had finally shattered her limits to attain A-level strength, only to suffer a severe blow today. Being easily defeated by Jiangzhu made her realize how naive she had been. Hey, then what about the lowly? Lin Dong inquired. How about Jiangjian? It appears he met his end at your hands. His rating is C. I see. Lin Dong nodded, understanding. A C level equates to 3, B to 4, A to 5, and A to 6. You may consider my level as above SSS. Lin Dong provided a vague answer. Xia Qingyu's pupils constricted, her heart trembling. Her first reaction was disbelief. It was inconceivable that even the formidable organization, the Foundation, only had A-level executors. How could such a powerful man exist in this world? Yet, recalling how easily Jiangzhu had bested her, it seemed reasonable that this man was even stronger. Am I destined to never seize control of my own fate? Just as I have gained power, I am confronted with an even greater force. With this thought, Xia Qingyu suddenly lifted her head. Did Jiangzhu acquire his strength from you? Lin Dong nodded. Yes. After biting her lip, Xia Qingyu stood and asked, could you perhaps grant me some of your power? I am capable of doing anything Jiangzhu can. Oh, are you certain? Lin Dong's cold smile emerged slowly. You do not presume that merely becoming my woman will bestow upon you strength, do you? Suddenly feeling the proximity of a stranger, Xia Qingyu instinctively resisted, attempting to break free, but it was futile. Isn't that the case? Jiangzhu is not your woman? Lin Dong shook his head with a cold smile. Of course not. She is merely a maid. Do you understand what a maid means? The last phrase was whispered close to her ear. Xia Qingyu's pupils constricted. Is that so? The fiancé of the CEO of the Xia Corporation holds such a lowly status here? In that moment, she found herself in a battle of wills. She was weary of her father's cold disdain, tired of being ruthlessly drained by the Xia family, and tired of being treated as a mere pawn subject to manipulation. She had had enough. She truly had. All she desired was to control her own destiny. Why must it be so difficult? Even if she surrendered to this man before her, could her fate truly change? It would merely shift her master from her fatherdom. Lin Dong exhibited remarkable patience, toying with Xia Qingyu's hair, allowing her the time to contemplate. This woman was intelligent, she would undoubtedly make a wise choice. After a lengthy silence, Xia Qingyo's eyes reddened as she closed them. Moments later, she opened them, filled with resolve. I am willing, but on one condition. Oh, you dare to negotiate conditions with me? However, I am in a good mood today, so do share. Grant me power and allow me to destroy the Xia family. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Great star, your proposition truly surprises me. Others seek power to protect their families, yet you wish to obliterate your own? How delightfully wicked. I like it. Xia Qingyu resigned herself to her fate. She understood that from the moment Jiang Zhu had defeated her, she had lost her choice. She could only submit to him. This was her destiny. She was aware of Jiang Zhu's close bond with her brother, Xia Beichen, and despite her numerous attempts to thwart their relationship, she had failed. But now, following this man wholeheartedly indicated he had employed unconventional methods to compel her submission. Since the outcome was submission, why endure further suffering? Having made her choice, the Xia family could not be spared. After all, the esteemed Xia family could never allow their eldest daughter to become another servant. Their pride simply would not permit it. The inevitable conclusion was that the Xia family would fall at this man's hands. Given her profound disdain for the Xia family, it would be far more satisfying to destroy them herself, allowing her to revel in the act. She wanted her stubborn father to witness just how pitiful he truly was. Ah, this question is too difficult, too difficult. Chong Di exclaimed, clutching his head and shouting to the heavens, his eyes bloodshot, his expression one of sheer agony. He had had enough. He was truly fed up. He once thought himself abnormal. But now he believed that the real aberration lay with the teachers setting these questions. For instance, the math question, 1 square table seats 8 people. How many people can 3 square tables accommodate? Answer, 24. He was met with a scolding from the beautiful teacher. Or the language question, compose a sentence using the words, white, small, I, am, eat. Answer, I am a small white eater. He was ridiculed by the beautiful teacher. There were too many such instances. This was not a normal question. This was a life-threatening problem. Qin Shuyu tilted her head and said, well, it's not entirely your fault. These questions are indeed rather obscure, testing logical reasoning to the extreme. It's only natural that you struggle with them. Don't be anxious. Having just completed 2 volumes. We still have 19 more to go. Let's continue. I won't do it. Chong Di completely broke down. Are you calling me stupid? He pointed, and a small ant instantly charged toward Qin Shuyu's neck. You wretched woman, my little darling will bite through your neck, burrow into your skull, and devour your brain. Let you suffer for your cruelty to children. But the next second, he was left dumbfounded once more. Like a bullet, the small ant collided with her neck and then ceased to move. Her fair, delicate neck felt as impenetrable as iron, and despite the small ant's utmost effort, it could not breach her defenses. How could this be possible? Chongdi's face turned pale. With a slap, Qin Shuyu felt an itch on her neck and smacked it away, revealing a circle of blood. Is it so cold that there are mosquitoes? Chapter 83. Liang Jihan's torture my little darling. Chongdi wailed in despair upon seeing his beloved aunt perish. Qin Shuyu frowned. Little brother, you cannot address your teacher like that. You must learn to respect your elders. Do you understand? I respect nothing. Who the hell called you? Chongdi dropped the pretense, extending his arms. Myriad insects devour bones. In an instant, countless little insects began to emerge from the corners of the room, swiftly converging toward Qin Shuyu. The beautiful teacher's face turned pale with fright. This is too disgusting. Keek, my little darlings have already infested the entire house. They will crawl into your nostrils, your ears, devouring your innards, every inch of your flesh, even your bones. I shall make you pay for your cruelty to children. Chongdi had shed his previous cuteness. His face twisted with malevolence. Ah, don't come over here. Get those bugs away. Qin Shuyu grabbed a book to swat them, searching for a place to hide. Chongdi sneered, give up. My little darlings are endless. I told you, they're not just in this room. The whole building is teeming with my insects. But then, Chongdi was left dumbfounded once again. Just moments ago, he had secretly released all the insects to hide in various corners of the house. Logically, upon summoning them, they should have quickly devoured everything around, including this building. Why was it that apart from this room, There was no sign of activity from the insects in the other rooms. In the other rooms, the maids were already in a frenzy. Alas, the number of insects is overwhelming. It seems today will once again require a thorough cleansing. Enough talking. Fortunately, the insecticide remains effective. Otherwise, the situation would be far more troublesome. Make way, make way. Watch me incinerate them. Oh, be careful. Don't set the house ablaze. The insect brother, having waited in vain, felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Something is amiss. I must quickly subdue this woman and assess the situation outside. My dear little ones, devour her. The swarm of insects swiftly surged forth, encircling Qin Xiao. Ah, don't come near, help. Qin Xiao was nearly in tears, her voice rising in panic. Soon, insects began to crawl upon her, causing her to leap and swat at them in fright. Woe is me, master, save me, there are so many insects. The insect brother laughed with enthusiasm. Although this female teacher had formidable defenses, she could not withstand the sheer number of my insects. Once they burrowed within her, her demise would be inevitable. More and more insects crawled over her, pushing Qin Xiao's psyche to the brink of collapse, her eyes reddening. Get away, woe is me. Little brother, do you wish to die? The pleading tone suddenly turned eerily cold, causing the insect brother to shudder. What is happening? At that moment, Qin Xiao no longer appeared frantic. Instead, she wore a bloodthirsty grin, staring directly at him. Countless insects crawled across her fair skin, yet she remained unfazed. Sensing something was amiss, the insect brother hastily commanded the swarm to invade her mouth and nostrils. With a loud clap, Qin Xiao struck her palms together, causing a multitude of insect corpses and blood to flow down her hands. That repugnant odor, get away from me. Suddenly, her entire demeanor erupted with a fierce aura, shaking off the swarm that crawled upon her and even killing many in the process. The insect brother was left in a state of shock. This soft and seemingly innocent teacher had transformed, exuding an astonishing power. Let us continue with the exercises, shall we? The insect brother quickly concealed his swarm, donning an innocuous smile. Good heavens! I cannot contend with this woman. Where on earth is this place? Little brother, deliberately scaring the teacher with insects. Your prank shall surely warrant punishment, Qin Xiao declared, brandishing a dagger from her thigh and approaching with a feline grace. The insect brother. Danger! Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the villa. The maids rushed forward after exterminating the insects. Xiao, what happened? They stood frozen, gazing at the scene within. This. They had thought Qin Xiao was being bullied, only to witness a sudden reversal of fortune. The insect brother was pinned to the ground, his face marred and bloodied. Will you speak? Qin Xiao's tone was both delicate and frigid. The insect brother's eyes were bloodshot. What nonsense are you saying? Do not think that a mere knife can intimidate me. I have killed before, and you. A new gash appeared on his face, extending from his mouth to his ear. Chun Yunxi's legs buckled, and she hastily shielded Shen Wanyue and the others. Oh no, Qin Laosher has gone mad again. The last time Qin Xiao had brutally slaughtered a room full of people in front of her, it had been utterly terrifying. Refusing to speak, Qin Xiao's gaze flickered, the dagger slowly descending from his face to target his groin. The insect brother's pale face hardened, yet he gritted his teeth. I've lived over 20 years. Do not think you can frighten me like this. I have endured mockery long enough in this body. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. In 20 years, I shall rise again as a hero. Little brother, you possess quite the spirit. I shall grant you a swift end. Qin Xiao lunged forward with her knife. Wait. Liang Jihan rushed forward, seizing her wrist, and patted her chest. Interrogating the suspect is my forte. Leave it to me. I am a safety officer. I excel in handling matters such as these. Qin Xiao narrowed her eyes in a smile. Very well. Liang Jihan sighed with relief, yet felt a tinge of fear at their eye contact, despite her usual adorably naive demeanor. She swiftly hoisted the insect brother onto a chair, gesturing, Wanyue, Lingshu, restrain him. With his hands bound, the insect brother sneered, Do not bother. I fear not death, let alone your interrogation. I have endured excruciating pain during my awakening. Ifio mia toltu. However, Liang Jihan paid him no mind, stepping out for a moment before returning. Here, eat this. She tossed a plate of sauced chicken legs. The maids, the insect brother. What does this mean? Poison, is it? Oomph. I fear not poison. The insect brother, having been freed of one hand, grasped the chicken leg and was about to stuff it into his mouth when Liang Jihan shouted, "Do not let him eat." Shen Wanyue immediately seized the insect brother's arm. What? Do you not want me to die? If you deny me, I shall. Before he could finish, the sauce from the chicken leg began to trickle down his wrist. Liang Jihan smirked ominously as the sauce glides over your fingertips, down your wrist, and along your arm. You cannot wipe it away, and if you wish to lick it, it remains just out of reach. How does that sticky sensation feel? The maids shivered in response. How cruel. The insect brother's expression twisted in rage. If you dare. Release me. What skill is it to play such tricks? Let me lick the chicken leg. Chapter 84. The Death of the Insect Brother. Such a ruthless foundation. Madam is despicable. Aside from using beauty as a weapon, I shall reveal nothing. The insect brother was on the brink of madness, relinquishing the chicken leg. Although he played with insects, he was inherently averse to filth. However, the sauce clinging to his arm, with its slippery, greasy sensation, induced an uncomfortable feeling that surged from his soles to the crown of his head, intolerable for any ordinary person. Oomph. You dare to employ beauty as a weapon? Liang Jihan sneered, waiting. As time passed, the sauce began to dry, becoming increasingly sticky. The insect brother's expression grew more grotesque, his eyes bloodshot. The revolting sensation of his fingers sticking together was maddening. This is unbearable. So unbearable. Chen Yunxi distanced herself, feeling grateful. Fortunately, Lin Dong had not allowed this vile woman to torment her. Otherwise, she would have truly succumbed. Rather than endure such disgust, being tied to the back of a car in the cold wind seemed a trivial matter. The insect brother thrashed violently, yet was restrained and unable to move. This is too disgusting. I have not yet finished. Ling Xue, help him clean up. Liang Jihan produced a pack of tissues. Ling Xue was puzzled. He had not yet revealed anything. Why was he being so easily let off? Nonetheless, he complied. As he began to wipe, Ling Xue realized something was amiss. Once the sauce dried, it could not be removed, and the tissues were of such poor quality. With a single wipe, they tore apart. Soon, his hand were covered in fragments of tissue. What are you doing? Can you not wipe properly? No, I will do it myself. The insect brother was in despair. Now his hands were smeared with the sticky brown sauce, mingled with white tissue remnants. This is even more repulsive. Liang Jihan sneered, pulling a switch from the insect brother's pocket and tossing it into the air before him. My gaming console. The insect brother, terrified, unleashed an unprecedented surge of strength, breaking free from his restraints to catch the console. Yet almost immediately his hands froze. The sauce-covered hands gripped the console screen, the revolting slippery sensation reaching its peak. The maids watched in horror. What a perverse form of torture. The insect brother felt as if he would shatter his steel teeth, overwhelmed by a tide of furious sadness. Thud! The insect brother knelt, bowing his head, weeping profusely. Do not torment me any longer. I will speak. I will tell you everything. Well done. Liang Jihan clapped her hands, basking in the glory of her achievement. Speak, confess honestly. If you dare lie, I have methods to deal with you. The maids gave her a thumbs up. You truly are the best. The insect brother raised his head in confusion. What shall I say? You ought to ask me. Liang Jihan. At that moment, Qin Xiao had reverted to her previous state, absent-mindedly touching her head. I seem to have forgotten to ask. Oh, why is there so much blood on my hands? How disgusting. She hurriedly dashed out to wash her hands and hair. The maids, the insect brother, Shen Wanyue inquired. Where do you come from? What is your ability? The Foundation's overseer stared incredulously at the video. After Chondi departed from the Foundation, he had been observing closely. From Chondi's defeat at the hands of Xia Qingyo to his encounter with Lin Dong, followed by the overwhelming struggle with his assignments, to being countered by Qin Xiao, and culminating in the recent torturous phase, he witnessed it all with clarity. It was brutal. Undoubtedly, it was exceedingly cruel. While it was understandable to be bested by Xia Qingyo, whose innate talent was extraordinary and who possessed a formidable ice ability that rendered her fearless of the insect swarm. What was the explanation for the strength of these women and that enigmatic man? How could they be so powerful, both strong and pathological? Xia Qingyo was effortlessly overwhelmed by Jiang Zhu, and Choni was likewise subdued with ease by the female teacher. This series of events had far exceeded his comprehension. The awakened individuals outside could not possibly be this formidable. Dear steward, the secrets of the Foundation must not be disclosed. Please initiate Chondi's self-destruction protocol. At that moment, a voice broke the tension. The steward instantly turned, glaring with an expression fierce enough to consume. The atmosphere in the monitoring room grew heavy with his palpable aura. Chondi was not merely his subordinate, but also his nephew, whom he had treated like a son throughout their lives. How could he dare to suggest killing Chondi? The subordinate, trembling under the steward's vehement gaze, persisted, "Steward, you are well aware of the Foundation's rules. If any information is leaked, the consequences would be dire." "Enough," the steward barked. "Chondi is my own nephew. I trust." He wanted to assert his faith in Chondi, believing he would not so easily betray the Foundation's secrets. But in the next moment, despairing words emerged from the video. "I go by Chondi, hailing from the Foundation, and my ability is to control mutated insects." The steward's face turned ashen. It was over. Shen Wanyue furrowed her brow. "So he truly is from the Foundation? Please disclose the details of the Foundation, including its organizational scale, personnel composition, and who is in charge." Though her master showed little interest in the Foundation's particulars, as a maid, she felt compelled to understand thoroughly. Chondi fell silent. His uncle had repeatedly instructed him never to divulge information about the Foundation, as the repercussions would be severe. Yet he dreaded the prospect of enduring such inhumane torture again. "My lord, we cannot afford to delay further," urged his subordinate urgently. The steward's grip tightened, his teeth grinding audibly. Before him lay a tablet displaying Chondi's information and the self-destruct command. "My lord," Chondi inhaled deeply. "The Foundation is a vast organization, and my knowledge is limited. There is a branch of the Foundation in Jiangxing, located at Boom." Without warning, Chondi's head exploded, showering the room with blood and brain matter. The small headless corpse slumped to the ground. Shen Wanyue was momentarily stunned, then instantly enraged. Damn it! The Foundation actually implanted a bomb in his head? What a ruthless tactic! In her mind, the danger posed by the Foundation escalated several notches. Lin Xue furrowed her brow. How could this be achieved? Is it triggered by specific keywords? Liang Jihan shook her head. It's not that mystical. I suspect he had some surveillance device on him, and someone was monitoring his every move. Upon noticing something amiss, they detonated it immediately. Chen Yunxi gasped. This is exceedingly brutal. The Foundation should not be underestimated. After our master concludes, we must report truthfully and clean this place up. Shen Wanyue sighed deeply. L'un sur lamented. Having just dealt with Chondi. Now, we must tidy up. I have truly become a maid. In the Foundation's monitoring room, the steward's eyes brimmed with tears as his fingers weakly slipped from the tablet. Ultimately, he had personally executed his own nephew. Now, he no longer needed to speculate on how Huang Fei and Jin Tongyu had gone missing. It was undoubtedly the doing of that man and his women. Summon all mercenary captains, suspend current missions, and assemble within the hour. I seek vengeance. The steward glared fiercely at the screen where the signal had been lost, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 85. Yes. I am ill. Maid 7. Xia Qingyo. System rating. 88. Current strength. Level 7. Maid outfit. None. The new maid, Xia Qingyo, had finally surpassed the A-level limit, reaching S-level, or level 7. Indeed, she was now on par with the probationary maids. Feeling the surge of greater power within her, Xia Qingyo knelt down. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this power. In that moment, her body and spirit were in a state of shock. It was incredible. She could not forget the immense suffering she had endured during her awakening, all for the sake of obtaining greater strength, a torment that shook her from flesh to soul. To continue acquiring power, she had to assist the Foundation in seizing that elusive opportunity. Yet, with Lin Dong, it was remarkably effortless. Lin Dong, with a cigarette in his mouth, chuckled. Your current level is the lowest among the maids. I look forward to your performance. Yes, master. Xia Qingyo bowed her head even lower. Indeed, Jiangzhu's limit was not here. Just wait, I will certainly surpass you. As she gazed at the dimming sky outside, Xia Qingyo pondered, Master, may I return to the Xia family now? Tonight, young Master Yun will be arriving, so we might as well extinguish them together. Lin Dong nodded. Yes, take Jiangzhu with you. Let her have a reckoning with your brother. Understood. At that moment, the Xia family was festooned with decorations, and everyone was bustling about. This was because today, the young master of the Yun family, Yunzhe, was coming to visit. Even before the apocalypse, the Yun family had always been more powerful and affluent than the Xia family, and this remained true after the world changed. Xia Juanfeng wore a solemn expression as he asked the anxious Xia Beichen, What is your sister doing? Why hasn't she returned yet? She wouldn't have run away, would she? If she did, it would be a laughingstock for us. The Xia family would forever be unable to hold their heads high. Xia Beichen, unaware of his sister's whereabouts, could only reassure, Don't worry, Dad. My sister is not that kind of person. In truth, he was even more anxious. After all, his sister had gone to pick up Xiaozhu, and it had been quite a while since she left. He was more worried than anyone. My Xiaozhu, I miss you dearly. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades whirred in the distance as a helicopter approached. Xia Juanfeng quickly stood, composed himself, and prepared to greet the guests. The helicopter descended slowly onto the Xia family's helipad. As the doors opened, a dashing young man clad in a black suit emerged. Yunzhe, ha ha ha, nephew Yun, you remain as charming as ever. Welcome, welcome. Xia Juanfeng was the first to step forward. Yunzhe flashed a warm smile. Uncle Xia, you are too kind. I hope you will excuse my sudden visit. Xia Juanfeng waved his hand. Oh, we are family now. Calling me uncle feels distant. We are family. How could this be an intrusion? If you continue to be so formal, I might get upset. Yunzhe nodded with a smile, then glanced behind him, unable to suppress his curiosity. Where's Xiaoyo? Ah, her. Xia Juanfeng's face flushed with embarrassment, internally chastising his daughter for her lack of decorum. I sent Xiaoyo on a mission. She's on her way back now. Yunzhe, please come in and rest. She will arrive shortly. Yunzhe nodded again and turned to Xia Beichen. Beichen, it has been a while. How have you been? Xia Beichen, lost in thought, quickly snapped back to reality. Before he could respond, a figure hopped down from the helicopter. Beichen Yi. The figure was a girl, seemingly around 20, radiating youthful energy. Her features were exquisite, with soft contours that made her appear particularly lively. The girl's skin was fair and luminous, smooth and delicate, with a healthy blush on her cheeks. She wore a simple sleeveless sweater on top and denim shorts on the bottom, revealing her long, snow-white legs, standing an impressive height of 7 meters. Clearly, she was also an ability user. Who are you? Xia Beichen was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to place her. Yun Mengli pouted her small, delicate lips, her expression filled with displeasure. The young lady missed Bei Changge greatly. How could you have forgotten her? Yunzhe chided with a playful smile. Mengli, we are in the presence of elders. Must you still exhibit such a lack of decorum? Ah, I forgot. Yun Mengli exclaimed, covering her mouth in feigned horror, and quickly bowed to Xia Junfeng. Hello, Uncle Xia. Yun Mengli. Xia Bei Chan finally recalled, gazing in astonishment at the beautiful girl before him. Is that truly you? How you've grown. Just a few years ago, you were but a little lowly. Xia Junfeng laughed heartily. Mengli, after several years, you have blossomed into a stunning beauty. Uncle hardly recognizes you. One wonders which fortunate young man will claim you in the future. Ha ha ha, come in. Yin Mengli blushed, stealing a glance at Xia Beichun. In the parlor, Yunzhe conversed with Xia Junfeng. Uncle, these are 10 vials of serum obtained through the collaboration between the Yun family and the Foundation, though the quantity is modest. I hope you do not mind. Observing the serums, Xia Junfeng's heart raced with excitement. This is fantastic. With this, the Xia family can foster several more awakeners, and the alliance with the Yun family will further solidify our clan, ensuring our survival in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Yin Mengli had approached Xia Beichun. Bai Chen Gi. Look at this sapphire my brother brought back from abroad, called Qing Cheng Jilian. May I gift it to you? Bei Chenggu, I remember you once raised a schnauzer. I have one too. Unfortunately, my brother wouldn't let me bring it along. Would you come visit my home sometime? Bai Chenggi, I'm speaking to you. Why do you ignore me? Are you unwell? I must tell you that my ability is healing. If anything troubles you, please share it with me. Xiao Bai Chen, gazing at the entrance of the Xiao home, returned to his senses, fixing his gaze into the girl's eyes. Indeed, I am unwell. Can you heal me? Yun Mengli anxiously inquired. Really? What affliction besets you? Lovesickness. Xiao Bei Chen's tone was grave, imbued with deep affection. Yun Mengli's tux, flusha krimsun. How long have you suffered from this ailment? 7 years. Yun Mengli's heart raced. 7 years? Oh my, Bei Chenggu, how remarkable. 7 years ago was when Xia Bei Chen went abroad for studies, and she had longed for him ever since. It turned out that Bei Chenggu had cherished her all along. Yun Mengli covered her face, feeling her cheeks ablaze. Chapter 86. Misunderstandings and the heartbreak of a young girl, Bei Chenggu. This illness is quite difficult to cure. Yun Mengli's heart pounded. Xiao Bei Chen sighed. Indeed. It seems it cannot be cured. Perhaps only upon seeing you again will my affliction wane. Yun Mengli hesitantly asked. It's not that it cannot be cured. Bei Chenggu, could you describe the symptoms of your condition? Xiao Bei Chen pondered for a moment. Every second spent yearning for her brings me headaches, shoulder pain, and a sense of heaviness in my chest. Yun Mengli, puzzled, asked, I understand the other symptoms, but why the shoulder pain? Xiao Bei Chen gently stroked his shoulder. Because I bear the weight of a profound yet fervent love. Regarding the matter with Xiao Zhu, not only did his sister oppose it, but even his father exerted tremendous pressure, creating an unbearable burden. These were the unspoken truths he carried. Tears brimmed in Yun Mengli's eyes. So, Bei Chenggu truly holds affection for me. Indeed, 7 years ago, she was but a young girl, and Bei Chenggu had already developed feelings for her, likely too afraid to voice them. To admit such feelings would invite scorn. The thought of Bei Chenggu enduring his love for so many years alone filled Yun Mengli's heart with an overwhelming heaviness. Bei Chenggu, she began, wanting to express that she had matured and he need not hide his feelings anymore. But the thought of Bei Chengji's sister soon becoming her sister-in-law weighed heavily upon her heart. What could she do? I can give you a massage. It may alleviate your shoulder pain. Xiao Bai Chen nodded in adatsa. Yun Mengli timidly extended her small hand to rest on Xiao Bei Chen's shoulder, her trembling fingers slowly manifesting a green energy. Xiao Bei Chen immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. It felt as comforting as when Xiao Zhu would massage him after long nights of grueling business dealings. In that moment, Yun Mengli's image began to merge with that of Jiang Zhu. Xiao Zhu, how I miss you, Xiao Bei Chen whispered, gently grasping the girl's hand. Yun Mengli was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, oblivious to his murmurs. Bai Chenggi, he has hold in my hand. Bei Chenggu, you need not suppress your feelings anymore. I am willing. Their eyes locked, their faces drew ever closer. Just then, Xia Qingyu and Jiang Zhu returned. Seeing Xiao Bei Chen about to kiss a stunning girl, Jiang Zhu froze, then shook her head with a bittersweet smile. So be it. For reasons unknown, her heart felt inexplicably lighter. Xia Junfeng, upon seeing his daughter return, bellowed, You finally remember to come home? The booming voice startled the two, almost about to kiss, causing Yun Mengli's face to redden and Xiao Bei Chen to snap out of his reverie, turning his gaze toward the entrance, eyes widening. Xiao Zhu, my Xiao Zhu. Xiao Bei Chen's heart nearly exploded as he stared dumbfounded at his beloved fiancée, momentarily forgetting to rise. Xia Qingyu entered the parlor with a cold huff. Shall I leave then? Xia Junfeng was furious. You dare to retort? Guards. Yunze quickly interjected, Uncle Xia, please calm down. Xiaoyu's worked hard all day. What harm is there in her returning late? Besides, she is now my wife. You cannot punish her without reason. As her husband, I will not permit it. Though spoken in jest, there is an undeniable air of authority in his tone. The implication was clear. This is my wife. Not even you, her father, can reprimand her at will. Xia Junfeng was taken aback, feeling a bit awkward. Ow, Xiashi is right. Xiaoyu, I'm not scolding you. Today, when Xia Zhe visited our family, Why didn't you return sooner? His tone softened considerably. Xiaqing, you scoffed, realizing her father was indeed the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Yunze approached her with a warm smile. Xiao Yu, you've had a tough day. Did anything unexpected happen? Why is that your concern? Xiaqing, you replied coldly, unceremoniously taking a seat. Having encountered various personalities in the entertainment industry, her first impression of Yunze was one of insincerity. Conversely, the host was refreshingly straightforward. As their daughter uttered a curse, Xia Junfeng opened his mouth to reprimand her again, but upon meeting Yunze's cold gaze, he swallowed his words. It seems Xiao Yu's day did not go smoothly. But worry not. As long as you wish to speak, I'm here. Yunze displayed a warm smile, knowing fully well that the union of their families was initiated by him, with parents on both sides arranging it without consulting Xia Qingyu, causing her understandable resentment. Xia Qingyu remained silent, resting her chin on her hand, merely observing. Xia Junfeng was on the verge of exploding, looking at Jiang Zhu, who stood silently at the door with her arms crossed. Damn it, I can't scold my daughter, and I can't scold you either. Who allowed you to enter my home? Guards, throw this vixen out. This woman had ensnared his handsome, mature son, turning him into a lovesick fool. Jiang Zhu coldly regarded the advancing security. Stop. Xiao Bei-chun stood up and shouted angrily. Bei-chun-ge, she is. Yun Meng Li keenly sensed the tension, noticing that as soon as this woman appeared, Bei-chun-ge had released her hand, not even glancing her way. The young girl's sensitive heart began to feel increasingly heavy. Xiao Bei-chun disregarded everyone else, rushing toward Jiang Zhu, unable to contain his emotions as he opened his arms, yearning to embrace the one he longed for. Xiao Zhu, how I miss you. Duong. Jiang Zhu evaded, and Xiao Bei-chun stumbled, colliding with the doorframe, his nose reddening. The crowd, do not laugh. Do not laugh. Jiang Zhu said softly. Do not touch me. Xiao Zhu, your fiancé's indifferent demeanor pierced through Xiao Bei-chun's heart. Surely, Xiao Zhu is blaming me for not reaching out to her sooner. A man makes a promise, yet fails to fulfill it. Xiao Bei-chun, you are truly despicable. The domineering figure gave himself a slap. Yin Mengli's delicate face turned pale. Who is this woman? Xia Junfeng rose with a cold snort. Bei-chun, even if you're the future heir of the Xia family, matters of marriage cannot be trifled with. This woman, regardless of her background or education, is unworthy of you. I will never allow her to appear in our Xia family. Do not think that by secretly obtaining a marriage certificate behind my back, I will relent. As long as I am alive, she will never marry into the Xia family. You were foolish before, but now I give you a choice. Eliminate this woman. I will immediately declare you the future patriarch of the Xia family. Yun Mengli felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. A marriage certificate? So, this woman is Bei-chun's wife? The girl's heart shattered. Xiao Bei-chun gazed at Jiang Zhu with fervent eyes. Xiao Zhu, you must be blaming me, right? I am sorry, I was wrong. I should not. Xia Junfeng interjected. What the hell? I'm speaking to you. Chapter 87. The siblings have gone mad. Jiang Zhu coldly regarded Xia Junfeng. You need not worry. I have no desire to be part of the Xia family. She then turned to the deeply affectionate Xia Bei-chun, her beautiful eyes flashing with complexity, resolutely stating, Xia Bei-chun, we have broken up. Take care of yourself. Boom. Xia Bei-chun stood frozen, feeling as if struck by thunder, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Zhu, you must be joking, right? I admit my mistakes. You cannot. I have another man. Jiang Zhu dropped a bombshell. Another man? Xiao Bei-chun felt a sudden constriction in his breath. His hands began to tremble slightly as he stared blankly at Jiang Zhu, his throat constricted, breathing becoming rapid and labored, his heart torn asunder. Another man? Xiao Zhu has another man? In an instant, a torrent of emotions surged within him. Sorrow, anger, bitterness. No. Xiao Bei-chun let out a low growl akin to a wounded beast, striking the doorframe with a heavy fist, causing the Xia family door to collapse. I will not allow it. How can you do this? How can you do this? Seeing Bei-chun in such distress, Yin Mengli's heart shattered as she rushed forward, tightly grasping his arm. Bei-chun, do not be sad. You still have Mengli. However, Xiao Bei-chun could not hear her, forcefully shaking her off. The girl lost her balance, stumbling to the ground, her face filled with sorrow. Yunze filled with rage. Quickly helped his sister up, glaring at Xia Beichun. Beichun, what are you doing? Xia Junfeng also became furious. Beichun, what madness is this? I have long said this wretched woman is unworthy of you. Now you finally believe it, right? Take this opportunity to eliminate her, lest she bring shame to the Xia family. Xia Beichun was oblivious to anyone's words, his gaze fixed on Jiang Zhu. Who is he? Tell me, who is he? The domineering figure was engulfed in a tempest of rage, murderous intent radiating from him. Jiang Zhu sighed deeply. Beichun, you. Who is he? I cannot tell you. You should just take care of yourself. Given Xia Beichun's current state of fury, seeking out Lin Dong would undoubtedly lead to his demise. You wretched woman. Xia Beichun raised his hand forcefully, but Jiang Zhu did not evade. Yet there was no sound of a slap. His hand hovered near her fair cheek, but did not strike. Ha ha ha. Xia Beichun staggered backward, collapsing to the ground. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him. At that moment, the world felt as though it were crumbling. The usually fastidious figure found himself uncaring of appearances, sitting on the ground, laughing and crying, appearing utterly deranged. Beichun, brother. Yun Mengli was heartbroken, wanting to comfort him, but being firmly held back by Yun Zhe. Shameless scoundrel. Xia Junfeng was furious. Someone, apprehend this wretched girl. Jiang Zhu allowed herself to be surrounded by security, looking at Xia Beichun with complexity. Beichun, I am sorry. With that, she vanished in a flash. Where's she? Xia Junfeng and the others were momentarily stunned. What speed is this? What are you looking at? Go chase her. No matter where she runs, she must be eliminated. The reputation of the Xia family shall not be tarnished. Xia Junfeng shouted at the security. Suddenly, a peal of laughter rang out. Ah! The reputation of the Xia family? Itruly. Ah! The crowd turned to see Xia Qingyu laughing uncontrollably. What's wrong? Have you gone mad too? Xia Junfeng frowned deeply. What are you laughing about now? Mel? I've been mad since the moment my mother died. Xia Qingyu rose, her demeanor completely unrefined, shouting hysterically. She, though the daughter of the family head, endured immense torment due to the Xia family's severe preference for males over females. When her mother was alive, there was still someone to love her. But after her mother passed, this home grew cold and unrecognizable. Her father cared only for profit and her brother, never sparing her a glance. Despite being superior to Xia Beichun in many aspects, she was merely seen as a tool and a bargaining chip due to her gender. A seed of malevolence had long been sown within her heart. Xia Junfeng, still oblivious, coldly remarked, "There are guests present. Why discuss this now? This is what I taught you." Unexpectedly, Xia Qingyu laughed even more maniacally. You taught me? Yes, father, you taught me well. You taught me to prioritize family interests. Taught me to selflessly allow you to drain me dry. Taught me to abandon my own happiness and be a mere tool. You taught me to be as heartless as ancient emperors, to be as cowardly as you, catering to the powerful. Xia Junfeng was incensed. No one enjoys being berated by their daughter, his face darkening. What do you know? Everything I do is for the longevity of the Xia family. As my daughter, this is your duty. I should do what? Xia Qingyu cursed vehemently, disregarding all semblance of decorum. What I should do is cleanse this loathsome Xia family of all its filth. As her words fell, Xia Qingyu's eyes and hair turned pale, her aura surging. Xia Junfeng faltered, immediately glancing around. Where are Xiao Zhou and the security team you brought out? Now you notice? You are truly dim-witted. Xia Qingyu chuckled coldly. They're naturally dead. Dead? Xia Junfeng finally panicked. His daughter was resolute in her rebellion. She was an A-class and, currently, no one in the Xia family could rival her. The only one who could barely match her was Xia Beichun, but he was not reliable. Xiao Zhe, you are Xiao Yu's husband. As her father, I cannot discipline her, so it falls to you. Xia Junfeng cleverly handed the dilemma to Yun Zhe. You old fool. Yun Zhe cursed internally but nodded, turning to Xia Qingyu. Xiao Yu, I know you must have suffered injustices. If this place makes you uncomfortable, come back to the Yin family with me. I assure you, no one will dare to bully you there. Not even me. Not needed. Xia Qingyu was thoroughly corrupted, her palms slamming together, a chilling and violent aura erupting. Xiao Yu, do not blame me. Yunze also extended his hands forward, flames of intense heat spreading out. They were both A-class, and caution was necessary in their confrontation. The clash of ice and fire instantly generated a vast amount of mist, obscuring their vision. Fire ring, disperse. Yunze waved his hand, flames swirling around, vaporizing the mist. Where is everyone? At this moment in the reception hall, the Xiao family members were in disarray, hiding, but Xia Qingyo's figure was nowhere to be seen. Above the reception hall, a large hole had formed. In the air, Xia Qingyu changed her gestures, rapidly forming a gigantic ice spear with a diameter of 10 meters. If it were to crash down, the entire Xiao family manor would be reduced to rubble. Go! The ice spear began to descend slowly. Chapter 88. Nanzai vs. Aou Dam. As he gazed at the immense icicles slowly descending, Yunzai's eyes widened in horror. Should this monstrous object strike, not only would the members of the Xiao family be in peril, but his sister, Yun Mingli, would also meet her demise. He resolved to prevent it at all costs. With flames surging through his body, Yunzai transformed into a true human, his legs erupting with fire as he shot upward from the rooftop like a jet. He extended his arms, bracing himself against the icicle. The moment he made contact, dread engulfed him. Something was amiss. The icicle was far heavier than anticipated. Wasn't it supposed to be the same level as him, A level? How could it possess such strength? But there was no time for hesitation. He was the strongest present and had to hold firm. Xiaoyu, do not make a mistake again. I will take you away from the Xia family. Yunzai gritted his teeth, steadfastly enduring the weight of the icicle. Yet, the terror of the icicle was overwhelming. Despite his utmost effort, he could merely slow its descent. Xia Qingyu observed coldly, I am not mistaken. What do you think you are? Relying on your powerful family to pressure the Xia family into forcing me to marry you. When have you ever considered my feelings? Yunzai was taken aback. Why was he doing this? Because he cherished her. Their families had been close for generations, and from a young age, he had harbored feelings for her. He had vowed to marry her. But as they grew older, she changed. She became distant and cold, and he had no choice but to act this way. Xia Qingyu snorted. So, you never consider my feelings. You only care for yourself. Yunzai retorted, I'm the heir of the Yun family, the most outstanding genius of the younger generation. What's wrong with being a little selfish? Tell me why not? With no response from her, he continued, since you all care only for yourselves, what does it matter if I am a bit selfish? Xia Qingyu's heart grew colder as she pressed down slowly. With a gasp, Yunzai coughed up blood, his face contorted in agony. He realized he could not withstand this alone. What are you all doing? Come help me. He shouted desperately to Xia Junfeng and the others below. This is for your benefit. Why are you all just standing there watching? However, Xia Junfeng called out, Xiaozhe, you can do it. Today is your chance to reclaim your position as a husband. Once you win her over, she will never dare to defy you again. This was absurd. He was merely a B-level, and facing off would surely lead to his demise. The other members of the Xia family would not dare to assist him if the head of the family did not intervene. Yunsha exclaimed in frustration, I have lived nearly 30 years and have never encountered such shamelessness. He decided to give up. After such a long time, Mengli should have found a safe place. Why was she still here? Meanwhile, in the reception room, Yin Mengli paid no heed to the danger above, her gaze fixated on Xia Beichun. Baza Baichen. Do not be sad. That wicked woman is not worth your concern. You still have Mengli. Brother Beichun, do you know? From the very first moment I saw you, I etched you deeply in my heart, and that has never changed. Brother Beichun, please look at me. Yet, Xia Beichun appeared completely lost, oblivious to her words, sitting vacantly on the ground. Yunzai shouted, Mengli, take Xia Beichun away. It's dangerous here. Alas! Yun Mengli could not hear him. Her eyes filled only with her brother Beichun. Yunzai felt tears welling up. Family, who understands? What should I do with a sister so lost in love? Xia Qingyu remarked with a cold smile. Do you see? This Xia family is not worth your sacrifice. They only care for their own interests and will drain you of everything. From the moment you proposed a union with the Xia family, your fate was sealed. You are merely a pawn for Xia Junfeng. As the icicle pressed down once more, Yunzai bent under the strain, his rage boiling within. If they would not assist him, then he would defeat her. To hell with this fate. My life is mine to command, whether I am a pawn or a person. I alone decide. With a mighty roar, Yunzei erupted, flames roaring more fiercely as he straightened his bent back, his hair whipping about him. Through his relentless efforts, the icicle halted its descent and began to rise. Excitement filled Xia Junfeng and the others. Excellent. Truly worthy of my son-in-law. The terrifying flames erupted forth, consuming the icicle, melting it into water. Sensing victory within reach, Yunzei exerted even greater effort, unleashing a conflagration that enveloped the icicle entirely. Break for me, he bellowed, propelling himself with all his might. Boom! The icicle shattered, releasing a cloud of mist. Xiaqingyu smirked, extending her finger. Ice binding. In an instant, several ice rings shot forth. The Xia family members looked on eagerly, waiting for the mist to clear and to witness Xiaqingyu's defeat. However, as the mist dissipated, they were left in shock. The once fiery Yunzei was now bound tightly by several ice rings, unable to move. Before his eyes hovered an ice spear, poised to pierce his eye with just a slight advance. Yunzei's handsome face turned pale as he gazed at her. You are not merely a level, are you? It was evident that Xiaqingyu had not even exerted her full strength. Without answering, Xiaqingyu coldly surveyed the scene below, where hope had turned to despair and felt a wave of satisfaction. Xia Junfeng was livid, cursing Yunzei in his heart. Aren't you supposed to be a level? How could you fall so easily? What a waste. Resigned, Yunzei thought, I have lost today. Let our engagement be annulled. He felt a bittersweet ache within. If the Xia family was so incompetent, there was no need for his support. Xiaoyu had never cared for him. Why should he persist in his affections? He was not Xia Beichun. Let me go. I assure you, I will not interfere with the Xia family again. Suddenly, Xiaqingyu thrust the ice spear forward, piercing Yunzei's eye and exiting from the back of his head, blood staining the ice weapon. This shocking moment terrified everyone. Xia Junfeng trembled. How dare she? She has truly lost her mind. Yinming Li finally noticed her brother, her face paling as she gasped, Brother. Her voice was a piercing wail. Xiaqingyu snorted, flicking the spear, causing Yunzei's lifeless body to crash to the ground. Yinming Li rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, pouring her green energy into him. Brother, wake up. Do not frighten Ming Li. The young girl felt as though the world had collapsed around her. Before departing, she had clung to her brother, charmingly pleading to accompany him to the Xia family. Yet, what was the outcome? Her beloved brother Bei Chun had gone mad, and her protective older brother had been slain by his fiancée. She had never felt the world so dark. Chapter 89. All for your benefit. Yunzei was dead, and Yunming Li's healing powers could not revive him. With a flick of her wrist, Xiaqingyu landed gracefully, a wicked smile on her face as she regarded the horrified Xia Junfeng. Little you, what have you done? Killing Yunzei will bring disaster upon the Xia family. Xiaqingyu coldly replied, In that case, I shall eliminate the Xia family first, and then there will be no issues. Xia Junfeng was incredulous. What nonsense! You think you have the right to act with such impunity? How dare you harm me or anyone in the Xia family? Ancestors! With a swift motion, Xiaqingyu unleashed a small icicle that pierced his calf, blood gushing forth. Xia Junfeng fell to the ground, having never endured such pain in his pampered life. You have great audacity. I am your father. Are you attempting to betray your own kin? Fear and fury coursed through him. The little cotton jacket was already a leak, and now he was being stabbed. The elders of the Xia family rushed forward, denouncing her. Xiaqingyu, how dare you disrespect the head of the family? In the 5,000 years of long country, there has never been one as heartless as you. Do you truly believe that your abilities grant you the right to disregard your elders? Without our struggles, where would you be today? If you possess the audacity, then go ahead and eliminate us all. I am eager to witness just how depraved you can truly become. They understood that escape was futile, yet to plead for mercy from Xiaqingyu? What the Xia family's reputation? Thus, moral coercion was deemed effective. However, at this moment, Xiaqingyu's heart was as cold as ice, and she slowly raised her hand to strike down with force. The cacophony. In an instant, a terrifying chill erupted, and the entire assembly of Xia family elders and juniors was unable to evade, instantly encased in ice sculptures. It was this very group of elders who, before the apocalypse, had relentlessly manipulated her, compelling her youthful and beautiful self to venture out and earn a living while they luxuriated in comfort at home. Everyone regarded this as a given, and no one expressed any gratitude towards her. Indeed, should her earnings dwindle or investments falter, she would be met with scorn. Absurd. They clung to Xia Qingyu like leeches, relentlessly siphoning her lifeblood. Xia Junfeng's eyes bulged in disbelief. She truly dares. Now, it is your turn. Xia Qingyu sneered as she turned her gaze to Xia Junfeng. No. Please, my daughter, Xiaoyu, I am your father. Xia Junfeng was reduced to tears and terror. In the past, I was wrong. I was too harsh on you. I am the incompetent one. If you are dissatisfied with the Xia family, then how about you become the head of the Xia family? You may do as you please, and I shall support you without question. He did not believe himself to be in the wrong. He was merely afraid. Xia Qingyu laughed coldly. But I find the Xia family utterly useless. What significance does being the head of the family hold? In this apocalyptic world, money, connections, and resources are all meaningless. Only power remains paramount. With a swift motion, another ice spike pierced through one of his legs. What do you intend to do? Xia Junfeng's face twisted in agony. I have declared it. I simply wish to rid myself of you. Xia Qingyu was filled with murderous intent. 2 more ice spikes followed, rendering Xia Junfeng's limbs shattered. No, you cannot kill me. I am your father. If you slay me, you shall descend into hell. Xia Junfeng's trousers were soaked with sweat. Xia Qingyu regarded him with disdain. Is this the courage of a family head? I have long since been in hell. With a flick of her wrist, countless small ice spikes coalesced around her, sufficient to transform Xia Junfeng into a porcupine. Suddenly, Xia Beichen, with a vacant expression, snapped back to reality, forlornly surveying his surroundings, and his pupils dilated. Sister intends to kill father? Sister. No, Xia Beichen shouted as he rushed forward. Then you shall perish too. A flicker of complexity crossed Xia Qingyu's beautiful eyes. Yet she raised her hand to unleash another ice spike. Throughout the family, perhaps only this dear younger brother truly cared for her. But he was too foolish. Foolish enough not to consider her pain from her perspective, naively believing his sister to be content. If killing is to be done, then let it be absolute. The ice spikes hurtled towards Xia Beichen, who, in terror, hastily conjured layers of ice armor around his chest. Bang! Although the armor blocked the sharp ice spikes, the immense force sent him crashing into the wall, leaving cracks in its wake. Beichen Ji, Yun Mengli cried as she rushed over to tend to him. Brother cannot die. I must not allow Beichen Ji to perish as well. Xia Beichen coughed blood, struggling to rise. Sister, do not continue down this wrong path. He is our father. Everything he did was for your sake. Yet again, this phrase. Xia Qingyu's eyes reddened instantly as countless ice spikes were launched towards the fallen Xia Junfeng. In mere moments, the head of the Xia family, Xia Junfeng, renowned in the central regions of Longhua, was brutally transformed into a porcupine. Ice spikes pierced his skull, penetrated his body, and obliterated all. Only a pool of mangled flesh and warm blood remained. Perhaps in his final moments, he did not recognize his faults, merely perceiving his daughter as insane. All this was for my benefit? I have truly had enough. Xia Qingyu's fury surged once more. Previously, those elders had utilized this very phrase to manipulate her. An ice spear coalesced in her hand, and she lunged towards Xia Beichen. Do not harm Beichen Ji. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Mengli closed her eyes and shielded Xia Beichen with her body. Xia Qingyu's murderous intent was unyielding. Then let you two be star-crossed lovers. As the ice spear neared its target, unexpectedly, a snow-white hand emerged to grasp the spear's shaft. The tip halted just before Yun Mengli's chest, unable to penetrate further. After all, he is your dear brother and your sole relative in this world. Allow him to go, Jiang Zhu spoke softly. Upon her arrival, her master had merely requested her presence, and she had assumed it was to sever ties with Xia Beichen. Little did she expect, Xia Qingyu had gone mad. intending to annihilate her entire family. Witnessing Xiao Beichen's impending demise, she could no longer remain still. Xiao Beichen stared blankly at Jiang Zhu. Xiao Zhu, you have returned. Xia Qingyu scoffed. Spare me your pretense. Do you truly believe yourself superior to me? Jiang Zhu remained silent. At this moment, Xiao Beichen must be suffering immensely. His fiancée had wounded his heart, while his sister inflicted physical harm. The negative emotions surged to a degree capable of nurturing 6 evil sword immortals. I care not for the others of the Xiao family. Let him go, Jiang Zhu declared as she shattered the ice spear with a swift motion. Humph. I shall inform a master of this. Xia Qingyu relented, for Jiang Zhu was stronger, and she had no choice but to concede. With that, she turned to eliminate the others. The Xiao family, besides those bearing the surname Xia, also included servants, security, and extended relatives, numbering over 230 individuals. She would not spare a single one. Do as you wish, Jiang Zhu retorted, unperturbed. She understood that Lin Dong cared not whether these maids held affections for others. The master was rather superficial, solely concerned with their physical forms. As for who resided within their hearts, the master deemed it inconsequential. After all, they were merely maids. Chapter 90. Bombardment. Jiang Zhu sighed, turning her gaze to Yunmengli. The young woman appeared on guard, positioning herself protectively behind Xiao Beichen. What do you intend to do? This wicked woman has caused Beichen Ji such harm. If I had the capacity for combat, I would surely confront her. You are beautiful and charming, Jiang Zhu observed, admiring the fearless demeanor born of love. Deep within, she felt envy. Once, she too had been like this. Why had she changed? Take him away, leave Jiangcheng. The farther the better, Jiang Zhu declared before preparing to depart. Xiao Zhu. Xiao Beichen's expression was a tumult of emotions. However, Jiang Zhu had already leapt away, vanishing from sight. Yin Mengli assisted Xiao Beichen. Beichen Ji, this vile woman is unworthy of your loyalty. Let me take you away. Xiao Beichen could only manage a bitter smile, rendered speechless. His sister, whom he trusted utterly, sought to kill him. His beloved Xiao Zhu, who had wounded him, had instead saved him. Truly, fate is a capricious mistress. At midnight, in Jinghu Spring. Today, Lin Dong had not conducted training with the maids, granting them an unusual early rest. He sat alone by the window in his bedroom, gazing at the oppressive sky. Should it snow again? The only option for venturing outside would be to dig tunnels. In one hand, he held peanut milk, and in the other, a royal artillery. When mixed, it was surprisingly delightful. Ding ding. Today's sign-in reward, options as follows. 1. Hang glider, can ignore extreme weather. 2. 1 heavy tank. 3. Collar bomb, controlled by the host's thoughts. 4. An indestructible frozen fish dam. Lin Dong sprang to his feet, his eyes fixated on the 4th option with excitement. What heavy tank, what bomb, what hang glider? All I desire is the frozen fish. As his strength increased, ordinary frozen fish could no longer satisfy him. They would crumble at a touch, providing no pleasure whatsoever. I choose 4. This was Lin Dong's first selection of the 4th reward. Within the system space, a frozen fish approximately 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide materialized. It felt cold to the touch, with frost still clinging to its surface. Visually, it appeared identical to the frozen fish found in a cold storage. Bang, bang, bang. The texture was delightful. Lin Dong was exceedingly pleased with his new frozen fish. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the night sky, rapidly approaching this direction. What on earth is that? Lin Dong squinted, his pupils narrowing sharply. Damn, a rocket. Boom. The missile struck the villa, resulting in a colossal explosion. Flames surged skyward, and the fiery ball of destruction instantly consumed the entire building. The maids, still lost in slumber, were engulfed by the shockwave and flames. The villa began to collapse, dark smoke billowing around. Not only that, dozens of bright points reappeared in the sky, crashing directly towards Jinghu Chuntian. Boom! In an instant, this affluent area buried under snow was utterly leveled. Some were jolted awake by the explosion, staring in daze at the distant flames. What the hell? An aerial bombardment? What is going on? The snow melted away in the blaze, transforming the community into a vast pit of ruins. Soon, 6 helicopters slowly approached. The lead helicopter's steward glared at the crater with a face full of hatred. Tiango, Xiangwei Shi, Long, Buying, Lady Yin, you each lead your teams to descend and encircle this area in a combat formation, tightening the encirclement to ensure no survivors. Doubts echoed in the earpiece. What? Really, steward? After a rocket barrage like this, why would we go down? Even a superhero would perish in there. Execute the order. The steward's tone brooked no argument. All right then. Soon, figures clad in full combat gear began to descend from the other 5 helicopters, forming a tight encirclement with impressive military discipline. The steward coldly observed, awaiting news. This is the consequence of offending my foundation. You had best not survive. Otherwise, I possess far more brutal methods. Amidst the ruins, a floorboard was kicked aside, revealing a shadow towering 2 meters high. Damn it, how dare they bomb me? The demon Lin Dong seethed with anger. The moment the bomb detonated, he swiftly donned his demon's suit, shielding himself from the explosive flames. Though uncertain whether he could withstand the blast in his normal state, what if he couldn't? Fortunately, the demon's suit proved effective, leaving him unscathed, albeit with even darker skin. Detected the death of Maid Shun Wanyue. Revive with 1 click? Detected Maid Ling Shui. Detection. This bombarding attack was exceptionally powerful. Aside from Jiang Zhu and Xia Qingyu, who had not returned, everyone else was obliterated. Damn it, revive them all. Lin Dong growled lowly. He was truly furious. Within the ruins, countless dark fragments began to shimmer with golden light, and soon, 5 figures coalesced into form. Shun Wanyue abruptly awakened. What happened to us? Ling Shui clutched her chest. It seems we died again. Liang Jihan glared angrily at their surroundings. Someone bombed us. This is outrageous. Qin Shiyao's eyes began to turn crimson. Lin Dong suddenly appeared, coldly stating, "Let these bastards taste your might." Yes, master. The maids emerged from the ruins, charging out in 5 different directions. Lin Dong coldly eyed the last remaining helicopter in the sky, releasing his demon's suit and beginning to gather power as he lowered his body. With a loud boom, he leaped high into the air. Using the suit was too unfair. He wanted to personally crush them one by one. The steward was waiting when suddenly the pilot shouted, "Pull up quickly. An unidentified attack is coming." The steward was startled, immediately looking outside. A shadow approached at an astonishing speed. The helicopter's slow ascent was far too late to evade. "Jump out." The steward decisively kicked open the cabin door and leaped out. Behind him, 2 burly men followed suit. Lin Dong charged towards the helicopter's tail, raising a frozen fish and bringing it down with force. Boom! The helicopter's tail snapped off, and the body began to sway violently. Damn it! The pilot hurriedly tried to regain balance. Lin Dong seized the body, squeezing into the cockpit, and swung the frozen fish down onto the pilot's head. Crack! The head exploded like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, blood spraying everywhere. Lin Dong grinned as he dealt the same fate to the second pilot. The helicopter lost all balance, and Lin Dong leaped out, landing smoothly. Moments later, the helicopter crashed behind him, exploding with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of thick smoke into the air. Illuminated by the flames, Lin Dong rose slowly, the shockwave billowing his clothes as he advanced, gripping the frozen fish ominously. It was a chilling sight. The steward's pupils constricted. He truly had not died. Chapter 91. The Maids Strike Back. 1. The 5 small teams, witnessing the steward's helicopter suddenly plummet, were taken aback. What the hell? Should we go check it out? Check what? The steward is not so easily killed. Let's continue with our mission. The Tiango team, led by a lean middle-aged man known as Tiango, had 10 members behind him. Suddenly, Tiango signaled to halt, his gaze fixed intently forward. Something feels off. Stay alert. Responses crackled through the earpieces. Yes, Captain. Yes. Tiango furrowed his brow, quickly turning to see a stunning woman standing behind the last member of the team, grinning wickedly as she withdrew a dagger from the hunter's neck. Blood gushed forth, leaving the team members gaping in shock. When did she sneak up behind us? The hunter's expression was vacant as he looked at the captain, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Shun Wanyue smirked. That's the first one. Open fire. Tiango roared angrily, raising his weapon to fire. The other team members quickly aimed and shot. However, Shen Wanyue's figure had already vanished from sight. Hurry! Regroup! Tiango shouted fiercely. The team members dashed over from 5 meters away. But Tiango's eyes widened in horror as the woman appeared again behind Jean Dog. Watch out! Tiango bellowed, raising his gun just as Jean Dog's head was severed cleanly, his body continuing to run forward before collapsing heavily to the ground, the headless corpse sliding at Tiango's feet. When he looked up again, the woman had vanished once more. Damn it! If you have the guts, don't sneak attack. Come out and face us head-on, Tiango shouted into the darkness, yet no trace of her was seen. Meanwhile, the hidden Shen Wanyue sneered. You think bombing us with missiles doesn't count as a sneak attack? The Xiangwei Shi team, upon hearing the commotion, quickly gathered. Form up. The team assembled without any losses. Xiangwei Shi glanced at the nearby building, whispering, the Tiango team has fallen into an ambush. Let us move through this building to assist them. Entering the building, the team arranged themselves in an interwoven formation, advancing cautiously. The corridor was dim, with only the distant firelight casting a faint glow. It swayed eerily, resembling a haunted house. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared behind them. With a ponytail and 2 butterfly knives in hand, Ling Xuan noticed they had yet to detect her presence and laughed. Hey, who are you looking for? The Xiangwei Shi team swiftly turned their guns, seeing Ling Xue playing with her butterfly knives and smiling at them, their hearts immediately tightening. With a graceful flourish of her knives, Ling Xue teased, Are you planning to kill me? Here I am. Without waiting for orders, the entire Xiangwei Shi team opened fire. Bullets raining down. Ling Xue deftly dodged, instantly closing in on the nearest member, plunging her knife into his neck, blood erupting violently. Using the fallen team member as a shield, Ling Xue grinned as she withdrew her knife, leaping high into the air and crashing down among the group. Swish! Swish! Her body darted rapidly left and right, and 2 more team members were stabbed in the abdomen. Before the others could react, she swiftly withdrew her daggers, plunging them into their eyes. Fall back while fighting, Xiangwei Shi decisively commanded. Even though he was also an ability user, he knew he could never match this woman. Their firearms were their only chance. As the remaining individuals retreated, Ling Xuan made a swift decision, hurling a butterfly knife that struck one man's forehead. He slid forward rapidly, using the body as a shield, and withdrew the knife, stabbing repeatedly until the head was utterly mutilated. Subsequently, he launched another butterfly knife, piercing the leg of the cobra, who stumbled and fell. Don't mind me, retreat quickly, Cobra bellowed, leaning against the wall and firing incessantly. The viper, tears in his eyes, led the few remaining team members to the second floor, his heart sinking. What difference did it make to be slaughtered from the first floor to the second? On the first floor, Cobra emptied his magazine, frantically reloading. Ling Xue, with a charming smile, discarded the human shield, advancing slowly with the knife's tip pressed against the wall. Hurry! Hurry! Cobra trembled, finally reloading his magazine just as he chambered round. Ling Xue accelerated suddenly, the butterfly knife gliding along the wall, effortlessly slicing across his neck, blood splattering onto the wall in a beautiful pattern. Cobra stared blankly as his head rolled to the ground. Ling Xue glanced toward the staircase, a mischievous smile adorning his face. None of you will escape, O Shuelang squad. Assemble your members immediately to find cover. Damn it, what is going on with Tiango and Viper? Why wouldn't they respond? Were they all dead? The heart of Shuelang felt unbearably heavy. In the darkness, Liang Jihan clutched a hunting rifle salvaged from the ruins, with only 1 bullet remaining. However, that would suffice. Noticing they were all hiding behind different covers, Liang Jihan smirked and sprang forth, confronting the first individual. The lone wolf stared in shock at the suddenly appearing woman, and the gun pressed against his forehead, momentarily paralyzed by fear. Goodbye. Bang! The lone wolf's head exploded on the spot. As the corpse fell, Liang Jihan deftly retrieved a handgun from the body and swiftly took cover. The members of Shuelang immediately turned their guns to shoot, but hit nothing. Only 5 bullets remained against 10 opponents, yet that would suffice. Liang Jihan skillfully chambered her pistol, leaping and rolling to confront the second person. The evil wolf immediately aimed his gun to shoot, but Liang Jihan tilted her head to evade, the bullet clipping a few strands of her hair. With a gun pressed to his forehead, the evil wolf instantly froze. Goodbye. Bang. The evil wolf was dead. Xuelang's eyes turned crimson as he shouted, "Charge!" The remaining members of the Xuelang squad rushed forward, and Liang Jihan once again rolled in close, shooting the coyote in the calf. The coyote cried out in pain and fell, and Liang Jihan took the opportunity to shoot him in the head. Another kill. However, others had already closed in, and Liang Jihan grinned, finding cover once more. Just as Xuelang prepared to throw a grenade, suddenly, a dark object fell from the sky, accompanied by a playful shout from the opponent. "Get down!" Xuelang reflexiviert. Thud! The dark object landed, revealing itself to be merely a stone. Upon realizing this, Xuelang's fury erupted. "Damn it, I've been played." Liang Jihan leaped into the air again, elegantly twisting in midair, launching a bullet. Bang! Just as the Tian wolf, Flying Wolf, and Lightning Wolf rose from the ground, standing in a straight line, the bullet pierced through all three heads, and they collapsed once more. Xuelang's eyes widened in rage as he attempted to lift his gun, but Liang Jihan's figure had vanished again. Hee. Indeed, I still relish playing with guns. Liang Jihan mused, observing the two remaining bullets in her hand, while 5 opponents remained. The safety officer meticulously calculated how to achieve the impossible feat of killing 5 men with 2 shots. Chapter 92. The maids unleashed their power, too. The buying squad was composed entirely of Caucasians, numbering only 6 members. The captain, Baiying, was striking with his blonde hair and blue eyes, his sapphire-like pupils exuding charm. "Captain, I still believe Eastern women cannot compare to our Western women. They are just too reserved and lack excitement." The eagle remarked playfully over the earpiece while proceeding cautiously. Baiying scoffed, "What do you know, you brute? Eastern women possess delicate forms, and their contrasting demeanor is irresistibly alluring." The falcon chimed in, "The captain is right. Among Eastern women, I prefer those from Longhua over those from the island nation. Their modesty only heightens my enthusiasm." The hawk grinned wickedly. "You've got me excited. We've been so busy capturing test subjects that we haven't had time to enjoy the women here. Captain, once we finish our business today, let us find dozens of Longhua women nearby for some fun." Baiying pondered for a moment, intrigued. The steward is currently in a foul mood. After tonight's events, we'll see who has left. Maintain full vigilance. No sooner had he spoken than the entire squad fell silent, eyes trained ahead. From the darkness, a figure stumbled into view. Their eyes lit up. What a beautiful Longhua girl. The girl's hair was damp, and she was wrapped in a tattered blanket. Her pants were in tatters, exposing her fair calves, and she wore oversized shoes that were clearly found at random. "Help me." The girl, shivering from the cold, stumbled toward them, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing the Baiying squad. Baiying pointed his gun and shouted, "Don't move. Where did you come from?" Chun Yun, she immediately halted, her expression of joy turning icy. "Are you the rescue team? What's going on? Why did it take you so long to come to rescue us?" Baiying was taken aback, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Yes, beautiful lady. We are the rescue team. It's truly unfortunate that we arrived so late. What have you men been doing?" Chun Yun, she tightened her blanket and strode boldly among them. Seeing everyone staring blankly at her, she exclaimed, "What are you all waiting for? Strip off your clothes and give them to me. Do you want me to freeze to death? No, who do you think you are? Oh, stop dawdling. Turns out you're just a bunch of foreigners. Forget it. You wouldn't understand, even if I explained. If you speak properly, won't I understand? There's nothing to say. If you have the heart, you don't need to be taught. If you don't, no teaching will help." Unbeknownst to her, while they felt anger, a sense of wrongness crept in. The eagle was furious, aiming his gun at Chun Yun Shi. "Do you want to die?" Chun Yun Shi, impatient, retorted, "How do you speak? What attitude is this?" The buying squad was bewildered. This was not how things were supposed to go. Normally, when they showed their Caucasian features, groups of Longhua women would flock to them, and no one would dare speak to them like this. Now, suddenly being chastised by a girl, they felt an odd thrill. Baiying chuckled, Ahem. I apologize, miss. My subordinate has been rude. Please forgive us. Chen she snorted really fine. Who told me I'm beautiful and kind-hearted? If you speak to me like that again, you'll lose points in my heart. Bai Ying, unknowingly feeling guilty, glared at the eagle. Take off your combat suit and give it to this lady, quickly. The eagle was reluctant, but met with the captain's stern gaze. He had no choice but to remove his combat suit, his face filled with displeasure. Don't glare at me. You volunteered for this. It has nothing to do with me. Chen she took the suit and, searching, found a grenade. What a bunch of nonsense. Can't you at least take these toys off before giving them to me? The girl was discontent, quietly pulling the pin. Bai Ying was startled, his expression shifting drastically. Miss, be careful, that thing. Here, you can have it back. Chen she tossed the grenade back, and at that moment, the eagle, still bewildered, caught it. Still warm from her grip, completely unprepared for what was happening. Bai Ying shouted, "Get down." Boom! The grenade exploded, countless steel balls raining down, and the Bai Ying squad was instantly turned into a sieve. Chen she landed gracefully, scoffing, "You actually wanted me to come kill you. Don't you know how to commit suicide yourselves? Isn't that what men are supposed to do? I truly misjudged you." Qin Shuyao exhibited no intention of concealment. She inexplicably donned a white dress and suddenly materialized before the 12 members of the Thunder team. With disheveled hair, her head tilted, and her eyes bloodshot and sinister. She resembled a ghastly apparition reminiscent of Sadako emerging from a television screen. "Damn, you startled me." Zijian, leading the group, couldn't help but curse. "What are you doing, girl?" Qin Shuyao remained silent. Zijian narrowed his eyes, suddenly noticing the dagger in her hand, and shouted, "Be careful. She has a knife. She might be an ability user." Zijian sneered. "This woman seems mentally unstable." Just as he finished speaking, Qin Shuyao abruptly appeared before him, thrusting the dagger into his eye socket with a savage ferocity, blood gushing forth. "Does it hurt?" Zijian, with only one eye remaining, stared at her in a daze. "Aren't you in pain?" Qin Shuyao withdrew the dagger and aimed for his remaining eye again, blood staining her dress with splatters reminiscent of plum blossoms. "But you just hurt me so badly." Thunder bellowed, "Zijian, what are you dawdling for? Fire!" The gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon Zijian's back, instantly transforming him into a porcupine. Qin Shuyao did not evade. She continued to stab Zijian with relentless fervor. "Are you in pain? Why aren't you speaking?" The lifeless body of Zijian seemed to respond. "Guess why I'm not talking?" Soon, the bullets pierced through Zijian's corpse, striking Qin Shuyao instead. Thunder's pupils dilated. What kind of physical resilience does this woman possess? The bullets cannot penetrate? "Ah, you're hurting me so badly." Qin Shuyao winced. Pulling out the bullet lodged in her flesh, her palm stained with crimson blood. Ah, the taste of blood is so delectable. The members of the Thunder team stared wide-eyed, horrified to witness her licking her own blood. What kind of perversion is this? Presently, Qin Shuyao was riddled with bullet holes, yet not a single one had penetrated her vital organs or bones. Her white dress and bloodied lips, coupled with a sinister grin, rendered her utterly terrifying. "You hurt me, so I shall hurt you." Qin Shuyao surged forward like lightning. Chapter 93. Lin Dong versus Shan and Ma. The earpiece crackled with the anguished cries of various mercenary teams. The steward ripped off his earpiece, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Lin Dong. Indeed, none of them had perished. What level of power do they possess? The Foundation's handiwork, I presume? I originally intended to keep you around for my amusement, but it seems I nearly became the jest myself. Lin Dong cast a glance at the wreckage of the helicopter engulfed in flames, emblazoned with the Foundation's logo. "Tell me, how should I torment you to alleviate my fury?" The steward, without turning back, muttered, Shan, buy me some time." The two towering figures behind him nodded silently and stepped forward. The steward hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a syringe filled with a crimson liquid. An unfinished version of the ability enhancement serum, the effects and side effects remain uncertain. Due to previous experiments, success had never been achieved. According to the tech supervisor, perhaps only an A-level subject could yield valuable experimental data. This man was evidently beyond A-level. He and Shan and Ma would certainly be no match for him. In pursuit of vengeance, This serum was his sole opportunity. After taking a deep breath, the steward injected the serum into his body. In an instant, a chaotic surge of power erupted, coursing through his limbs and bones. His eyes turned blood red, and he grimaced in agony. Lin Dong rummaged through his pockets for a cigarette, only to find he had none. Without a maid to attend to him, he felt quite out of sorts. He turned to the two muscular men with LV5 above their heads and asked, "Since you're here to buy time, why not take a moment? Does anyone have a cigarette? Just one. I promise to go easy on you later." Shan and Ma exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. This man exudes such confidence, arrogance. The twins, strikingly similar in appearance, seemed to share an unspoken connection as they simultaneously squatted down, then with a thunderous roar, launched themselves forward like cannonballs. The sheer force scattered the snow beneath them. "Since you have none, then I shall be even harsher." Lin Dong sidestepped, effortlessly slipping between the two. He swiftly seized Shan's calf and yanked it backward with all his might. Shan's massive form, akin to a mountain, became as light as a feather, flung through the air by Lin Dong in a half circle, crashing heavily to the ground. In a split second, Shan's body was enveloped in a layer of yellow rock. Rock body. Boom. The ground was immediately blasted into a large crater, causing Shan to grimace in pain. "Oh, a defensive type?" Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, gripping Shan's leg and continuing to swing him. Smash forward. Boom. Smash backward. Boom. Smash left. Boom. Like Loki wielding Hulk, the ground soon bore multiple massive craters. Ma hastily skidded to a halt, turning to glare at Lin Dong with blood in his eyes. His own body, similarly enveloped in rock, charging back. Lin Dong, seizing the opportunity, swung Shan like a human mace, hurling him at Ma. Duong. Their heads collided, and both spat foam, eyes rolling back, as Ma was sent flying far away. Shan's head bore the marks of impact. Despite the pain, he remained silent. What a man. Lin Dong couldn't help but give a thumbs up, pulling out a frozen fish and aiming for Shan's groin. "I shall strike." Bang. Truly an indestructible artifact, the frozen fish shattered Shan's abdomen and thigh, rocks flying everywhere, leaving Lin Dong momentarily stunned. Why does it feel like something is missing? Shan's eyes turned red, intensely stimulating his nerves, a pain he had never experienced in his life. A piercing scream shot into the sky, and Lin Dong, startled, released Shan's calf. A woman? No wonder he remained silent. It turns out you are a woman? But these two clearly appear to be men. Nearly 2 meters tall, with short hair, a beard, chiseled muscles, and an Adam's apple. Truly, the Foundation has an abundance of oddities. Upon witnessing his sister being struck, Ma rushed over, his eyes wide with rage. "Sister, are you all right?" This, too, was a woman, and her voice was rather pleasant. "Sister, it hurts so much." Shan cried, tears streaming down his face. Lin Dong covered his face. Anyone witnessing two rugged men embracing each other affectionately, calling each other brother and sister, would feel their worldview shatter. "Rest for a moment. I shall deal with him." Ma glowered at Lin Dong. How dare he strike my sister in such a sensitive area? The injury seemed grave. Perhaps my sister would never bear children again. Yet, Shan still struggled to stand. "Sister, together, he is very strong. Your injury? I am fine. I must take it down even if I die. All right, united we stand. Our might shall cleave through." Before the last words fell, Lin Dong suddenly appeared behind them. "Your might shall cleave through my life." Simultaneously, the frozen fish came crashing down. "Watch out." Ma hastily shoved his sister aside, bracing for the impact with his back. Bang! The rock shattered, and with this single blow, Ma's rocky form could no longer sustain itself, reverting to flesh. His eyes glazed over as his massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. However, Lin Dong seized the barely conscious Ma by the hair. "Want to die? I told you I'd defocus on tormenting you." The frozen fish was raised high and brought down heavily upon Ma's back, followed by a cacophony of cracking sounds, the sound of vertebrae shattering. "Sister!" Shan cried out in anguish, his heart breaking as he watched his bloodied sister. Ma's body lay lifelessly on the ground, the sight of her demise tragic. Do not worry, you will soon join her. Lin Dong flicked the blood off the frozen fish and turned to Shan. I will fight you. Shan struggled to rise. Lin Dong instantly appeared before him. The frozen fish once again poised to strike down. Crack! Shan was forcibly split in two. Having dealt with both, Lin Dong tapped the frozen fish in satisfaction. Truly a miraculous artifact. It effortlessly cleaved 2 stones, scattering only a few icy shards, proving to be remarkably adept. Meanwhile, the butler's expression of intense struggle gradually began to ease, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. He had witnessed the demise of the Shan and Ma sisters, feeling their pain deeply. Yet, there was no alternative. He required time to break through. Nevertheless, their sacrifice was not in vain, for he succeeded. A colossal power, unprecedented in his experience, surged within him, igniting a profound sense of confidence. You shall suffer as I have suffered. Chapter 94. The last words within the Foundation's base. A multitude of researchers erupted in jubilant cheers. Excellent. The experiment was a success. Truly, the esteemed butler has proven us right. Only A-level ability users could withstand this version of the serum's power. Have all the experimental data been collected? Report, Supervisor. All data has been collected. We believe that within 3 days, we will develop an enhanced serum that A-level and below can utilize. Splendid. The butler's courage and collaborative spirit have been a timely boon. What are the current metrics? Report. The butler's life signs are stable. Vitality has increased by 50. Heart rate is at 120 beats per minute. Body temperature has risen to 42 degrees, and muscle activity is. Lin Dong looked at the butler above him with a bemused expression. You exerted such effort and only managed to rise from level 6 to level 7? Well, you've caught up to the weakest maid, Chen Yunqi. What a disappointment. Gulme, I crave torment. Lin Dong lifted the frozen fish, beckoning the butler with a playful gesture, his expression exuding arrogance. The butler's demeanor turned icy, arrogant. I shall employ methods you cannot fathom to make you wish for life, yet find no respite in death. Why all this chatter? Lin Dong cleared his ears. Will you torment me or not? The butler paused, his expression twisting into a grimace. Insolent. A brilliant golden light erupted, and in an instant, the butler transformed into a metallic figure, his entire form gleaming gold. Oh, I envy your ability. Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I had this power before the apocalypse, would I have needed to toil as a courier for a mere 5,000 a month? By the way, does your excrement turn to gold as well? You would never have to worry about food. The butler advanced, his metallic form not merely defensive like the Shan and Ma sisters. It possessed transformative capabilities. His arms extended, morphing into 2 golden spears aimed directly at Lin Dong's face. With a casual lift, Lin Dong effortlessly shattered 1 spear with the frozen fish, causing the butler to stagger backward in shock. How is this possible? The butler's golden eyes were wide with disbelief. What kind of frozen fish is this? Capable of splitting mountains and shattering bones? Lin Dong continued to beckon with his finger. The butler, now cautious, allowed his golden arms to slowly liquefy. Golden droplets cascaded to the ground, then suddenly floated into the air. Go! Countless droplets of gold shot forth like bullets. Lin Dong leaped to evade, simultaneously hurling the frozen fish. Golden shield. A circular golden shield manifested before the butler. Bam! The force of the strike sent the butler hurtling back. As if struck by a speeding train, the shield shattered, spewing forth golden droplets. Picking up the frozen fish, Lin Dong smirked slightly. Never mind, you cannot torment me. I shall be the one to torment you. His figure accelerated dramatically, leaving a streak across the ground as he charged forward. The butler's spirit faltered. His previous confidence had been shattered by the blows of the frozen fish. Liquid metal. The frozen fish descended, causing the butler's body to explode, scattering golden droplets everywhere, which then began to coalesce behind him. Damn, what speed is this? The butler's golden face turned pale. This was his last resort, forced out so quickly. Despite having reached S-level strength, he could not withstand this man. Is he SS level? Or perhaps SSS level? I hope the research department can relay this information back to headquarters swiftly. What am I thinking? Suddenly, Lin Dong's voice rang out from behind, accompanied by a piercing rush of air. Without thinking, the butler exploded into golden droplets once more. However, in his panic, he realized Lin Dong was standing there, frozen fish in hand, observing him with a mocking grin. Damn it, I was deceived. The previous attack was a ruse. The butler wished to maintain his scattered state, but it was unsustainable. Prolonged dispersion drained his abilities. As soon as his form coalesced, Lin Dong struck again. Crack! He dispersed once more. Continue. I am eager to see how many times you could transform. Lin Dong displayed remarkable patience. The butler, overwhelmed, realized that while liquid metal had its advantages, it lacked offensive capabilities. He had come for vengeance, not hide and seek. I'll risk it all. The butler gritted his teeth, his form reassembling, this time solid. Hearing the rush of air once more, he quickly conjured a golden shield. Bang! The shield shattered, cracks appearing on his metallic body. I cannot win. I am utterly outmatched. My gold-based abilities are formidable among ability users. Yet against this man, they are ineffectual. Just as he was about to change tactics, pain suddenly shot through his arms. Lin Dong had somehow struck twice, breaking and flinging his arms away. Ah! The butler cried out in agony, his fear intensifying. This time, he had not even heard the rush of air. He had completely failed to notice it. So, he hadn't been moving at full speed. He had merely been toying with me? An indescribable dread and fury enveloped him. But his abilities were depleted, and he could no longer maintain his metallic form, reverting to his human state. This is unacceptable. How boring. Lin Dong scoffed, having only exerted a fraction more strength, and you can no longer endure. Oomph. You killed my nephew. Even if I perish, the Foundation will remain unscathed. Before he could finish speaking, the butler found a fishtail thrust into his mouth. Bewildered, he wondered what Lin Dong was doing. In the next moment, Lin Dong slid to the side, the sharp fishtail slicing through the corners of the butler's mouth, turning him into a grotesque clown. The gash extended from his mouth to his ear, making it likely that he could swallow durians whole in the future. Do you have any last words? If not, I shall send you down to meet those twins. With two exceptional companions, I trust you shall not feel lonely. Lin Dong remarked coolly. The butler glared at him with malice, ultimately succumbing to despair. Faced with such a formidable foe, all threats seemed futile. What level of being is this? I have a particle communicator embedded within me. If I can glean this man's power level, it would greatly assist the research department in reporting back to headquarters for response. Lin Dong frowned. What are you saying? Can we not speak in dialect at this moment? The butler. My mouth is split open. I want to say something, but never mind. If you cannot speak, consider it as having no last words. Boom! The frozen fish crashed down, obliterating the butler's head into a shower of golden fragments. The butler is dead. Within the Foundation's base, all researchers were, as if doused with cold water, staring in stunned silence at the lines on the large screen. Supervisor. The butler's heart rate has flatlined. Body temperature is plummeting, muscle activity. I'm not blind. I see it. The newly appointed supervisor shouted in anger, staring at the screen indicating the butler's death, feeling utterly at a loss. The sky is falling. After closing his eyes and taking a few deep breaths, the technical supervisor finally spoke sternly. Everyone, pay attention. Transmit all current experimental data back to headquarters and inform them of the butler's demise. Additionally, send photos and videos of this man and his companions. Destroy all hard drives, equipment, and paper records. Initiate the Foundation's self-destruct protocol. Countdown commencing. 30 minutes. Everyone, evacuate. A technical staff member inquired. Supervisor, what about those items on the lowest level? They are beyond our control. The new supervisor gritted his teeth. Leave them for now. We will wait for further instructions from headquarters. Chapter 95. One tea greener than another in a certain location within the Dragon Kingdom, amidst the depths of a mountain, stood a luxurious castle styled in European fashion. Within a radius of 1,000 meters around the castle, not a single flake of snow could be found. Within the castle, in the conference room, a middle-aged man clad in a suit occupies the head of a large round table. Beneath him, Each share emanates a VR projection. The man speaks in a calm tone. Esteemed stewards, the experimental data regarding the enhancement serum from the Jiangcheng branch has been shared with your research facilities. The supervisor demands that within a fortnight, you develop a fully fledged evolution serum with a success rate exceeding 50% and commence mass production. Or else the consequences are well understood. The group of projections hurriedly nods in agreement. The man continues. Now, please report on your respective research progress. Projection 1. The Yangqing Foundation branch has made significant breakthroughs. We have harnessed a unique sound frequency capable of controlling sea-level zombie hordes, allowing them to execute simple commands. Projection 2. The Luoqing Foundation branch has completed the development of the lower half of the exoskeleton armor, enabling ordinary individuals to attain speeds comparable to sea-level supernatural beings. The upper body's firepower equipment is projected to require another week. Projection 3. The Fengqing Foundation Armory has officially commenced mass production of advanced technological weapons, including charged sniper rifles, particle cannons, and lightning grenades, and is currently expanding the production lines. Projection 4. The Tianyao City Foundation's Biochemical Research Institute has achieved a 20% completion rate in the transformation of altered zombies. Currently operational variants include lightning zombie dogs, devourers, and gluttons, albeit in limited numbers. Projection 5. A multitude of individuals, each foundation branch specializing in diverse directions, exemplifying the strength and mystery of the foundations. After Projection 17's report, he suddenly inquires, Secretary Zhen, may I ask about the Jiangqing Foundation? What of Brother Chong and the stewards? The suited man replies coolly, they are deceased. Projection 17 abruptly rises, eyes wide with disbelief and sorrow. Deceased? How could this be? The other projections are equally shocked. Secretary Zhen, with a detached demeanor, states, this is the second topic of today's stewards meeting. She clicks on the table's display screen, revealing projections of Lin Dong and a group of maids. Ladies and gentlemen, the successful experimental data for the evolution serum obtained by the Jiangqing branch came at the cost of the steward's life, a remarkable contribution to our foundation. This man is a self-awakened individual who has emerged in Jiangcheng, conservatively assessed to possess strength at the SSS level. Upon hearing this, the projections collectively gasp in astonishment. Secretary Zhen continues, moreover, this man named Lin Dong possesses a remarkably peculiar ability. The faces of the maids are magnified. These women, currently assessed to be above S level, effortlessly dispatched the mercenary forces of the Jiangqing Foundation. The audience gasps once more. Projection 3 exclaims, does Secretary Zhen imply that these women's formidable strength is linked to Lin Dong? Secretary Zhen shakes her head. It is not merely an implication. It is a certainty. Projection 4 adds, to possess the ability to enhance others' powers. This capability surpasses our foundation's own efforts. They sacrificed a stewardess life to obtain a successful experimental result. Therefore, Lin Dong's significance to the foundation is self-evident. If we can capture him and uncover the secrets he harbors, we will undoubtedly accelerate our research progress and bolster the foundation's overall strength. However, capturing an SSS-level individual poses a considerable challenge. Projection 17, brimming with determination, declares, Secretary Zhen, allow me to go to Jiangcheng. I shall certainly bring him back. Secretary Zhen sneers. Do you truly believe your strength surpasses that of the Jiangqing steward? Projection 17 is rendered speechless. Secretary Zhen rises slowly. The purpose of sharing this information is to expedite your research. Our previous evaluations of external self-awakened individuals were flawed, and Lin Dong's emergence serves as a valuable warning. Although our foundation possesses formidable strength, in this age of supernatural abilities, unforeseen variables can arise. To achieve our grand objectives, I implore you all not to grow complacent. The projections nod vigorously in agreement. Projection 17 persists. What shall we do about Lin Dong? Shall we allow him to roam freely? Secretary Zhen scoffs. Naturally not. The supervisor arranged contingency measures as soon as the news reached him. Confronting an SSS-level individual does not necessarily require direct confrontation. The means of our foundation are not something a mere courier can thwart. In Jiangcheng, after eliminating the steward, Lin Dong is joined by the returning maids. Liang Jihan pouts, visibly displeased. Alas, I ultimately failed to eliminate the last 5 with 2 shots. Their captain was quite formidable, compelling me to switch weapons before I could take him down. Qin Shuyao, in tears, has completely lost her previous fervor. Woe is me, it hurts so much. Master, please save me. Her white dress is utterly stained crimson, her beautiful face smeared with blood, presenting a rather disconcerting image. Apart from her, Shen Wanyue and Ling Shui are similarly bloodied, while Chun Yunxi remains surprisingly unscathed. The beautiful school belle effortlessly annihilated the opposing forces. Before long, Xia Qingyu and Jiang Zhu return, gazing in bewilderment at the transformed mirror lake spring. Master, are you all right? Xia Qingyu rushes over, concern etched on her face. The maids collectively gasp, wow, this new arrival is quite the actress. Just look at that worried expression, the tears brimming in her eyes, the trembling lips, and the tense limbs, truly a star performance. Everything is fine, Lin Dong reassures. Xia Qingyu breathes a sigh of relief, quietly informing Lin Dong, Master. Jiang Zhu let her fiancé escape. Lin Dong casts a dispassionate glance at Jiang Zhu, causing the maids' hearts to race. Jiang Zhu quickly kneels. Master, this is the awakening serum provided by the Yun family. It is all here. Xia Qingyu grits her teeth, realizing that this woman has found an opportunity for redemption. Lin Dong takes the serum, inspecting it with curiosity. This item appears to be quite valuable. What shall we do next, Master? Shen Wanyue asks, eyeing the chaotic scene of corpses on the ground, unable to suppress her tongue. One body is severed in half, another pierced through the back, and a third has a shattered skull, indicating that Lin Dong was indeed quite enraged today. Lin Dong gazes at the increasingly oppressive sky, sweeping his hand, and a mobile home materializes. You all go and dismantle the Foundation stronghold. How do they bomb me? Leave no one from the Foundation alive. Even the eggs must be scrambled. Ling Shui wears a distressed expression. Huh, Master, will you not accompany us? Lin Dong rolls his eyes. My bed has been blown to bits. I need to find a place to sleep first. The maids drive the mobile home away slowly while Lin Dong surveys his surroundings, casually selecting a direction to proceed. Chapter 96. The second stage of the apocalypse. The eerie rain inside the mobile home. Qin Shuyao rushes into the bathroom without hesitation. There is no choice. The blood on her is far too excessive. Upon entering the warm vehicle, the once frozen blood begins to drip from her clothes, making it impossible to remain without cleaning. Ling Shui, smiling, sidles up to Jiang Zhu. Hey Jiang Zhu, did you see your fiancé this time? Was he blushing or teary-eyed? Xia Qingyu snickers. Neither red-faced nor teary-eyed. Some people, I swear, are rather dull. She opens her mouth, shattering my brother's heart. Jiang Zhu sneers. At least I kept him alive, unlike certain individuals who, in their madness, spare not even their kin. The entire Xia family, over 100 individuals, has turned to ice. Are you not the more mundane one? The maids exchange glances, astonished by the celebrity's ruthless actions. They're merely a bunch of blood-sucking leeches. Killing them is no sin. Si hay yo displas no remorse. After your death, you will descend into hell. Jiang Zhu expresses disdain for such behavior. Xia Qingyu remains silent for a long moment before slowly stating, Are we not already in hell? The mates, damn, you make a compelling point. Ling Shui pouts, what do you mean? Being by Master's side is clearly paradise. Chun Yunxi interjected, all right, sisters, let's not quarrel any longer. Jiang Zhu, you have gone too far this time. Shall you merely cause your fiancé to lose his family? Yet you have deprived him of love. Xia Qingyu, Jiang Zhu, you are such a little vixen. Finally seizing the opportunity to speak, Liang Jihan timidly raised her hand. Speaking of which, our master has instructed us to eliminate the Foundation, but does anyone know where it is located? The maidens responded with uncertainty. Shen Wanyue, crossing her arms, turned to Xia Qingyu. Your family has a partnership with the Foundation. You should have knowledge of its whereabouts, right? Xiao Qingyu paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, this woman is quite clever, a rival to my own prowess. However, fortunately, she is not as beautiful as I am, which gives me the advantage. At last, Qin Shuyu emerged, freshly groomed and adorably naive. It seems to be raining outside. Shen Wanyue was taken aback and immediately turned to the window. Indeed, droplets of rain had begun to fall upon the car window. Liang Jihan pointed outside in astonishment and shouted, "Look, this rain is unusual." The maids hurriedly rushed to the car window, their pupils constricting in shock. Illuminated by the vehicle's lights, the sizable raindrops fell into the snow, causing the surrounding snow to emit thick smoke, as if it were melting. Moreover, the streetlights lining both sides of the road exhibited signs of corrosion. The rain intensified, pounding against the vehicle with a resounding thud. A sound that should have lulled one to sleep now sent chills down their spines. Xiao Qingyu opened the car door, conjured an icicle, and extended it outward to catch a few raindrops, her beautiful eyes furrowing in concern. "Is this acid rain?" Ling Shui appeared somewhat pale, praying the vehicle would provide adequate shelter. Shen Wanyue shook her head. "Acid rain does not corrode snow, while the vehicle can still move. We must quickly find a place to take cover." The vehicle sped ahead. On the snow-covered ground, Lin Dong pondered where to spend the night when suddenly, raindrops fell upon his forehead. Lin Dong frowned and touched the raindrops. In just a short moment, his forehead and fingers began to tingle. What kind of rain is this? As the rain grew heavier, sensing the ominous turn of events, Lin Dong dashed towards the nearest building. The yard had long been buried under snow, but fortunately, there was still a second floor. Lin Dong broke a window to enter. Inside was a pitch-black room. Boom! Thunder erupted outside, illuminating the chaotic interior, filled with dusty, worn-out plush toys, an antiquated bunk bed, and scattered old children's clothing, creating an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Dong recognized the place. Kenshin Orphanage. Before the apocalypse, this orphanage often received donations from all walks of life. Zhao Yufei had once pitied the abandoned orphans, compelling Lin Dong to donate 500 yuan, leaving him to subsist on steamed buns for a month. What a frustrating memory. Why didn't she use her own money? She earned every bit of hers. The apocalypse had lingered for so long. It was likely that the orphans here had struggled to survive the harsh winter. Lin Dong hastily propped a wooden plank against the broken window and fell into deep thought. The rain exhibited a strong corrosive property, even affecting his own toxic immunity. Ordinary people drenched in it would likely meet a swift demise. Is this the second phase of the apocalypse? Lin Dong embraced his arms, scrutinizing the peculiar rain that could corrode metal but not concrete or wood, indicating it was not merely acid rain, but rather a supernatural force beyond comprehension. However, this also meant that survivors would face even greater challenges in sourcing water. Previously, the snowfall and low temperatures had kept the underground water supply relatively unaffected, but with the rain now penetrating the ground, it would undoubtedly become contaminated. What would become of Blue Star in the future? Yet, since it could not corrode buildings, there was no cause for alarm. The maids had the vehicle. As long as they remained cautious, they would be safe. For now, spending the night here would suffice. Without rushing to explore other rooms, Lin Dong simply cleared a space on the floor and set up a temperature-regulating stove beside it, then laid down fully clothed. The sound of rain mixed with the occasional rumble of thunder, and Lin Dong closed his eyes, his breathing steady. Strangely enough, the sound of the rain had a hypnotic effect. Time passed unnoticed until, suddenly, a shadow appeared at the darkened doorway. The intermittent flashes of lightning elongated its silhouette. The shadow made no sound, gliding closer like a specter, eventually stopping at Lin Dong's bedside, staring intently at him without uttering a word. The room was filled only with the sounds of rain and thunder, coupled with Lin Dong's steady breathing, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, Lin Dong's eyes flew open as he swung his fist towards the shadow, fueled by a ferocious energy and an indomitable force. If this punch landed, even a boulder would be reduced to rubble. Crack! Another clap of thunder rang out as Lin Dong abruptly halted his fist just before making contact with the shadow. For heaven's sake, Could a living person stop pretending to be a ghost here? Who are you trying to scare? Illuminated by the lightning, Lin Dong finally discerned the shadow's form. It was a child, roughly 1 meter 30 tall, bundled up in oversized clothes. A multicolored sweater peeked out from beneath a tattered coat, and a filthy hat adorned his head, while adult-sized cotton shoes, stuffed with ragged clothing, covered his feet. Strangely, the little boy continued to stare blankly at Lin Dong, remaining utterly silent. Chapter 97. Tianxin Orphanage. Number 3. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. Are you a child from here? Why can't you speak? The thunder and rain had concealed the boy's footsteps, but now, upon waking and focusing, Lin Dong could hear the child's breathing. The boy's vacant eyes finally flickered, his cracked lips slowly parting. It's not cold here. His voice, which should have been clear and light, was instead hoarse. After speaking, the boy curled up on the floor, his large eyes gradually closing. Thanks to the presence of the temperature-regulating stove, even the floor felt warm, and the boy, who had likely been frozen for a long time, relished the warmth. What a peculiar child. Lin Dong frowned slightly. What is your name? The boy slowly opened his eyes. I have no name. Lin Dong pressed. What do they call you? The boy pondered for a moment. I am called number 3. No name, only a number. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside the room. Number 3? Where have you been? Who are you coming here at this hour? At the door stood an elderly man hunched over, holding an oil lamp. His attire mirrored that of number 3, cobbled together haphazardly for warmth. And he wore thick reading glasses, appearing kind and gentle. Upon seeing Lin Dong, the old man's expression turned wary. He glanced around and quickly picked up a wooden plank from the ground. Who are you? How did you get in? There's no food here. You should leave. Lin Dong chuckled softly, touching his nose, realizing he was being mistaken for a criminal. Number 3 scrambled to his feet and whispered, Grandpa Director, it's warm here. The director paused in surprise. Yes? Why is it so warm here? In a short span, he was nearly sweating. Lin Dong replied with a smile, Don't be alarmed. It's raining outside. I came here to find shelter for the night. Rest assured, I am not a bad person. The director, seeing that number 3 was unharmed, relaxed his guard. Number 3, go back to sleep. Number 49 and the others are looking for you. Number 3 displayed a glimmer of reluctance. It was so warm here that he didn't want to leave, yet he also missed his companions. Lin Dong chuckled and retrieved a palm-sized temperature-regulating stove from his pocket. Little number 3, I won't call you Gongzi. Take this back with you and have a good night's sleep. Number 3 stood dumbfounded, his eyes suddenly lighting up with joy. Not long after leaving the room, cheers erupted from downstairs. The elderly man forced a smile as he sat on the bed opposite. Sir, forgive my intrusion. I am Chun Tianxin, the director of this orphanage. Mr. Lin Dong, may I inquire how you arrived here? Oh, my previous residence was obliterated by a barrage of rockets. With no place to sleep and the rain pouring down, I sought refuge here. Chun Tianxin was momentarily at a loss for words. Were the thought processes of the youth so peculiar nowadays? Nonetheless, he had indeed heard the commotion from the previous rocket attack. With a bittersweet smile, Chun Tianxin continued, Mr. Lin, I must speak candidly. The heavy snowfall has claimed the lives of many children in our orphanage. Including the child number 3, we are left with only 7. The resources within the orphanage are exceedingly limited. You may stay here, but I implore you not to take our food. Otherwise, these unfortunate children. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow slightly, appreciating the old man's forthrightness. No problem. I will manage my own provisions. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Suddenly recalling the child numbered 3, Lin Dong inquired, Director Chun, why do the children here have numbers instead of names? With a deep sigh and a furrowed brow, Chun Tianxin replied, I did this intentionally. Most of these children were abandoned in their infancy, brought to me either with congenital diseases or physical deformities. Without parents, their lives are destined to be self-reliant. Thus, I refrained from naming them or allowing outsiders to hold them, fearing that even a hint of love would lead them to seek affection. Without love, they might manage to exist as indifferent beings. Yet, to feel fleeting love and be unable to attain it would be too cruel. Lin Dong fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Chun Tianxin's words. I could endure darkness if I had never seen the light. Had I never experienced love, I would not yearn for it. These were indeed pitiable children. Chen Tianxin continued, I hope that when they're capable of supporting themselves, they would choose their own names. I'm growing old and cannot oversee them forever. Mr. Lin, please rest well. I shall check on the children. With that, Chen Tianxin stooped and left. In the dormitory on the first floor, the children, now wide awake, gathered excitedly around the temperature-controlled stove. Brother number 3, what is this called? It feels so warm. Hee hee. I know. This is called a Rubik's Cube. It contains tremendous power, just like in the movies. Wonderful. My feet no longer fear frostbite. Well, they were already frostbitten. Wah, I miss sister number 9. If only we had this earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have frozen to death. Children are like that. When one cries, they all cry together. Even the usually stoic number 3 had reddened eyes. Chen Tianxin entered, wearing a gentle smile. Children, hurry and go to sleep. Instantly, the children wiped their tears and snuggled under the covers. Yet the trembling blankets betrayed their hidden sobs. Sighing deeply, Chen Tianxin adjusted their blankets before taking a kerosene lamp back to his room. Meanwhile, Lin Dong returned upstairs, crossing his arms and continuing to sleep, murmuring to himself, Is there truly such a kind-hearted old man in this apocalyptic world? Remarkable. The rain persisted, and the atmosphere remained tense. Outside, dawn broke as Lin Dong stretched and gazed out the window. The snow cover had begun to recede. The once towering snowdrifts, which reached 2 stories high, had diminished by about a meter. If this continued, the pristine white landscape would soon vanish. However, who could predict how the weather might change? He caught the enticing scent of food wafting from below. Since he couldn't leave, he decided to investigate. Chen Tianxin had started a fire, and the 7 children of varying ages sat around the flames, each savoring their meager meals from chipped bowls. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Chen Tianxin's expression turned anxious. Lin Dong waved his hand with a smile. No need to be tense, I merely came to take a look. The children turned their heads, mirroring Chen Tianxin's apprehension. Except for number 3. Number 3 bit her lip and offered her bowl, Uncle, please eat. Looking at the chipped bowl containing a small portion of stewed radish and potatoes, Lin Dong chuckled and declined. Number 3 resumed eating. Lin Dong surveyed the group of children. Number 3 appeared to be about 10 years old, making her the eldest. There were 4 boys and 3 girls in total. The youngest looked no older than 3 or 4, a delightful little girl with messy pigtails and round, timid eyes fixed on Lin Dong, clutching her bowl as if fearing it might be snatched away. Chen Tianxin approached with a cheerful demeanor. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your miraculous treasure last night. The children enjoyed the most comfortable sleep they had during this prolonged snowfall. Children, don't you want to thank Uncle Lin? Number 3 led the way. Thank you, Uncle Lin. The other children followed suit, expressing their gratitude. Lin Dong, displaying no airs, gradually became familiar with the children, swiftly memorizing their numbers. After breakfast, the children busily engaged in various tasks. Some swept the floor, while others folded blankets. Number 3 took it upon herself to teach the youngest, number 49, to read. They were all remarkably well-behaved. Chen Tianxin chuckled beside Lin Dong. I apologize for the sight. Mr. Lin, with the incessant rain and snow outside, the children must occupy themselves. Fortunately, before the snowfall, kind-hearted individuals donated a substantial supply of rice, flour, oil, and vegetables, allowing us to endure this long. The only trouble now is that our water supply is nearly depleted. Lin Dong had no intention of revealing his abundant resources. Instead, he shifted the topic. By the way, Director Chun, did any of the children who passed away here come into contact with the toxic snow? Where are their bodies? Chen Tianxin looked puzzled. Yes, some died from the toxic snow. Why do you ask, Mr. Lin? Oh, merely a reminder. If they succumb to the toxic snow, it would be best to dispose of the bodies. Otherwise, if the temperature rises, it could lead to complications. Really? What kind of complications? Chen Tianxin abruptly stood. Disbelief etched across his elderly face. Lin Dong rubbed his nose. Zombies? Zombies? Chen Tianxin's face blanched in an instant. To be honest, the bodies of those who froze and poisoned have been stored in the basement. I will handle it now. Those poor children. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes. Do you need assistance? Chen Tianxin shook his head. No need. I am their director and their guardian. I shall see them off myself. With tears streaming down his face, he departed, locking the door to the basement tightly, a sign forbidding entry affixed to it. Lin Dong, finding himself with nothing to do, engaged the children in casual conversation. Little 49, who is your favorite person? 49 tilted her head, pondering, her eyes reddening. I love Sister 9 the most, but she froze to death. Number 3 sighed from the side. In the orphanage, apart from me, Sister 9 was the oldest. She was very kind to her younger siblings, always holding 49 while sleeping. 49 sobbed, the other morning, I woke up and didn't TC Sister 9. The director said she froze to death. It must be because I stole her blanket at night, so did they say she froze to death? Lin Dong's eyes narrowed. So, you didn't TC her body? Number 3 tilted her head, I didn't TC it. The other children chimed in, confirming they had not seen Sister 9's body either. Is that so? Lin Dong stroked his chin, distributing lollipops to each child. The children cheered, eagerly unwrapping their treats and displaying radiant smiles, except for number 3, who cautiously tucked her lollipop into her pocket. As Chun Tianxin entered the corridor, his previously amiable expression turned to one of panic. Straightening his stooped back, he hurriedly rushed toward the basement. In this place, there lies a dozen cold, lifeless bodies, some of which belong to children, while others are adults. Unquestionably, all these corpses have fallen victim to the toxic snow. Ignoring the gruesome scene, Chun Tianxin hastened towards a wall, glancing back to ensure no one was in sight. He cautiously pushed open a hidden door. Beneath the door revealed a passage leading deep underground. Carrying an oil lamp, Chun Tianxin traversed for quite a while before reaching the bottom. This place differed from the surface. Though it remained cold, the temperature hovered around 0 degrees, rendering it relatively pleasant in comparison. At the base of the passage, there stood an iron cage, within which resided a mysterious shadow. The sudden illumination startled the shadow, awakening its glowing eyes that fixed upon Chun Tianxin. A deafening roar erupted, yet the thick earth muffled the sound. Chun Tianxin, taken aback, fell to the ground and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I thought you had escaped. As the light from the oil lamp illuminated the entire cage, it became apparent that the occupant was indeed a person. However, this individual had eyes that glowed with an eerie green light, a ghastly visage twisted in a grimace, and not a single inch of intact skin, revealing decayed flesh. Heavy iron chains bound him, their clanking echoing with any slight movement. Scattered within the cage were white bones, and a pool of blood had long since formed, reaching up to the ankles. From the exposed bones, it could be discerned that the original owner was quite young. Surrounding the iron cage were 5 copper furnaces arranged in a pentagram, each containing incense that had now burnt down to the base. Blood-red inscriptions adorned the walls, their meanings unknown. From his pocket, Chun Tianxin retrieved fresh sandalwood incense, carefully replenishing the offerings before casting a gentle gaze towards the cage. My son, hold on just a little longer. In just one more day, you will be reborn. The shadow roared again. Chun Tianxin wiped away the tears from his eyes, revealing a tender smile. My dear son, are you hungry? Alas, I had hoped to bring number 3 to you today, but a young man unexpectedly arrived last night. If he discovers us, he may thwart your resurrection ritual. Fear not, father still has a bit of pork. Have a taste. With that, he produced 2 tails of frozen pork and tossed it inside. The shadow immediately grasped the pork and began to chew, but after a few bites, it spat it out and glared at Chun Tianxin with fury. Clearly, he yearned for fresh flesh. Chun Tianxin found himself in a quandary. Let me think of another solution. My son, do not fret. Father will ensure you do not go hungry. After saying this, he wiped his tears and departed. The underground passage fell once more into darkness, save for the fleeting embers of the incense. Meanwhile, outside the orphanage, an unexpected pair, a man and a woman, emerged. The man was strikingly handsome, and the girl was equally beautiful, a couple that would typically evoke envy. However, their current demeanor was far from normal. The girl, drenched in sweat, struggled to support a wooden plank with one hand, while the man, with hollow eyes, slumped against her back, seemingly soulless. Brother Beichun, there's a house ahead. Let us take shelter inside, she urged. The man remained silent, and the girl, understanding his lack of response, strained to carry him inside. This man and woman were none other than Xia Beichen and Yun Mengli, who had escaped from the Xia family. Xia Qingyu had gone on a rampage within the Xia household, destroying all vehicles and helicopters. With no other choice, Yun Mengli had to walk away with Xia Beichen. Fortunately, the snow-covered ground was frozen solid, and with Yun Mengli possessing healing abilities, they had traversed safely throughout the night. However, once beyond the Xia family's territory, Xia Beichen reverted to his dazed state, leaving the poor Yun Mengli to bear the burden. Thankfully, as an ability user, her physical resilience had been greatly enhanced. Despite this, the girl endured considerable hardship, and only she truly understood the extent of her struggles. As Yun Mengli surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a window obstructed by wooden planks. Gritting her teeth, she carried Xia Beichen and leaped inside. Just as they entered the upper floor, they were noticed by Lin Dong. "Continue your game. I will go upstairs to take a look," Lin Dong said, his expression subtly shifting as he ascended. The children exchanged glances, having also heard the commotion from above. Number 3 gritted his teeth and dashed into the kitchen to grab a knife, following closely behind. "Do not come up. I will assist Uncle Lin Dong." Yun Mengli scanned the disheveled dormitory, her nose crinkling in distaste. "It's so messy here. Brother Beichun, I truly cannot go any further. Please bear with me and rest here while I carefully wipe down the bed." She laid Xia Beichun down, who lay there, eyes vacant, resembling a lifeless corpse. Just as Yun Mengli prepared to rest, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "What are you doing? Where did you come from?" Startled, Yun Mengli turned around. Lin Dong, instantly captivated, exclaimed, "What? Just when I sent the maids away to abstain for a couple of days, another stunning beauty arrives. How embarrassing." Yun Mengli was equally taken aback. She hadn't sensed his presence at all. When had he entered? Moreover, the man's gaze was strikingly aggressive, making her quite uncomfortable. However, being an ability user, she felt no fear. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Lin Dong chuckled. "You've intruded upon my domain and still have the audacity to question me? Be honest, or else."